In the distant future, the universe is occupied by various interstellar civilizations, where trade and communication frequently unfold among the stars. On this vast interstellar stage, there is a young adventurer named Ike, who accidentally discovers a mysterious planet called Samstar. Legend has it that Samstar possesses an unsolvable marketing secret that can make any product instantly popular in the interstellar market. Filled with intense curiosity, Ike pilots his old but reliable starship, traversing countless star systems, and finally arrives at Samstar. The sights of Samstar leave Ike in awe. In the cities, skyscrapers reach for the clouds, vehicles freely navigate the skies, and the most striking aspect is the ubiquitous marketing images. These images are not simple advertisements. They seem to possess life, capable of deep interaction and communication with people. Ike begins to delve into the secrets of this planet. He discovers that the residents have an extraordinary understanding of consumer psychology. They can perceive the deep-seated needs and desires of consumers through a special telepathic technology. In a store, Ike witnesses an astonishing marketing demonstration, an ordinary interstellar travel backpack. After a series of carefully designed displays and interactive experiences, generates a strong desire to purchase among everyone present. Curious, Ike asks the store owner, who smiles and replies, "We are not just selling products. We are creating connections of dreams and emotions." Continuing his exploration, Ike learns that the marketing secret of Samstar also lies in their clever use of technology. They have developed an intelligent system that can adjust product characteristics and display methods in real time based on consumers' emotions and preferences. However, Ike's actions attract the attention of the authorities on Samstar. They are concerned that the leakage of the marketing secret will disrupt the commercial balance among the stars, and thus they begin to pursue Ike. While on the run, Ike continually reflects on everything he has learned. Ultimately, with his wit and courage, he successfully escapes from Samstar and brings back these valuable marketing secrets to his own planet. Ike's hometown undergoes a tremendous transformation due to the secrets he brought back. With a booming economy and improved lives for the people, Ike also becomes a renowned business legend across the stars, his name forever etched in the annals of cosmic history. Chapter 2. In the depths of a distant universe, there lies a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. It is a world filled with wonders and the unknown, where countless brave adventurers yearn to leave their footprints. Our protagonist, Ike, is a courageous and curious girl. After hearing the legends of Samstar, she resolutely embarks on this challenging adventure. Ike travels in a worn but high-performing spaceship, crossing countless star systems, and finally arrives at Samstar. The moment she sets foot on this land, she is awestruck by the sight before her. Towering mushroom-shaped plants reach into the clouds, emitting colorful light. Flying crystal beasts soar freely in the sky, their wings shimmering with dreamlike colors. Ike follows a winding path, with mysterious liquid flowing in streams on either side, seemingly containing powerful energy. Suddenly, a fierce wind sweeps by, and Ike is pulled into a massive whirlpool. When she opens her eyes again, she finds herself in an ancient castle. The castle is filled with a mysterious aura, and strange symbols are carved on the walls. Ike cautiously explores, and in one room, she discovers a yellowed book that records the secrets of Samstar. It turns out that Samstar hides a powerful artifact, which can only be found by the bravest and wisest. Ike decides to search for this artifact, using her courage and wisdom to solve one puzzle after another, navigating through corridors filled with dangerous traps. Along the way, she meets a fairy named Tom, who possesses magical powers and decides to help Ike complete her mission. Finally, they arrive at the location of the artifact. However, guarding the artifact is a fierce giant beast, equipped with impenetrable armor and immense attacking power. Ike and Tom do not back down. They cooperate and engage the giant beast in a thrilling battle. At a critical moment, Ike discovers the beast's weakness, and together with Tom, they launch a decisive attack. The beast crashes to the ground, and they successfully obtain the artifact. As Ike leaves Samstar with the artifact, she knows that her adventure has just begun. The legend of Samstar will continue to be passed down because of her bravery. Legend of Samstar 2 Chapter 3 The mysterious crystal ruins. In the distant and mysterious Samstar, adventurer Ike and his companions have been exploring this fantastical world. This time, they have heard a legend about mysterious crystal ruins. It is said that deep within Samstar lies an ancient crystal ruin, which holds endless energy and mysterious knowledge. Without hesitation, Ike and his companions set off on a journey to find the crystal ruins. They traverse dense jungles, climb treacherous mountains, and encounter various strange creatures and dangerous traps along the way. But with their courage and wisdom, they overcome one peril after another. Finally, they arrive at the legendary crystal ruins. The sight before them is breathtaking, with gigantic crystal pillars standing in the square, shining with a mysterious glow. However, as they approach, they find that a powerful force pervades the ruins, preventing them from advancing. Ike carefully observes the surroundings and discovers some hidden runes and mechanisms. They work together to solve one puzzle after another, gradually delving into the core of the ruins. In the core area, they discover an ancient book that records the secrets of the crystal ruins. It turns out that the crystals here contain the power to change the fate of Samstar. But they are also shrouded in an evil curse. Just as they ponder how to break the curse, a group of Dark Forces minions appears. They attempt to seize the power of the crystals for nefarious purposes. Ike and his companions do not back down and engage in a fierce battle with the enemies. During the battle, Ike suddenly comprehends the true essence of the ruins' power, using the power of the crystals. She casts a powerful spell and defeats the enemies in one fell swoop. However, the key to lifting the curse has yet to be found. As they continue their exploration, they discover a hidden chamber containing a crystal sphere emitting pure light. The moment they touch the crystal sphere, the power of the curse begins to dissipate, and the true power of the crystal ruins is unleashed. Ike and his companions take this power back to various corners of Samstar, using it to protect this beautiful and magical planet, continuing to write their own adventure legend. Chapter 4. In the depths of a distant universe, there lies a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. Here, mountains sing, rivers dance, and plants communicate with people. All of this is just the beginning of the adventure for the brave explorer Jack. Jack is a fearless adventurer from Earth, and with his worn but resilient spaceship, he traverses countless star systems, eventually arriving at Samstar. The moment he steps onto this land, a magical force draws him deeper into Samstar. In a vibrant forest, Jack encounters a talking fairy. The fairy tells him that the core of Samstar hides a great secret that only the bravest and wisest can unveil. Without hesitation, Jack decides to pursue this secret. He follows a stream flowing with colorful light, traversing a misty valley, and finally arrives at the foot of a towering mountain. The mountain is steep and treacherous, as if rejecting all visitors, but Jack's determination never wavers. He begins to climb, each step filled with danger. Suddenly, a fierce wind strikes, nearly blowing him off the cliff. But Jack clings tightly to the crevices of the rocks, stabilizing himself. When he finally reaches the summit, he is stunned by the sight before him. A gigantic crystal palace stands proudly, emanating a mysterious glow. Jack cautiously enters the palace, which is empty, save for an ancient book floating in the air. When Jack reaches out to touch the book, a powerful force pulls him into an unknown space. In this space, time and space lose their meaning, and Jack seems to witness the past and future of Samstar. He sees an evil sorcerer who once tried to control the power of Samstar, plunging the planet into chaos. He also sees a future where Samstar, under the protection of a group of brave souls, becomes more beautiful and prosperous. Jack understands his mission. He must stop potential disasters and protect this magical planet. When he is released from the space, he leaves the palace with a steadfast belief. However, a greater challenge awaits him. The evil sorcerer has sensed Jack's actions and sends countless dark creatures to stop him. But Jack is undaunted. With courage and wisdom, he repeatedly defeats his enemies. In the end, Jack successfully guards the secrets of Samstar, becoming a legendary hero of the planet. His name will forever be remembered on this whimsical planet, inspiring more adventurers to forge ahead and explore the unknown world. Legend of Samstar 3 Chapter 5. In the depths of a distant universe, there lies a mysterious and fantastical Samstar. Our protagonist, Ike, a brave and fearless adventurer, stands on this unknown land, ready to embark on a new journey. With a backpack on her back, Ike gazes firmly at the mist-covered forest ahead. According to legend, this forest hides a mysterious gem that can grant any wish. Ike takes a deep breath and resolutely steps into this realm filled with uncertainty. In the forest, gigantic vines intertwine like giant pythons, and strange flowers bloom with brilliant yet eerie light. Ike cautiously advanced when suddenly, a gigantic, colorful bird swooped over his head, bringing a gust of wind. Ike had to grab onto a nearby tree trunk to steady himself. As he delved deeper, he discovered an ancient temple. The walls of the temple were covered with mysterious symbols and patterns, as if telling an ancient story. Just as Ike was about to study them closely, a deep roar echoed from within the temple. A massive, three-headed beast slowly emerged from the darkness, each head breathing fire. Ike did not retreat. He quickly drew the sword at his waist and engaged in a thrilling battle with the beast. The sword light flickered, flames danced, and Ike, with his agile skills and strong will, dodged the beast's attacks time and again, striking back at the right moment. After an intense fight, Ike finally discovered the beast's weakness and defeated it in one blow. In the moment the beast fell, a strange light shone from the temple, and Ike followed the light to find a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber lay a dazzling gem, the legendary mysterious gem said to grant wishes. However, when Ike reached for the gem, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. Only those with justice and kindness in their hearts can truly possess the power of this gem. Ike knew that his initial intention for this adventure was to help the people of Samstar live better lives. And he firmly replied, "I will use this power to benefit all beings." As soon as he spoke, the gem transformed into a beam of light and merged into Ike's body. Ike emerged from the temple with the power of the gem, determined to bring peace and prosperity to Samstar. His adventure was far from over. New challenges and miracles awaited his discovery. Chapter 6. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with astonishing wonders and unknown dangers. Our protagonist, the brave and fearless explorer Ike, received a mysterious letter mentioning a powerful artifact hidden deep within Samstar that could change the fate of the entire universe. Without hesitation, Ike set off on his journey to Samstar. When Ike landed on Samstar, he was awestruck by the sights before him. Gigantic mushroom-like plants towered into the clouds, colorful birds soared in the sky, and rivers sparkled with light flowed across the ground. But Ike had no time to admire the beauty. With firm resolve, he headed toward the rumored location of the artifact. Along the way, Ike encountered various strange creatures. There were fire-breathing lizards, giant beasts that could become invisible, and fairies that could manipulate plants to attack. However, with his wisdom and courage, Ike repeatedly turned danger into safety. In a dense forest, Ike stumbled upon a massive labyrinth. The walls of the labyrinth shifted continuously, and the paths were always changing. Ike lost his way, and his food and water were about to run out. Just as he felt despair, he discovered some mysterious symbols on the walls. After careful study, he deciphered the secrets of the symbols and found the way out of the labyrinth. Finally, Ike arrived at the cave where the artifact was located. Mysterious light filled the cave, and ancient writings covered the walls. As he approached the artifact, a powerful force pushed him back. It turned out that to obtain the artifact, he had to pass 3 trials. The first trial was courage. Ike had to face his deepest fears. In a hallucination, he saw his past failures, and painful memories surged like a tide. But Ike gritted his teeth, overcame his fears, and passed the first trial. The second trial was wisdom. Ike needed to solve a complex puzzle involving the history of Samstar and the mysteries of the universe. Ike pondered deeply and finally found the answer. The last trial was kindness. Ike had to rescue a small animal trapped in a trap. Without hesitation, Ike extended his hand and successfully freed the creature. After passing all 3 trials, the artifact recognized Ike and fell into his hands. However, just as Ike was about to leave Samstar, a group of evil extraterrestrial beings appeared, attempting to seize the artifact. Ike engaged in a fierce battle with them. At a critical moment in the fight, Ike unleashed the power of the artifact. A beam of light flashed, and all the evil extraterrestrial beings were eliminated. Ike set off on his journey home with the artifact, knowing that his adventure was just beginning and that the legend of Samstar would continue to unfold. The Legend of Samstar. Part 4, Chapter 7. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical Samstar. This planet is filled with astonishing wonders and unimaginable dangers. Our protagonist, the brave and fearless explorer Ike, once again set foot on this land of the unknown. Clad in a specially designed interstellar exploration suit and carrying a backpack filled with various high-tech tools and emergency supplies, Ike landed in a dense forest where the trees towered as if they were reaching for the sky, and the leaves shimmered with strange light. He proceeded cautiously when suddenly he heard a low growl. Following the sound, he saw a gigantic 2-headed beast glaring at him. The creature's body was like a small mountain, with each head breathing fire. Ike showed no signs of retreat. He quickly took out an energy sword from his backpack, its blade shining with blue light. He skillfully dodged the beast's attacks, waited for the right moment, leaped up, and swung the sword at one of the beast's heads. The beast roared in pain and anger, launching even more frenzied attacks. During the intense battle, Ike discovered the beast's weakness was its abdomen. Summoning all his strength, he leaped onto the beast's back and quickly stabbed toward its belly. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, and Ike successfully defeated this formidable foe. Continuing forward, Ike arrived at an ancient castle. The castle's gate was tightly shut, but mysterious energy waves permeated the area. Using his wisdom, Ike solved the castle's puzzle, and the gate slowly opened. Inside the castle were various traps and mechanisms, and Ike, with his agile skills and calm mind, navigated through them one by one. Deep within the castle, he discovered a mysterious ancient book that contained the secrets of Samstar and the location of its treasures. However, just as he was about to leave the castle, its powerful owner, a sorcerer, appeared. The sorcerer attempted to stop Ike from taking the ancient book, leading to a duel of magic and technology. Ike used his high-tech equipment to fend off the sorcerer's magical attacks. After a thrilling battle, Ike finally managed to escape the sorcerer's grasp, leaving the castle with the ancient book. Ike's adventure continued. He knew that in this mysterious Samstar, there were more challenges and surprises waiting for him. He would bravely move forward, uncovering all the secrets of Samstar. Chapter 8. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. Jack is a brave and fearless explorer, piloting his starship through the vast universe, seeking the secrets of Samstar. This time, his ship landed in an untouched area of Samstar. Here, gigantic mushroom-like plants towered into the clouds, emitting colorful light, as if they were a gateway to another world. Jack cautiously stepped forward, and the grass beneath his feet felt like soft silk, rippling with light with every step he took. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged, resembling an ancient song being sung. Following the sound, Jack came upon a massive crystal cave. Inside the cave, countless crystals sparkled with mysterious light, as if telling ancient stories. Deep within the cave, Jack discovered an ancient scroll. When he gently touched the scroll, a powerful force enveloped him, pulling him into an illusory space. In this space, Jack saw the past of Samstar. It turned out that Samstar was once a highly developed civilization, but a terrible disaster plunged everything into silence. That mysterious force was the residual power of civilization, waiting for someone destined to restart the glory of Samstar. Jack was determined to take on this heavy responsibility and began searching for a way to restart the civilization. During his journey, he met Ellie, a native of Samstar with magical abilities. Ellie could communicate with the elements of the planet, and with her help, Jack gradually understood the ecology and energy patterns of Samstar. After countless attempts and challenges, Jack finally found the key to restarting the civilization. When light illuminated every corner of Samstar again, ancient buildings were revitalized, and mysterious creatures awakened from their slumber. However, a new crisis quietly approached. A dark force from the depths of the universe coveted the power of Samstar, attempting to destroy this newly revived planet once more. Jack and Ellie led the residents of Samstar in a fierce resistance. In the intense battle, Jack displayed incredible courage and wisdom, repeatedly repelling the attacks of the dark forces. In the end, under Jack's protection, Samstar welcomed eternal peace and prosperity. Jack's name became part of the legend of Samstar, forever remembered. Chapter 9. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical Samstar. According to legend, this planet hides endless treasures and powerful mysterious forces. The brave and fearless explorer Ike had always longed for the legend of Samstar. Finally, he embarked on an adventurous journey to Samstar. When Ike's spaceship landed on Samstar, he was stunned by the sight before him. The plants here shimmered with strange light. Enormous mushrooms towered like houses, and colorful vines intertwined, forming a dreamlike world. Ike cautiously explored forward and suddenly heard a melodious song. Following the sound, he discovered a clear lake with a mysterious island at its center, from which the song emanated. Ike decided to swim over to investigate. Upon reaching the island, he saw a beautiful fairy with wings shimmering in colorful light. The fairy told Ike that only by passing 3 trials could he obtain the treasure and mysterious powers of Samstar. The first trial was to traverse a forest filled with magical traps. With agile skills and clever thinking, Ike skillfully avoided various traps, including branches that suddenly stretched out and mist that could put people to sleep. The second trial was to solve an ancient riddle. In a mysterious castle, Ike faced complex symbols and patterns on the walls, pondering deeply. He finally discovered an old diary in a corner of the castle, which contained the key clues to successfully solve the riddle. The last trial was to defeat a fierce giant beast. The beast was enormous and incredibly strong, but Ike was undaunted. He used the surrounding environment to outmaneuver the beast and eventually found its weakness, defeating it in one blow. Having completed the trials, Ike received mysterious powers and discovered that this power could grant him one wish. Ike chose not to seek personal gain, but wished for Samstar to always retain its beauty and mystery. As Ike prepared to leave Samstar with a heart full of memories, he knew this adventure would become the most precious experience of his life, and the legend of Samstar would continue to be passed down through the universe. Chapter 10. In the distant depths of the universe, There is a mysterious and wondrous planet, Samstar. Our protagonist Jack, a brave and fearless boy full of humor, embarked on a new adventure journey once again. Jack and his friends heard that deep within Samstar hid a mysterious treasure, said to possess magical powers capable of granting any wish. This news spread like wildfire across Samstar, stirring Jack's curious and adventurous heart. Hey guys, we can't miss this opportunity. We might find the treasure and fulfill my wish for endless ice cream, Jack said with a twinkle in his eye, grinning at his friends. Everyone eagerly responded, and they formed a lively adventure team. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, where branches playfully snagged their clothes. They crossed rushing rivers, almost swept away by the current. Wow, this river is so enthusiastic. It nearly gave me a free bath, Jack joked while wringing out his soaked clothes. After much effort, they arrived at the foot of a high mountain, the steep peak intimidating them. But this didn't daunt our adventure team. Don't be afraid. Let's use our hands and feet. We can definitely climb up, Jack encouraged everyone. Just as they were climbing hard, a group of giant birds suddenly appeared, attacking them relentlessly. Oh no! Do these birds think we're invaders? Jack dodged left and right, not forgetting to make jokes. After an intense battle, they finally shook off the birds' pursuit and successfully reached the mountaintop. However, what awaited them was not treasure, but a gigantic maze. This is an interesting challenge. Let's see who can get out of this maze first. Jack's eyes sparkled with excitement. Inside the maze, they encountered various mechanisms and traps, but with their wisdom and courage, and Jack's occasional humorous remarks easing the tension, they moved forward step by step. Finally, deep within the maze, they discovered a treasure chest shining with strange light. Wow! Could this be the treasure we've been dreaming of? Jack eagerly opened the chest, only to find a note inside that read, "The true treasure is the courage and friendship you've had along the way." Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Although there are no gold and silver treasures, this adventure itself is the most valuable treasure, Jack said with a smile. They set off on their journey home, filled with memories and gains, while the legendary story of Samstar continued. Chapter 11. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical planet, Samstar. The protagonist, Ike, is a brave and fearless boy full of curiosity. One day, Ike accidentally discovered a legend about the mysterious treasure of Samstar in an ancient book. It is said that this treasure possesses magical powers that can grant any wish. Ike decided to embark on an adventure to find the treasure. He traversed dense jungles, where the trees spoke, telling Ike ancient stories and guiding him forward. Next, Ike arrived at a vast desert. Strange storms often swept through the desert, shimmering with colorful lights, as if warning of mysterious powers. But Ike did not back down. With his strong will and wisdom, he found an ancient map hidden deep in the desert. Following the map's directions, Ike arrived at the foot of a towering peak. The peak was steep and perilous, shrouded in mist. Ike climbed hard but accidentally slipped. Fortunately, he was rescued by a giant flying rabbit. The rabbit carried Ike to the top of the mountain, where Ike discovered a mysterious cave leading to the treasure. The cave was filled with strange light, and the walls were covered in ancient ruins. Ike cautiously moved forward when suddenly a group of mechanical beasts guarding the treasure awakened. They were massive and powerful. Ike was undaunted and engaged in an intense battle with the beasts. At a critical moment, Ike discovered the beasts' weakness and successfully defeated them. Finally, he stood before the treasure, a crystal ball shining with endless light. When Ike touched the crystal ball, a flash of light passed by, and he saw his hometown. It turned out that the power of the treasure was not to fulfill personal desires, but to make him realize that the most precious things had always been by his side. With this understanding, Ike set off on his way home. His adventure story spread across Samstar, inspiring every dreamer to bravely pursue their own treasures. Chapter 12. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical Samstar. This is a world filled with endless wonders and dangers. Our protagonist, Ike, is a brave and fearless young boy. He lives in a quiet little village but yearns to explore the unknown world. One day, Ike accidentally discovered an ancient book that recorded the legend of a mysterious treasure on Samstar. This legend instantly ignited the fire of adventure in his heart. Ike decided to embark on a journey to find the treasure. He crossed dense forests, where the trees seemed to have their own thoughts, communicating with him and guiding him forward. At the end of the forest was a vast desert, with the scorching sun nearly baking him dry. But Ike did not give up. With his strong will, he finally made it out of the desert. Next, he arrived at the foot of a towering peak that reached into the clouds. The peak was steep and perilous, shrouded in mist. Ike gathered his courage and began to climb. During the climb, he encountered fierce bird attacks. But he cleverly used the surrounding environment to evade the attacks and ultimately reached the summit. From the top of the mountain, Ike saw a mysterious castle hidden in the valley. The castle's gate was tightly closed, surrounded by strange light. Ike cautiously approached, and the gate slowly opened, drawing him in with a powerful force. Inside the castle, there were all kinds of magical mechanisms and traps. With his wisdom and courage, Ike repeatedly turned danger into safety. Deep within the castle, he finally found the legendary treasure. However, just as he was about to take the treasure, the castle's guardian appeared. The guardian was a gigantic mechanical beast, possessing immense power and solid defenses. Ike engaged in a thrilling battle with the beast. After a fierce struggle, Ike discovered the beast's weakness. He concentrated all his strength and launched a final attack, successfully defeating the beast. With the treasure in hand, Ike set off on his journey home. His adventure story became a legend on Samstar, inspiring people. Ike also realized that true treasure is not just those precious items, but also the courage, wisdom, and growth gained through adventure. Legend of Samstar 7 Chapter 13 In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical Samstar. This planet is filled with unimaginable wonders and dangers. Our protagonist, Ike, is a brave, fearless, and curious boy. One day, Ike accidentally discovered a mysterious map in an ancient book, said to lead to a place on Samstar, hiding great treasures and mysterious powers. Ike decided to embark on this unknown adventure journey. Following the map's guidance, he traversed the dense magical forest. In the forest, gigantic mushrooms towered like houses, and colorful vines would talk to him, guiding him in the right direction. Next, he arrived at a scorching desert. The sand flowed, forming massive sand waves, and a moment of carelessness could lead to being buried. But with his cleverness and courage, Ike successfully found a way to cross the desert. Finally, Ike arrived at the mysterious place indicated by the map. There stood an ancient castle, its gate tightly shut, surrounded by mysterious light. Ike cautiously approached, and the gate slowly opened, drawing him in with a powerful force. Inside the castle, there were gems shimmering with strange light and ancient magical runes everywhere. Deep within the castle, Ike discovered a mysterious magic book. The moment he touched the book, it released a powerful energy, transporting him to an illusory space. In this space, Ike encountered an ancient elf. The elf told him that only by passing 3 trials could he obtain the treasure and mysterious powers here and save Samstar. The first trial was the test of courage. Ike had to face a fierce giant beast, which possessed the power to destroy everything. But Ike did not back down. He skillfully evaded the beast's attacks and found its weakness, ultimately defeating it. The second trial was the test of wisdom. Ike needed to solve a complex magical puzzle involving the history of Samstar and ancient magical knowledge. With his intelligence and experience gained from his adventures, Ike successfully solved the puzzle. The last trial was the test of the heart. Ike had to confront his inner fears and desires. Only by overcoming himself could he pass the trial. During this process, Ike recalled his adventurous experiences, remembered his original intention and mission, and ultimately overcame his inner demons. Ike successfully passed the 3 trials, obtaining the treasure and mysterious powers. He returned to Samstar with these powers, using them to protect the planet, ushering in a new era of peace and prosperity for Samstar. Ike's adventure story became a legend on Samstar, inspiring generations of young people to bravely pursue their dreams and explore the unknown world. Chapter 14 In the distant and mysterious Samstar. Ike wandered alone in a dark forest. The moonlight filtered through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows that could not dispel the eerie atmosphere lingering in the woods. Ike's heartbeat sounded particularly clear in the silence, and with every step, it seemed he could hear unknown whispers echoing in his ears. This forest had always been regarded as a forbidden place, rumored to hide countless terrifying secrets. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew by, causing Ike to shiver. He stopped, his gaze drawn to a twisted old tree ahead. The branches of the old tree stretched towards him like twisted arms. Just then, a crow flew up from a branch, letting out a piercing cry. Ike held back his fear and continued forward. The ground beneath his feet became soft, seeming to hide some danger. When he lifted his foot, he found the sole of his shoe covered in black slime, emitting a pungent odor. Not knowing how long he had walked, Ike came to a huge cave. Deep within the cave came low, rumbling growls, as if a massive creature lurked within. Ike hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to enter the cave. The cave was filled with thick mist, and Ike could only feel his way forward. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the darkness. He turned abruptly, but saw nothing. When he turned back again, a gigantic figure appeared before him. It was a monster he had never seen before, massive in size, covered in sharp spikes, with eyes flashing a strange light. Terrified, Ike wanted to run but found his legs weighed down as if heavy with lead, unable to move. The monster slowly approached him, exhaling hot breath. At that critical moment, Ike discovered the monster's weakness. He gathered his courage, picked up a stone nearby, and struck at the monster's weak point with all his might. The monster let out a painful roar and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ike escaped the cave and ran desperately until he could run no more, collapsing on the ground. When the dawn light fell on Sam Star, Ike realized that the terrifying night he had experienced was just the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious planet. His adventure was far from over. Legend of Sam Star 8 Chapter 15 In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical Sam Star. This planet is filled with astonishing wonders and unknown dangers. Our protagonist, the brave and fearless explorer Ike, sets off on a new journey with his companions. They traverse dense jungles where the trees seem to possess their own will, communicating with them and guiding them along their path. At the end of the jungle lies an expansive desert. The scorching sun shines mercilessly, and sand grains dance in the wind, forming enchanting yet dangerous whirlpools. Ike and his companions must tread carefully to avoid being swallowed by quicksand. Suddenly, a flock of gigantic birds appears in the sky, their feathers shimmering with an unusual light. These birds seem curious about Ike and his friends, circling around them. Ike keenly realizes that these birds might be the key to crossing the desert. After some effortful communication, the birds agree to lead them through the desert. With the help of the birds, they soon arrive at an ancient castle. The walls of the castle are engraved with mysterious symbols and patterns, as if telling long-forgotten stories. As they enter the castle, a mysterious aura envelopes them. In the center of the hall stands a massive crystal ball, glowing with strange light. When Ike approaches the crystal ball, a powerful force pulls him inside. He finds himself in a world filled with magic, where the scenery constantly changes. He witnesses the rise and fall of ancient civilizations, and the birth and destruction of stars. In this magical world, Ike explores relentlessly, striving to find a way back to reality. After a series of arduous trials and challenges, Ike finally uncovers the secret of the crystal ball. With his unwavering will and wisdom, he successfully breaks free from the magical confines and returns to his companions, carrying precious knowledge and experience. However, their adventure is far from over. Deep within the castle, there seems to be greater secrets and dangers waiting for them to uncover and face. Chapter 16 In the distant depths of the universe lies a mysterious and fantastical planet, Sam Star. In this world full of wonders and unknowns, Ike's adventure is about to unfold. Ike is a brave and fearless boy, filled with curiosity. One day, he accidentally discovers a mysterious portal in his backyard, emitting strange light. Driven by intense curiosity, Ike steps into the portal without hesitation. As he passes through, he finds himself in a strange and beautiful forest. Towering trees stretch toward the sky, their branches and leaves weaving a green canopy, with sunlight filtering through the gaps to create patches of golden light. Ike excitedly explores this new world, unaware that danger is quietly approaching. Suddenly, a giant spider descends from a tree, lunging at Ike with its claws. Terrified, Ike quickly calms himself and engages in a fierce battle with the spider using nearby branches and stones. After a tough fight, Ike successfully fends off the spider. Continuing on, Ike encounters a mysterious old man. The old man tells him that to leave the forest, he must find the legendary magic gem. Ike accepts this challenge without hesitation and embarks on a quest to find the gem. Along the way, Ike crosses rushing rivers, climbs steep mountains, and faces fierce beasts. Yet he never gives up, advancing step by step towards his goal with unwavering faith and courage. Finally, Ike arrives at the entrance of an ancient cave. A mysterious aura fills the cave as Ike cautiously enters. Deep within, he discovers a shining treasure chest, and inside lies the magic gem he has long desired. However, just as Ike grabs the gem, the cave begins to shake violently, and countless stones fall from above. Ike desperately runs outside, and just as he is about to be buried in the cave, he uses the power of the gem to successfully teleport back to his backyard. This adventure makes Ike stronger and braver, knowing that on Sam Star, more unknowns await his exploration. He is now ready to face every challenge that the future holds. Legend of Sam Chapter 9 Chapter 17 When the dawn light shines on Sam Star, Ike realizes that the terrifying night he experienced was just the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious planet, and his adventure is far from over. Ike is a brave and fearless interstellar explorer, traveling alone in his spaceship through the vast universe. An accident forces his ship to land on the mysterious Sam Star. As night falls, a strange fog envelopes the jungle of Sam Star. Ike cautiously makes his way forward, tightly gripping a laser gun in case of emergencies. Suddenly, a chilling wind howls past, seemingly mixed with faint cries. Ike's heart races as he vigilantly observes his surroundings. In the dim moonlight, Ike sees an ancient castle ahead. The castle's doors are tightly shut, yet an invisible force draws him closer. When he touches the door, it slowly opens, and a wave of decaying air rushes toward him. Ike enters the castle, where a massive stone coffin stands in the center of the hall. Unable to resist, he approaches for a closer look. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin flies off, and a monster radiating a ghostly blue light sits up inside. The monster's eyes burn like flames, and it exhales a cloud of black smoke. Terrified, Ike quickly raises his laser gun and fires, but the laser beams have no effect on the monster. The creature lunges at Ike with its long claws. Ike desperately dodges, fleeing throughout the castle. In the process of escaping, Ike discovers a yellow diary. He hastily flips it open, revealing secrets about the monster. It was sealed here by an evil sorcerer, and only by finding the magical crystal deep within the castle can it be defeated. Gathering his courage, Ike delves deeper into the castle in search of the crystal. In a dark corner, he finally finds the magical crystal glowing with mysterious light. Just as he picks up the crystal, the monster appears behind him. Ike turns around, firmly clutching the crystal, filled with courage. He aims the crystal at the monster, and a powerful beam of light shoots out, causing the monster to gradually dissipate amidst its painful howls. However, just when Ike thinks everything is over, the castle begins to shake violently, and massive cracks appear in the ground. Ike desperately escapes the castle, only to find the entire Samstar plunged into chaos. Giant plants begin to grow wildly, devouring everything around them. Strange whirlpools appear in the sky as if trying to swallow the entire planet. Ike realizes that the horrors of that night are just the beginning. He must quickly find a way to leave this planet, or he will be trapped here forever, facing endless unknown fears. Chapter 18. Ike slowly awakens from unconsciousness, finding himself on a strange and peculiar planet. Surrounding him is a dazzling expanse of purple vegetation, and enormous flowers bloom with light, as if speaking a mysterious language. Colorful star clouds flicker in the sky, dreamlike and surreal. Ike struggles to recall what happened before. He was a member of an interstellar exploration team, and while passing through a wormhole, he encountered a powerful energy surge, after which he lost consciousness. Realizing that the terror of that night was just the beginning, he knows he must quickly find a way to leave this planet, or he will be trapped here forever, facing endless unknown fears. Ike stands up and begins to explore this mysterious world. He discovers that the gravity here seems much lighter than on Earth, making each step feel like a leap. As he moves forward, he encounters a butterfly the size of a horse, its wings shimmering with a metallic sheen. Ike approached cautiously, trying to communicate with it, but the butterfly suddenly flew away, leaving Ike at a loss. Continuing forward, Ike arrived at a river flowing with silver liquid. Curiously, he reached out to touch it, and the liquid instantly wrapped around his hand, forming a transparent glove. Just as he was astonished, a gigantic fish-like creature suddenly leaped out of the river. Covered in gem-like scales, it opened its wide mouth and lunged at Ike. Ike dodged desperately, but accidentally fell into a nearby cave. The cave was filled with an eerie glow, and the walls were embedded with various strange crystal icons. Ike groped his way through the cave, when he suddenly heard a low growl. He nervously stopped, and a massive furry creature emerged from the darkness. It had 3 eyes and breathed blue flames. Terrified, Ike turned and ran deeper into the cave. During his escape, Ike discovered a hidden passage. At the end of the passage was a huge laboratory filled with various strange instruments and equipment. Ike searched for useful clues and finally found an ancient diary. The diary recorded that this planet was once home to a highly advanced civilization, but due to a terrible disaster, the civilization perished, and the planet fell into chaos. Ike realized that to leave this planet, he must find a way to activate the ancient spaceship. Following the clues in the diary, he found the spaceship's control panel deep in the laboratory. However, the control panel was missing a crucial part. Ike decided to embark on another adventure to find the part that could save him. On this planet filled with unknowns and dangers, whether Ike could find the part and successfully leave, or be forever trapped here, remained uncertain. Chapter 19. In the distant depths of the universe, there was a mysterious and unknown planet. Ike, a brave and fearless adventurer, was forced to land on this planet due to a sudden interstellar storm. Ike crawled out of the damaged spaceship, looking at the strange and unfamiliar sights around him, filled with anxiety and anticipation. On this planet, gigantic mushroom-shaped plants towered into the clouds, colorful birds traced strange trajectories in the sky, and shimmering liquid flowed on the ground. Ike knew that to leave this planet, he had to find the key part that was missing from his spaceship. He shouldered his remaining gear and began this adventure full of uncertainties. He walked along a winding path, where strange sounds occasionally came from the grass beside him. Suddenly, a giant mechanical spider sprang out of the shadows, lunging at him with its sharp claws. Ike deftly dodged and engaged in an intense battle with the spider using his laser gun. Eventually, he successfully defeated the spider and continued on. In a mysterious forest, Ike discovered an ancient castle. The castle door was tightly shut, but it emanated a mysterious energy wave. Ike approached cautiously, and the door slowly opened, pulling him in with a powerful suction. Inside the castle, there were complex mechanisms and puzzles everywhere. Using his intelligence and courage, Ike gradually solved the puzzles and passed through many challenges. Deep inside the castle, he found a huge treasure vault filled with various precious items. But it did not contain the part he needed. Disappointed, Ike left the castle and continued to explore the planet. He crossed a scorching desert and climbed a cold, snow-capped mountain, never giving up hope of finding the part. One day, Ike came to the entrance of a mysterious cave. Thick fog filled the cave, and a low growl could be faintly heard. Ike hesitated for a moment, but decided to enter the cave. Deep inside, he discovered a sleeping giant beast. Beside the beast was the part he had longed for. However, just as Ike reached out to grab the part, the giant beast suddenly awoke and lunged at him with its massive mouth. Ike quickly grabbed his weapon and engaged in a deadly battle with the beast. After an intense fight, Ike finally defeated the giant beast and obtained the part. He excitedly ran back to the spaceship, installed the part, and activated the ship. With the roar of the engine, the spaceship slowly ascended. Ike looked at the planet gradually receding in the distance, filled with emotion. On this planet filled with unknowns and dangers, he had faced countless challenges and difficulties, but ultimately, with unwavering faith and courage, he successfully left. Ike's adventure continued, knowing that more unknowns awaited him in the universe. Chapter 20. In the distant future, the world was enveloped by the light of technology, and humanity had long since broken free from the constraints of Earth, venturing into the vast universe. Ike, a courageous and curious boy, lived in a bustling interstellar city. One day, Ike stumbled upon an ancient spaceship in an abandoned warehouse. The spaceship had a peculiar shape, as if it came from a mysterious ancient era. Ike's adventurous spirit ignited, and he decided to repair the spaceship and embark on an unknown journey. After months of effort, the spaceship was finally refurbished. Ike set off with a simple backpack, beginning this journey of interstellar adventure filled with uncertainties. He traversed colorful nebulae, witnessing the birth and destruction of stars. On a blue planet, Ike encountered a group of creatures with magical powers. They could manipulate elements and summon rain. Ike communicated with them and learned much about cosmic energy. Continuing onward, Ike arrived at a star system shrouded in darkness. The planets here seemed cursed, exuding an eerie atmosphere. While exploring one of the planets, Ike accidentally triggered an ancient mechanism, releasing a swarm of evil mechanical creatures. They attacked Ike frantically, trying to stop him from leaving. But with wit and courage, Ike successfully evaded their pursuit. During his journey, Ike met a girl named Lily. Lily came from a distant planet and was also a brave adventurer. The two joined forces, facing many difficulties and challenges together. They arrived at a planet filled with magic, where plants could talk and animals could shapeshift. Ike and Lily helped a trapped fairy on this magical world, and in return, the fairy gifted them a mysterious crystal said to possess great power. However, their actions attracted the attention of dark forces. A group of evil interstellar pirates set their sights on them, attempting to seize the crystal. In an intense battle, Ike and Lily cleverly used the crystal's power to defeat the pirates. In this mysterious star system, Ike gained knowledge and friendship. However, he knew that new adventures awaited him ahead. He boarded the ship once more, heading toward even more distant unknowns. Chapter 21. Ike's adventure continued, and he knew that more unknowns awaited him in the universe. Ike piloted his uniquely shaped spaceship, racing through the vast starry sky. This spaceship was modified by him, combining various mysterious technologies and magical powers. At this moment, he was heading toward a legendary mysterious star system. During the long journey, Ike encountered a sudden meteor shower. The meteors came rushing toward the spaceship like burning fireballs. Ike skillfully maneuvered the ship, dodging left and right, narrowly escaping danger. However, a massive meteor grazed the side of the ship, causing a failure in the propulsion system. Ike had to make an emergency landing on an unfamiliar planet. On this planet, there were strange plants and gigantic insects everywhere. Ike cautiously stepped out of the spaceship, starting to look for materials to repair it. During his exploration, Ek discovered an ancient ruin hidden deep in the jungle. The walls of the ruin were covered with mysterious symbols and patterns, as if telling ancient stories. With his wisdom and courage, Ek solved the puzzles within the ruin and entered a mysterious chamber. Inside the chamber, he found a crystal radiating powerful energy. He realized that this crystal might be able to repair the spaceship's power system. However, just as he was about to pick up the crystal, a gigantic mechanical monster lunged out of the shadows and attacked him. Unafraid, Ek engaged in an intense battle with the monster. He cleverly dodged the monster's attacks using the surrounding environment while searching for its weakness. After a fierce struggle, Ek finally discovered the monster's energy core and defeated it. With the crystal in hand, Ek returned to the spaceship. After some effort, he successfully repaired the spaceship's power system. When the spaceship took off again, Ek continued his journey toward the target star system. Finally, he reached the mysterious star system. The planets here shimmered with strange lights, like a dreamlike wonderland in the universe. Ek landed on one of the planets and discovered that the residents possessed unimaginable technology and magical powers. They warmly welcomed Ek and shared many secrets of the universe with him. Chapter 22. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and eerie planet called Samstar. Everything here is beyond imagination, with diverse life forms and rules that are completely different from Earth. In this strange world, there is a boy named Ek who will experience a terrifying and whimsical adventure. Ek lives in a small town on the edge of Samstar, and he was born with the ability to see supernatural beings. One night, the town was suddenly shrouded in a layer of eerie black mist. From the mist came chilling screams. Ek's friends disappeared in the panic, and he decided to step forward to uncover the truth. Ek followed the direction of the spreading black mist and arrived at an abandoned ancient castle on the outskirts of the town. The castle's door was covered with strange runes, as if telling an ancient curse. As soon as he stepped inside, the door slammed shut, and in the darkness, countless pairs of green eyes flickered. It turned out to be a group of bat-like monsters with human faces, emitting sharp cries as they lunged at Ek. Using his agility, Ek dodged the monsters' attacks and finally escaped their pursuit. Continuing deeper into the castle, Ek discovered a huge basement. Inside the basement were several coffins, each marked with a number, and one coffin clearly bore the number 24. As he approached this coffin, the lid slowly opened, and a ghost radiating a ghostly light sat up. The ghost's voice was deep and eerie. "You should not be here. Samstar will fall into endless darkness." Unafraid, Ek questioned the ghost about the whereabouts of his friends. The ghost sneered, saying that if Ek could solve the puzzles in the castle, he would reveal the answer. Thus, Ek began searching for clues within the castle. He found some strange symbols on the walls, and after some contemplation, he deciphered the puzzle and opened a hidden door. Behind the door was a strange space where time seemed to stand still, and his friends were trapped in transparent bubbles. In the center of the space was a massive black vortex that constantly devoured the surrounding energy. Ek realized that this was the source of the black mist enveloping the town. Gathering his courage, Ek charged toward the black vortex. In his struggle against the vortex, the hidden power within him was awakened. He gathered light in his hands and engaged in a fierce battle with the vortex. After a tough fight, Ek finally defeated the black vortex, resolving the town's crisis. The ghost also kept its promise and vanished into the air. Ek brought his friends back to the town, and sunlight shone once again on this land. From then on, Ek became the hero of the town, and his terrifying adventure on Samstar became a whimsical legend passed down through generations. Chapter 23. The Legend of Samstar. Part 12. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and strange planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with all kinds of unimaginable creatures and landscapes, and today's story begins with a boy named Ek from Samstar. Ek is a unique child whose body flows with a special energy that grants him the ability to control elements. Elemental controllers are extremely rare on Samstar, and Ek's ability is even more unique as he can control water, fire, earth, and wind simultaneously. One day, the sky of Samstar was suddenly shrouded in eerie darkness. The legendary evil force, the Shadow Clan, had finally returned. Wherever the Shadow Clan went, life was devastated, and they aimed to turn Samstar into a dark world. Seeing his hometown suffer such disaster, a strong fighting spirit ignited within Ek, and he decided to step forward to save Samstar. Ek set off on a journey to find allies. He first arrived at the Water Tribe, where the people excelled at controlling water flows. Ek demonstrated his water element control ability, winning the trust of the tribe's chief, who sent a team of elite water element warriors to accompany Ek. Next, Ek went to the Fire Valley, fighting alongside the fire warriors with his fire element abilities, earning their recognition, and the fire warriors joined his team. After gathering the support of the earth giants and wind fairies, Ek led an alliance of different elemental controllers toward the Shadow Clan's lair. When they reached the Shadow Clan's territory, a thrilling battle broke out. The leader of the Shadow Clan wielded powerful dark magic, releasing waves of black energy in an attempt to overwhelm Ek and his allies. Unafraid, Ek focused his mind and fused the powers of the four elements, forming a colorful shield to withstand the attacks of the dark energy waves. Then, he commanded the alliance to launch a counterattack. The water element warriors created massive waves. The fire warriors unleashed scorching flames, the earth giants hurled enormous boulders, and the wind fairies disrupted the Shadow Clan's formations with fierce winds. In the midst of the intense battle, Ek gradually discovered the Shadow Clan leader's weakness. Taking advantage of the leader's distraction caused by the alliance's attacks, he concentrated all his elemental powers and delivered a fatal blow to the leader. A dazzling light flashed, and the leader of the Shadow Clan was defeated, causing the darkness to dissipate. Samstar was restored to light, and Ek became the hero of the planet. With his courage and strength, he protected his hometown and created a legend for Samstar. His story would be passed down through generations, inspiring more young people to bravely face challenges. Chapter 24. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. Everything here is beyond imagination, with strange creatures roaming and technology intertwined with magic. Our story revolves around a boy named Ek. Ek is a child from an ordinary family on Samstar, but he has an extraordinary dream to uncover the long-lost secrets of the starry treasure on Samstar. Legend has it that this treasure possesses the power to change the fate of the planet, attracting countless adventurers over the years, yet none have succeeded. One night, while observing the starry sky in his backyard, Ek saw a strange light streak across the sky and fall into a nearby valley. Unable to contain his curiosity, he decided to investigate. When he arrived, he found that the light emanated from a disk radiating a mysterious aura, covered in runes he had never seen before. The moment he reached out to touch the disk, a powerful force pulled him into an illusory space. In this space, an old voice echoed, "Ike, you have been chosen. The clues to the star treasure lie within the 24 mysterious places of Samstar. Gather the clues, and you will find it." After speaking, the voice disappeared, and Ike was sent back to reality. From that moment on, Ike embarked on a journey to find the 24 mysterious places. He encountered a giant talking mushroom monster and communicated with it using his wisdom, obtaining the first clue. In a moving desert, he relied on his exceptional sense of direction to find a mysterious cave hidden beneath the sand, acquiring the second clue. As the clues continued to increase, Ike's fame grew, attracting the covetous eyes of evil forces. An organization called Black Magic learned of his actions and sent assassins to hunt him down. In a fierce confrontation, Ike found himself in a desperate situation. Just as the assassin was about to strike, Ike suddenly noticed the environment around him changing. He had triggered the hidden mechanism of the mysterious place. Using the power of the mechanism, he successfully escaped from the assassin. After a long adventure, Ike finally gathered all 24 clues. These clues pointed to a place deep in the core of Samstar, guarded by an ancient seal. With courage and wisdom, Ike unlocked the seal and found the star treasure. However, the Black Magic organization also arrived, attempting to seize the treasure. A thrilling final battle ensued. Ike wielded the power of the treasure to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Black Magic organization. In the end, with unwavering belief and tenacious perseverance, he defeated the Black Magic organization, safeguarding the peace of Samstar. Ike became a hero of Samstar, and his legendary story was passed down through generations, inspiring countless youths to chase their dreams. Chapter 25. The Legend of Samstar 13. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious planet called Samstar. The creatures here are bizarre, and the level of technology is beyond imagination. In this strange world, there is a boy named Ike, who is about to embark on a whimsical legendary journey. Ike is an ordinary boy from Samstar, yet he harbors extraordinary dreams of exploring the unknown mysterious energies of the universe. One day, he discovered a clue in ancient texts, claiming that within the forbidden area of Samstar lies a mysterious power capable of altering the cosmic landscape. Ignoring the warnings of others, Ike resolutely set off on a quest for the mysterious power. The forbidden area was shrouded in a strange purple mist, with odd noises echoing within. Ike cautiously advanced when suddenly, a group of winged mechanical beasts swooped down from the sky. These mechanical beasts were incredibly fast, with sharp claws glinting ominously. Ike quickly activated his energy shield while drawing out his energy gun to shoot at the mechanical beasts. In the intense battle, Ike skillfully dodged their attacks and Seizing the opportunity, unleashed a powerful energy wave that repelled the mechanical beasts. Continuing deeper, Ike arrived at a vast underground cave. The cave sparkled with colorful lights, as if life were pulsating within. At the end of the cave, he discovered a mysterious crystal ball. As he approached, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a phantom image appeared before him. The image informed him that this crystal ball was an energy crystallization from the dawn of the universe, possessing boundless power but also accompanied by great danger. At that moment, evil cosmic pirates learned of Ike's discovery and arrived at the forbidden area. Attempting to seize the crystal ball, the pirates were well-equipped and heavily armed, leaving Ike in a dire situation. However, at this critical moment, Ike connected with the crystal ball through a mental link, sensing the power contained within it. He concentrated and channeled the crystal ball's energy into himself, instantly enveloping his body in a golden glow. Ike unleashed tremendous power, effortlessly neutralizing the pirates' attacks. Then, he launched a counterattack, shooting beams of energy from his hands, sending the pirates fleeing in disarray. Ultimately, the pirates escaped in a panic. Ike returned to Samstar with the crystal ball. He used the crystal ball's power to enhance the technological level of Samstar, making the planet more prosperous. He became a hero of Samstar, and his name spread throughout the universe, inspiring more people to explore the unknown and pursue their dreams. Ike knew that this was just the beginning of his legendary journey, and many more challenges awaited him in the future. Chapter 26. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious and strange planet, Samstar. This planet is home to extraordinary beings of various forms and abilities. Ike is a seemingly ordinary yet destined to be extraordinary presence on Samstar. He is small in stature, with sparkling, lively eyes, always observing everything around him with curiosity. One day, the core energy source of Samstar suddenly began to flicker unstably, enveloping the entire planet in a bizarre atmosphere. Various strange phenomena occurred one after another. Massive rocks floated in midair, and colorful lights raced chaotically through the sky. The elders were worried, knowing that this was a prelude to a great disaster. Ike decided to step forward to uncover the truth behind it all. He embarked on a journey filled with uncertainties, traversing the fiery lava fields, where the magma flowed as if alive, delving into the icy polar glaciers, where massive ice blocks threatened to collapse at any moment. During his journey, Ike encountered a mysterious elder. The elder told him that the root of this disaster came from an evil force beyond Samstar, which sought to seize the core energy of Samstar for their nefarious plot. To stop this disaster, 3 mysterious keys hidden throughout Samstar had to be found and inserted into specific positions of the core energy source. Ike showed no sign of retreat. Following the elder's guidance, he arrived at a mysterious forest. The trees in this forest had human faces, capable of speech and movement. Using his wisdom and courage, Ike communicated with the trees and ultimately obtained the first key. Next, he traveled to a desolate desert. Hidden within the desert were massive sandworms that would suddenly emerge from the ground, devouring anything that came near. Ike cleverly exploited the sandworm's habits to find the second key. When he sought the third key, he faced unprecedented challenges. This key was sealed within an ancient ruin, surrounded by various traps and mechanisms. Ike cautiously navigated through one mechanism after another. Just as he was about to retrieve the key, minions of the evil force appeared. They attempted to stop Ike, leading to a fierce battle. Utilizing the abilities he had honed during his journey, Ike ultimately defeated the enemies and obtained the third key. Ike returned to the core energy source with the 3 keys. He inserted the keys into the designated positions, and a brilliant light flashed as the core energy source stabilized, restoring vitality to Samstar. Ike became a hero of Samstar, and his name was celebrated, while his legendary story would forever resonate throughout the universe. Chapter 27. The Legend of Samstar 14. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and unimaginable technology, with every inch of land holding endless mysteries. Ike, a boy from a small town on the edge of Samstar, has light blue hair and lively purple eyes. From a young age, he was filled with curiosity about the universe, dreaming of one day exploring the world beyond Samstar. One day, Ike discovered an ancient time travel machine in an abandoned warehouse in his town. The machine appeared worn and dilapidated, but with his talent and love for technology, Ike managed to successfully activate it. A dazzling light flashed, and Ike was swept into a time vortex. When the light dissipated, Ike found himself in an unfamiliar star system. The stars here emit colorful glows, and the surfaces of the planets are covered with strange crystals that shimmer with a mysterious luster. Ike is extremely excited as he embarks on his interstellar adventure. However, danger soon follows. A group of terrifying interstellar pirates discovers Ike's shuttle and attempts to seize the ancient machine. Using his wit and bravery, Ike cleverly evades the pirates' pursuit. During the intense chase, he discovers a mysterious base hidden within an asteroid belt. Upon entering the base, Ike finds that it is actually the ruins of the ancient civilization of Samstar. In the ruins, he meets a mysterious old man. The old man tells Ike that he is the guardian of the Samstar civilization and has been waiting for a fated person to unlock the ultimate secret of Samstar. The old man gives Ike a shining key and tells him that this key can open the door to the core area of Samstar, where a power that can lead Samstar to glory is hidden. However, there are also evil forces coveting this power. With the key in hand, Ike pilots the shuttle back to Samstar. At this moment, the evil forces have learned of his arrival and dispatched a powerful army to intercept him. A thrilling battle unfolds in the skies above Samstar. Utilizing the agility of the shuttle and the mysterious power contained in the key, Ike repeatedly averts crises. Ultimately, he arrives at the core area of Samstar and opens the mysterious door. Behind the door is a dazzling light. Ike feels a powerful energy surge into his body. He uses this power to defeat the evil forces, restoring peace and prosperity to Samstar. Ike becomes the hero of Samstar, and his name is celebrated across the stars. His adventure story will forever be etched in the annals of Samstar's history. Chapter 28. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. Everything here is beyond imagination, with strange creatures roaming and bizarre phenomena occurring frequently. In the dark corners of this planet, a terrifying legend about 28, Ike, is passed down. Ike was originally an ordinary researcher on Samstar, obsessed with time and space studies, attempting to break the rules of the universe. During a secret experiment, he accidentally opened a portal to an unknown dimension. From the portal emerged an evil and terrifying force that instantly consumed the laboratory and changed Ike's fate. Ike's body began to twist and deform. His skin turned into black scales, and his eyes flickered with a strange red light. His consciousness was controlled by that evil force, transforming him into a terrifying monster known as 28. One day, a group of brave interstellar explorers arrived at Samstar. Hearing the legend of 28, they decided to unravel the mystery. Leading them was a young and courageous explorer named Jack, who guided his team deep into Ike's former laboratory ruins. As they stepped into the ruins, a chill enveloped them. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and they could faintly hear strange roaring sounds. Suddenly, a team member accidentally triggered an ancient mechanism, causing the ground to tremble violently, and many strange creatures crawled out from the ruins. These creatures were twisted in form, with sharp teeth, and they lunged at the team members. The team fought valiantly, but the number of creatures kept increasing, and they gradually fell into despair. At that moment, a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was Ike, now 28. His body radiated a powerful evil aura, and with each step, the ground trembled. Jack knew they were facing an unprecedented crisis. Summoning his courage, he raised his weapon and charged at 28. 28 let out an angry roar and swiped his enormous claws at Jack. Jack skillfully dodged while searching for 28's weakness. In the heat of battle, Jack noticed a core glowing with a strange light in 28's chest. That might be the source of the evil force controlling him. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped forward, aiming for the core. 28 howled in pain, his body beginning to shake violently. However, 28 was not so easily defeated. He swatted back, sending Jack flying. Just as 28 was about to attack again, the team members worked together, concentrating their fire on 28's core. Finally, under the powerful assault, the core shattered, and the evil force began to dissipate. Ike returned to his original form, but he was barely alive. With his last ounce of strength, he told Jack that the portal to the unknown dimension still existed and must be closed quickly, or a greater disaster would descend. Jack and his team took on this heavy responsibility, embarking on a new journey to find a way to close the portal and protect the safety of Samstar and the entire universe. The Legend of Samstar. Part 15, Chapter 29. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is colorful, inhabited by strange creatures and unimaginable technology. Area 29 of Samstar is a mysterious place shrouded in purple mist, where a unique creature named Ike lives. Ike resembles a giant dragonfly, but possesses human wisdom and emotions. His body glows with a deep blue light, and his wings are embedded with jewel-like crystals, producing melodious notes with each flap. Ike has a unique ability to communicate with the natural energies of the planet. One day, the alarm system of Samstar suddenly went off, A dark energy from deep space was approaching at an alarming speed. Wherever this dark energy went, the planet's vitality was devoured, and its creatures fell into a deep slumber. The elders of Samstar were extremely anxious and summoned all forces to resist, but to little effect. Upon hearing this news, Ike decided to step forward. He traversed the purple mist and arrived at the energy core of Samstar. Here, he felt the planet's most primal power. Ike closed his eyes, focused his mind, and established a close connection with the natural energy. His body began to emit an even stronger glow, and the crystals on his wings shone with strange brilliance. In the confrontation with the dark energy, Ike discovered that the source of the dark energy was a massive alien warship. This warship was constructed from an unknown metal and exuded an evil aura. Ike used his connection with the natural energy to summon the elemental forces of Samstar. In an instant, fierce winds howled, thunder rumbled, and flames blazed, with massive rocks rising from the ground. However, the dark energy was exceedingly powerful, and Ike's attacks could only temporarily slow its advance. Just when Ike felt overwhelmed, he suddenly thought of a whimsical plan. He decided to use the energy core of Samstar to create a gigantic energy vortex to suck the dark energy into it. Ike guided the natural energy, forming a huge vortex around the energy core. The vortex's pull grew stronger, and the dark energy began to be drawn in little by little. The alien warship was also being pulled by the vortex's power, teetering on the brink of collapse. But the dark energy seemed to sense the danger and began to retaliate frantically. Ike gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to maintain the vortex's operation. After a fierce struggle, Ike finally succeeded in sucking the dark energy and the alien warship into the energy vortex. Samstar regained its vitality, and the creatures awakened from their slumber. Ike became the hero of Samstar, and his name spread across the planet. From then on, Ike continued to guard Area 29 of Samstar, living in harmony with the natural energies and awaiting the next unknown challenge. Chapter 30. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with fantasy and horror, with various strange creatures roaming and mysterious forces swirling. Ike is an ordinary young man on Samstar, slender in build but possessing a brave and fearless heart. In the 30th era of Samstar, a terrifying disaster quietly descended. The legendary dark beast awakened from its slumber, leaving destruction in its wake, causing landslides and suffering to all living beings. The dark beast emitted a chilling aura, and each roar could shatter a person's soul. The village where Ike lived was not spared, shrouded in the shadow of the dark beast. The villagers were filled with fear and fled their homes. However, Ike made a remarkable decision to challenge the dark beast alone and save Samstar. He embarked on a perilous journey. Along the way, he encountered various fantastical and terrifying creatures. There were giant spiders with countless eyes hiding in dark caves, capturing prey with sticky webs, and fire-breathing giant lizards that navigated through molten lava, spewing flames capable of turning everything to ashes. But Ike was not daunted by these horrifying creatures. With his wisdom and courage, he repeatedly turned danger into safety. In a mysterious valley, Ike met an ancient sage. The sage told him that to defeat the dark beast, he must find 3 mysterious keys, hidden in the peaks of flame, the valley of ice, and the labyrinth of illusions. Ike set off without hesitation toward the peak of flame. On the peak, scalding lava flowed everywhere, the heat unbearable. With his tenacious will, Ike trudged through the lava and finally found the first key. Next, he ventured to the valley of ice. In the valley, fierce winds howled, and snow fell heavily. Ike's body was frozen stiff, but he did not give up and successfully obtained the second key. Finally, Ike arrived at the labyrinth of illusions. The labyrinth was filled with various illusions and traps, and a moment's inattention could lead to being lost. Ike moved cautiously, relying on his intuition and wisdom, and finally found the third key. After gathering all 3 keys, the dark beast appeared before him. The beast opened its massive jaws and lunged at Ike. Unafraid, Ike combined the 3 keys, releasing a powerful light. The light enveloped the dark beast, which roared in agony as its body gradually dissipated. Samstar finally returned to its former peace. Ike became the hero of Samstar, and his name was forever engraved in the annals of its history. His legendary story spread throughout the universe, inspiring countless brave souls to challenge the unknown terrors and difficulties. Chapter 31. The Legend of Samstar 16. In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a mysterious planet, Samstar. Everything here exceeds imagination, with bizarre creatures, shining energy crystals, and a unique unit of time measurement called Ike. The young and brave explorer Lin heard about the mysterious legend of 30 Ike on Samstar. It is said that during the time of 30 Ike, Samstar would open a passage to another mysterious dimension where endless treasures and powerful forces were hidden. Filled with a desire for the unknown, Lin piloted his old but fully functional spaceship towards Samstar. When Lin landed on Samstar, he was astonished by the scene before him. Huge mushroom-shaped buildings emitted colorful lights, and strange creatures scurried through the streets. He inquired with local residents about 30 Ike, and an elderly man with 3 eyes told him that to find the key to open the passage, he must first pass 3 trials. The first trial was to traverse the misty forest. The forest was shrouded in eerie mist, hiding various dangerous creatures. Lin moved cautiously, and suddenly, a group of winged lizards lunged at him. He quickly drew his laser gun and engaged in an intense battle with the lizards. After a tough fight, he successfully crossed the forest. The second trial was to climb the flame peak. The peak was flowing with scalding lava, and the temperature was extreme. Lin put on a special heat-resistant suit and struggled to climb upward. Just as he was about to reach the summit, a massive rock came rolling down, nearly crushing him. Lin reacted quickly, sidestepping just in time to avoid the rock. Ultimately, he successfully reached the top. The third trial was to solve a mysterious puzzle. In an ancient cave, Lin discovered a stone tablet covered in strange symbols. He studied it carefully, using his wisdom and knowledge to finally solve the puzzle. At that moment, a beam of light flashed, revealing a key shimmering with golden light before him. After obtaining the key, Lin found that the time of 30 Ike was drawing near. He hurried to the legendary location and inserted the key into a massive stone door. The door slowly opened, and a dazzling light shone from within. Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the passage. The passage was filled with strange energy fluctuations, and Lin felt as if he were in a dreamlike world. When he finally reached the end of the passage, a vast treasure house appeared before him, filled with sparkling gems and mysterious technological devices. However, just as Lin was about to take these treasures, he suddenly realized that these treasures were not the most important. This adventure had given him courage, wisdom, and friendship, which were the true riches. Thus, he left Samstar with a heart full of memories, embarking on a new adventure. Chapter 32. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and eerie planet, Samstar. Everything here exceeds imagination, filled with whimsical horror elements. Ike is an ordinary miner on Samstar, but his fate is about to change forever due to an accident. One day, Ike delved deep into the mine as usual to extract ore. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a strange light shot out from the depths of the mine. Curiosity got the better of Ike, and disregarding the danger, he moved toward the light. As he approached the source of the light, he discovered a massive crystal emitting a ghostly glow. The surface of the crystal shimmered with mysterious runes, as if telling ancient stories. Just as Ike reached out to touch the crystal, a powerful suction pulled him into an unknown space. Ike found himself in a sinister place, surrounded by twisted trees, with black liquid flowing down the trunks, resembling blood. The sky was filled with purple mist, and massive black shadows occasionally swept by. Filled with fear, Ike knew he had to find a way back. He followed a rugged path and suddenly heard a strange laughter. The laughter grew closer, and Ike's heart raced. When he turned around, he saw a grotesque monster. The monster's body was pieced together from various strange organs, its eyes like burning flames, and its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Ike ran for his life, but the monster chased closely behind him. Just when he thought he would be caught, he discovered a cave hidden behind a rock. Without hesitation, Ike squeezed inside, and the monster lingered at the entrance for a while before finally leaving. Inside the cave, Ike found an ancient book. The text was unfamiliar to him, but strangely, the meanings of the words automatically emerged in his mind. It turned out that this place was a forbidden area of Samstar, cursed by evil forces. The crystal was the key to opening this space, and also a medium for unleashing the evil power. Realizing that he must find a way to close this space, or else Samstar would face a great disaster, Ike followed the hints in the book and found a mysterious altar. The altar was adorned with various strange items, and Ike operated according to the steps outlined in the book. Just as he completed the final step, a dazzling light flashed, sealing the evil power away. Ike successfully returned to Samstar. From that day on, Ike became the hero of Samstar. His story spread across the planet, reminding people to respect the power of the unknown, while also making them believe that courage and wisdom can overcome all terrors. Chapter 33. The 17th Legend of Samstar. In the depths of the vast universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. The creatures here are bizarre and diverse, with technology and magic intertwined, full of endless fantasy. In a corner of this planet, a chilling yet whimsical story unfolds. Ike is a child from an ordinary family on Samstar. He has blue curly hair and a pair of eyes that sparkle with strange light. However, everything changed when he was 10 years old. One night, Ike was playing alone in the yard. Suddenly, a strange green light streaked across the sky, followed by a huge black shadow landing not far away. Curious, Ike walked over and found a bizarre creature. It had 3 slender legs, a body like a giant jellyfish, and its head was covered with writhing tentacles. The creature emitted a sharp noise. Ike couldn't understand what it was saying, but he felt a chill rising from his feet. At that moment, Ike's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and terrifying images appeared before his eyes. The residents of Samstar being devoured by monsters, cities turned to ruins, blood staining the earth. Frightened, Ike tried to run but found his feet nailed to the ground. The creature reached out a tentacle and gently touched Ike's forehead. Instantly, Ike felt his consciousness being pulled by a powerful force into a dark space. In this dark space, Ike encountered a voice. The voice told him he was chosen to become the guardian of Samstar, but he must first pass a test. The test required him to face the deepest fears within his heart. Groping in the dark, Ike suddenly saw his dead pet. The pet's body was twisted and deformed, with black liquid flowing from its eyes as it lunged at him. Terrified, Ike shut his eyes but remembered the voice's words and mustered the courage to open them. The moment he opened his eyes, the pet disappeared. Then, Ike faced various terrifying scenes. Ghosts, demons, zombies, but he overcame them one by one. When he finally passed the test, the voice spoke again. Congratulations, Ike. You have become the guardian of Samstar. Now, you must use your power to save this planet. Ike returned to the real world and found the strange creature had vanished. But he knew a great crisis was approaching Samstar. He decided to use his newly acquired powers to seek a way to save Samstar. From then on, Ike embarked on a journey full of dangers and challenges. He would face countless terrifying monsters and mysterious powers, but he firmly believed he could protect Samstar and restore its former peace and tranquility. Chapter 34. In the distant depths of the universe lies a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and unimaginable technology, with extraordinary stories unfolding every day. This time, the protagonist is a young explorer named Ike. Ike is agile and carries a gaze full of longing for the unknown. He heard from ancient legends of Samstar about a mysterious relic hidden in a misty valley, said to hold the power to change the planet's fate. Despite many warnings of danger, Ike resolutely set out on the journey to find the relic. As Ike entered the misty valley, strange events followed one after another. A faint green mist filled the valley, seeming alive as it wrapped around him continuously. Suddenly, a group of transparent winged creatures flew out of the mist, emitting sharp cries and attacking Ike. He quickly drew the energy sword at his waist and engaged in a fierce battle. Light flashed with every clash of sword and creatures. And finally, with agile moves, Ike repelled them. Deeper into the valley, Ike found a huge stone door covered with strange symbols as if telling an ancient story. As he tried to decipher the symbols, the ground suddenly shook, and a giant mechanical monster emerged from underground. The monster's body radiated metallic cold light, and its eyes shot 2 laser beams at Ike. He dodged the lasers skillfully while thinking of a countermeasure. Noticing an energy core on the monster's legs, he seized the moment, leapt, and stabbed the core with his energy sword. The monster roared angrily and collapsed. After successfully opening the stone door, Ike entered the relic's interior. The space was vast, filled with various strange devices. At the deepest part, he saw a golden glowing orb. As he approached, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. You are a brave explorer, but this power is not meant for everyone. If you take it away, you will face a great trial. Without hesitation, Ike chose to accept the trial. Instantly, he was enveloped by a strong force, and the surroundings became illusory. He seemed to be in an endless labyrinth, with countless phantoms attacking him. With firm will and exceptional intelligence, Ike overcame the difficulties one after another. In the end, Ike passed the trial and gained the golden orb's recognition. He took the orb and left the relic, returning to the city on Samstar. He knew this power would bring new hope to Samstar, but might also trigger new crises. Ike would continue to guard this fantastical planet and write his own legendary story. The 18th Legend of Samstar, Chapter 35. On the distant planet Samstar, where strange creatures roam and magic intertwines with technology, the story's protagonist is the young and brave Ike. Ike is an orphan who grew up on the streets of Samstar. Though slender, he has bright, curious eyes and an infinite longing for the unknown. He had always heard ancient legends that the core of Samstar held mysterious power capable of granting any wish. Ignoring everyone's warnings, he embarked on an adventure to find the core. Ike first arrived at the misty swamp, filled with eerie atmosphere. Giant poisonous mushrooms glowed faintly, and various strange swamp creatures lurked. Suddenly, a huge tentacle emerged from the mud and coiled toward Ike. He dodged swiftly, drew his homemade short knife, and slashed at the tentacle. Just as he thought he was safe, more tentacles surged from all directions. Thinking quickly, Ike lit a dry branch nearby. The tentacles recoiled from the flames, and he escaped the swamp. After leaving the swamp, Ike reached the flame valley. Scorching lava flowed through the valley, and fireballs occasionally fell from the sky. Carefully, Ike moved along the narrow rocky paths. Suddenly, a fire lizard leapt out of the lava and lunged at him. Ike dodged aside, but the lizard's claws left a bloody scratch on his arm. Enduring the pain, he used the valley's wind direction to lure the fire lizard to a vent, where a strong airflow blew it back into the lava. After many hardships, Ike finally arrived at the core of Samstar. It was shrouded by a mysterious energy shield and guarded by a group of guardian spirits. The guardian spirits were small, but possessed powerful magic. They warned Ike that if he came with greedy desires, he would be punished. Ike sincerely expressed his wish to the guardian spirits. He hoped that all homeless children on Samstar could have warm homes, and that all creatures could live in peace. Moved by his kindness and courage, the guardian spirits lifted the shield. Ike stepped into the core, and a dazzling light surrounded him. When the light dissipated, Ike found himself back in the city of Samstar. Since then, there had indeed been changes on Samstar. Homeless children moved into beautiful houses, and different creatures lived harmoniously together. Ike also became a hero of Samstar, and his adventure stories were passed down through generations on the planet, inspiring more people to pursue goodness and justice. Chapter 36. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious and strange planet called Samstar. Everything here is beyond imagination, with bizarre creatures, ever-changing landscapes, and mysterious energies filled with unknown powers. Ike, a young man from the edge of a tribe on Samstar, was born with eyes that could perceive subtleties and a heart full of curiosity and a desire to explore. According to the legends of Samstar, there is a place called Zone 36, where secrets that could change the fate of the planet are hidden. Countless brave souls ventured to seek it, but none returned. Undeterred by the warnings of his tribe's people, Ike resolutely set off on his journey to Zone 36. Along the way, he encountered various strange creatures, including flying beasts with 3 heads that could shoot deadly beams from their eyes, and giant worms that could burrow underground, causing the ground to shake violently wherever they went. With his wisdom and courage, Ike repeatedly turned danger into safety. Finally, he arrived at the edge of Zone 36. A layer of purple mist enveloped the area, and strange lights flickered within the mist. Taking a deep breath, Ike cautiously entered the fog. As soon as he stepped in, he felt as if he had entered another time and space, with the surrounding scenery becoming distorted and chaotic. After feeling around in the mist for a while, Ike discovered an ancient castle. The door of the castle was covered with strange runes, as if telling an ancient story. Ike gently pushed the door open, and a powerful energy rushed toward him. The interior of the castle was eerie and terrifying, with walls flickering with ghostly green light, as if countless eyes were watching him. Suddenly, a huge figure emerged from the darkness. It was a monster made of energy, constantly changing its shape. The monster let out a roar and lunged at Ike. Ike quickly dodged while observing the monster's weaknesses. He noticed that there was a momentary energy fluctuation when the monster changed shape. Seizing this opportunity, he used the skills he had learned during his journey to attack the monster. After a fierce battle, Ike finally defeated the monster. In the spot where the monster had vanished, a glowing box appeared. Ike opened the box to find a crystal radiating mysterious powers. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "You are a brave explorer. This crystal is the hope of Samstar. It can purify the evil forces on the planet and restore vitality to Samstar." Ike returned to his tribe with the crystal, sharing its power with his people. With the help of the crystal, Samstar gradually rid itself of the corruption of evil forces and became prosperous once again. Ike became a legendary hero of Samstar, and his story was passed down through generations on the planet. Chapter 36. In the distant and mysterious Samstar, the martial world is very different from Earth. Rare and exotic beasts roam freely, and martial arts skills are fantastical. Among them, there is a mysterious manual in the martial world, said to grant its possessor dominance over Samstar. Ike is an ordinary boy living in a small village on the edge of Samstar. He has an average appearance, but harbors the dream of becoming a great hero. One night, a strange meteor streaked across the sky and fell into the valley outside the village. Driven by curiosity, Ike ventured out to explore. In the valley, he discovered a cave glowing with a ghostly light. Inside the cave, a manual shining with 7 colors lay quietly on a stone platform. As Ike approached, The manual opened by itself, and a powerful suction pulled him in. When Ike opened his eyes again, he found himself in a peculiar space. The sky was purple, and golden rivers flowed on the ground. A mysterious old man appeared before him, telling Ike that this manual was the guardian treasure of Samstar, coveted by evil forces for a long time. Seeing Ike's kind heart, the old man decided to teach him the martial arts contained in the manual to fight against evil. Ike began to diligently practice in this mysterious space. He learned the meteor fist, which could summon meteors, and the elemental sword technique, which could manipulate elements. After years of training, Ike finally mastered the skills and returned to the real world with the manual. At this time, evil forces had begun to wreak havoc on Samstar. A villain named Dark Lord led a group of monsters, committing atrocities everywhere. Ike decided to step forward and save the people. In an intense battle, Ike encountered the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord unleashed dark magic, causing the heavens and earth to lose their colors and fierce winds to howl. Ike was undaunted. He used the meteor fist, causing countless meteors to rain down upon the Dark Lord. Seeing this, the Dark Lord hurriedly summoned a dark shield to defend himself. Then, Ike unleashed the elemental sword technique, intertwining water, fire, and wind elements to form a powerful sword energy that struck the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was hit by this powerful sword energy and staggered, but he was unwilling to accept defeat and unleashed his final move, the Dark Vortex. Ike remained calm under pressure. He focused all his energy into his sword and broke through the Dark Vortex. In the end, Ike struck down the Dark Lord with one sword, completely eliminating the evil forces. Samstar returned to its former peace and tranquility, and Ike became a revered hero. His legendary story was passed down through generations on Samstar. Chapter 37, The Legend of Samstar, Part 19, In the Depths of the Distant Universe. There is a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with various strange creatures and incredible sights, and every adventure feels like stepping into a brand new dream. Ike, a young explorer from a small town on the edge of Samstar, set out on an adventure that would change his life, fueled by an infinite desire for the unknown. Legend has it that in the core area of Samstar, there is a magical energy crystal that possesses the power to restore life to the planet. Ike was determined to find this crystal and save his increasingly wilting hometown. Ike's journey was filled with whimsical encounters. First, he met a group of talking flying jellyfish, their transparent bodies sparkling with colorful lights as they floated gracefully in the sky. The flying jellyfish warned Ike that ahead lay a time vortex forest, where time would become chaotic, and he must tread carefully. Ike cautiously entered the time vortex forest, where the branches of the trees twisted and turned, resembling the patterns of time. Suddenly, he noticed the scenery around him began to change rapidly. At one moment, it was Samstar in its youth, vibrant and thriving. At another, it was a desolate future. With unwavering determination, Ike navigated through the chaotic time and finally emerged from the forest. Next, he arrived at a castle made of candy. Inside lived a quirky candy wizard. The wizard told Ike that to proceed to the core area, he must pass his test. The test was to solve a riddle about the mysteries of the universe. Using his intelligence and knowledge of Samstar, Ike successfully solved the riddle, and the candy wizard gave him a map to the core area. On the way to the core area, Ike encountered a powerful energy storm. The storm flickered with various strange lights, as if the universe were in a rage. Ike piloted his modified flying machine through the storm, alarms ringing out, but he did not give up. Finally, Ike arrived at the core area. In a massive cave, he found the legendary energy crystal. The crystal emitted a gentle yet powerful glow, resembling a beating heart. Just as he was about to pick up the crystal, a giant mechanical monster appeared, the guardian of the crystal. Ike engaged in a thrilling battle with the mechanical beast, cleverly utilizing the surrounding environment and his own wit. Ultimately defeating the monster, Ike returned to his hometown with the energy crystal and infused its power into the land of Samstar. Instantly, the withered plants sprang back to life, rivers began to flow, and Samstar regained its former prosperity. Ike became a hero of Samstar, and his adventure story spread across the planet, inspiring more young people to explore the unknown. Chapter 38, In the Distant Samstar. Everything here is filled with a fantastical color, but recently it has been shrouded by a terrifying atmosphere. Legend has it that there is an ancient ghost castle that emits eerie sounds every full moon night, causing the residents to be on edge. Ike is a lively little explorer on Samstar, and upon hearing this news, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he decided to investigate the ghost castle. He called upon his good friends, Chubby and Clever. Chubby was a bit timid, but his curiosity got the better of him, so he came along. Clever was full of clever ideas. On the full moon night, the three little friends stealthily arrived at the entrance of the ghost castle. The door was hung with rusty iron chains, clanking ominously as if warning them not to enter. Ike patted his chest and laughed, saying, "What is there to be afraid of? Just watch me go in and drag the ghost out." With that, he pushed the door open with all his strength. As soon as they entered, a gust of cold wind rushed towards them, making their hair stand on end. Suddenly, a white shadow floated past them, causing Chubby to scream and sit down on the ground. Ike, however, laughed heartily. "Don't scare yourself. It might just be a big white bird." They continued walking forward and arrived at a gloomy hall. The hall was adorned with ancient portraits, and the eyes of the figures in the portraits seemed to follow them. Clever, trying to act calm, said, "This must be an optical illusion. It's nothing to worry about." Despite his words, his voice trembled slightly. Just then, a dripping sound came from the corner of the hall, as if something was dripping blood. Chubby tightly grasped Ike's arm, his teeth chattering. Ike smiled and said, "Let us go see what's dripping blood." They cautiously approached the source of the sound and discovered it was an old faucet leaking water. Ike couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, I told you, there are no ghosts. We're just scaring ourselves." Suddenly, they heard a low growl, as if a huge monster was approaching. Ike appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt a bit uneasy. They hid behind a large box and peeked outside. A massive shadow slowly approached, revealing a gigantic mechanical dog with glowing red eyes, making a whimpering sound. Ike had a sudden idea. He pulled out a small remote control from his pocket, which he had invented earlier. He pressed a button, and the mechanical dog's movements immediately stopped. Then it began to dance comically. The three little friends laughed uncontrollably. It turned out that the so-called ghostly terror was all a prank. Ike and his friends uncovered the secret of the ghost castle, and peace returned to Sam Star, with their adventure story becoming a legend on the planet. Chapter 39: The Legend of Sam Star 2. In the distant universe, there lies the mysterious Sam Star, a planet resembling a magical box filled with wonder and horror. Ike, a tall alien being whose eyes radiate determination and mystery, became the protagonist of this legendary tale. Ike lived in the misty jungles of Sam Star, a place perpetually shrouded in eerie fog, hiding countless terrifying secrets. One day, as usual, Ike went out searching for food but accidentally discovered a cave emitting ghostly light. Driven by curiosity, he disregarded his unease and resolutely stepped into the cave. Inside, the cave was cold and eerie, with walls flickering with strange blue light, as if numerous eyes were watching him from the dark. Ike proceeded cautiously when suddenly, a swarm of shadow bats with sharp claws and flaming eyes swooped down from the cave's ceiling. Ike swiftly drew his energy sword and engaged in a thrilling battle with the shadow bats. His sword sliced through the darkness, each swing accompanied by the bats' cries. After finally shaking off the shadow bats, Ike continued deeper into the cave. In the depths, he discovered a gigantic crystal coffin, within which lay a monster with a twisted face, exuding an evil aura. Just as Ike approached the crystal coffin, the monster suddenly opened its eyes and a powerful wave of energy surged toward him. Ike hurriedly dodged, but was still struck by the energy wave, falling to the ground. The monster slowly rose from the crystal coffin, emitting a chilling laugh. "You should not have come here, outsider. You will become my sacrificial offering for resurrection," the monster roared. Ike struggled to stand up. He knew he had to find a way to defeat this monster, or not only would he lose his life, but Sam Star would also fall into great peril. Just as the monster launched another attack, Ike suddenly noticed a weakness on the monster's body, a gemstone on its heart. Glowing faintly, Ike concentrated, channeling energy from within, and charged at the monster's heart. The monster tried to block him, but Ike was too fast, successfully plunging his energy sword into the monster's heart. The gemstone shattered instantly, and the monster let out a desperate scream, transforming into a cloud of black smoke. Ike emerged from the cave, sunlight pouring down on him. He felt a wave of fatigue, but more than that, a joy of victory. He knew he had once again protected the peace of Sam Star. The legendary tales of Sam Star would continue to spread across the universe because of his bravery and wisdom. Chapter 40: In the Distant Universe. There is a mysterious Sam Star. The life forms here are diverse, and its technology far surpasses that of Earth, yet it retains ancient and strange magical traditions. Ike is an ordinary yet extraordinary being on Sam Star. He is small in stature, but has a pair of lively eyes that seem to hold endless curiosity and wisdom. He lives in the Valley of Stars, a place surrounded by colorful light, where the residents lead peaceful lives. However, this tranquility was shattered by a mysterious letter. The letter was written in ancient runes, which only Ike could understand. It stated that Sam Star was about to face a great disaster, and only by finding the long-lost star key could the planet be saved. Ike knew the gravity of this responsibility. Although he was just an ordinary young man, he resolutely decided to embark on the journey to find the Star Key. His first stop was the Misty Marsh. An eerie atmosphere filled the air, and strange creatures lurked within. Ike proceeded cautiously when suddenly, a gigantic tentacle reached out from the mire, trying to grab him. He nimbly dodged and, using his wit, wove a net from vines to trap the tentacle monster. Continuing deeper, he discovered an ancient stone tablet, with clues pointing to the Flame Mountains. The Flame Mountains were incredibly hot, with lava flowing everywhere. Ike donned a specially made fireproof suit and climbed laboriously. At the summit, he encountered a fire sprite guarding the clues to the Star Key. The fire sprite proposed a contest of wits with Ike. If he won, he would reveal the clues. Using his intelligence, Ike solved the riddle posed by the fire sprite and obtained the next clue: Icebound Forest. The icebound forest was bone-chillingly cold, with trees covered in ice and snow. Here, Ike was ambushed by a pack of ice wolves. He did not back down, but cleverly utilized the surrounding environment to create a massive ice block trap, trapping the ice wolf. In the end, he found the Star Key deep in the ice-filled forest. However, when he returned to Samstar with the Star Key, he discovered that an evil force had already taken control of part of the planet. They attempted to use the power of the Star Key to achieve their own ambitions. Ike was not afraid. He united the residents of Star Valley and engaged in a fierce battle against the evil force. During the battle, Ike unleashed the true power of the Star Key, radiating light that repelled the evil force. Samstar regained its former tranquility, and Ike became the hero of the planet. With his courage and wisdom, he wrote a legendary story belonging to Samstar, and his name, Ike, would forever be remembered in the history of Samstar. Chapter 41. The Legend of Samstar 21. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious and strange planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with all kinds of unimaginable creatures and phenomena, and our story revolves around a special being named Ike. Ike is an anomaly on Samstar. He has the appearance of a human, but possesses purple eyes that can see through time and space. A mysterious energy flows within him, allowing him to traverse between different dimensions, a rare ability on Samstar. One day, a strange black mist suddenly enveloped Samstar. Wherever the mist spread, the once vibrant scenery instantly became dead silent, and all creatures fell into a deep sleep, as if sealed by some evil power. Ike realized that this was an unprecedented crisis. He decided to use his abilities to seek a solution in another dimension. When he passed through the dimensional gate, a strange world appeared before him. The sky here was green, golden liquid flowed on the ground, and gigantic crystal castles floated in the air. In this world, Ike encountered a mysterious old man. The old man told him that this evil force originated from the depths of Samstar, awakened from a demon sealed for thousands of years. To save Samstar, Ike must find 3 mysterious keys, which are hidden in 3 dangerous places. Ike embarked on a journey to find the keys. The first key was hidden in a cave filled with giant spiders. These spiders were bigger than houses, their eyes flickering with eerie light, and their silk was incredibly tough. Using his agility and mysterious energy, Ike cleverly avoided the spiders' attacks and successfully obtained the first key. The second key was located in a forest engulfed in blue flames. The flames here were extremely hot. Any creature that approached would be instantly turned to ash. Ike used his abilities to create an ice shield, resisting the flames and ultimately finding the second key. When he obtained the third key, he found that the demon had already sensed his actions. The demon appeared before him, its massive body seeming capable of devouring the entire universe. Ike was not afraid. He combined the 3 keys, releasing a powerful light. The light clashed fiercely with the demon's dark power, causing the entire universe to tremble. In the end, with his courage and wisdom, Ike successfully defeated the demon and dispelled the black mist. Samstar regained its former vitality, and Ike became a legendary hero of Samstar, his story echoing across the starry sky. Chapter 42. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with various strange creatures and incredible sights, and today's story begins with a boy named Ike. Ike is a child from an ordinary family on Samstar, but he harbors an endless desire for adventure in his heart. In the ancient legends of Samstar, there is a mysterious number 42, which is said to hide the secret to unlocking the ultimate treasure of the planet. Ike has been fascinated by this legend since childhood, secretly swearing to uncover the truth behind 42. One day, while playing in his backyard, Ike accidentally discovered an old, tattered ancient book. The text on the book was ancient and obscure, but with his familiarity with the legend, Ike managed to decipher some clues. It turned out that the number 42 was related to a forgotten mysterious ruin on Samstar. Ike was thrilled. He decided to immediately embark on an adventure to find the ruin. He packed a simple bag, bid farewell to his family, and set off in the direction where the legend said the ruin was located. Along the way, he encountered various strange creatures. There were talking mushroom sprites that guided Ike with their melodious voices, and gigantic flying jellyfish that shimmered with colorful light in the sky, as if they were spirits of the universe. After days and nights of trekking, Ike finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious ruin. A faint mist surrounded the ruin, as if hiding countless secrets. Ike took a deep breath and cautiously walked inside. Inside the ruin, Ike discovered a massive hall. The walls of the hall were covered with strange symbols, and in the center of the hall stood a huge stone disc, engraved with the number 42. Ike approached the stone disc and carefully observed it when suddenly, the disc began to slowly rotate, emitting a dazzling light. Within the light, a mysterious figure appeared. He told Ike that 42 was not just a simple number, but a code of energy. Only by gathering 42 mysterious gems scattered across Samstar could the true secret of the treasure be unlocked. Without any hesitation, Ike set out again on a journey to find the gems. In the following days, he traversed fiery deserts, climbed snowy peaks, and dived into deep-sea caves. Each search for a gem was filled with challenges, but Ike never gave up. Finally, after countless hardships, Ike gathered all 42 mysterious gems. When he placed the gems into the stone disc, a tremendous beam of light shot into the sky, and the treasure appeared before him. However, Ike was not overwhelmed by the treasure. He decided to use it to improve the lives of the residents of Samstar. Ike's adventure story spread throughout Samstar, and he became a hero in the hearts of the people. The legend about 42 would also continue to be passed down on Samstar. Chapter 43. The Legend of Samstar 22. In the vast depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and eerie planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and unknown dangers, with every inch of land seemingly hiding endless terrifying secrets. Ike is a special existence on Samstar. He is experiment number 43, created by the mad scientists of Samstar using the genes of various strange creatures. Ike has a tall and strong body, his skin displaying a bizarre dark green color, shimmering with an eerie glow. His eyes resemble burning flames, revealing endless madness and murderous intent. One day, a spaceship from Earth accidentally entered the orbit of Samstar. Captain Jack led his crew to land on the surface of Samstar, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore this strange planet. However, they had no idea that a terrifying nightmare was about to descend upon them. As the crew delved deeper into the planet, they discovered some strange signs. Unknown biological remains were scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. Suddenly, a massive figure charged out from the woods. It was Ike. He let out a roar, the sound like thunder, causing the crew members' ears to ache. The crew looked in terror at the monstrous creature before them, raising their weapons in self-defense. However, Ike's speed was astonishing. He instantly rushed to the crew member's front and easily tore apart one of them with his massive claws. Blood splattered, and the other team members turned pale with fear, fleeing in all directions. Jack calmly commanded his teammates, trying to find a weakness in Ike. They discovered a core glowing red on Ike's chest, which seemed to be his source of energy. So, Jack led his team to concentrate their fire on that core. Ike sensed the threat, becoming even more frenzied, and began to release a powerful wave of energy that knocked the team members away. Just as the team found themselves in a desperate situation, Jack suddenly thought of a solution. He utilized a special mineral from Samstar to create a powerful electromagnetic disruptor. When the disruptor was activated, Ike's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his energy core started to flicker erratically. The team seized the opportunity and focused their fire on Ike's core once again. Finally, with a loud explosion, Ike's core was destroyed. His body collapsed with a thud, turning into a pile of rubble. The team let out a sigh of relief, knowing they had finally escaped this terrifying disaster. However, they also understood that there were more secrets on Samstar waiting for them to explore, and Ike was just a minor episode on this terrifying planet. In the days to come, they would continue to face various unknown challenges and dangers. Chapter 44. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with fantastical creatures and incredible landscapes, with every corner hiding unknown adventures. In the legendary stories of Samstar, Ike, designated as number 44, is a unique and legendary being. Ike is a half-cyborg, with half of his body being flesh and blood and the other half being intricate machinery. His mechanical arms can fire powerful energy beams, and his eyes can see through various materials, giving him a unique advantage in adventures. One day, a mysterious dark force suddenly appeared on Samstar. wherever this force went. Flowers withered, rivers dried up, and the once vibrant Sam star fell into silence. Upon learning this news, Ick resolutely decided to embark on an adventure to find a solution. He first arrived at the oldest forest on Sam star, the Misty Forest. This forest is shrouded in thick fog year-round, home to various strange creatures. Ick cautiously made his way through the forest when suddenly, a group of winged mechanical birds attacked him. These mechanical birds were incredibly fast, and Ick quickly activated his mechanical arm, firing energy beams and engaging in an intense battle with the mechanical birds. Ultimately, with his intelligence and powerful abilities, Ick successfully repelled the mechanical birds. Deep within the Misty Forest, Ick encountered a mysterious old man. The old man told him that to dispel the dark force, he must find 3 mysterious keys, each hidden in a dangerous place. Without hesitation, Ick followed the old man's guidance and arrived at the Valley of Flames. Here, molten lava flowed everywhere, flames erupted, and the temperature was unbearable. Ick donned a specially designed fireproof suit and struggled to search for the first key in the valley. After much effort, he finally found the key in a hidden cave. Next, he traveled to the icy glacier world. There, massive ice blocks threatened to collapse at any moment, and the cold air was numbing. Utilizing the advantages of his mechanical body, Ick overcame numerous difficulties and found the second key. Finally, Ick arrived at the mysterious abyss of the deep sea. The water pressure was immense, and there were various ferocious sea creatures. Ick piloted a specially designed submarine deep into the ocean and engaged in a thrilling battle with the sea creatures. In the end, he successfully found the third key. Ick returned to the center of Samstar with the 3 keys. He inserted the keys into a mysterious lock, and a dazzling light flashed, completely dispelling the dark force. Samstar regained its former vitality, and Ick became the hero of Samstar, with his legendary story passed down for generations. Chapter 45: The Legend of Samstar 23. In the depths of the vast universe, there is a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. This planet is teeming with strange creatures and unimaginable landscapes, and the story of the legend of Sam Star unfolds from here. Ick is a brave and curious young explorer. He has short blue hair and eyes that shine like the brightest stars in the night sky, sparkling with a lively glow. Since childhood, Ick has heard tales of countless treasures and secrets hidden on Sam Star, and he is determined to unveil these mysterious veils. One day, Ick received an ancient map, marked with a location of a mysterious valley on Sam Star that had never been explored. It is said that a mysterious crystal capable of granting immense power to its holder is hidden there. Without hesitation, Ick embarked on this adventurous journey. When he entered the mysterious valley, the sight before him left him in awe. The valley was filled with enormous mushrooms that flickered with colorful lights, resembling dreamlike lanterns. Suddenly, a swarm of winged little monsters flew out from among the mushrooms, chattering and attacking Ick. Ick quickly drew his energy sword and engaged in an intense battle with the little monsters. After a fierce struggle, Ick finally repelled the little monsters and continued to explore further. As he ventured deeper into the valley, Ick discovered a massive cave. A mysterious aura permeated the cave, as if something terrifying was hidden within. Ick cautiously stepped into the cave when suddenly, a gigantic stone monster charged out from the depths. The stone monster's body was as hard as iron, and Ick's energy sword had little effect on it. Just as Ick found himself in a predicament, he discovered that the monster's eyes were its weak point. Therefore, Ick skillfully dodged the monster's attacks, waited for the right moment, and struck the monster's eyes with his energy sword. The stone monster let out a dreadful scream and fell to the ground. Continuing deeper into the cave, Ick finally found the legendary mysterious crystal. The crystal emitted a dazzling light, seemingly possessing endless energy. Just as Ick was about to pick up the crystal, an evil sorcerer appeared. The sorcerer wanted to take the crystal for his own benefit. Ick and the sorcerer engaged in a thrilling duel. During the battle, Ick gradually understood the power of the crystal and used it to defeat the sorcerer. Ick left the mysterious valley with the mysterious crystal. This adventure not only granted him immense power, but also made him a hero on Samstar. There are still more mysteries on Samstar waiting for Ick to explore, and his adventure will continue. Chapter 46: In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. On Samstar, there exists a highly developed civilization, and the legend of Samstar is a tale filled with mystery. Ick is a young explorer on Samstar, with deep blue eyes and silver hair that sparkles like the starry sky. Since childhood, Ick has been filled with curiosity about the unknown in the universe, longing to explore the secrets hidden behind the cosmic dust. One day, Ick discovered a mysterious coordinate in an ancient star map. Legend has it that there is a treasure hidden there that can change the fate of Samstar. Ignoring the warnings of others, Ike resolutely embarked on this dangerous interstellar journey. During his traverse through a wormhole, Ike's spaceship encountered a violent cosmic storm. The ship shook violently, and alarms blared. Just when Ike thought he would perish in the universe, he suddenly spotted a mysterious spaceship. This spaceship emitted a soft glow, like a pearl in the dark cosmos. Ike sent a distress signal to the spaceship, and soon, he was rescued by a vessel named Dream. On the Dream, Ike met a beautiful girl named Luna. Luna is the captain of the Dream, with golden long hair and a gentle, kind smile. Luna was filled with interest in Ike's adventurous journey, and she decided to help Ike find the mysterious coordinates. Through their joint efforts, they finally located the legendary place, a mysterious planet protected by a massive energy shield. However, as they approached the planet, they were attacked by a group of mysterious creatures. These creatures had bizarre appearances and possessed powerful attacking abilities. Ike and Luna led the crew in a fierce resistance, and during the intense battle, Ike discovered the weaknesses of these creatures. Using his wisdom and courage, he successfully defeated the mysterious beings and opened the energy shield. Upon entering the planet, they discovered a vast treasure vault. The vault shimmered with strange lights and housed countless precious treasures. But Ike was not deceived by these riches. Deep within the vault, he found a mysterious crystal. This crystal emitted powerful energy, seemingly containing the power to change the fate of Samstar. Just as they were preparing to leave the planet, they discovered that the Dream ship had been damaged. Ike and Luna had to work together to repair the spaceship. During the repair process, their feelings for each other gradually intensified, and a romantic atmosphere spread through the universe. Eventually, they successfully repaired the ship and returned to Samstar with the mysterious crystal. Ike used the power of the crystal to resolve the crisis facing Samstar. The love between him and Luna also became an eternal legend on Samstar. Chapter 47. The Legend of Samstar 24. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious and bizarre planet, Samstar. On this planet, the passage of time is entirely different from that on Earth, and the landscape is filled with strange phenomena, permeated by an eerie atmosphere. Ike is an extremely unique existence on Samstar. He is not a biological entity in the traditional sense, but a mysterious being composed of energy and unknown substances. His form resembles a constantly changing mass of black mist, sometimes coalescing into massive tentacles, and at other times transforming into a menacing ghostly face that emits chilling shrieks. In an ancient ruin on Samstar, a group of explorers from Earth heard the legend of Ike and decided to delve into its secrets. The leader, Jack, was brave but somewhat arrogant, firmly believing that modern technology could unveil Ike's mysterious veil. As the expedition team ventured deep into the ruins, a cold breath swept over them, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. Suddenly, a gigantic black tentacle shot out from the shadows, instantly snatching away a team member. The others screamed in terror as the lights flickered uncertainly in the dark. Jack shouted loudly, "Don't panic. This is just an attack from an unknown creature. We have weapons." However, their weapons seemed ineffective against Ike, whose body was like a phantom. Bullets passed through him without causing any harm. As the expedition team went deeper, Ike's attacks became more frequent. It began to use ancient mechanisms within the ruins to create various terrifying traps. A massive stone slab suddenly fell from the ceiling, nearly crushing team member Lisa. Lisa turned pale with fear, her legs trembling. In a fierce confrontation, Ike seemed to sense the expedition team's weaknesses. It began to interfere with their communication devices, causing them to lose contact with one another. The team members scrambled in the dark ruins, engulfed in extreme panic. Jack realized they could no longer resist blindly. He decided to use Ike's sensitivity to light to create a strong flash to temporarily suppress it. The team worked together and finally succeeded in generating a dazzling flash. Under the illumination of the flash, Ike's body became briefly unstable. Seizing this opportunity, Jack led the team to quickly escape the ruins. When they returned to their ship and looked back, the ancient ruins remained shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. Ike's legend would forever remain on the land of Samstar, becoming a chilling horror legend in the universe. Chapter 48. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious and bizarre planet, Samstar. This planet is filled with unimaginable creatures and landscapes, and a thrilling adventure story unfolds around the entity numbered 48, Ike. Ike is a unique existence on Samstar. He possesses the ability to resonate with the mysterious energies of the planet, causing his body to often radiate with colorful light. In the ancient legends of Samstar, those who possess this ability will become heroes who save the planet. One day, Samstar was suddenly shrouded in a strange darkness. The once vibrant land became desolate, and the bizarre creatures fell into madness. Ike realized that this was an unprecedented crisis. He decided to embark on an adventure to find a solution. Ike first arrived at the misty forest of Samstar. This forest was filled with thick fog, hiding countless dangers. Legend had it that deep within the forest lay an ancient temple, which perhaps held the secret to combating the darkness. Ike cautiously made his way through the forest, when suddenly, a group of giant spiders with wings pounced down from the trees. These spiders had bodies as hard as iron, and their fangs glimmered menacingly. Ike quickly summoned the mysterious energy within him, unleashing beams of light from his hands to repel the swarm of spiders. After a difficult journey, Ike finally found the temple. The entrance was tightly closed, covered in mysterious runes. Ike concentrated and resonated with the runes, causing the door to slowly open. In the deepest part of the temple, Ike discovered an ancient book radiating golden light. The book recorded that the source of the darkness came from an evil force deep in the universe, and only by gathering the powers of 7 mysterious gems on Samstar could it be repelled. Ike wasted no time and began his quest to find the gems. He traversed the fiery volcanic region, retrieving the first gem from the lava. Then he plunged into the frigid depths of the ocean, snatching the second gem from the hands of a massive sea monster. Each search for a gem was filled with challenges, but Ike relied on his courage and mysterious abilities to turn danger into safety time and again. Once Ike gathered all 7 gems, he returned to the center of the darkened land. He combined the powers of the 7 gems and unleashed a dazzling beam of light. The light pierced through the darkness like a sword, completely repelling the evil force. Samstar regained its vitality, and the strange creatures cheered joyfully. Ike became the hero of Samstar. His name passed down through generations, and his adventure story became an eternal legend on the planet. Chapter 49. The Legend of Samstar 25. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious planet, Samstar. This planet is home to all sorts of strange creatures and mysterious powers, with every corner hiding unknown secrets. Ike is an ordinary yet extraordinary boy on Samstar. He has blue hair and eyes that resemble the deep starry sky, sparkling with curiosity and a desire for exploration. Ike lives in a quiet little village, but his heart longs for the enchanting world outside. One day, a strange event suddenly occurred in the village. The crops planted by the villagers withered overnight, and each plant bore a strange symbol. Ike decided to investigate the matter deeply and set off on a journey to the mysterious forest of Samstar. In the forest, Ike encountered many bizarre creatures. There were talking tree spirits that warned him not to venture further, saying that great dangers lay ahead. But Ike did not back down. He firmly believed he could unravel this mystery. As he delved deeper into the forest, Ike discovered a massive cave. A mysterious aura filled the cave, and Ike cautiously stepped inside. In the depths of the cave, he met a mysterious old man. An old man told Ike that these strange symbols came from an evil alien race that was attempting to conquer Samstar, and the withered crops were just their first step. The old man handed Ike a mysterious sword, which possessed immense power that only those with courage and a just heart could wield. Ike took the sword, filled with determination. Under the old man's guidance, Ike found the alien race's base. It was a gigantic spaceship floating in midair, surrounded by a powerful energy shield. Ike swung the sword, trying to break through the shield. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly felt a powerful force emanating from the sword, and the shield was instantly breached. Ike charged into the spaceship and engaged in a fierce battle with the aliens. With the power of the sword and his own courage, he repelled the enemies time and again. Eventually, Ike found the leader of the alien race and faced him in a thrilling duel. During the battle, Ike discovered that the leader bore the same symbols as those on the crops. It turned out that this symbol was a mark of control, and destroying it would eliminate the threat posed by the aliens. Ike concentrated and used the sword to sever the mark on the leader. As the mark shattered, the alien race's power vanished instantly, and the spaceship began to collapse. Ike successfully saved Samstar and returned to the village with the joy of victory. The villagers held a grand celebration for him, and Ike became the hero of Samstar. His legendary story continued to be passed down on Samstar, inspiring generations to explore the unknown and uphold justice. Chapter 50. In the vast depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and strange planet, Samstar. Everything here is beyond imagination, with a colorful sky often filled with flying creatures that shimmer with strange lights. On this fantastical planet, an adventure legend about Ike is unfolding. Ike is a brave and curious young boy living in a small village on Samstar. Surrounding the village is a mysterious forest, said to hide great secrets deep within. One day, Ike discovered an old book in the village's ancient library, which recorded a legend about the 50th mysterious energy source of Samstar. It was said that this energy source possessed endless power and could change the fate of the entire planet. With a desire for the unknown and a sense of mission to save the planet, Ike resolutely decided to embark on an adventure to find the 50th energy source. He packed a simple bag and took an ancient dagger, stepping into the mysterious forest. The forest was shrouded in a light mist, with various bizarre plants and creatures dazzling the eyes. Ike carefully made his way forward when suddenly, a huge vine burst forth from the ground, attempting to ensnare him. Ike quickly drew his dagger and engaged in a fierce struggle with the vine. In the end, he successfully severed the vine and continued on his way. Deep in the forest, Ike encountered a mysterious old man. The old man told him that the 50th energy source was sealed within an ancient castle, surrounded by various traps and guardian beasts. Only those with courage and wisdom could find and unlock the seal of the energy source. Ike was not deterred by the difficulties and continued to advance toward the castle. After days and nights of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the castle's entrance. The castle's gate was tightly shut, covered in mysterious runes. Ike studied the runes carefully and finally discovered the method to open the gate. Upon entering the castle, Ike faced various traps and attacks from guardian beasts. With his courage and wisdom, he repeatedly turned peril into safety. In the deepest part of the castle, he finally found the 50th energy source. The energy source emitted a dazzling light, and the air around it became scorching hot. However, just as Ike was about to unlock the seal of the energy source, an evil sorcerer appeared. The sorcerer also sought the power of the energy source, and he and Ike engaged in a thrilling battle. Ike was undaunted, wielding his dagger in a life-and-death struggle against the sorcerer. In the end, with his courage and unwavering belief, Ike defeated the sorcerer and successfully unlocked the seal of the energy source. As the energy source was unsealed, the fate of Sam Star changed. Everything on the planet became better, and the people lived happy lives. Ike also became the hero of Sam Star, and his adventure legend continues to be celebrated. The Legend of Sam Star, Volume 26, Chapter 51. At the far end of the universe, there is a mysterious planet, Sam Star. Its surface is covered with strange purple crystals that emit eerie light at night, as if countless eyes are watching from the darkness. The Legend of Sam Star is the most unique existence on this planet. Ike is a small but powerful being, composed of a special metal that glows with a bluish light. His eyes are like deep black holes, capable of seeing through all illusions. On Sam Star, he is the legendary guardian, but a terrifying crisis is quietly approaching. One day, while patrolling the planet's border, Ike discovered a massive black fissure. Black mist continually poured from the fissure, shattering the purple crystals and leaving the land desolate. Ike realized that this was an invasion by the Shadow Clan, an evil force from another dimension. The Shadow Clan is a group of terrifying beings that live by devouring the energy of planets. They have no physical form, but can manipulate the power of darkness. Ike decided to venture deep into the fissure alone to stop the Shadow Clan's further invasion. Once inside the fissure, the surroundings became extraordinarily terrifying. Black tentacles emerged from the walls, trying to grab him. Ike unleashed his energy shield, batting the tentacles away one by one. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow monster appeared before him. This monster had a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth, and its eyes glimmered with greed. Ike was undaunted. He wielded his energy sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow monster. The light of the energy sword clashed with the dark power of the shadow monster, producing deafening sounds. During the battle, Ike gradually discovered the monster's weakness, a faint light point in its heart. Ike concentrated and launched a deadly strike at the heart of the shadow monster. The energy sword pierced through the monster's body, and it let out a terrible scream, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. However, this was just the vanguard of the Shadow Clan. Ike continued deeper into the fissure and discovered the Shadow Clan's base. There, countless shadow beings were busy preparing for a larger-scale invasion. Ike decided to launch a final assault. He summoned the energy of Sam Star, maximizing his power. He charged toward the Shadow Clan's base, annihilating the shadow beings in his path. Finally, he found the leader of the Shadow Clan, a massive shadow sphere. The leader released powerful dark energy, attempting to engulf Ike. Clenching his teeth, Ike fought with all his might against it. At a critical moment, he remembered the trust and expectations of the residents of Sam Star, and a powerful belief surged in his heart. He unleashed his final power and completely eradicated the leader. The black fissure gradually closed, and Sam Star returned to its former peace. Ike became the hero of Sam Star, and his legendary story continues to spread throughout the universe. Chapter 52. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet, Sam Star. This planet is filled with strange creatures and unknown energy. and the legend of Sam Starr is the most legendary existence on this planet. Ike is a tall warrior with deep-set eyes, possessing extraordinary strength and speed. However, Ike's origins have always been a mystery. He only remembers waking up after a mysterious explosion, having lost all his memories, and knowing only that his number is Sam Starr Legend 52. One day, a series of bizarre disappearances suddenly occurred on Sam Starr. Many residents vanished without a trace overnight, leaving no clues behind. The entire planet fell into panic, and people speculated that it was the plot of an evil force. Ike decided to step forward and unravel this mystery. He embarked on a journey to find the truth, encountering all kinds of strange creatures and dangerous traps along the way. In an ancient ruin, Ike discovered a mysterious ancient book that recorded a part of Sam Starr's ancient history. It turned out that long ago, Sam Starr had suffered an alien invasion. To resist the invaders, Sam Starr scientists created a batch of super warriors, and Ike was one of them. These super warriors were endowed with immense power and special abilities, successfully repelling the invaders, but at a great cost. The ancient book also mentioned that a mysterious energy could awaken the memories and powers of the super warriors. Ike realized that this might be the key to solving the disappearance mystery. He continued to explore and finally found this mysterious energy in a hidden cave. The moment Ike came into contact with the mysterious energy, countless images flashed through his mind. He finally remembered his origins and mission. It turned out that the missing residents had been kidnapped by an evil force that sought to use the energy of Sam Starr to fulfill its ambitions. Ike decided to engage in a decisive battle with the evil force. Using his awakened powers, he fought his way through obstacles and arrived at the base of the evil force. In the fierce battle, Ike displayed astonishing combat prowess, repeatedly neutralizing the enemy's attacks and delivering heavy blows to them. Ultimately, Ike successfully defeated the evil force and rescued all the missing residents. Sam Starr returned to its former tranquility, and Ike became the hero of the planet. He continued to guard Sam Starr, awaiting the next challenge, knowing that in this vast universe, countless unknowns awaited his exploration. Chapter 53. Sam Starr Legend 27. On the ancient land of the Great Xia, there is a mysterious sect called Lingyun Pavilion. The pavilion is filled with experts who take chivalry as their duty, guarding the peace of the martial world. However, a crisis from the distant Sam Starr shattered this tranquility. Sam Starr, a technologically advanced planet. In the era of Sam Starr Legend, there was a boy named Ike. Ike possessed extraordinary wisdom and courage, with a special energy flowing in his body that allowed him to traverse time and space and master the secrets of time. One day, while conducting experiments in the time and space laboratory on Sam Starr, Ike accidentally opened a time-space passage to Earth. He was swept away by a mysterious force and arrived in the martial arts world of Great Xia. Ike landed right at the foot of Lingyun Pavilion. He looked at the ancient buildings around him and the people in traditional costumes, feeling very curious. Just then, a group of men in black suddenly appeared, wielding sharp blades and charging fiercely toward Lingyun Pavilion. Ike felt a surge of determination and decided to help. He used his time abilities to instantly appear in front of the men in black. The men in black were startled by his sudden appearance, but quickly reacted, swinging their blades at him. Ike skillfully dodged while using his time power to slow down their movements. He seized the opportunity to unleash his punches and kicks, knocking the men in black down one by one. The disciples of Lingyun Pavilion were astonished at this scene. They invited Ike into the pavilion and inquired about his origins. Ike recounted his story from Sam Starr, and the pavilion master was deeply shocked. He realized that Ike's arrival could bring new opportunities and challenges to the martial world. Just then, a mysterious message arrived. An evil force had emerged in the martial world, attempting to seize the legendary martial arts manual to dominate the entire martial world. This evil force seemed to have intricate connections with a certain mysterious power from Sam Starr. Ike decided to join forces with the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion to combat this evil force. They set off on a quest to find the martial arts manual. Encountering various difficulties along the way, there were perilous mountains, rushing rivers, and hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. In one battle, Ike discovered that the enemy could utilize technological weapons from Sam Starr, which posed a significant challenge. But he did not back down. Instead, he used his time abilities to find the weaknesses of the enemy's weapons. He closely coordinated with the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion and ultimately succeeded in defeating the enemy. After considerable effort, they finally found the martial arts manual. However, the manual concealed a massive secret related to the time-space passage of Sam Starr. Ike realized that only by unraveling this secret could they completely eliminate the crisis in the martial world. With the help of others, Ike used his wisdom and time abilities to decipher the secret within the manual. He closed the time-space passage, preventing the evil forces of Samstar from invading Earth again. The martial world returned to its former peace, and Ike became a legendary figure in the martial world. His story spread across the Great Xia, inspiring generations of martial artists. Ike also found his mission and value in this martial arts world. Chapter 54. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet resembles a gigantic magical sphere, home to various strange creatures and possessing unimaginable technology and civilization. The history of Samstar is divided into legendary eras, and it is currently in a legendary age. Ike is the legendary figure of this era. He is a slender boy with determined eyes and blue hair that sparkles with a strange glow under the sunlight of Samstar. Ike lives in a small town on the edge of Samstar, which frequently suffers attacks from monsters known as shadow beasts. Shadow beasts are creatures formed from condensed dark energy, and wherever they go, everything will be consumed by darkness. One day, the town was once again attacked by shadow beasts. Seeing the terrified faces of the villagers ignited a strong fighting spirit within Ike. He decided to embark on a journey to find a way to combat the shadow beasts. Before he set off, the town's elder gave him an ancient book that recorded the mysterious power of Sam-Star known as Star Radiance. It is said that only those with pure hearts and strong wills can awaken the Star Radiance. Ike took the book and traversed the deserts, jungles, and mountains of Samstar. In the desert, he encountered a talking sandworm, which informed him of a mysterious temple deep within the jungle that might hold the secret of Star Radiance. When he arrived in the jungle, he was obstructed by giant vines. Using his wisdom and courage, Ike cleverly dodged the attacks of the vines and finally found the temple. Inside the temple, a soft glow radiated. Deep within the temple, Ike discovered a gigantic crystal ball. When he touched the crystal ball, images flooded his mind, revealing the methods to cultivate Star Radiance. Ike began to train earnestly, and after countless days and nights of effort, he finally succeeded in awakening the Star Radiance. At this time, the power of the Shadow Beast was growing stronger and had begun to approach the core areas of Samstar. Ike returned to the town with his awakened power, rallying the brave villagers to form a resistance. In the final battle against the Shadow Beasts, Ike unleashed the powerful Star Radiance, its brilliance piercing through the darkness like a sword. The Shadow Beasts gradually dissipated under the illumination of the Star Radiance. Peace returned to Samstar, and Ike became a hero in the hearts of the people. His story spread across Samstar, inspiring generations to bravely face difficulties and protect their homeland. The legendary era of Samstar became even more glorious because of Ike's existence. Chapter 55. The Legend of Samstar 28. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet resembles a gigantic magic treasure box, filled with whimsical creatures and wonders. In Area 55 of Samstar, there lies a unique being named Ike. Ike has a very peculiar appearance. He has 3 slender legs, each capable of independent thought and different movements. His body resembles a transparent crystal ball, within which flows colorful liquid that changes color with his emotions. On his head, he has a pair of antenna-like tentacles that can not only receive various signals from the universe, but also emit powerful energy waves. One day, Samstar was suddenly engulfed by a mysterious dark force. Wherever this force went, all vitality was devoured, beautiful flowers and plants withered instantly, and lively creatures became listless. Upon learning this news, Ike decided to step forward and save the planet he loved. He utilized the special ability of his tentacles to receive a faint signal from deep within the universe. The signal indicated that at the edge of a distant black hole, there was a mysterious energy source that could dispel this dark force. Thus, Ike embarked on a perilous journey. He traveled in his self-invented bubble spaceship, crossing countless galaxies. During his journey, he encountered many strange creatures. There were talking nebula jellyfish that guided Ike with their melodious songs. And there were hot-tempered meteor giants who tried to stop Ike's progress, but Ike cleverly evaded their attacks with his wisdom and courage. Finally, Ike arrived at the edge of the black hole. The gravitational pull here was extremely strong. Even light could not escape. Ike cautiously approached the energy source. Just as he was about to touch it, the dark force detected his actions and sent a group of dark ghosts to stop him. These ghosts were transparent and could pass through objects at will. Their eerie laughter sent chills down one's spine. Ike was undaunted. He summoned the colorful liquid within his body, transforming it into a powerful energy shield to withstand the attacks of the dark ghosts. Then, he unleashed energy waves from his tentacles and engaged in a fierce battle with the dark ghosts. After a hard-fought battle, Ike finally defeated the dark ghosts and successfully obtained the energy source. Ike returned to Samstar with the energy source. He spread the light emitted by the energy source across the entire planet, completely dispelling the dark force, and Samstar regained its former vitality. Ike became the hero of Samstar, his name passed down through generations, inspiring countless beings to bravely face difficulties and protect their homeland. Chapter 56. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious and strange planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with all sorts of unimaginable creatures and phenomena, and today's story begins with an alien being named Ike. Ike is a unique existence on Samstar. He is small in stature, but has a pair of large, shimmering eyes and 3 tentacles that can stretch at will on his head. Ike lives in the misty valley of Samstar, where a strange mist lingers year-round, and it is said that countless terrifying secrets are hidden in the valley. One day, Ike was searching for food in the valley as usual. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar came from deep within the valley, a sound that seemed to come from hell, causing Ike's tentacles to tremble. Curiously and fearfully, he followed the direction of the sound. The deeper he went into the valley, the thicker the mist became, and the surrounding scenery grew increasingly bizarre. Oddly shaped plants seemed to reach out to devour him at any moment. When Ike finally approached the source of the sound, he saw a massive shadow. The shadow had a huge body covered in black scales, with flames burning in its eyes. This was a legendary terrifying monster known as the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon is the most evil creature on Samstar, surviving by devouring the souls of other beings. Ike wanted to flee, but his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. The Shadow Demon slowly approached him, shaking the ground with each step. Just as the Shadow Demon opened its gaping maw to swallow Ike, he suddenly remembered the special ability he had been hiding all along. His 3 tentacles began to emit dazzling light, which coalesced into a massive energy shield. The Shadow Demon's attack was blocked by the shield, and it roared angrily. Launching another attack, Ike concentrated, controlling the shield to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Shadow Demon. During this breathtaking battle, Ike gradually discovered the Shadow Demon's weakness. He used his agile form to dodge the Shadow Demon's attacks, then seized the opportunity to turn the energy shield into a blade, stabbing at the Shadow Demon's weakness. With a scream, the Shadow Demon was defeated. Its body gradually dissipated, turning into a cloud of black smoke. Ike sighed with relief, knowing he had successfully overcome the terrifying monster. From that day on, Ike became a hero on Samstar. His name spread across the entire planet, and people were in awe of his courage and wisdom. The misty valley of Samstar also became more mysterious and alluring due to this incident. Ike continued to live on Samstar, knowing that more challenges awaited him in the future, but he was ready to face all unknown terrors and adventures. Chapter 57. The Legend of Samstar 29. At the end of the distant universe, there is a mysterious and unpredictable planet called Samstar. Samstar is home to strange creatures and bizarre phenomena, and in the legendary stories of this planet, Area 57 has always been shrouded in fear. Ike is a brave and fearless interstellar explorer. He had heard many strange legends about Area 57 of Samstar and decided to investigate. As his spaceship landed slowly on the land of Samstar, a chill swept over him, as if countless eyes were watching him from the darkness. As Ike stepped into Area 57, the surroundings sent chills down his spine. Massive black crystals abruptly grew from the ground, shimmering with a ghostly green light, resembling the eyes of demons. The air was filled with a putrid smell, like the stench of death spreading freely. Suddenly, a low growl came from a distance, the sound growing closer. Ike tightened his grip on his weapon, watching the direction of the sound warily. A gigantic creature slowly emerged from the darkness, its body composed of countless writhing tentacles, each shimmering with eerie light. Its head was a massive sphere covered in eyes, all fixated on Ike as if trying to see through his soul. Ike was undaunted. He quickly launched an attack on the creature. However, his attack seemed to cause little harm to the creature. The creature let out an angry roar, and numerous tentacles lunged at Ike. Ike skillfully dodged while searching for the creature's weakness. As Ike battled the creature, he noticed the environment around him beginning to change. The black crystals started to move, colliding with each other and producing a deafening sound. The ground began to crack, deep chasms appearing beneath Ike's feet. Ike realized that all of this was a terrifying trap of Area 57. He had to find a way to escape quickly. During his fight with the creature, Ike discovered that the creature's eyes were its weak point. He focused and attacked the creature's eyes. Finally, he defeated the creature, which collapsed to the ground. However, the danger was not over. Just as Ike let out a sigh of relief, he noticed the surrounding black crystals beginning to converge towards him. They formed a huge vortex, trying to engulf Ike. Ike struggled desperately. He used his intelligence and courage to find the weakness of the vortex. He quickly passed through the vortex and finally escaped from Zone 57. When Ike returned to the spaceship, he looked back at that terrifying area, filled with awe. The terrifying experience in Zone 57 of Samstar would forever be etched in his heart, becoming the most unforgettable memory of his interstellar adventure. That mysterious area still hides countless unknown terrifying secrets, waiting for the next brave challenger. Chapter 58. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is colorful, with strange energy light bands flowing across its surface and floating boulders dancing in gravitational vortices, while bizarre creatures weave through the energy forests, emitting a dreamlike glow. The history of Samstar is divided into countless legendary eras, and at this moment, our story takes place in the legendary Era 58. In this era, there is a boy named Ike on Samstar. Ike was born with a pair of eyes that could see through the flow of energy, making him particularly special on this planet where energy is revered. One day, the energy core of Samstar suddenly began to fluctuate violently, and the entire planet was shrouded in an uneasy atmosphere. The elders prophesied that this was a precursor to a great disaster, and only by finding the lost energy crystal could the energy core be stabilized and the planet saved. Upon hearing this news, Ike resolutely decided to embark on a journey to find the energy crystal. He took his energy skateboard and traversed the dangerous energy canyon. In the canyon, violent energy storms raged, but Ike skillfully avoided the storm's attacks with his keen perception of energy flow. During his journey through the canyon, Ike encountered a giant python that had been mutated by energy. The python emanated evil energy and lunged at Ike with its mouth wide open. Ike remained calm. He observed the flow of energy around the python and found its weak point. He quickly leaped from his skateboard and, using the energy dagger in his hand, precisely struck the python's vital spot, successfully defeating it. Continuing forward, Ike arrived at the mysterious energy maze. The maze was filled with various energy traps and illusions, and one could easily lose their way. With his unique abilities, Ike saw through one illusion after another and solved one energy puzzle after another. Finally, deep within the maze, Ike found the lost energy crystal. However, just as he was about to return with the crystal, an evil dark force appeared. The leader of the dark force sought to seize the energy crystal to use it to dominate Samstar. A fierce battle broke out. Ike wielded his energy dagger and fought valiantly against the dark force. He skillfully used the power of the energy crystal to neutralize the attacks of the dark force. In the end, Ike, with his courage and wisdom, defeated the dark force. Ike returned to Samstar with the energy crystal and placed it into the energy core. In an instant, the energy core stabilized, and Samstar regained its vitality. Ike became a hero of Samstar, and his name would forever be remembered in the legendary Era 58, inspiring generations of Samstar inhabitants to bravely face challenges and protect their home. Chapter 59. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with all kinds of strange creatures and incredible phenomena, and in the legendary stories of Samstar, the character numbered 59, Ike, is the most legendary figure. Ike is a small but energetic being with purple skin and big eyes, and he has a pair of glowing antennae on his head. He lives in the misty forest of Samstar, which is shrouded in mysterious mist all year round, hiding countless secrets. One day, Ike stumbled upon an ancient map in the forest. The map marked a mysterious place called the Tower of Time, said to hide the power to control time. A spark of adventure ignited in Ike's heart, and he decided to embark on a quest to find the Tower of Time. Following the map's guidance, he traversed the misty forest. In the forest, he encountered a talking tree spirit, which warned him that the road ahead was fraught with danger. But Ike did not back down. Next, he arrived at the Flame Canyon, where hot magma erupted from the canyon. Ike cleverly used his agile body to weave through the gaps in the lava and finally succeeded in passing through the Flame Canyon. After a long journey, Ike finally reached the foot of the Tower of Time. The tower soared into the clouds, emitting a mysterious glow. When he entered the tower, he discovered it was filled with various mechanisms and traps. Ike used his intelligence and courage to solve these mechanisms one by one. At the very top of the tower, Ike finally saw the legendary time crystal. Just as he reached out to touch the crystal, a huge mechanical monster suddenly appeared. This monster was the guardian of the Tower of Time, roaring and launching an attack on Ike. Ike showed no fear. He used the faint power of the time crystal to briefly stop time, then swiftly moved behind the monster and destroyed its core device. The monster crashed to the ground, and Ike successfully obtained the time crystal. However, he did not choose to use the time crystal for personal gain. Instead, he decided to use it to restore the damaged ecological environment of Samstar. He harnessed the power of the time crystal to revive the withered trees and let the dried-up rivers flow again. Samstar regained its former prosperity, and Ike became a hero of the planet. His adventure story spread across Samstar, inspiring generations of beings to bravely pursue their dreams and explore the unknown world. Ike continued his whimsical adventures, writing more legends in the universe. Chapter 60. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is home to various strange creatures, where technology and magic intertwine, forming a world full of fantastical colors. Samstar is divided into eras according to specific cycles, and now it is the legendary Era 60. Ike is an ordinary boy living in a small town on the edge of Samstar. He is slender but has bright and determined eyes, filled with curiosity about the unknown world. In this era, Samstar faces an unprecedented crisis. Evil dark forces seep in from the cracks in the universe, devouring light and destroying life wherever they go. Ike was originally living an ordinary life, but by chance, he discovered a mysterious sword in an ancient ruin. This sword emanated a strange glow, and the hilt was engraved with ancient runes, as if hiding endless power. The moment Ike grasped the sword, a powerful energy surged into his body, and mysterious images floated in his mind, showing him the mission to combat the dark forces. From then on, Ike embarked on a journey to save Samstar. With the power of the sword and his own wisdom, he met many like-minded companions along the way. There was the elven girl Leah, who was skilled in magic and could manipulate the elements of nature to provide strong support for the team, and the mighty giant Brew, whose fists were like hammers, able to easily fend off enemies. Together, they fought through thorns and brambles, engaging in thrilling battles against the dark forces. In one intense clash, Ike and his companions found themselves in a desperate situation. The leader of the dark forces summoned a gigantic dark monster, towering like a mountain, with every attack causing the ground to shake. Ike felt unprecedented pressure, but he did not back down. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and merged with the power of the sword. Suddenly, the sword emitted a dazzling light, and Ike's body was enveloped in a layer of golden radiance. He swung his sword, unleashing an unprecedented powerful skill. Golden sword energy shot towards the dark monster like meteors, riddling its body with countless wounds. In the end, the dark monster collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the dark forces crumbled alongside it. Samstar welcomed the light once again, and Ike became the hero of the planet. With his courage and wisdom, he accomplished what seemed like an impossible task. In the annals of the legendary era of the 60s, Ike's name would forever be remembered, and his story became a legend passed down through generations on Samstar. The mysterious sword continued to protect Samstar, waiting for the next hero in need of it to appear. Chapter 61. The Legend of Samstar 31. In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a mysterious and magnificent planet called Samstar. On Samstar, strange creatures intertwine with brilliant energy, and every inch of land is imbued with endless mysteries. In this fantastical world, a boy named Ike is about to embark on a romantic and thrilling adventure. Ike is a young man from an ordinary village on Samstar, with bright and determined eyes, harboring infinite longing for the unknown world. One day, the village suddenly faced a mysterious disaster, as evil dark energy invaded, plunging the villagers into panic. According to legend, only by finding the star relic hidden deep within Samstar could this dark power be dispelled and the entire planet saved. Ike resolutely decided to set off on a journey to find the star relic. He bid farewell to his childhood friend Lynn, who looked at him with a mix of concern and encouragement. She gifted him a scarf she had woven by hand, whispering, "Make sure to come back safe." Ike tightly held the scarf, carrying this warmth and concern with him as he set off on the unknown journey. Along the way, Ike encountered countless difficulties and dangers. He traversed the scorching volcanic region, where lava churned and danger of being engulfed loomed at every moment. He delved into the eerie fog forest, where strange creatures lurked, ready to attack at any time. But Ike never flinched. Relying on his courage and wisdom, he repeatedly turned peril into safety. In a fierce battle, Ike met a mysterious old man. The old man recognized Ike's kindness and determination and decided to impart some mysterious skills to him. Under the old man's guidance, Ike's strength saw a significant enhancement, further solidifying his belief in finding the star relic. After a long trek, Ike finally arrived at the legendary sacred land. Here, radiance surged, as if gathering the entire energy of Samstar. However, guarding the star relic was a powerful divine beast. The beast was incredibly fierce, each of its attacks carrying immense force. Ike remained undaunted, wielding his weapon to engage in a thrilling battle with the divine beast. At a critical moment in the fight, Ike remembered Lynn's scarf and the hopeful gazes of the villagers. He unleashed an unprecedented power, ultimately defeating the divine beast and obtaining the star relic. When Ike returned to the village with the star relic, the dark power was completely dispelled, and the village regained its former vitality. Lynn excitedly rushed into Ike's arms. While the villagers cheered with joy, Ike became the hero of Samstar, his name immortalized on the planet, and his romantic love with Lynn became an eternal legend on Samstar. Chapter 62. In a seemingly ordinary yet intricately crafted martial arts world, a strange guest named Ike suddenly arrived from the distant Samstar, dressed in peculiar attire with spiky blue hair and carrying a mysterious glowing backpack. He stirred the martial realm into chaos upon his arrival. One day, Ike came to the bustling Qingping town. At the town entrance, there was a martial arts competition for marriage proposals, with a confident young woman on stage and eager young men below. Ike squeezed into the crowd, his eyes sparkling, and shouted, "Wow, this martial arts competition is so interesting. I want to join too." The surrounding people looked at him as if he were a monster. On stage, he faced a burly man. The man charged in with a fierce punch, but Ike remained calm, dodging like a slippery eel and joking, "Hey, your punch is just like a big clumsy worm from Samstar dancing." As he spoke, he pulled out a strange gadget from his backpack, pressing it towards the man. And a burst of colorful light shot out, instantly freezing the man in place, his eyes wide as saucers. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the young woman frowned. Just then, the infamous iron-faced constable arrived with a group of constables. He pointed at Ike and shouted, "You demon, what kind of sorcery are you using? Come with me to the precinct." Ike placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. "Ha, this is high-tech from Samstar, not some sorcery." The constables surged forward, and Ike darted through the crowd, occasionally pulling out various bizarre items from his backpack. A small disc that made people slip. A loud horn that emitted ear-piercing noise, causing the constables to become dizzy and fall, each one bruised and battered. Furious, the iron-faced constable took matters into his own hands. Unleashing his signature move, the iron-faced capture technique. Realizing the danger, Ike pulled out a giant spring from his backpack, threw it on the ground, and jumped onto it. The spring launched him high into the air as he shouted, "Bye-bye, you old fossils. Wait for me to save Samstar, and then we'll play again." Just as Ike was about to leave Qingping town, a mysterious light appeared in the sky, and a voice said, "Ike, you've played long enough in this martial arts world. It's time to return to Samstar and save it from crisis." Ike excitedly waved his hands. "All right, I'm heading back to show off my skills." With that, he transformed into a blue light and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the people of Qingping town continued to discuss this legendary guest from Samstar, Ike. Chapter 63. The Legend of Samstar 32. In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with wonder and the unknown, every inch of land containing astonishing secrets. The Legend of Samstar is an adventure story full of whimsical colors. Ike is a brave and curious young boy. He lives in a small town on the edge of Samstar, where many legends about the mysterious powers at the center of the planet are passed down. One day, Ike stumbled upon an ancient map in his backyard, with markings pointing to the most mysterious place on Samstar, the Forbidden Valley. According to legend, it hides a power that can change the fate of the planet, but is also filled with various dangers and traps. Driven by his desire for the unknown, Ike resolutely decided to embark on this adventure. He brought along his pet sprite, a talking little fluffball with magical X-ray vision that could help him discover hidden dangers. When they arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Valley, a mysterious force rushed towards them. The valley was shrouded in colorful mist, making it hard to see the path ahead. Suddenly, a group of giant flying monsters charged out of the mist, claws bared and emitting deafening roars. Ike did not panic. He directed his little fluffball to use its X-ray vision to find the monsters' weaknesses, skillfully avoiding their attacks and successfully driving them back. As they ventured deeper into the valley, Ike discovered an ancient castle. The castle's gate was tightly closed, covered in strange runes. Just as Ike was pondering how to open the gate, the little fluffball suddenly spoke. "I sense a powerful energy fluctuation behind the door." Ike carefully examined the runes and realized they seemed to form a puzzle. After some thought, Ike finally solved the puzzle, and the gate slowly opened. Inside the castle was eerie and terrifying, with walls flickering with strange light. Ike cautiously moved forward when suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and a gigantic stone monster emerged from underground. The stone monster swung its massive fists towards Ike. Ike skillfully dodged the attacks while searching for the stone monster's weakness. He discovered that the monster's eyes were its fatal weakness, so he used the mirrors in the castle to reflect light towards the monster's eyes. The monster roared in pain and ultimately fell to the ground. Deep within the castle, Eik finally found the legendary mysterious power, a gem shining with light. The moment he picked up the gem, a powerful energy surged into his body, and he felt unprecedented strength. Eik returned to the small town with the gem, using this power to repair the damaged areas on Samstar, rejuvenating the planet. From then on, Eik became the hero of Samstar, and his adventure story spread across the planet, inspiring more people to bravely explore the unknown. Chapter 64. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. A strange purple mist envelopes Samstar, and bizarre creatures roam freely across the land. Eik, a brave explorer from Earth, set out on this terrifying and fantastical planet, driven by a thirst for the unknown, beginning an adventurous journey of the Samstar legend. The moment Eik landed on Samstar, he was stunned by the sight before him. Huge black vines emerged from the ground, twisting like countless snakes, producing a chilling hissing sound. He cautiously moved forward when suddenly, a group of winged skeletons flew out of the mist, their sharp cries piercing the silent sky. Eik quickly hid behind a large rock, his heart racing, cold sweat soaking his back. As he delved deeper, Eik arrived at an ancient castle. The castle's main door was engraved with mysterious runes, as if recounting terrifying stories unknown to man. Summoning his courage, he pushed open the door, and a putrid odor hit him. The castle was eerie, with walls flickering with a strange green light. With every step Eik took, he could hear his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Deep within the castle, Eik discovered a vast chamber with a crystal ball glowing blue at its center. As he approached the crystal ball, a group of ghosts suddenly rose from the ground. These ghosts had twisted faces and emitted wretched cries as they lunged at Eik. Drawing his laser sword, Eik engaged in a fierce battle with the ghosts. The light of the laser sword flickered in the darkness, repelling the ghosts' attacks time and again. Just as Eik thought he had defeated the ghosts, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a massive monster emerged from it. The monster had 3 heads, each with sharp teeth, and its body was as large as a small mountain. The monster let out a roar that shook the entire castle. Eik knew he faced an unprecedented challenge, but he did not back down. He focused his mind and searched for the monster's weakness. During the intense battle, Eik realized that the middle head of the monster was its vital point. Seizing the moment, he leaped and thrust his laser sword into the monster's middle head. The monster let out a wail and began to sway. Ultimately, the monster fell to the ground, dissolving into a cloud of smoke. Eik breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had successfully completed the challenge of the Samstar legend. With victory in his heart, he left the terrifying castle. As he stepped back onto his spaceship and looked back at Samstar, he was filled with awe for the mysterious planet and an infinite longing for the unknown universe. Chapter 65. The Samstar legend. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a strange planet called Samstar. Its surface is covered with colorful crystalline mountains, and rivers of liquid metal flow through it, while giant jellyfish-like creatures float in the sky, emitting mysterious light. On this fantastical planet, a story about the Samstar legend is told. Eik is a small robot filled with courage and wisdom. He was born in the most mysterious laboratory on Samstar, assigned the mission of exploring the unknown. One day, the energy core of Samstar suddenly malfunctioned, plunging the entire planet's energy supply into crisis. The elders urgently summoned all capable warriors, hoping they could find a solution. Without hesitation, Eik stepped forward, embarking on a journey filled with the unknown. Eik first arrived at the forbidden forest of Samstar. Here, there are trees that can move, with roots as flexible as tentacles, attacking any intruders. Eik cleverly used the magnetic device on his body to attract the tree's attention and quickly passed through the forest. Next, he came to a valley made of crystal. A mist that induced hallucinations filled the valley, but Eik, with his steadfast will, continuously adjusted his sensory system to avoid losing his way. At the end of the valley, Eik discovered an ancient document. The document recorded a mysterious place known as the source of energy. It was said that the key to repairing the energy core was hidden there. Following the document's guidance, Eik arrived at a massive underground cave. The cave was filled with various strange creatures, including winged snakes and fire-breathing turtles. Eik engaged in fierce battles with them, using his mechanical arms and laser weapons to successfully defeat the enemies. Finally, Eik reached the source of energy. It was a gigantic energy vortex surrounded by countless energy crystals. Eik cautiously approached the vortex, trying to find a way to repair the energy core. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed, "Only those with pure courage and wisdom can gain the power here." Eik responded without hesitation, "I am willing to give everything to save Samstar." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from the vortex, enveloping Eik. He felt a powerful force surge into his body. He returned to Samstar with this power, successfully repairing the energy core. Samstar regained its vitality, and Eik became the hero of the planet. His name, the Samstar legend, was forever etched in the annals of Samstar's history, inspiring generations of warriors to explore the unknown and protect the planet. Chapter 66. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. The life forms on this planet are varied, and its technology level far exceeds human imagination. The Samstar legend, codenamed Eik, is the most legendary existence on this planet. Eik possesses extraordinary abilities. His body can transform at will, adapting to various extreme environments. His eyes are like the deep universe, capable of seeing through all disguises and conspiracies. On Samstar, Eik is a heroic figure, having saved the planet from danger multiple times. However, the peaceful Samstar faces an unprecedented crisis. A mysterious dark force is attacking from the other side of the universe, leaving destruction and consuming life in its wake. The leader of the dark force is an evil being named Shadow Demon, who seeks to dominate the entire universe. Upon learning this news, Eik resolutely decided to embark on a journey to find a way to combat the dark force. He piloted the most advanced spaceship of Samstar, traversing countless star systems. During this process, he encountered various alien life forms. There were the benevolent jellyfish clan, who lived on liquid planets and had the ability to heal all wounds, and the fierce rock clan, whose bodies were as hard as iron and were natural warriors. Eik formed an alliance with these alien beings to jointly resist the dark force. In a fierce battle, Ike's spaceship was hit by an attack from the Shadow Demon, forcing him to land on a desolate planet. This planet was filled with dangerous traps and ferocious beasts, but Eik did not back down. He used his abilities to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the beasts and discovered a mysterious treasure, the heart of the universe, deep within the planet. The heart of the universe holds endless energy, said to be able to destroy all evil. Ike returned to the Alliance's base with the heart of the universe, where he and his allies formulated the final battle plan. The moment of the decisive battle finally arrived, and Ike led the Alliance's army into a breathtaking battle against the Dark Legion of the Shadow Demon in the void of the universe. Ike unleashed the energy of the heart of the universe and engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the Shadow Demon. In the fierce battle, Ike gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he used the power of the heart of the universe to completely eliminate the Shadow Demon, causing the dark forces to collapse. Samstar and the entire universe regained their former peace. Ike became a hero of the universe, and his legendary story spread across various star systems. He also understood that countless unknowns awaited him to explore, and more crises needed him to face, but he was unafraid, for he was Ike, the legend of Samstar, forever guarding the peace and justice of the universe. Chapter 67. The Legend of Samstar 34. In the colorful yet perilous depths of the jungle on Samstar, Ike stood with a furrowed brow. He was a brave and righteous young warrior on Samstar, with dazzling short hair like flames and a pair of blue eyes that could see through everything. Recently, Samstar encountered an unprecedented crisis. A mysterious dark force invaded from a distant galaxy, turning once vibrant lands barren and plunging the kind residents into endless fear. The tribe to which Ike belonged was also severely threatened, with many tribespeople injured or even losing their lives in battle. One day, Ike stumbled upon a mysterious cave in the jungle. The cave emanated a strange light, as if hiding a great secret. He cautiously entered and discovered an ancient book deep within the cave. When he opened the book, a blinding light flashed, and a voice appeared in his mind. The voice told him that only by finding 3 mysterious keys could he activate the ultimate defense weapon on Samstar and repel the dark force. However, these 3 keys were hidden in 3 extremely dangerous places. The first key was in the frigid mountain range, covered in ice and snow year-round, guarded by fierce ice beasts. The second key was inside a blazing volcano, where lava could swallow a person at any moment. The third key was in the eerie ghost swamp, filled with fog that could lead one to lose their mind. Ike returned to the tribe and shared this news with everyone. Some tribespeople supported him in searching for the keys, believing it was the only hope to save Samstar. Others opposed, fearing he might not return. Ike found himself in a difficult dilemma. He thought of those suffering under the dark force, of the beauty and peace Samstar once had. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to embark on the adventure to find the keys. He bid farewell to his tribespeople, equipped with only simple gear and unwavering faith, and set off toward the frigid mountains. In the frigid mountains, Ike faced enormous challenges. The ice beasts were massive, exuding a cold aura, and each attack carried a bone-chilling chill. Ike skillfully dodged the ice beasts' attacks, searching for their weaknesses. After an intense battle, he finally found an opportunity and struck the ice beast's vital point with his blade, successfully obtaining the first key. At this point, the dark force on Sam's star was becoming increasingly rampant, and time was of the essence. Ike couldn't afford to rest and hurried towards the blazing volcano. Inside the volcano, magma churned, and waves of heat rushed toward him. He carefully navigated the narrow, rocky paths, always alert for the sudden eruption of lava. After enduring countless hardships, he also successfully acquired the second key. When he arrived at the ghost swamp, he was already exhausted. But he knew this was the location of the last key, and also the most dangerous place. The mist disoriented him, and various eerie sounds echoed around him. Ike struggled to keep a clear mind, advancing step by step toward his goal with tenacious willpower. In the end, he successfully obtained all 3 keys. When he returned to the tribe with the keys, the tribe's people cheered with joy. Together, they activated the ultimate defense weapon. A dazzling beam of light shot toward the dark force, completely driving it back. Sam's star regained its former vitality, and Ike became a hero in the hearts of his tribe's people. He also understood that as long as one has courage and belief, they can overcome any difficulty. Chapter 68. After repelling the dark force, Sam's star welcomed a brief peace. Ike thought he could take a moment to breathe. However, an ancient wise man from the tribe found him. This wise man was elderly but possessed a mysterious ability to foresee the future. Ike, I have seen ominous signs in the movements of the stars. The wise man's voice was deep and serious. A new crisis is quietly approaching Sam's star, and this time the danger is even more elusive than the previous dark force. Ike's brow furrowed tightly. He had just endured a fierce battle and was physically and mentally exhausted, but the sense of responsibility to protect Sam's star immediately energized him. Wise one, please tell me how we should respond to this impending crisis. The wise man slowly took out an ancient stone tablet, covered in strange symbols and patterns. This contains a prophecy. Only by finding 3 individuals with special abilities to fight alongside you can this crisis be averted. These 3 individuals possess the abilities to control natural elements, perceive the mysteries of the mind, and traverse time and space. Ike looked at the contents of the stone tablet, filled with doubt and a sense of challenge. He knew that finding these 3 individuals would not be easy, but for the safety of Sam's star, he did not hesitate and resolutely decided to embark on a new journey. He first went to the depths of the forest on Sam's star, where it was said that a mysterious person who could control natural elements resided. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he found the environment starkly different from the outside world. Towering and dense trees, entwined vines, seemed to hide countless secrets. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, shaking the branches violently. Ike realized he might have attracted the attention of the mysterious person. Who dares to intrude into my territory? A voice came from the woods, and soon a figure slowly emerged. The person was tall and slender, dressed in clothing woven from leaves and vines, holding a staff that radiated a green glow. Ike respectfully said, "My name is Ike, from the tribe. Sam's star is about to face a new crisis, and I need your help. You possess the ability to control natural elements. Can you join me in combating this crisis?" The mysterious person looked at Ike, a glimmer of scrutiny in their eyes. "I have lived in seclusion here for many years. The conflicts of the outside world have nothing to do with me." Ike eagerly recounted the current situation on Sam's star and the importance of their joint battle as foretold in the prophecy. After a long silence, the mysterious person finally nodded. "Since this concerns the fate of Sam's star, I am willing to accompany you." With the addition of the person who could control natural elements, Ike's confidence grew significantly. Next, he took his new companion to the Valley of the Mind on Sam's star, where it was said that a person who could perceive the mysteries of the mind resided. When they arrived at the valley, a tranquil yet profound aura greeted them. In the center of the valley stood an ancient temple. Ike and his companion entered the temple and saw a person meditating with closed eyes. Ike spoke softly, "We need your help. Sam's star is facing a huge crisis." The meditating person slowly opened their eyes, their gaze seeming to see through Ike's heart. "I have long sensed the impending danger. I will join you and use my abilities to protect Sam's star." Now, only the one with the ability to traverse time and space remained unfound. Ike learned from the wise man that this person might be hiding near the time-space rift on Sam's star. The time-space rift was one of the most dangerous places on Sam's star, where time and space were chaotic and could swallow a person at any moment. Ike and his 2 companions cautiously approached the time-space rift. Suddenly, a strange light flashed, and a figure appeared before them. This person radiated a mysterious glow, and their gaze revealed mastery over time and space. Ike reiterated his purpose, and the time traveler nodded slightly. I have been waiting for this day. For Samstar, I will fight alongside you. The four individuals with special abilities gathered together and held a solemn ceremony in the central square of Samstar, announcing to all residents that they would jointly confront the impending crisis. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a new crisis seemed to quietly descend. Chapter 69. The Legend of Samstar 35 with the assembly of the four individuals with special abilities. The residents of Samstar seemed to have taken a reassuring pill, but the gathering dark clouds weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a massive stone. Ike understood that the real battle was about to begin. Under the shadow of the dark clouds, a huge black vortex appeared above Samstar. Black energy flows continuously surged from the vortex, causing the land to crack and the flowers and grass to wither. Ike and his three partners immediately prepared for battle. The partner with the ability to manipulate natural elements acted first, waving his staff to summon fierce winds and torrential rain in an attempt to disperse the black energy flow. The winds howled, and the rain poured down, yet the black energy flow proved to be exceptionally stubborn, only temporarily blocked. The partner who could perceive the mysteries of the mind closed his eyes and concentrated on exploring the source and weakness of this dark power. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. This power comes from another dimension. There seems to be a strong consciousness controlling it, and its purpose is to consume all the energy of Samstar. Upon hearing this, Ike tightened his grip on his weapon and said, "No matter what, we must stop it." At this moment, the partner with the ability to traverse time and space spoke up. "I can try to travel back to when this power had not fully formed to destroy its source." But Ike replied worriedly, "Traveling through time and space is filled with unknown dangers. You may never return." The time traveler firmly stated, "For Samstar, it's worth a try." With that, he activated his ability, and his body gradually became transparent, disappearing from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, the energy flow from the black vortex surged more violently. The partner manipulating natural elements began to feel overwhelmed, and the power of the winds and rain gradually weakened. Ike and the partner who could perceive the mysteries of the mind decided to move forward to assist, charging towards the black energy flow and engaging in close combat. Ike swung his weapon, each attack carrying immense power, but the black energy flow seemed to have a life of its own, constantly dodging and counterattacking. The partner who could perceive the mysteries of the mind used his ability to disrupt the consciousness waves within the black energy flow. Just as the battle reached a deadlock, the time traveler suddenly appeared not far away, looking quite battered and covered in wounds. "I couldn't succeed. The source is protected by a powerful shield. And I couldn't get close," the time traveler gasped. The black vortex seemed to sense their actions were thwarted and began to expand rapidly, with black energy surging towards them like a tide. Ike and his partners were surrounded by the energy flow, trapped in a predicament. Their attacks had less and less effect on the black energy flow, while the energy flow continuously drained their stamina and energy. "This won't do. We must find a new breakthrough," Ike shouted. At that moment, the wise one, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly appeared beside them. "I sensed your predicament. I have a way, but it requires all of your strength," the wise one said. It turned out that the wise one communicated with the star soul of Samstar and learned that they could use the core energy of Samstar to combat this dark power. However, to obtain the core energy, the four of them needed to work together and guide the energy in a specific ritual. Without any hesitation, Ike and his partners followed the wise one's instructions, forming a circle and each using their abilities to begin guiding the core energy of Samstar. As the energy gathered, a dazzling light rose from among them, shooting towards the black vortex. Chapter 70. The dazzling light. The dazzling light shot like a sword directly at the black vortex. However, the black vortex seemed to sense the threat and quickly condensed a stronger black energy to defend against it. The light clashed violently with the black energy in midair, producing a deafening roar, and powerful shockwaves spread out, causing the entire Samstar to tremble. Ike and his partners gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain the energy output. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down their foreheads, and their bodies trembled slightly from exhaustion. The partner who controlled natural elements had veins bulging on his forehead. He pushed his connection with nature to the limit, continuously drawing power from the surroundings to inject into the light. The partner who could perceive the mysteries of the mind focused on stabilizing everyone's mental state to prevent a mental breakdown under such immense pressure. He constantly transmitted strong beliefs into everyone's minds, enabling them to unite and resist the darkness together. The time traveler also did his best, using the power of time and space to adjust the energy frequency, attempting to create resonance with the energy of the black vortex to break its defenses. With their efforts, the light gradually gained the upper hand, starting to erode the black vortex bit by bit. The black vortex emitted an angry roar, and the black energy counterattacked violently, like a surging black tide. At that moment, countless black spikes suddenly shot out from the black vortex, raining down towards them. Ike shouted, "Watch out!" He quickly swung his weapon, knocking down the approaching black spikes one by one. The partner who controlled natural elements summoned a massive earth wall to temporarily block some of the spikes' attacks. However, some spikes still broke through the defense and struck the partner who could perceive the mysteries of the mind. He groaned softly, his body swaying, and his mental state was affected. Ike's heart tightened, and he immediately diverted some of his energy to protect him. He can't go down. Ike gritted his teeth and intensified his attacks. The time traveler took the opportunity to use his ability to briefly freeze time, giving everyone a moment to catch their breath. They quickly adjusted their states, reorganized their strength, and launched another attack on the black vortex. The light grew brighter, while the black vortex continued to shrink. Just when everyone thought victory was in sight, the black vortex suddenly exploded violently. The powerful shockwave sent the four of them flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ike struggled to get up, his body injured in multiple places, blood staining his clothes. Yet his gaze remained determined as he watched the gradually dissipating black vortex, his vigilance unrelenting. Indeed, where the black vortex had faded, a massive black figure slowly emerged. It was a being resembling a demon, exuding a terrifying aura, with every movement seeming capable of tearing space apart. Is this the true form of the dark power? Ike clenched his fists, a strong fighting spirit surging within him. He knew that the real decisive battle was just beginning. The demon let out an angry roar, its voice booming in everyone's ears like thunder. It extended its enormous claws towards Ike and the others. Ike and his partners quickly dispersed to avoid the attack, then launched their assaults from different directions towards the demon. The partner who controlled natural elements summoned flames and boulders to strike the demon. The partner who could perceive the mysteries of the mind used his ability to disrupt the demon's thoughts. The time traveler sought opportunities to create time rifts in the demon's movements. Ike, relying on his agility, charged towards the demon, swinging his weapon fiercely at its body. However, the demon's body was as hard as iron, and Ike's attack only left a shallow mark on it. The demon swiped back, sending Ike flying with a powerful force. Ike stabilized himself in the air, rolled upon landing, and stood up again. He knew that this battle would be exceptionally difficult, but for the sake of Sam Star, he would never back down. "Partners, let's concentrate our strength and attack its weakness," Ike shouted. Hearing this, everyone adjusted their tactics and prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Chapter 71. The Legend of Sam Star on the Vast Lands of Sam Star. Many mysterious legends are passed down, among which the legend of an ancient ruin is particularly captivating. It is said that this ruin hides a great secret from the ancient times of Sam Star, and recently, a strange energy fluctuation has come from the direction of the ruin, catching the attention of Ike and his companions. Ike and several like-minded partners decided to explore together. They traveled along the winding mountain road, and the surrounding environment gradually became eerie. The ancient trees seemed to claw at the sky, as if telling the story of the passage of time. A faint smell of decay filled the air, sending chills down their spines. When they finally reached the ruin, the sight before them shocked them greatly. Massive stone pillars lay collapsed on the ground, and the broken stone slabs were covered with mysterious runes. These runes flickered with a faint light, as if conveying some kind of message to them. Ike cautiously approached, trying to decipher the runes. The moment his hand touched the runes, a bright light flashed, and images appeared in his mind. In the images, Sam Star had once suffered a tremendous disaster. An evil force from deep within the universe enveloping the entire planet in darkness. Is this the past of Sam Star? Ike muttered to himself. His companions gathered around, noticing his surprised expression, and asked what had happened. Ike shared the images he had seen, and everyone's faces turned serious. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the ruin. The sound grew closer, as if something terrifying was approaching them. Ike and his companions immediately prepared for battle, gripping their weapons tightly and keeping a vigilant eye on the direction of the sound. A gigantic monster burst forth from the ruins. It was massive, covered in black scales, with fierce light flashing in its eyes. The monster opened its gaping maw and let out a roar before lunging at them. Ike and his companions quickly scattered, each finding a favorable position. The partner who controlled natural elements launched the first attack, summoning fierce winds and torrential rain in an attempt to halt the monster's advance. The howling winds and pouring rain struck the monster, but only splashed water. The monster seemed enraged, quickening its pace towards the partner controlling natural elements. The time-traveling partner, seeing this, immediately used their ability to briefly freeze time, stopping the monster's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Ike charged towards the monster, swinging the blade in his hand and striking at its body. The blade hit the monster's scales, creating sparks, but only leaving a shallow mark. The monster angrily thrashed its body, throwing Ike away. Ike stabilized himself in the air and quickly adjusted his stance upon landing. He knew that the monster's defense was incredibly strong, and ordinary attacks had almost no effect on it. We must find its weakness, Ike shouted. Just then, the partner who understood the secrets of the mind suddenly said, I sense its weakness is in the center of its head, where there is a spot not covered by scales. Ike nodded, and he and his companions formulated a new battle plan. The partner controlling natural elements summoned the winds again, causing the monster to lose its balance. The time-traveling partner then used their ability to freeze time again at the moment the monster lost its balance. Ike took this chance and dashed towards the monster's head at the fastest speed. He leaped high, the blade in his hand gleaming with cold light, and thrust it fiercely into the monster's weak spot. The blade accurately pierced the weakness, and the monster let out a wail, its body shaking violently. The monster gradually lost its strength and fell to the ground. Ike and his companions let out a sigh of relief, but they knew this was just the beginning. The information gathered from the ruin indicated that the evil force might strike again. We must be prepared to face the upcoming challenges, Ike said firmly to his companions. They packed up their gear, carrying the warning from the ruin, and set off on their way back, filled with concerns for the future and determination to protect Samstar. Chapter 72. The battle with the demon. The battle against the demon was exceptionally brutal. Despite giving their all, Ike and his companions found themselves cornered by the demon. Each attack from the demon carried devastating power, making it hard for them to withstand. Ike's weapon had developed cracks, his wounds continuously oozing blood, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. The partner controlling natural elements was weakened from overuse, and the elemental powers summoned were not as strong as before. The partner who understood the secrets of the mind found it difficult to concentrate under the demon's powerful mental interference, their thoughts becoming muddled. The time-traveling partner, having frequently used their time abilities, began to feel unwell, and the use of time powers became sluggish. The demon let out a wild laugh, gathering black energy once more to prepare a deadly strike. The black energy coalesced in its hand into a massive black sphere, distorting the space around it and emitting a hissing sound. Are we really going to end here? Ike felt a flicker of despair in his heart, but he quickly shook his head, his gaze becoming resolute again. No, we cannot give up. Samstar is waiting for us to protect it. Just as the demon was about to launch the black sphere, suddenly, a golden light shot from a distance. The light streaked across the sky like a meteor, accurately hitting the black sphere in the demon's hand. The black sphere exploded upon the impact of the light, sending the demon staggering back a few steps. Ike and his companions looked in astonishment at the direction from which the light had come, and they saw a mysterious old man slowly approaching. The old man wore a golden robe and held a staff that radiated light. His eyes were deep and kind, as if containing endless wisdom. You need not panic. I have come to help you. The old man's voice was gentle and steady. He walked over to Ike and the others, examined their injuries, and then waved his staff, enveloping them in a soft glow. Everyone felt a warm current surge into their bodies. Their wounds began to heal rapidly, and their stamina gradually recovered. Who are you? Why have you come to help us? Ike asked curiously. The old man smiled and said, I am the guardian of Samstar from ancient times, having slept while protecting the secrets of the planet. When I sensed this powerful dark force emerging, I awakened. I know you have been striving to protect Samstar, so I came to assist. As he spoke, the old man looked towards the demon, his expression becoming serious. This dark force comes from deep within the distant universe, seeking to devour the entire Samstar. We must unite to eradicate it completely. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ike and his companions felt a surge of hope. They rallied together, standing before the demon alongside the old man, forming a strong defense. The demon seemed to sense the threat, letting out a furious roar as it charged towards them again. The old man waved his staff, summoning a massive golden shield to protect everyone behind it. The demon's attack struck the shield, creating ripples but failing to break through its defense. Now let's attack together, the old man shouted. He was the first to cast a spell, and beams of golden light shot from his staff towards the demon. Ike and his companions were not to be outdone. The partner who controlled the elements summoned fierce winds, torrential rains, flames, and massive rocks to attack the demon from different directions. The partner who understood the mysteries of the mind used their abilities to interfere with the demon's thoughts, slowing its actions. The time traveler looked for opportunities to create time rifts amidst the demon's attacks. Ike, wielding a sharp blade, rushed towards the demon during the brief moments of its vulnerability, seeking a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Under the combined assault of the group, the demon gradually began to falter. Wounds appeared on its body, and black blood flowed continuously. However, the demon did not give up easily. It struggled frantically, attempting to break free from the group's attacks. Suddenly, the demon concentrated its power and unleashed a powerful wave of black energy. The energy wave surged towards them like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. The elder quickly strengthened the shield, but the impact of the energy wave was too great, and cracks began to appear in the shield. "Hold on, everyone," Ike shouted. He and his companions poured all their strength into the shield, resisting the impact of the energy wave alongside the elder. Just as the shield was on the verge of shattering, the elder suddenly cast a powerful spell. He merged his power with the natural forces of Samstar, forming an even stronger barrier of light. The light barrier stood like an indestructible wall, blocking the demon's attack. The black energy wave gradually dissipated in front of the light barrier, and the demon's power was exhausted. Ike seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air, his blade shimmering with dazzling light. He put all his strength into a thrust aimed at the demon's heart. The blade accurately pierced the demon's heart, and the demon let out a horrific scream as its body gradually dissipated into the air. The group breathed a sigh of relief, filled with joy as they watched the demon fade away. They knew that this difficult battle had finally been won. "Thank you for your help, Elder," Ike said gratefully. The elder smiled and replied, "This is your achievement. Your courage and perseverance have impressed me. Now that the dark forces have been temporarily vanquished, we must not let our guard down. We still need to protect Samstar and prevent similar events from happening again." Ike and his companions nodded, their eyes firmly set on the horizon, filled with determination to safeguard Samstar. With the elder's help, they set out once more on their journey to protect the planet, ready to face any future challenges. Chapter 73. The Legend of Samstar. After the battle, Samstar temporarily returned to its former tranquility. However, Ike's heart could not find peace. He knew that the dark force had only been pushed back temporarily and could return at any moment. One day, while researching in the ancient library, Ike stumbled upon an ancient book about the mysterious ruins of Samstar. The book recorded that deep within Samstar, there was a hidden mysterious ruin that contained powerful forces capable of helping the Guardians better combat evil. Ike decided to explore the mysterious ruins. He shared his idea with his companions, and everyone expressed their willingness to join him. Thus, they packed their bags and embarked on a journey to find the mysterious ruins. Following the clues recorded in the ancient book, they traversed dense forests. The trees in the forest were tall and thick, with branches intertwining, allowing sunlight to filter through in patches. Occasionally, some strange creatures flitted past them. Some had enormous wings soaring through the sky, while others leaped between branches like little monkeys. The partner who controlled the elements easily cleared a path for everyone, allowing them to move forward smoothly. Next, they crossed an expansive desert. The desert was filled with swirling yellow sand and scorching heat. The blazing sun baked the ground, making every step feel as if the sand was flowing beneath their feet. The time traveler used their abilities to create a cool space for everyone, shielding them from the oppressive heat. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the entrance to the mysterious ruins. A massive stone door blocked the entrance, covered in mysterious runes that glimmered faintly, as if telling ancient stories. These runes seemed to hide some kind of secret. The partner who understood the mysteries of the mind carefully examined the runes on the stone door, trying to decipher their meaning. Just when everyone was at a loss, Ike suddenly felt his weapon vibrate slightly in his hand. Looking down, he noticed that the light on his weapon resonated with the runes on the stone door. "Maybe this is the key to opening the door," Ike exclaimed. He brought the weapon closer to the door, and the light on it grew brighter, responding to the runes on the door. As the light flickered, the stone door slowly opened with a deep rumbling sound. A mysterious aura surged forth from inside the door, instilling a sense of awe. They cautiously stepped through the stone door, finding themselves in a long passage. The walls on either side were embedded with glowing gems, illuminating the path ahead. Occasionally, traps and mechanisms appeared in the passage, but they easily avoided these dangers thanks to their respective abilities. When they reached the end of the passage, a gigantic hall appeared before them. In the center of the hall stood a circular platform, on which rested a glowing crystal ball. Various strange energy waves surrounded the crystal ball, emanating a powerful force. Is this the legendary mysterious power? Ike approached the crystal ball, eager to touch it. Just as his hand was about to make contact, several mysterious guardians suddenly jumped out from the side. These guardians wore ancient armor and wielded sharp blades. Their eyes filled with a vigilant light. Who are you? Why have you come here? One of the guardians asked loudly. Ike quickly explained. We are the guardians of Samstar, here to seek ways to combat the dark forces. Upon hearing Ike's words, the guardians exchanged glances. Then, the leader of the guardians said, We are the guardians of the mysterious ruins and have protected this place for countless ages. This crystal ball is the core energy source of Samstar. It contains immense power, but is also very dangerous. If misused, it could bring great disaster to Samstar. Ike sincerely replied, We are well aware of the dangers of this power, but Samstar faces a tremendous threat right now. And we need this power to protect the planet. We will use it cautiously and ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. The Guardians were moved by Ike's sincerity, and after some discussion, they decided to reveal the secret of the crystal ball to them. It turned out that the crystal ball was the energy core of Samstar. It could absorb and transform various energies from the universe. Through a specific ritual, the power of the crystal ball could be merged with the Guardians' powers, thereby enhancing their strength. With the help of the Guardians, they began the merging ritual. Ike and his companions formed a circle around the crystal ball, closing their eyes and concentrating. The light emitted by the crystal ball grew stronger, enveloping them. They felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, as if their forms were being reshaped. Ike's weapon became sharper and more radiant. The partner who controlled the elements could manipulate various elements more skillfully, significantly increasing their power. The partner who understood the mysteries of the mind became more perceptive, able to delve deeper into the enemy's thoughts, and the time traveler could more precisely control time, creating a larger temporal space. After the merging ritual, they felt a qualitative leap in their strength. They expressed their gratitude to the Guardians and then left the mysterious ruins with the crystal ball. When they returned to Samstar, they found a new dark force quietly approaching. This dark force was stronger than the previous ones, and wherever it went, everything withered and became desolate. It seemed our challenges were not over yet. We must be ready for the new battle, Ike said firmly, gripping his weapon. He and his companions stood together, prepared to protect the peace and tranquility of Samstar with the powers they had gained from the mysterious ruins. Chapter 74. After Ike and his companions returned to Samstar with the power acquired from the mysterious ruins, they felt the heavy, oppressive presence of the new dark force. This power was like a dark cloud, rapidly enveloping the entire planet. They immediately began preparing for defense. Ike utilized his expertise in technology to conduct a comprehensive upgrade of the planet's defense systems. He infused part of the crystal ball's energy into the defense system, making the original shield much sturdier and significantly enhancing the weapon's power. Meanwhile, the companion who controlled natural elements began to mobilize the natural forces on the planet. He made the trees in the forest tougher, forming natural barriers, and made the river waters surge, creating a wall of water to block the enemy's advance. The companion who understood the mysteries of the mind delved into every corner of the planet, soothing the public's panic. He used his abilities to keep people calm, assuring them that the Guardians could protect them. At the same time, he sought the weaknesses of the dark force, trying to find a psychological breakthrough. The time traveler utilized his abilities to glimpse the future multiple times. He discovered some clues about the dark force's attacks, but these clues were quite vague. Nevertheless, he shared this information with Ike, enabling them to prepare in advance. However, the dark force did not give them much time. During their preparations, the enemy suddenly launched an attack. A group of bizarre dark creatures emerged from the edge of the planet, surging toward the core area like a tide. Some of these creatures had huge wings, swirling in the air, while others crawled on the ground like gigantic reptiles. Ike and his companions immediately engaged. Ike swung his shining weapon and rushed toward the enemy. Wherever his weapon struck, dark creatures fell to the ground. Each attack was accompanied by powerful energy waves that sent the enemies flying. The companion controlling natural elements stood back, directing the natural forces to attack. He summoned fierce winds that blew the enemies off balance, and flames erupted from the ground, turning the enemies to ashes. The companion who understood the mysteries of the mind searched for the enemy leader during the battle. Through telepathy, he sensed that the enemy leader was hiding behind the dark creatures. He quietly approached the enemy leader, attempting to control him on a mental level. The time traveler played a crucial role at a key moment. He used his abilities to pause part of the enemy's time, allowing Ike and his companions to attack them more easily. However, the dark force's power exceeded their imagination. Despite their fierce resistance, the number of enemies kept increasing, as if they could never be defeated. Furthermore, the enemies seemed to be evolving continuously, adapting to the Guardians' attack methods and making corresponding adjustments. During the battle, Ike suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind the enemies. He looked up and saw a massive shadow slowly emerging from the darkness. This shadow was tall and exuded an evil aura, its eyes flickering with red light, sending chills down one's spine. Is this the leader of the dark force? Ike thought to himself. He felt his heartbeat quicken, a wave of tension washing over him. But he did not retreat. Instead, he tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to confront this formidable enemy. Just as Ike prepared to charge at the enemy leader, a violent tremor suddenly came from the side. It turned out that the dark force had launched a large-scale attack, breaching part of the defense systems. Some dark creatures took the opportunity to rush into the core area of the planet, starting to attack the populace. Not good. We need to split our forces, Ike shouted. He decided to send the companion controlling natural elements and the time traveler to protect the civilians, while he and the companion who understood the mysteries of the mind stayed behind to confront the enemy leader. The companion controlling natural elements and the time traveler immediately headed to the core area, quickly eliminating the dark creatures that had breached it. They protected the civilians, moving them to safety. Meanwhile, Ike and the companion who understood the mysteries of the mind continued to battle the enemy leader. The enemy leader was extremely powerful, and each of his attacks carried immense dark energy. Ike and the companion could barely hold on. During the fight, the companion who understood the mysteries of the mind suddenly sensed a secret hidden deep within the enemy leader's heart. He tried to delve into the enemy leader's mind to uncover this secret. However, the enemy leader noticed his intention and launched a fierce mental attack, pushing the companion back. Ike saw the companion injured, filled with rage. He charged at the enemy leader recklessly, launching a full-force attack. His weapon struck the enemy leader fiercely, causing him to roar in anger. However, this strike did not inflict fatal damage. Instead, it only enraged him further. The enemy leader retaliated with an even more ferocious attack, releasing a wave of dark energy that surrounded Ike and the companion who understood the mysteries of the mind. Under the attack of the dark energy wave, their bodies began to weaken, and their energy continuously drained. Just when they found themselves in dire straits, Ike suddenly remembered the power of the crystal ball. He focused his mind and summoned all the energy from the crystal ball. A dazzling light burst forth, breaking through the encirclement of the dark energy wave. With the power of this light, Ike charged at the enemy leader once more. This time, his attack was even more ferocious. He engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle with the enemy leader, each collision accompanied by powerful energy explosions. During the fight, the companion who understood the mysteries of the mind regained his strength. He once again delved into the enemy leader's mind and finally discovered the secret. It turned out that the enemy leader's power came from an ancient curse. As long as this curse was lifted, his strength would significantly weaken. The companion shared this secret with Ike. Immediately, Ike began searching for a way to lift the curse. In the intervals of the battle, he used his technological knowledge to analyze the energy fluctuations on the enemy leader's body. After much effort, he finally found the key to lifting the curse. He quickly adjusted the energy of the crystal ball, transforming it into a special energy wave. This energy wave shot toward the enemy leader, hitting the curse mark on his body accurately. As the energy wave struck, the curse on the enemy leader began to lift gradually. His power noticeably weakened, and his body began to grow frail. Seizing this opportunity, Ike launched his final strike. His weapon struck the enemy leader with great force, defeating him completely. The dark creatures, seeing their leader defeated, ceased their attacks and began to retreat. The crisis on Samstar was temporarily averted, but Ike and his companions knew this was only a temporary victory. They still needed to continue searching for a way to completely eliminate the dark force to ensure lasting peace for Samstar. Chapter 75. The Legend of Samstar 38. After successfully repelling the large-scale attack of the dark force, Samstar welcomed a brief tranquility. Although Ike and his companions took a moment to catch their breath, they remained vigilant, continuously strengthening the planet's defenses and enhancing their own abilities. On this day, a strangely shaped spaceship quietly landed on Samstar. The spaceship emitted a soft yet mysterious blue light, and the patterns on its surface flickered with unknown symbols. Ike and his companions quickly rushed to the landing site, armed and ready. The cabin door slowly opened, and a tall, mysterious visitor stepped out. He wore a silver robe adorned with dazzling gemstones that sparkled with colorful light as he moved. His face was handsome and stern, with deep-set eyes that seemed to hold endless secrets. "Greetings, guardians of Samstar. I come from a distant star system named Saren," the mysterious visitor said in a gentle yet assertive tone. I have sensed powerful dark energy fluctuations here and came to investigate. Ike stepped forward cautiously and asked, "How do you know about what happens here? What is your purpose on Samstar?" Saren smiled slightly and explained, "My planet has the ability to sense powerful energy waves in the universe. I mean no harm. I merely wish to collaborate with you to combat this dark force. I can feel that this dark power is not an ordinary evil. It hides a massive conspiracy behind it." Ike and his companions exchanged glances, still harboring doubts. But considering the current predicament facing Samstar, they decided to listen to Saren's thoughts. Saren took out a crystal emitting a purple glow from his robe and said, "This is a technological marvel from my planet. It can trace the source of the dark force. I can help you find the lair of this dark power and eliminate it in one fell swoop." Ike took the crystal and examined it closely. It seemed to contain countless tiny lights moving within, exuding a mysterious aura. He sensed that the crystal held powerful energy, which might indeed help them track the dark force. However, at that moment, the crystal suddenly began to vibrate violently, and its glow became blinding. Saren's expression changed, and he said, "Not good. The dark force has detected the crystal's existence. They are interfering with its tracking." Ike quickly handed the crystal back to Saren and said, "Hurry. Find a way to stabilize the crystal." Saren closed his eyes, cradled the crystal in his hands, and began to chant. A powerful energy emanated from him, merging with the energy within the crystal. After a struggle, the crystal's vibrations gradually calmed down, and its glow returned to normal. Although we have temporarily stabilized the crystal, the dark force is now on high alert. We must act quickly, otherwise, they may implement stronger defenses, Saren said. Ike and his companions decided to trust Saren and set off with him to find the source of the dark force. They boarded Saren's spaceship and flew in the direction indicated by the crystal. During the flight, Saren introduced Ike and the others to his planet and shared information about the dark force. It turned out that Saren's planet had also faced similar dark force attacks in the past, and through continuous research and exploration, they had found ways to combat the dark power. The source of the dark force could be an ancient evil organization attempting to dominate the entire universe. They possessed a device capable of absorbing cosmic energy to enhance their power continually, Saren explained. After hearing this, Ike pondered. It seems this enemy is even stronger than we imagined. We must be fully prepared. After a long flight, they finally arrived at the area indicated by the crystal. It was a dark star region, surrounded by thick black mist, as if hiding countless dangers. The spaceship cautiously entered this star region when suddenly, alarms went off. Detected massive energy fluctuations, unidentified objects approaching, the spaceship's intelligence system warned. Through the viewport, they saw a group of oddly shaped flying machines emerging from the black mist, charging toward the spaceship. These flying machines were triangular, flashing with eerie red light, and their tails spewed black flames. Ike and his companions immediately entered battle mode. Ike operated the ship's weapon system, firing energy beams at the enemy crafts. The companions unleashed their abilities, with some summoning powerful natural elements to attack the enemies, while others used psychic powers to disrupt the enemy's flight paths. Saren assisted the ship's defense system, strengthening the shields. In the fierce battle, they gradually discerned the attack patterns of the enemy crafts. Although numerous, these crafts had relatively simple attack methods, relying mainly on ramming and firing energy projectiles. Ike directed his companions to concentrate fire on the enemy's weak points, and after a fierce battle, they successfully repelled this batch of enemy crafts. However, they knew this was just the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead. The spaceship continued deeper into the dark star region, and as they progressed, the surroundings became increasingly bizarre. Strange lights flickered within the black mist, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a strong glow again, and Saren excitedly said, "We are close to the source of the dark force." However, at that moment, a massive energy barrier appeared ahead of the spaceship. This barrier radiated powerful dark energy, blocking their path. "This is a defensive barrier set by the dark force. We must find a way to break through it," Ike said. Saren began analyzing the energy structure of the barrier, trying to find a breakthrough point. He discovered that the barrier was composed of a special dark energy, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict damage. "We need to find a method to neutralize the dark energy," Saren said. Ike remembered the crystal ball he had obtained from the mysterious ruins earlier. He took out the crystal ball and said, "This crystal ball contains powerful light energy. Perhaps it can counteract the dark energy." They combined the energy of the crystal ball with the spaceship's energy system and then concentrated all energy to fire at the energy barrier. A dazzling light shot toward the barrier, and in the collision of light and dark energy, a tremendous explosion occurred. The energy barrier developed a crack, but it was not completely breached. Ike and his companions knew they needed even greater power to break through the barrier and continue their quest to find the source of the dark force. Chapter 76. Ike looked at the stubborn energy barrier with cracks, but still intact, frowning. It seems this isn't enough. We need to think of a way to increase the energy output, he said, his gaze firm and thoughtful. Saren was also nervously operating the instruments on the spaceship, trying to analyze the weakness of the barrier. The energy distribution of this barrier is uneven. We can concentrate fire on its weak points. He pointed at the data analysis results on the screen. The companions quickly sprang into action, readjusting the energy distribution of the weapon systems. Ike injected the light energy from the crystal ball into the weapon system again and activated the spaceship's energy amplification device. As the energy continued to gather, the weapon system emitted a brilliant glow. Fire, Ike commanded, and several powerful energy beams shot toward the weak point of the barrier. The light collided violently with the dark energy, producing a deafening roar. The cracks on the barrier gradually expanded, and ultimately, with a strong surge of energy, it was completely breached. We did it. The companions cheered. The spaceship passed through the shattered barrier and continued toward the source of the dark force. However, ahead lay an even more dangerous area filled with various traps and defensive facilities. Massive energy whirlpools swirled around them, and energy lightning occasionally streaked through the void. Some hidden turrets in the darkness also began attacking the spaceship. Ike skillfully maneuvered the ship, dodging the enemy's attacks, utilizing the ship's agility to weave between the energy whirlpools and lightning. The companions were responsible for counterattacking the artillery, using powerful energy attacks to destroy one turret after another. Just when they thought they had temporarily escaped danger, a massive dark battleship appeared before them. The battleship was enormous, emanating an evil aura from its surface. The weapon systems on the ship flickered ominously, clearly ready for battle. Is this the enemy's main battleship? It seems a tough fight is coming, Ike said, his eyes reflecting a determined fighting spirit. The dark battleship launched the first attack, with countless energy projectiles heading towards the spaceship. Ike quickly activated the ship's shields, which trembled violently under the enemy's assault. Companions, we can't just sit here and wait. We must take the initiative, Ike commanded as the spaceship charged towards the dark battleship. He utilized the ship's speed advantage, attempting to get close to the weak points of the battleship. The companions coordinated seamlessly, attacking the dark battleship from different directions. Some used energy beams to target the ship's weapon systems, while others unleashed powerful energy shocks to disrupt the battleship's power systems. Solon also assisted, using the technology of his planet to crack the battleship's defense systems. After a fierce battle, vulnerabilities appeared in the dark battleship's defenses. Ike seized the opportunity, concentrating the light energy from the crystal ball and firing a super energy beam. The beam penetrated the battleship's defense layers and struck its core. The dark battleship erupted in a violent explosion, debris flying through the void. However, this was only the first line of defense for the enemy. They knew the true source of dark power lay deeper within. The spaceship continued forward, finally arriving at a massive dark space. Thick dark energy permeated the area, as if it were the core of the dark power. In the center of the space stood a gigantic dark castle. The castle exuded a powerful evil aura, sending chills down their spines. That castle is the lair of the dark power. We have finally found it, Ike said. But he knew that the battles ahead would be even more difficult. Just as they prepared to approach the castle, a horde of dark creatures flew out from it. These creatures varied in shape, some resembling giant bats, others like evil spirits. They emitted sharp cries and lunged towards the spaceship. The companions jumped out of the ship and engaged the dark creatures in close combat. They fought fiercely, using their abilities to battle the dark creatures. Ike also joined the fight, wielding his weapon and unleashing powerful energy to repel the dark beings one by one. However, dark creatures kept pouring out from the castle, seemingly endless. Ike realized that this approach was not sustainable. They had to enter the castle quickly and destroy the core of the dark power. Companions, we can't get bogged down here. Find a way to break through their defenses and enter the castle, Ike shouted. Solon used the ship's energy to create a powerful energy shield, temporarily blocking the attacks from the dark creatures. Ike and the companions seized the opportunity to charge towards the castle. As they approached the castle, they encountered even more difficulties. A powerful magical barrier surrounded the castle, and ordinary attacks could not break through. Solon carefully observed the magical barrier, trying to find a way to crack it. He noticed some special runes on the barrier, which seemed to be the key to controlling it. I need some time to decipher these runes. You all protect me, Solon said. The companions quickly formed a defensive circle around Solon, blocking the attacks from the dark creatures. Ike used the light energy from the crystal ball to disrupt the magical barrier, buying time for Sullen. After a while of effort, Sullen finally deciphered the runes. The magical barrier began to dissipate, and they successfully entered the castle. Inside, the castle was eerie and terrifying, filled with a foul stench. The walls flickered with strange lights, as if hiding countless secrets. They cautiously moved forward, unaware of what dangers lay ahead. Chapter 77. The Legend of Sam Star 39. Ike and his companions stepped into the castle, and an oppressive atmosphere greeted them. The walls were adorned with strange murals that flickered with ghostly light, seemingly telling dark stories. "Everyone be careful. There must be hidden traps here," Ike quietly reminded, tightly gripping his weapon that radiated light energy. They proceeded down a narrow passage, when suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and sharp spears shot out from the walls on either side. The companions reacted quickly, using their abilities to dodge. Ike swiftly dodged to the side and released a wave of energy, breaking some of the spears. Sullen used his technological means to analyze the surrounding environment. "This seems to be a trap mechanism controlled by some energy source," he said, focusing on finding the trigger point of the mechanism. While avoiding the traps, they discovered a massive stone door. The door was covered in mysterious runes, radiating powerful magic. "It seems the key lies behind this door," Ike said. He attempted to strike the stone door with light energy, but it didn't budge. Sullen stepped forward to closely examine the runes. These runes were somewhat similar to those on the magical barrier outside, but were more complex. "I need some time to study this," he said. Just as Sullen was studying the runes, a group of dark spirits floated out from the depths of the passage. These spirits were translucent, emanating a chilling aura, and they let out sharp cries as they lunged towards the group. The companions engaged in battle once more. Some released fire energy in an attempt to disperse the spirits, while others used energy shields to block their attacks. Ike focused his energy, condensing the light energy from the crystal ball into a strong beam aimed at the spirits. The clash of light energy and the powers of the dark spirits produced crackling sounds. During the battle, Sullen also worked hard to decipher the runes on the stone door. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I found a way to crack it, but I need everyone to cooperate." Hearing Sullen's words, the companions fought against the spirits while following his instructions, channeling their energy into the specific runes on the stone door. As the energy was infused, the runes began to flicker, emitting dazzling light. "We did it," Sullen shouted. The stone door slowly opened, revealing the room inside. In the center of the room, a massive black sphere floated, surrounded by twisted dark energy. The surface of the sphere flickered with eerie light, as if it were an endless black hole, constantly devouring the surrounding light. "Is this the core of the dark power?" Ike gazed at the black sphere, a strong sense of mission swelling within him. However, just as they approached the black sphere, it suddenly emitted a strong energy wave, and a powerful dark force threw them back. "This power is too strong. We can't force our way through," Ike said, rubbing his aching body. Sullen began to analyze the energy structure of the black sphere again. "This core seems to be connected to the entire energy system of the castle. To destroy it, we must first cut off its energy supply." They began to search the room for the source of energy supply. After some time, they discovered a massive energy hub in the corner of the room. This hub continuously fed dark energy to the black sphere. "This is it. If we destroy this energy hub, we should be able to weaken the core's power," Ike said. The companions charged towards the energy hub together. But just as they approached, the hub suddenly activated its defense mechanism, and countless energy tendrils shot out, wrapping around them tightly. Ike struggled desperately, trying to break free from the tendrils' grip. He concentrated, unleashing the light energy from the crystal ball to its fullest, releasing a powerful purifying light. The purifying light shone on the tendrils, causing them to gradually dissipate. Other companions quickly followed suit, using their abilities to break free from their restraints. They continued to advance towards the energy hub, and after a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in destroying it. With the destruction of the energy hub, the glow of the black sphere visibly weakened. However, it still emitted a powerful dark force, seemingly making a final struggle. "Now is the best time to destroy it, everyone. Let's go," Ike shouted. The companions unleashed their strongest energies to attack the black sphere. Ike infused all the light energy from the crystal ball into his weapon, releasing an energy beam powerful enough to pierce through everything. The energy beam converged with the companions' attacks and rushed towards the black sphere. The black sphere shook violently, cracks appearing on its surface. However, just when they thought they were about to succeed, the black sphere suddenly unleashed a powerful counterattack energy, knocking them back once again. "The core's power is even more tenacious than we imagined," Ike gasped, knowing that the upcoming battle would be even more difficult. At this moment, the castle began to shake violently, as if the entire dark power was going mad due to the threat to the core. They had to find a way to completely destroy the core as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would they be unable to save Sam Star, but they might also be consumed by this dark force. Chapter 78. Ike and his companions were knocked down by the counterattack energy of the Black Sphere. Falling to the ground, the castle shook violently, stones falling from the ceiling, raising clouds of dust. We can't give up. We've come this far. Ike gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body, and struggled to stand up. His gaze was firm, fixed on the Black Sphere that was still resisting fiercely. Saren also quickly got up and checked the damage to the energy hub again. Although part of the energy supply had been cut off, the core still seemed to have its own stored energy. We must find a way to exhaust it all at once. Just then, Ike suddenly felt a warm sensation from the crystal ball in his hand. He looked down and saw the crystal ball emitting a brighter light than before, with strange runes flickering within the glow. This is, Ike said in surprise. Saren stepped forward to observe the crystal ball closely. These runes seemed to be an ancient energy guiding rune. Perhaps the crystal ball sensed our predicament at a critical moment and activated a special ability. Ike tried to concentrate and establish a deeper connection with the crystal ball. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind, an ancient ritual that could unleash a power strong enough to destroy all darkness by gathering the light energies of various elements into one point, then guided by special runes. I know what to do now, Ike said excitedly. He explained the message the crystal ball conveyed to him to his companions. After hearing this, the companions expressed their willingness to cooperate. They stood in the appropriate positions according to the requirements of the ancient ritual, releasing their light energies. Ike stood in the center, and the crystal ball continuously absorbed the energy released by his companions. As the energy gathered, the crystal ball's glow became even more brilliant, and the runes began to flicker in the air, forming a massive energy rune array. However, the Black Sphere seemed to sense the danger. It erupted with powerful dark energy again, trying to stop the formation of the energy rune array. The dark energy transformed into black lightning bolts, attacking the companions. While maintaining the release of their energies, the companions worked hard to fend off the black lightning attacks. Some used energy shields to protect themselves, while others released fire energies to dispel the black lightning. Ike concentrated all his efforts on controlling the crystal ball, guiding the gathered energy. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly from the immense energy pressure. Hold on, we are about to succeed, Ike shouted loudly. Just as the energy rune array was about to be completed, the Black Sphere suddenly released a powerful dark vortex, absorbing part of the companion's energy. The glow of the energy rune array instantly dimmed significantly. Not good, it's absorbing our energy, Saren shouted. Ike quickly adjusted his strategy, increasing the output of the crystal ball's light energy in an attempt to suppress the absorption of the dark vortex. At the same time, he guided the runes within the crystal ball to form an energy barrier, blocking the further absorption of the dark vortex. The companions also felt Ike's efforts. They gritted their teeth and increased their energy release once more. With everyone's combined efforts, the glow of the energy rune array gradually recovered and became more stable. Now is the time. Launch the final attack, Ike shouted. He raised the crystal ball high, and all the energy from the energy rune array converged into the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a light bright enough to illuminate the entire universe, containing endless light and hope. This beam shot towards the Black Sphere, engaging in an intense confrontation with the dark power of the Black Sphere. The light and dark forces collided, resulting in a massive energy explosion that shook the entire castle. Under the impact of the explosion, the surface of the Black Sphere developed more and more cracks, and the dark power gradually weakened. Ultimately, under the continuous attack of the light energy, the Black Sphere shattered with a loud crash, turning into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the air. With the destruction of the Black Sphere, the dark power in the castle also quickly vanished. The eerie murals on the surrounding walls returned to normal, and the flickering ghostly light disappeared. We did it, the companions cheered. Ike put down the crystal ball in his hand, though he was exhausted. His face was filled with the joy of victory. However, before they had time to celebrate, they felt the castle beginning to collapse. It turned out that the destruction of the dark core led to the complete collapse of the castle's energy system. Get out of here quickly, Ike shouted. The companions quickly ran toward the outside of the castle. Just as they ran out of the castle, it collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Standing before the ruins of the castle, Ike and his companions looked into the distance. At this moment, the sky of Sam Star had gradually regained its brightness, and the dark haze was slowly dissipating. We saved Sam Star, Ike said, his eyes filled with pride. The companions gathered around Ike, knowing that this adventure though filled with hardships and dangers, had successfully protected their homeland and proved that light would ultimately triumph over darkness. Meanwhile, the crystal ball in Ike's hand had also calmed down, quietly emitting a gentle glow, as if telling the story of this great adventure. Chapter 79. The Legend of Sam Star Part 4. After successfully destroying the Dark Core and saving Sam Star, Ike and his companions were immersed in a brief moment of victorious joy. Sam Star revived. The sky was as blue as a gemstone, and the earth was covered in green grass. The city that had once been shrouded in darkness also regained its former prosperity and bustle. However, this tranquility did not last long. One day, while Ike and his companions were celebrating their victory in the square, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light was purple, flickering with bizarre patterns, winding like a giant python. Soon after, a huge black figure slowly emerged from the light, its form massive, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the air wherever it went. What is this? A new enemy? Saren nervously tightened his grip on his weapon. Ike warily observed the monster before him and said, "It seems our troubles are not over yet. Everyone be careful and prepare for battle." The black monster let out a furious roar, its voice echoing like thunder across the square. It stretched out its enormous claws, reaching for Ike and the others. Ike quickly sidestepped to avoid it while summoning his energy sword, aiming for the monster's leg. The energy sword struck the monster but only sparked a few sparks. It seemed the monster was not significantly harmed. Its defense is very strong. Everyone focus your fire on its weak point, Ike shouted. His companions unleashed their energy attacks. Some shot fireballs, while others fired ice arrows, but the monster merely swayed slightly before launching another attack. It opened its large mouth and released a wave of black energy, forcing the companions to scatter to avoid it. The energy wave struck the ground, creating a huge pit instantly. Just as the battle was at a standstill, Ike suddenly felt the crystal ball in his hand reacting again. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow, and a blurry image appeared within it. The image showed an elderly man with white hair, his gaze deep and wise, as if he could see into Ike's heart. "Young man, I am the guardian of the ancient Sam Star. This monster is a dark messenger from another dimension, and its power is extremely strong. It will be difficult for you to defeat it with your current strength," the old man said. "What should we do? Please tell us how, and we will definitely save Sam Star." Ike asked eagerly. The old man nodded and said, "Deep within Sam Star lies a forgotten temple. Inside the temple are 3 ancient artifacts: the Bow of Light, the Axe of Storms, and the Shield of Earth. Only by gathering these 3 artifacts will you have enough power to confront the Dark Messenger. However, the path to the temple is fraught with danger, with various powerful guardian beasts and traps. We aren't afraid of danger. For the sake of Sam Star, we are willing to try," Ike declared resolutely. The old man smiled with satisfaction. "Good, your courage is commendable. I will support you spiritually. Remember, when you encounter difficulties, the crystal ball will guide you." After saying this, the image gradually faded. Ike conveyed the old man's words to his companions, and everyone expressed their willingness to go to the temple to search for the artifacts. Although the road ahead is difficult, we cannot back down. For the future of Sam Star, we must succeed. Ike encouraged everyone. Thus, Ike and his companions packed their bags and set off on the journey to the deepest temple of Sam Star. They did not know what dangers awaited them, but their belief was unwavering. They must save Sam Star and defeat the Dark Messenger. After they left, the Dark Messenger seemed to sense their movement and let out an angry roar before disappearing into the sky, as if waiting for them to return with the artifacts for a final showdown. Chapter 80. Ike and his companions, filled with hope and determination, headed towards the deepest part of Sam Star. Along the way, the once beautiful scenery became increasingly desolate, surrounded by a mysterious and dangerous aura. The sky was overcast, and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the rugged mountain path. They traveled along a narrow valley, with towering cliffs on either side that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and a group of small but fierce rock monsters surged out from the caves on both sides of the valley. These rock monsters were composed of hard stone, their eyes glowing red as they charged toward Ike and his friends with their sturdy arms swinging. "Everyone be careful. These rock monsters are tough to deal with," Ike shouted loudly. He was the first to charge at one of the rock monsters, swinging his energy sword at its head. However, the rock monster's shell was exceptionally hard, and the energy sword only left a shallow scratch on it. The rock monster retaliated with a strike, sending Ike flying. Seeing this, Sullen immediately unleashed her fire magic, shooting at the rock monsters. The flames burned on the monsters, but they seemed unfazed and continued to close in on the companions. "This attack isn't effective. We need to think of another way," Ike said as he got back up. wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Ike noticed some gaps in the joints of the rock monster's legs. Attack their leg joints. That's their weak point, he shouted. Upon hearing this, the companions adjusted their attack strategy. Some shot energy arrows at the monster's leg joints, while others hurled ice spikes at them. Sure enough, the rock monsters began to slow down, with some even falling to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ike charged at one of the rock monsters again and thrust his energy sword into its leg joint with all his might. The rock monster let out a terrible scream. Its body started to collapse, and it eventually turned into a pile of rubble. With everyone's joint efforts, the rock monsters were gradually eliminated. However, before they could catch their breath, a low growl suddenly echoed from above the valley. Looking up, they saw a gigantic pterosaur diving down from the clouds. Its wings spread out to dozens of meters wide, its mouth full of sharp teeth. The pterosaur breathed fire towards Ike and his companions, who hurriedly dodged. The flames hit the ground, igniting a roaring fire instantly. This pterosaur is too powerful. We need to find a way to get close to it, Ike said. He summoned his flying skateboard and flew towards the pterosaur. His companions followed suit, some riding their flying mounts, while others cast flying spells. Ike flew beneath the pterosaur, trying to find its weak point. Suddenly, the pterosaur flipped over and grabbed Ike's flying skateboard with its massive claws. Ike struggled hard but couldn't escape the pterosaur's grip. In this critical moment, Sullen shot a powerful energy beam from the side, hitting the pterosaur in the eye. The pterosaur let out a cry of pain and released its grip, allowing Ike to escape. Everyone attack its eyes, Ike shouted. The companions concentrated their fire and aimed at the pterosaur's eyes. The pterosaur was hit and became disoriented, losing its balance in the air before finally crashing into the valley with a loud bang. After these two fierce battles, Ike and his companions were a bit weary, but they did not stop. They knew that more dangers awaited them ahead, and the heavy responsibility of saving Sam Star rested on their shoulders. They continued along the valley, hoping to find the forgotten temple and obtain the ancient artifacts to confront the terrifying Dark Messenger. Chapter 81. After escaping the pterosaur's attack, Ike and his group emerged from the valley but stepped into a vast swamp. The swamp was shrouded in mist, filled with a pungent stench of decay, and the mud on the ground bubbled ominously, as if hiding countless secrets and dangers. Not long after entering the swamp, their feet began to sink into the soft mud. Every step was exceedingly difficult, as if an invisible force was pulling them down. Everyone be careful. The mud here is dangerous. Once you sink in, it might be very hard to get out, Ike warned while cautiously testing the path ahead. Suddenly, a giant swamp monster burst forth from the mud. It was covered in thick sludge, towering over two people, with eyes that glowed green like lanterns. The swamp monster swung its thick arms at the nearest companion. Quick dodge, Ike shouted. The companions quickly scattered to avoid the swamp monster's attack. Ike took the chance to charge at the swamp monster, swinging his energy sword at its body. However, the swamp monster's body was very soft, and the energy sword only splashed some mud without causing any substantial harm. The swamp monster let out a roar and spat out a glob of black mud. The mud shot towards Ike and his companions like bullets, and they hurriedly jumped to evade it. The mud landed on the ground, corroding large pits. This swamp monster is impervious to blades and bullets. How do we deal with it? A companion asked anxiously. Ike observed the swamp monster's movements and noticed that it paused briefly after each attack. Everyone pay attention to the gaps after its attacks. Let's concentrate our fire on its head, Ike shouted. When the swamp monster attacked again, the companions followed Ike's instructions and unleashed their energy attacks, all aimed at the swamp monster's head. The swamp monster swayed a few times after being hit, but quickly recovered. At that moment, Ike suddenly noticed faint runes flickering within the mud covering the monster. Upon closer observation, he realized these runes appeared to be ancient magical markings. Perhaps deciphering these runes would allow them to defeat it, Ike thought to himself. He focused his mind and used the power of the crystal ball to attempt to interpret the meaning of the runes. With the help of the crystal ball, Ike gradually understood the mystery of the runes. It turned out these runes were sealing runes. By destroying the key nodes of the runes, the magical protection on the swamp monster could be lifted. Ike shared this discovery with his companions, and together they adjusted their attack strategy to target the key nodes of the runes. As energy attacks hit their targets one after another, the runes began to shine with dazzling light and then gradually faded away. The swamp monster lost its magical protection and its body became vulnerable. Ike seized the opportunity and charged at it again, stabbing its head fiercely with his energy sword. The swamp monster let out a miserable scream and collapsed into the mud, turning into a pool of sludge. After defeating the swamp monster, Ike and his companions continued forward through the swamp. However, they soon lost their way. The surrounding area was filled with identical swamps and mist, making it impossible to distinguish east from south, west, or north. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, the crystal ball in Ek's hand glowed once again. The light guided them toward a specific direction. If we follow the crystal ball's guidance, we will surely find a way out, Ek said firmly. They trudged along the direction indicated by the crystal ball and finally saw an ancient stone bridge. The bridge spanned a bottomless mud pit, its surface covered with moss and the marks of time. It seems this bridge is the path to the temple, Ek said. They cautiously stepped onto the stone bridge when suddenly it began to shake violently. Countless tentacles emerged from the mud below, trying to grab them. Watch out for the tentacles. Keep your balance and cross the bridge quickly, Ek shouted. The companions tightly grasped the bridge's railings, dodging the tentacle attacks while quickening their pace. Thanks to their efforts, they finally succeeded in crossing the bridge. At the other end of the bridge, a mysterious temple appeared before their eyes. The temple's large doors were tightly shut, carved with various strange symbols. This is the temple we're looking for. The artifact is inside, Ek said excitedly. But what they didn't know was that even greater dangers and challenges awaited them inside the temple. Chapter 82. Ek and his companions stood before the tightly closed temple door, the strange symbols carved on it flickering with mysterious light, as if telling ancient stories or testing their wisdom. Ek stepped forward to carefully observe the symbols. The shapes were peculiar, some like twisted lines, others like mysterious animals. He tried to interpret them with his knowledge, but was at a loss. I've never seen these symbols before. It looks like we need to figure out this puzzle to open the door, Ek said with a frown. The companions gathered around and shared their thoughts. Some believed the symbols might be a kind of code that needed to be arranged in a specific order. Others thought they might represent elements, requiring corresponding items to activate. While the discussion was lively, Saren suddenly noticed there were 2 grooves on each side of the door, the shapes of which resembled some of the symbols on the door. Look, could these grooves be related to the symbols? Maybe we need to place the corresponding items into the grooves to solve the puzzle, Saren pointed out. Ek nodded. Makes sense. Let us search around for items that correspond to the symbols. So, everyone began searching around the temple. Not far away in the grass, they found a stone engraved with a pattern matching one of the symbols on the door. In a small cave, they found a wooden staff carved with another symbol. They placed the found items into the corresponding grooves one by one, but the door did not open. Looks like that's not enough. We need to keep looking, Ek said. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and a swarm of black bats flew out from the top of the temple, attacking them. These bats were huge, their eyes glowing red, and their mouths emitting sharp cries. Watch out for the bats, Ek shouted, drawing his energy sword and preparing to fight. The companions also drew their weapons and engaged in fierce combat with the bats. Ek swung his energy sword, chopping down several bats with each strike. But new bats kept coming continuously. This one do. We need a way to deal with them all at once, Ek thought while fighting. He suddenly recalled the runes they had seen in the swamp and wondered if the appearance of the bats was also related to the temple's puzzle. Ek carefully observed the bats' flight patterns and noticed they seemed to form a certain pattern in the sky. Everyone, pay attention to the bats' flight pattern and see if it relates to the symbols on the door, Ek shouted. While fighting, the companions observed carefully. Eventually, they found the pattern the bats formed resembled a symbol on the door for which they had not yet found a corresponding item. We need to record this pattern. It might be the key to solving the puzzle, Ek said. He had the companions concentrate and used magic to record the bat's pattern. At the moment the pattern was recorded, the bats suddenly vanished, and the sky brightened again. Using the recorded pattern, Ek found a hidden mechanism on the temple wall. He pressed it, and an item corresponding to the pattern popped out from the wall. They placed this item into the last groove, and with a rumbling sound, the temple's large doors slowly opened. A musty breath wafted out from inside. Within, it was pitch dark, and nothing was visible. Looks like there are more dangers inside the temple. Everyone, be prepared. Ek took a deep breath and led the way into the temple. Chapter 83. The Legend of Sam Star 42. Ek and his companions entered the temple. The door slammed shut behind them, and darkness immediately engulfed them. Suddenly, faint blue light illuminated a vast maze, with strange illusions flickering on the walls, sometimes terrifying monsters, sometimes beautiful scenery, but these illusions seemed to hide some kind of danger. This maze feels strange. Everyone be careful, Ek warned, his energy sword glowing faintly. They proceeded along the passage and soon came to a fork. Both paths shrouded in illusions that made it hard to distinguish. Which way should we go? A companion asked. Ek observed the illusions and noticed that one path occasionally flickered with vague images related to the artifact they sought. Let us take this way, Ek said, pointing down that path. As they entered, the illusions on the walls became more vivid. A giant fiery dragon leapt out from the illusions, opening its bloodthirsty jaws to bite them. "It's an illusion attack. Don't be fooled. Stay focused," Ike shouted. The companions suppressed their fear and concentrated, using energy shields to block the fiery dragoness attacks. Ike used the power of the crystal ball to try to dispel the illusions. Under the light of the crystal ball, the fiery dragon illusion gradually faded, but soon new illusions appeared. "These illusions keep coming. We need to find the exit quickly," Ike said anxiously. They continued to navigate the maze, encountering different illusion attacks every so often: cold giant snakes, fierce lions, and more. These illusions not only pressured them visually, but also unleashed illusory energy attacks, exhausting their defenses. Just when they felt despair, Ike discovered some faintly glowing runes on the ground, which seemed to be guiding them in the right direction. Everyone followed the runes, Ike said. Following the guidance of the runes, they arrived at a huge circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a high platform, on which rested a box emitting a golden light, surrounded by a transparent energy barrier. "That should be the place where the artifact is located," Ike said excitedly. But as they approached the platform, more powerful phantoms suddenly appeared on the walls of the hall. These phantoms were evil warriors from the history of Samstar, waving weapons and charging at Ike and his companions. This time, the phantom attack was even fiercer than before, and the partners' energy shields began to show cracks. Ike concentrated all his energy, using the power of the crystal ball and energy sword to fight desperately against the phantoms. During the battle, Ike noticed that the attacks of these phantoms seemed to follow a certain pattern. He observed carefully and finally found a flaw in the phantoms' attacks. "Everyone pay attention. Attack according to the method I taught you," Ike shouted. He directed his companions to seize the gaps in the phantoms' attacks and concentrate their fire on the core of the phantoms. With each successive attack, the phantoms were gradually weakened. Just as they were about to defeat these phantoms, the ground of the hall suddenly cracked open, and a stream of black liquid surged out. The liquid quickly spread, surrounding them. Tentacles continuously reached out from the black liquid, trying to grab them. "This black liquid is also strange. Everyone be careful," Ike said, dodging the attacks of the tentacles while thinking of a countermeasure. He discovered that the black liquid seemed to react negatively to the light of the crystal ball. So, Ike increased the energy output of the crystal ball, and the light shone on the black liquid, causing it to gradually recede. After resolving the crisis of the black liquid, they approached the box on the platform again. Ike tried to break the energy barrier with the energy sword, but the sword only sparked upon hitting the barrier, leaving it unscathed. "It seems we need to find a way to open the barrier," Ike said. He looked around and found some ancient texts on the walls of the hall. Using the power of the crystal ball, Ike deciphered these texts and discovered that to open the barrier, they needed to collect 3 hidden gems in the hall and place them into 3 recesses around the platform. Ike and his companions began to search for the gems in the hall. In one corner, they found the first gem. Behind a pillar, they found the second gem. However, the third gem was nowhere to be found. At this moment, the phantoms in the hall reappeared, and they were even more ferocious than before. They fought against the phantoms while continuing to search for the third gem. Just when the battle was at its fiercest, Ike suddenly noticed that the light of the crystal ball was pointing to a statue at the top of the hall. He flew up and found the third gem in the statue's eyes. They placed the 3 gems into the recesses, and the energy barrier gradually disappeared. Ike stepped onto the platform and opened the golden box. Inside the box lay an artifact emitting a mysterious glow. Chapter 84. Ike trembled as he lifted the artifact from the golden box. The artifact emitted a soft yet powerful light, and its surface was engraved with intricate patterns, as if each line contained endless mysteries. However, just as he touched the artifact, a powerful energy wave swept over, completely enveloping the circular hall. "This energy is so strong," the companions exclaimed, struggling to maintain their balance against the force of the energy. The artifact suddenly levitated, and the surrounding light became even more dazzling, forming a huge energy vortex. Strange images appeared in the vortex, like segments of a long-buried memory flashing before their eyes. Ike concentrated, trying to see these images clearly. In the images, Samstar was once a prosperous planet where various advanced technologies and mysterious magic coexisted in harmony. But an unexpected disaster shattered this tranquility, as evil forces rose from the depths of the planet, bringing endless darkness and destruction. "Is this the disaster that Samstar once experienced?" Ike murmured. At that moment, the artifact emitted a deep rumbling sound, and a phantom voice echoed in the hall. "To truly possess me, you must pass my test. This test will reveal your inner courage, wisdom, and kindness. If you fail, not only will you be unable to gain my power, but you will also be trapped here forever." As soon as the voice fell, the ground of the hall changed again, revealing 3 passageways of different colors: red, blue, and green. These 3 passageways should correspond to different tests, Ike analyzed. After some discussion, they decided to split into 3 groups and enter different passageways. Ike chose the red passageway. Serlin and 2 other companions entered the blue passageway, while the remaining companions walked into the green passageway. As soon as Ike stepped into the red passageway, the door behind him closed automatically. The passage was filled with a scorching heat, and flames burned on the walls. After walking for a while, he arrived at a spacious cave, where a huge pool of lava bubbled in the center, occasionally splashing hot sparks. On the opposite side of the lava pool, there was a platform shimmering with light, on which rested a huge key. It seems that obtaining that key is the goal of this test, Ike thought. However, reaching the opposite side was not easy. There were no bridges around the lava pool, and the air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell, making it difficult to breathe. Ike observed the surrounding environment and found some protruding rocks on the cave walls. He tried to use these rocks as footholds to slowly move across to the other side. However, halfway across, pillars of fire suddenly erupted from the lava pool, attacking him. Ike quickly dodged, the flames narrowly missing him and nearly pulling him into the lava pool. This test is even more difficult than I imagined. Ike gritted his teeth and continued forward. He dodged the fire pillars while searching for a way to cross the lava pool. After numerous attempts, he discovered that the eruptions of the fire pillars seemed to follow a certain pattern. Ike seized the opportunity between the eruptions and rushed to the other side. Finally, he successfully reached the opposite side and obtained the key. Just as he got the key, a door appeared on the passage wall, slowly opening. Ike stepped into the next room. This room was pitch black, and as soon as Ike entered, he heard a strange laughter. Suddenly, the lights turned on, revealing that he was surrounded by ghostly figures. These ghosts emitted a cold aura, reaching out their hands in an attempt to grab Ike. Ike wielded his energy sword and fought against the ghosts. However, these ghosts seemed invulnerable. The energy sword had no effect when it struck them. I can't fight them head-on. I need to think of another way, Ike calmly thought. He noticed that the ghosts seemed to react negatively to light. So, Ike took out the crystal ball and made it emit a bright light. Under the illumination of the crystal ball, the ghosts retreated. Ike seized the opportunity to pass through the ghostly crowd and reached the end of the room. There, he found a huge keyhole. He inserted the key into the keyhole, and with a click, a door to the outside opened. Meanwhile, Serlin and the others were also facing numerous challenges in the blue passageway. The blue passageway was filled with cold mist, greatly affecting their visibility. In the passage, they encountered a group of ice elemental creatures that could manipulate ice at will and attack them. Serlin used magic to create a warm shield to protect everyone from the cold's invasion. They engaged in a fierce battle with the ice elemental creature. After much effort, they finally defeated the ice elemental and continued their journey. In the green corridor, the companions encountered a dense vine forest. The vines grew continuously, attempting to trap them. They used their weapons to cut through the vines, but new ones quickly grew back. However, they discovered that the vines were afraid of fire. So they lit torches to clear a path and successfully passed the trial. When Ek, Sullen, and their companions had all passed their respective trials, they regrouped in the hall. At that moment, the artifact's light became even brighter, and the energy barrier completely disappeared. It seems we have passed the trial, Ek said excitedly. They walked up to the high platform, and Ek picked up the artifact. At the moment he grasped the artifact, a powerful force surged into his body, and he felt a significant enhancement of his abilities. At that moment, the artifact also revealed an astonishing truth. The disaster on Samstar was not accidental, but part of an evil organization's conspiracy. This organization had been secretly planning to use Samstar's resources and power to dominate the entire universe. And this artifact was the key to stopping their plot. We must stop this evil organization's conspiracy, Ek asserted firmly. Empowered by the artifact's strength, Ek and his companions left the temple and embarked on a new journey. Chapter 85. The Legend of Samstar 43. Ek and his companions, armed with the newfound power from the artifact, left the mysterious temple. They understood that to thwart the evil organization's conspiracy, the first step was to find clues about this organization. After discussion, they decided to head to an ancient city of knowledge on Samstar called Orion, where it was said that many records regarding the planet's history and mysterious events were preserved, possibly providing leads on the evil organization. The group boarded a flying vessel and sped towards Orion. As they approached the city, the sight before them took their breath away. Orion was surrounded by massive crystal walls that shimmered with colorful light under the sun. The towering spires and magnificent buildings within the city were neatly arranged, resembling a dreamlike fairy tale world. They landed at the city's entrance. immediately drawing the curious gaze of many residents. The inhabitants of Ariam were mostly short in stature, with pale blue skin. They looked at Ek and his companions kindly and approached to inquire about their purpose. Ek explained their mission to the residents, who expressed willingness to help them find the relevant records. Guided by the residents, they arrived at the city's library. The library was a vast building filled with a variety of books and scrolls. Ek and his companions began searching through the immense amount of materials for clues about the evil organization. They meticulously scanned every book, not overlooking any detail. After several hours of effort, Sullen finally discovered some useful information in an ancient scroll. The scroll recorded that in the history of Samstar, there had once been an organization known as the Shadow Alliance, which was adept at using dark magic and aimed to achieve its ambitions by controlling the planet's core energy. The scroll also mentioned that the Shadow Alliance had established a secret base in the northern mountainous region of the planet. This Shadow Alliance is very likely the evil organization we are looking for, X said excitedly. They decided to head immediately to the northern mountains to search for the Shadow Alliance's secret base. After leaving the library, they boarded their flying vessel again and flew towards the northern mountains. The northern mountainous region was steep and treacherous, with peaks towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist. The flying vessel weaved between the mountains in search of the secret base's traces. Suddenly, the vessel's alarm system went off, indicating powerful energy fluctuations ahead. Be careful. There may be danger ahead, Ek warned everyone. They lowered the vessel's altitude and cautiously approached the source of the energy fluctuations. As they neared, they discovered a massive castle hidden in the valley. The castle's walls were made of black stone, emanating a sinister aura. This should be the secret base of the Shadow Alliance, Ek said. They hid the flying vessel in a nearby forest and then walked towards the castle. As they approached the castle, they were discovered by a group of guards. These guards were tall, clad in black armor, and wielding sharp weapons. Who are you? This is a restricted area. You are not allowed to come near. One guard shouted. Ek stepped forward and said, We are here to stop your conspiracy. Let us in. The guards laughed mockingly. You think you can just barge in? You're overestimating yourselves. With that, the guards raised their weapons and charged at them. Ek and his companions quickly prepared for battle, with Ek wielding his energy sword, engaging in a fierce fight with the guards. The energy sword shimmered brightly in the sunlight. And with each swing, Ek countered the guards' attacks with great force. Sullen utilized magic, unleashing ice spikes to attack the guards from a distance. The companions each showcased their specialties, fighting desperately against the guards. However, more guards kept arriving, and they gradually found themselves in a difficult situation. Just then, the castle gates suddenly opened, and a mysterious figure emerged from within. This figure was dressed in a black robe, wearing a mask that obscured their face. Did you think you could easily break in here? How naive, the mysterious person said coldly, with a wave of their hands. A powerful wave of dark energy surged towards them. Ek and his companions hurriedly dodged, but several companions were hit by the dark energy and severely injured. Everyone be careful. This mysterious person is not easy to deal with, Ek shouted. They readjusted their formation, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the mysterious figure. At that moment, the mysterious figure began to cast even more powerful spells, with dark forces spreading around the castle, signaling that a thrilling battle was about to unfold. Chapter 86. Faced with the mysterious black-robed figure's powerful dark magic, Ek felt an unprecedented pressure from the powerful dark energy. The dark energy crashed against their defenses like a raging tide, and the pained groans of injured companions echoed in his ears, making Ek anxious. We can't just passively take hits like this. Ek gritted his teeth, quickly brainstorming strategies in his mind. He tightly gripped the energy sword, its glowing blade seeming to resonate with his resolute determination. He carefully observed the mysterious figure's movements, trying to discern the patterns in their spellcasting. The mysterious figure waved their hands rapidly, chanting incantations, sending bolts of black lightning shooting from their fingertips towards Ek and the others. Ek skillfully navigated between the bolts of lightning while continuously approaching the mysterious figure. Just as he was about to get close, the mysterious figure seemed to sense his intention, abruptly halting their spellcasting and forming a dark shield around themselves. Ek's energy sword struck fiercely against the shield, but only sparked a shower of sparks without causing any movement in the shield. The mysterious figure sneered, raising their hand to unleash another dark shockwave that sent Ek flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, but he quickly got back up, suppressing the pain. Is there really no way to break through their shield? Ek thought anxiously, but he soon calmed down. He remembered the artifact's power he had obtained in the mysterious temple. Perhaps that was the key to turning the tide. He focused his mind, trying to establish a closer connection with the artifact's power. At that moment, Sullen, enduring his pain, shouted to Ek. Ek, I'll use magic to disrupt their shield. You take the chance to find a weakness and attack them. After saying this, Sullen raised his hands, chanting incantations, and beams of blue light shot from his hands, striking the mysterious figure's shield. The dark energy on the shield's surface began to ripple, and the mysterious figure's attention was drawn towards Sullen. X seized this opportunity and activated the artifact's power once again. He felt a warm current surging from within, and the energy sword's brilliance became even more dazzling, surrounded by a layer of golden light. He shouted loudly and charged towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person sensed Ike's attack and hurriedly tried to stabilize the shield, but at that moment, the shield had already been disrupted by Sullen's magic, revealing a slight flaw. Ike seized the opportunity, raised the energy sword high, and then struck down fiercely. The energy sword, carrying immense power, penetrated the shield and pierced towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person did not expect Ike to break through his shield and was caught off guard, getting hit in the shoulder by the energy sword. He let out a cry of agony and stumbled back a few steps. The dark shield dissipated as well. Good opportunity. Everyone, attack together, Ike shouted. His companions, hearing the call, rallied their spirits and charged towards the mysterious person. They each unleashed their skills, attacking the mysterious person from different directions. Although the mysterious person was wounded, he remained very tenacious, constantly waving his hands and unleashing dark magic in resistance. The battle entered a heated phase, with both sides exerting their full strength. Ike knew that this battle needed to end quickly, otherwise, their stamina would gradually deplete. He concentrated the power of the artifact again and infused it into the energy sword. The energy sword emitted a dazzling light, forming a massive energy vortex. Ike controlled the energy vortex and swept it towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person tried to dodge, but the vortex's pull was too strong for him to escape. The dark energy gradually dissipated under the impact of the energy vortex, and the mysterious person's body trembled continuously. Finally, under the combined attacks of everyone, the mysterious person could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. His black robe was lifted, revealing a pale face filled with fear and unwillingness. Speak. What is your conspiracy? Who else is involved? Ike stepped forward, pointing the energy sword at the mysterious person's throat. The mysterious person let out a cold laugh, was about to speak, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing. Damn it, he died too easily, and we couldn't get any useful information, Ike said with some frustration. However, they had successfully defeated the mysterious person and temporarily alleviated the crisis. Ike and his companions entered the castle, hoping to find more clues about the evil organization's conspiracy inside. The interior of the castle was eerie and terrifying, filled with a pungent odor. They carefully searched the castle, leaving no room unchecked. In the castle's basement, they discovered some strange instruments and documents. The documents recorded some research materials regarding the core energy of Samstar, indicating that the evil organization's conspiracy was related to the core energy of Samstar. It seemed that their goal was to control the core energy of Samstar. If they succeeded, the entire planet would fall into crisis. Ike looked at the documents, his brow furrowed. They decided to take these materials and leave the castle as quickly as possible to study countermeasures. Meanwhile, it seemed that more enemies were gathering outside the castle, and a new challenge awaited them. Chapter 87. The Legend of Samstar 44. Ike and his companions hurriedly left the eerie castle with the materials obtained from the basement. The aircraft sped through the night sky, but everyone's mood was exceptionally heavy. The contents of those documents weighed like a heavy stone on each person's heart. Back at the temporary camp, Ike immediately gathered his companions to sit together and began to carefully study the materials. The documents detailed the evil organization's Shadow Alliance's research plan regarding the core energy of Samstar. It turned out that they intended to use a mysterious ritual to transform the core energy into dark power, thereby controlling the entire planet and plunging Samstar into endless darkness and chaos. This is a mad plan. If they succeed, Samstar is finished, Sullen said angrily. Ike furrowed his brow, carefully analyzing every detail in the documents. He discovered that the ritual needed to be conducted at a specific location, an ancient stellar energy altar, which was deep within Samstar and protected by a powerful magical barrier. We must stop them from conducting the ritual at the altar. But how do we break through that magical barrier? Ike murmured. Just when everyone was at a loss, Ike suddenly remembered the artifact he had obtained in the mysterious temple. He took out the artifact and carefully examined it, noticing that the patterns on the artifact seemed to have some connection to the magical barrier described in the documents. Perhaps this artifact can help us break through the magical barrier, Ike said excitedly. Hearing this, his companions also felt a glimmer of hope. They decided to head to the stellar energy altar immediately to thwart the evil organization's conspiracy. However, they were unaware that shortly after leaving the castle, an even stronger enemy had learned of their actions. A tall man, exuding an evil aura, appeared in the castle ruins. He was the mastermind behind the Shadow Alliance. Moing looked at the remnants of the battle on the ground, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Humph, these ignorant fools have ruined my plans. But do they think this will stop me? Too naive, Moing said coldly. He waved his hand, and a group of shadows surged in from all directions. Go. Find them, retrieve the documents, and capture them all, Moing ordered. The shadows obeyed and quickly disappeared into the night. Ike and his companions flew towards the stellar energy altar. As they approached their destination, the aircraft's radar suddenly emitted an alarm. Not good. A large number of enemies are approaching, the pilot shouted. Ike looked out the window and saw a group of shadows darting through the night sky like ghosts, rapidly closing in on them. It seems the Shadow Alliance won't let us go easily. Everyone, prepare for battle, Ike shouted. The aircraft adjusted its direction, trying to shake off the enemy's pursuit. But the shadows were incredibly fast and quickly surrounded the aircraft. Fire, Ike commanded. The aircraft's weapon system activated, and beams of energy shot towards the enemies. The shadows skillfully dodged the attacks while simultaneously launching dark energy at the aircraft. The aircraft shook violently under the enemy's assault, and some equipment was damaged. This won't do. We must get rid of them as soon as possible, Ike said anxiously. Suddenly, he thought of a solution. He controlled the artifact and released a powerful energy wave. This energy wave formed a massive energy barrier, temporarily blocking the enemies outside. Now accelerate, Ike shouted. The pilot stepped on the gas, and the aircraft quickly flew towards the stellar energy altar while the enemies were held back by the energy barrier. However, the enemies did not give up the chase. They relentlessly attacked the energy barrier, trying to break through it. The energy barrier began to show cracks under the enemy's attacks. Hold on, we're almost there, Ike encouraged everyone. Just as the energy barrier was about to shatter, the aircraft finally reached the skies above the stellar energy altar. They landed near the altar and quickly jumped out of the aircraft. At this moment, the area surrounding the stellar energy altar was already enveloped in a mysterious magical barrier, emanating a ghostly blue light that sent chills down their spines. This is it. Everyone be cautious. The enemies may catch up at any time, Ike said. He took out the artifact and infused its power into the magical barrier. The patterns on the artifact began to glow, resonating with the runes on the magical barrier. As the power of the artifact continued to be injected, the magical barrier began to show signs of loosening. Ike gritted his teeth and continued to exert more power. Finally, under the artifact's mighty force, the magical barrier was successfully breached. They entered the interior of the stellar energy altar. Meanwhile, the shadows had also caught up. An even more intense battle was about to unfold within the stellar energy altar. Chapter 88. As Ike and his companions stepped into the interior of the stellar energy altar, an ancient and mysterious aura rushed towards them. The walls around them flickered with strange runes, and the ground was covered with intricate magical arrays, all seemingly related to the evil ritual the Shadow Alliance was attempting to perform. Before they could carefully observe their surroundings, shadows surged into the altar like a tide. The shadows quickly surrounded them, forming a tight encirclement. It seemed that they had to deal with these minions first to stop the Shadow Alliance's ritual. Saren drew the blade at his waist, his eyes filled with determination. Ike clenched his fists, feeling the energy within him begin to surge. He charged at the enemy first, delivering a fierce energy punch to the nearest shadow. The shadow was hit and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. His companions joined the battle, engaging in intense close combat with the shadows. The glint of blades flashed in the altar, and the sounds of energy colliding echoed repeatedly. However, the shadows appeared to be endless, coming wave after wave. Ike realized that these shadows were not ordinary enemies. They seemed to be controlled by some evil force and possessed strong regenerative abilities. If this continued, they would exhaust too much stamina and needed a way to eliminate them all at once. Ike thought while fighting. At that moment, he noticed the magical array in the center of the altar. A few key runes on the array were flickering, seemingly related to the shadow's regenerative abilities. Everyone, retreat behind me. I have a plan, Ike shouted. Hearing the command, his companions quickly fell back behind him. Ike concentrated, channeling the power of the artifact into his hands. He formed a massive energy ball and hurled it at the key runes on the magical array. The energy ball accurately struck the rune, causing it to explode with a burst of intense light. The light enveloped the entire altar, causing the shadows to dissipate under its radiance, unable to regenerate. "We did it." His companions cheered. But before they could catch their breath, a deep and sinister voice came from the depths of the altar. "Do you think this can stop me?" So naive. As the voice echoed, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the depths of the altar. He exuded a powerful dark aura, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. "Shadow figure, you evil being, we won't let you succeed today," Ike said angrily. The shadow figure sneered. "Just a few of you? Ridiculously overestimating yourselves. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The core energy of Samstar will soon belong to me." Saying this, the shadow figure waved his hands, unleashing a surge of powerful dark energy toward them. Ike and his companions quickly dodged, but the range of the dark energy was wide, and a few were still hit. The affected companions fell to the ground in pain, their bodies eroded by the dark energy. Ike was anxious. He knew he had to defeat the shadow figure quickly to save his companions. He took out the artifact again, using its power to enhance his strength. Ike's body radiated golden light as he charged at the shadow figure, engaging in a fierce duel. Their attacks were as swift as lightning, and every clash generated massive energy waves. The shadow figure's dark magic was incredibly powerful, and Ike struggled to gain the upper hand. During the battle, Ike discovered that the shadow figure's power seemed to be linked to the core energy pillar in the center of the altar. If they could sever his connection to the core energy pillar, they might weaken his strength. "Saren, you lead the others to destroy the core energy pillar. I'll hold off the shadow figure," Ike shouted. Saren nodded and led the other companions toward the core energy pillar. Seeing this, the shadow figure sent part of his dark energy to stop them. Ike seized the opportunity and intensified his attacks, hitting the shadow figure with a barrage of blows. The shadow figure was pushed back, but he quickly regained his footing and launched a more ferocious counterattack. Meanwhile, Saren and the others encountered heavy obstacles on their way to the core energy pillar. Tentacles formed from dark energy continuously attacked them, forcing them to fight their way forward. Just as they were about to reach the core energy pillar, the shadow figure suddenly let out an angry roar, and a more powerful dark energy erupted from him. This energy sent Ike flying and shook Saren and the others back. "Ha ha ha, you cannot stop me. Once I complete the ritual, the entire Samstar will be under my control," the shadow figure laughed arrogantly. Ike picked himself up from the ground, his body battered and bruised. But his gaze remained resolute. He knew this was the crucial moment, and he had to give it his all. He once again concentrated the power of the artifact, this time pouring all his belief and strength into it. The artifact shone with dazzling light, illuminating the entire altar. Ike charged at the shadow figure, his attacks becoming sharper and more powerful. The shadow figure sensed the might of Ike's strike and tried to evade, but it was too late. Ike's attack hit the shadow figure, sending him flying. He fell to the ground, and his dark aura gradually dissipated. At the moment the shadow figure fell, Saren and the others seized the opportunity to destroy the core energy pillar. The core energy pillar exploded, releasing a wave of pure energy that dispelled the dark energy. The companions who had been eroded by dark energy gradually regained their health under the light of this pure energy. "We succeeded." The companions cheered. Ike looked at the saved Samstar, filled with emotions. With their courage and wisdom, they had prevented a great disaster. However, they knew that the future of Samstar was still full of challenges, but they were ready to face new difficulties and dangers at any time. After this battle, Ike and his companions became heroes of Samstar. Their deeds spread across the planet, inspiring more people to bravely confront evil and protect their homeland. Ike also understood that his mission was not over. He would continue to lead his companions in striving for peace and tranquility in Samstar. Chapter 89, The Legend of Samstar, Part 45. 1. The glory and reflection of heroes after successfully thwarting the shadow figure's evil ritual using the energy altar. Ike and his companions became household heroes on Samstar. The entire planet was immersed in the joy of victory, and people held grand celebrations for them. The streets were adorned with lights and decorations, cheers and applause echoed everywhere, and flowers and ribbons rained down upon them. However, Ike was not intoxicated by this glory. In the midst of the lively celebration, he stood alone to the side, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. He knew that although they had succeeded in stopping the shadow figure this time, the Shadow Alliance still existed, and the crisis on Samstar had not been completely resolved. Moreover, this battle made him realize that while the artifact's power was immense, it also carried unknown risks. He began to contemplate how to better control the artifact and how to further enhance his and his companion's strength. 2. A mysterious visitor brings new clues. Just as Ike was lost in thought, a mysterious visitor approached him. The visitor was dressed in a black robe, with a black cloth covering his face, revealing only a pair of deep and mysterious eyes. His appearance drew the attention of those around him. But he walked straight to Ike and whispered, "I know what you're worried about. I have new clues about the Shadow Alliance." Ike looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you? How do you have these clues?" The mysterious visitor did not answer his question directly, but said, "Follow me. This isn't a place for conversation." Ike hesitated for a moment, but in order to gather more information about the Shadow Alliance, he followed the mysterious visitor to a secluded, abandoned warehouse. In the warehouse, the mysterious visitor finally unveiled his veil. Originally, he was a member of an ancient organization on Samstar that had been dedicated to combating evil forces and safeguarding the peace of Samstar. They had been secretly investigating the Shadow Alliance for a long time and discovered that the Shadow Alliance was plotting a more extensive and sinister conspiracy. They seemed to be searching for an ancient forbidden power, which, once unleashed, would bring catastrophic disaster to the entire Samstar. The mysterious visitor said solemnly. 3. New mission and challenges. After hearing the mysterious visitor's words, Ike's heart tightened. He realized that they were about to face an even more severe challenge. "We must find a way to stop them as soon as possible," Ike said firmly. The mysterious visitor nodded and said, "I can provide some clues, but the specific actions will need to be completed by you. I know the Shadow Alliance has a secret base where they may be researching how to obtain the forbidden power. This base is located in the northern wasteland of Samstar, an area with harsh conditions and full of various dangers." Ike returned to his companions and shared this news with them. Everyone was shocked, but filled with fighting spirit. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, "We must stop the Shadow Alliance's conspiracy," Saren said, clenching his fists. Thus, Ike and his companions began preparing for their journey to the northern wasteland. They checked and repaired their equipment and replenished their supplies. Ike also conducted in-depth research on the artifact, trying to unlock more potential so that it could play a greater role in facing the new challenges. 4. The dangers of the northern wasteland prelude. After several days of preparation, Ike and his group set off for the northern wasteland. The northern wasteland was desolate, with strong winds howling and sand swirling everywhere. The ground was covered with sharp rocks and bottomless cracks, requiring them to tread carefully with each step. Not long after entering the wasteland, they encountered a group of savage beasts. These beasts were enormous, exceptionally fierce, covered in hard scales, and had teeth as sharp as blades. They surrounded Ike and his companions, emitting low growls. Ike quickly organized his companions to defend themselves. He was the first to launch an attack, using the artifact's power to unleash a powerful wave of energy that repelled several beasts. The companions also unleashed their skills, engaging in fierce combat with the beasts. During the battle, they gradually realized that these beasts seemed to be controlled by some force. Their attacks were very coordinated and systematic, unlike ordinary wild animals. "It seems the Shadow Alliance has set up a defense line nearby. We cannot let our guard down," Ike loudly reminded his companions. After an intense battle, they finally repelled the beasts. However, this encounter made them realize that the dangers of the northern wasteland were just beginning, and they were about to face even more severe tests. They continued toward the Shadow Alliance's secret base, filled with a strong belief that they must stop the Shadow Alliance's evil conspiracy and protect the peace and tranquility of Samstar. Chapter 91. Difficult trek and mysterious movements. Ike and his companions continued their arduous journey through the northern wasteland. The howling winds carried sand and grit, stinging their faces, and each step required considerable effort to pull themselves out of the soft sand. The harsh environment slowed their pace significantly, and their physical exhaustion grew. Just as they were feeling utterly fatigued, the air around them suddenly turned exceptionally cold. The previously howling wind ceased abruptly, and a suffocating silence enveloped them. Ike cautiously looked around, sensing that a mysterious power was approaching. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and black energy columns erupted from the underground. These energy columns emitted a strange glow, as if they came from a dark abyss. Soon after, a group of shadows emerged from the energy columns, their forms blurry and exuding an evil aura. "It's the shadow puppets," Saren exclaimed. These shadow puppets were evil creatures created by the Shadow Alliance, devoid of thought, obeying only their master's commands, and possessing great combat strength. 2. Fierce battle with the shadow puppets. Ike quickly commanded his companions to engage in battle. He wielded the artifact, releasing brilliant beams of light in an attempt to disperse the shadow puppets. However, these shadow puppets seemed to have some resistance to the light of the artifact. They quickly dispersed and launched attacks from all directions against Ike and his companions. Each companion unleashed their skills, fighting desperately against the shadow puppets. Laura used her speed advantage to dart between the shadow puppets, seeking their weaknesses to strike. Saren summoned powerful elemental forces, forming shields to protect everyone. But the shadow puppets continued to pour out from the black energy columns, their numbers increasing. Ike felt the pressure mounting. He knew that this could not continue. We must find the source of the energy columns and cut off their supply, Ike shouted. Thus, he and his companions fought against the shadow puppets while searching for the source of the energy columns. After careful observation, they discovered that these energy columns seemed to be controlled by a mysterious device hidden underground. 3. The adventure underground. Ike decided to lead everyone underground to destroy the mysterious device. Following the direction of the energy columns, they found an entrance hidden beneath the rocks. A pungent odor wafted from the entrance, and inside was pitch black, seemingly hiding countless dangers. Without hesitation, Ike entered the entrance first, with his companions closely following. The cave was narrow and damp, and the walls flickered with eerie light. They cautiously felt their way forward when suddenly, a swarm of bats flew overhead, emitting sharp cries that quickened everyone's heartbeats. Continuing deeper, they discovered a downward passage. The passage was filled with thick fog, making visibility extremely poor. Ike activated the artifact, releasing a bright light that illuminated the path ahead. Just then, the ground suddenly collapsed, and Ike and his companions fell into a massive cavern. The cavern was filled with various traps and mechanisms, and the walls were embedded with sharp blades. 4. Crisis and turning point in the cave. Just as they stood up from the collapse, they triggered a mechanism. Countless arrows shot out from the walls, aiming at them. Ike quickly cast a shield skill to protect everyone. However, the arrows kept coming, and the shield's energy gradually depleted. This won't do. We must find the control device for the mechanism, Ike shouted. They searched around the cave and finally discovered a large button in a corner. Ike rushed over and pressed the button, stopping the arrows from firing. However, this was only a temporary safety. The top of the cave began to lower slowly, and the immense pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. They had to find an escape route quickly, or they would be crushed. Just as they felt despair, Ike noticed a hidden door on one side of the cave. He pushed the door open with all his strength, and a dazzling light shone in. It turned out that this was where the mysterious device was located. The mysterious device emitted powerful dark energy, and several shadow guards were patrolling nearby. Ike and his companions quietly approached, ready to launch a surprise attack. Would they succeed in destroying the mysterious device, eliminating the threat of the shadow puppets, and continue advancing toward the Shadow Alliance's secret base? Everything remained uncertain. Chapter 91:1. Surprise attack on the shadow guards. Taking advantage of the gaps in the shadow guards' patrol, Ike and his companions quickly launched a surprise attack. Ike took the lead, leaping high into the air, the artifact in his hand shining brilliantly as he struck down fiercely at the nearest shadow guard. The shadow guard reacted quickly, raising its weapon to block. But Ike's strike was powerful. The collision between the artifact and the shadow guard's weapon sparked a shower of sparks, and the shadow guard staggered back. Laura, like a black lightning bolt, charged toward another shadow guard from the side. The dagger in her hand glimmered with a cold light, and before the shadow guardian could react, she had already inflicted several wounds on it. The shadow guardian roared in anger and turned to pounce on Lola, but Lola nimbly dodged the attack with ease. Serlin cast elemental magic from the side, intertwining flames and frost that swept towards the shadow guardian. Hit by the magic, the shadow guardian was engulfed in flames while simultaneously being frozen by frost, slowing its movements. However, just when they thought they could successfully destroy the mysterious device, the device suddenly activated a powerful defense system. A massive energy shield tightly enveloped the device. An X-artifact attack hit the shield, creating ripples but failing to penetrate it. This shield has strong energy. Our attacks are completely ineffective, Serlin frowned and said. Ek carefully observed the shield and noticed it seemed to be supported by several energy nodes. If we concentrate our attacks on the energy nodes, we might be able to break the shield, Ek suggested. They adjusted their tactics, and Ek led everyone to attack different energy nodes. Ek concentrated the power of the artifact to the utmost and struck hard at one energy node. The artifact collided with the energy node, producing a loud noise and causing the energy node to flicker a few times, but it was not destroyed. The partners also increased their attack strength, but the defense of the energy nodes was unexpectedly strong, and their attacks were repeatedly rebounded. As they were fully attacking the energy nodes, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in the cave. Do you think you can stop us like this? This mysterious device is the masterpiece of the Shadow Alliance. You cannot destroy it. The voice was eerie and terrifying, reverberating through the cave. Ek vigilantly looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but found nothing. The mysterious voice continuously disrupted their focus, causing them to become somewhat distracted during their attacks. Don't let it affect you. Keep attacking, Ek shouted. But the mysterious voice did not stop. It began to speak of their deepest fears and worries. attempting to psychologically undermine their fighting spirit. Some partners began to waver, and the intensity of their attacks gradually weakened. Ek realized that this could not continue. He had to find a way to break through the predicament. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and blocked out the interference of the mysterious voice. Then, he carefully observed the operation patterns of the mysterious device and the energy nodes, trying to find their weaknesses. Suddenly, Ek discovered that there seemed to be a subtle connection between the energy nodes. When one energy node was attacked, the other energy nodes would automatically adjust their energy distribution to enhance their defense. If we attack all the energy nodes simultaneously, they won't be able to support each other. Ek shouted. Thus, he and his partners adjusted their tactics again, launching their strongest attacks all at once. Ek unleashed the full power of the artifact, sending a powerful energy wave sweeping toward all the energy nodes. The partners also released their strongest skills, with various attacks converging toward the energy nodes. Under this powerful assault, the energy nodes finally could not withstand it and began to flicker. The energy shield of the mysterious device also started to crack, its brilliance gradually dimming. We did it. Keep attacking, Ek shouted excitedly. They pressed the advantage, continually increasing their attack strength. Finally, the energy shield was completely shattered, and the mysterious device lost its defense. Ek leaped high and plunged the artifact into the core of the mysterious device. The mysterious device emitted a violent tremor before exploding, filling the cave with thick smoke. With the explosion of the mysterious device, the shadow puppets lost their energy supply and began to dissipate. They had successfully overcome this hurdle. But more unknown dangers awaited them ahead. Would they be able to find the secret base of the Shadow Alliance and stop their evil plot? Everything remained uncertain. Chapter 92, The Legend of Sam, Star 46-1. Confronting the mysterious device, Ek and the others successfully navigated through numerous traps and arrived before the mysterious device. The device had a peculiar shape, emanating a ghostly green glow, with strange runes flowing across its surface as if telling an ancient and evil story. A layer of faint black mist surrounded the device, creating a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. As Ek approached the device, a powerful dark energy rushed towards him, causing him to feel dizzy. He endured the discomfort and carefully observed the device, trying to find its weaknesses. His partners also cautiously surrounded him, ready to respond to any potential danger. 2. The Shadow Guardians' frenzied counterattack. At that moment, a group of new Shadow Guardians emerged from the shadows of the device. These Shadow Guardians were taller and stronger than those they had encountered before, their weapons glinting with a cold light and exuding an evil aura. They let out deep growls and charged at Ek and his team. Ek quickly organized his partners to fight back. He wielded the artifact and engaged in a fierce battle with one of the Shadow Guardians. The light of the artifact collided with the dark energy of the Shadow Guardian, sparking with each clash. Every one of Ek's attacks carried immense power, but the Shadow Guardian's defense was very strong, resulting in a stalemate. Lola, on the other hand, utilized her agile movements to weave between the Shadow Guardians, looking for opportunities to strike. Her dagger sliced through the bodies of the Shadow Guardians like lightning, leaving behind a trail of wounds. However, the Shadow Guardians seemed unfazed by these minor injuries, continuing their frenzied attacks. Serlin cast spells from the side, attempting to suppress the Shadow Guardians with elemental power. He summoned gales and torrential rain that swept towards the Shadow Guardians. The howling winds and pouring rain made the Shadow Guardians appear somewhat disheveled under the elemental onslaught, but they did not retreat. Instead, they counterattacked even more fiercely. 3. The mysterious device's strange changes. Just as they were locked in a fierce battle with the Shadow Guardians, the mysterious device suddenly underwent bizarre changes. The runes on its surface began to flicker with an even more dazzling light, and the black mist grew denser. A powerful suction force emanated from the device, drawing Ek and his partners toward it. Not good, everyone be careful, Ek shouted loudly. He tried to stabilize himself and resist the suction, but it grew stronger, and he felt his body uncontrollably moving towards the device. His partners also struggled against the suction, but most of them gradually could not hold on. Lola was pulled closer to the device, screaming in terror. Ek was anxious, desperately reaching out his hand to grab Lola. 4. Falling into distress and a moment of calm reflection. Ultimately, Ek and his partners were all drawn close to the device. They were bound by an invisible force, unable to move. The dark energy emanating from the mysterious device continuously eroded their bodies, leaving them feeling weak all over. Are we going to fail like this? Serlin said in despair. Ek took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He carefully observed the mysterious device and the surrounding environment, trying to find a way to escape the predicament. He noticed that the runes on the surface of the device seemed to follow a certain pattern. The flickering frequency of these runes appeared to be linked to the force binding them. Don't lose heart. We must have a way out, X said. He concentrated and recalled the knowledge he had learned about mysterious runes on Samstar. Suddenly, he thought that perhaps he could break the binding force by deciphering the pattern of the runes. So, Ek began to study the flickering frequency and arrangement of the runes carefully. Time passed second by second, and sweat beads formed on his forehead. But he did not give up. Could he successfully decipher the secret of the runes and lead his partners out of the predicament to continue their adventure? Everything was filled with uncertainty. Chapter 93-1. Difficulties in breaking the runes. Ike focused intently on the flickering runes on the mysterious device. His mind racing as he compared his knowledge of runes with the situation before him. Each flickering rune seemed like a puzzle that he needed to solve. Time was running out, and dark energy was continuously eroding their bodies, causing his companions' faces to grow increasingly pale. Ike's fingers traced the shapes of the runes in the air as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he discovered a key pattern. The order of the runes flickering seemed to be related to some ancient magical incantation. Excited, he shared his discovery with his companions. Everyone, I think I found a way to break the spell. The order of these runes corresponds to a spell for breaking bindings. If we recite it together in this order, we might be able to escape our predicament, Ike said. Thus, they began to chant the incantation in unison. At first, there were no obvious effects. But as they repeated the chant, the invisible force binding them seemed to loosen slightly. 2. Successfully breaking free after much effort, they finally uncovered the secret of the runes. The force that had bound them vanished, and Ike and his companions felt a sense of relief as they collapsed to the ground. Great! We did it! Lola exclaimed excitedly. However, they had little time to celebrate, as the mysterious device continued to emit powerful dark energy, potentially launching another attack at any moment. Ike stood up, watching the device warily. We can't let our guard down. This device is still dangerous, and we must destroy it as soon as possible, Ike said. 3. Reinforcements from the Shadow Alliance. Just as they were preparing to attack the mysterious device again, a sudden cacophony echoed through the cave. A new group of Shadow Alliance soldiers surged from the depths of the cave, their numbers greater and their equipment more advanced than those they had encountered before. It seems the Shadow Alliance won't let us destroy this device easily, Serlin frowned. Ike quickly organized his companions to prepare for battle. He knew this would be a much tougher fight. Everyone, maintain formation. First, block their attacks. Then look for an opportunity to destroy the device, Ike shouted. The battle began, with Shadow Alliance soldiers pouring in like a tide, wielding weapons and roaring in fury. Ike and his companions fought bravely. The light of the artifact and the power of magic intertwining, creating a dazzling spectacle in the cave. 4. A second attack from the mysterious device, however. Just as they were locked in fierce combat with the Shadow Alliance soldiers, the mysterious device launched another attack. A massive wave of black energy shot from the device toward them. Get down, Ike yelled. His companions quickly dodged to the sides. But some were still hit by the energy wave. Those struck fell to the ground in pain as dark energy spread across their bodies. Ike felt a surge of urgency. He knew they had to destroy the mysterious device quickly, or they would all lose their lives. Ignoring the danger, he charged toward the device. As he approached, he leaped high and plunged the artifact directly into the device's core. The artifact collided with the core, sending a violent tremor through the device. Its light began to flicker erratically, as if it had taken a severe blow. Yet, it was not destroyed. Instead, it released even more powerful dark energy. 5. A new turn of events and hope. Just when they found themselves in a desperate situation, Ike suddenly felt a powerful force emanating from the artifact in his hand. This force seemed to resonate with the dark energy emitted by the mysterious device. Could the artifact absorb dark energy? Ike thought to himself. He gripped the artifact tightly, guiding it to absorb the dark energy released by the mysterious device. The artifact began to shine brightly, drawing in the dark energy continuously. As the dark energy was absorbed, the power of the mysterious device gradually weakened. The Shadow Alliance soldiers were also affected. Their attacks became increasingly feeble. Everyone, continue the attack. Now's our chance to destroy it, Ike shouted. His companions rallied their spirits and launched another assault. With the artifact's assistance, they finally succeeded in destroying the mysterious device. It exploded, sending fragments flying and causing the dark energy to dissipate. Exhausted, Ike and his companions collapsed to the ground but bore smiles of relief on their faces. They had successfully destroyed the mysterious device and temporarily lifted the crisis. However, they knew that the Shadow Alliance's plot was far from over, and more challenges awaited them ahead. Chapter 94-1. The appearance of the mysterious elder. After Ike and his companions successfully destroyed the mysterious device, they rested at a safe camp on Sam's star. However, one night, a mysterious elder suddenly appeared in their camp. The elder wore a tattered robe, his hair was white, and his gaze was deep and enigmatic. "Youth, your adventure has attracted the attention of ancient powers," the elder said slowly. Ike stood up cautiously and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The elder smiled slightly and replied, "I am the guardian of the ancient prophecy of Sam's star. Your actions have triggered an ancient prophecy that concerns the fate of Sam's star and even the entire universe." 2. Revealing the ancient prophecy, the elder then recounted the ancient prophecy. In the distant past, Sam's star faced a great disaster. A hero would rise from adversity, wielding a powerful artifact, uniting various forces to venture into the Forbidden Land, defeat the source of evil, and save the entire world. The artifact in Ike's hand and their adventures aligned perfectly with the prophecy's description. The Forbidden Land? What is that place? Lola asked curiously. The elder's expression grew serious as he said, "The Forbidden Land is a sealed area on Sam's star, filled with evil and danger. According to legend, the Evil Shadow Alliance derive their dark powers from there. Only those with sufficient courage and strength can enter and find the source of the evil." 3. Inner struggles and choices. Upon hearing about the need to go to the Forbidden Land, worry appeared on the faces of Ike's companions. Serlin frowned and said, "That place is so dangerous. Do we really have to go?" Ike fell into deep thought. On one hand, he understood the weight of the responsibility to save Sam's star. Since it aligned with the prophecy, he could not shrink back. On the other hand, the unknown dangers of the Forbidden Land made him anxious for his companion's safety. "I know this is dangerous, but if we don't go, Sam's star will be forever shrouded in darkness. I can't just stand by and watch that happen," Ike said firmly. Seeing the determination in Ike's eyes, his companions expressed their willingness to follow him to the Forbidden Land. 4. Preparing for a new journey before departing. They began preparations for this perilous journey. They gathered enough supplies and checked and repaired their weapons and gear. Ike also conducted further research on the artifact, hoping to maximize its potential in the Forbidden Land. The elder gifted them an ancient map, marking the approximate location of the Forbidden Land and some potentially dangerous areas they might encounter. "This map will help you, but in the Forbidden Land, everything can change. You must remain vigilant," the elder cautioned. 5. Entering the Forbidden Land. Finally, Ike and his companions set out on their journey to the Forbidden Land. As they approached the boundary of the Forbidden Land, a cold and malevolent aura greeted them. There was a massive black barrier at the boundary, flickering with strange runes. Ike raised the artifact, attempting to approach the barrier. The artifact emitted a faint glow, resonating with the runes on the barrier. Suddenly, the runes on the barrier began to flicker more intensely, and a powerful force pushed them back. "It seems entering here won't be easy," Ike said. They began to strategize on how to break through the barrier. Ike carefully observed the resonance between the artifact and the runes, trying to find the underlying patterns. Meanwhile, his companions remained vigilant, watching their surroundings for any potential dangers. Would they be able to successfully break through the barrier, enter the Forbidden Land, and uncover the source of evil? The new challenge had just begun. Chapter 95, The Legend of Sam's Star 47-1. Difficult breakthrough of the barrier. Ike focused on the resonance between the artifact and the black barrier runes. He noticed that every time the artifact emitted light at a specific frequency, the runes would flicker briefly. He attempted to adjust the energy input to the artifact to produce different frequencies of light. "Everyone pay attention to the changes in the runes and see if there are any patterns," Ike shouted. His companions closely watched the runes on the barrier. And as Ike continued to adjust, they finally discovered a key pattern. After the artifact emitted a specific light flicker 7 times in succession, a brief gap would appear in the runes. Ike concentrated and operated the artifact according to this pattern. Indeed, after the 7th flicker, a narrow gap appeared in the barrier. "Quick, let's go in now," Ike called out to his companions. They quickly passed through the gap one by one, and just as the last person made it through, the gap instantly closed, and the runes resumed their normal flickering. 2. The strange scene in the Forbidden Land. Once they entered the Forbidden Land, they were stunned by the sight before them. The sky was a strange dark red, the ground was covered with black stones and steaming cracks, and thick fog enveloped the area, making it difficult to see the path ahead. "The environment here is terrible. It feels like every inch of air is filled with evil," Laura frowned and said. Suddenly, a low growl came from the fog, and the sound grew louder. Ike quickly drew his weapon and cautiously watched the depths of the fog. "Everyone be careful. Something is coming," Ike warned. 3. Encountering monsters in the Forbidden Land. A gigantic monster charged out of the fog. It resembled a bear, but its body was covered in black scales, its eyes glimmered with red light, and green venom dripped from its mouth. The monster roared and lunged at them. Ike rushed forward first, using the artifact to block the monster's attack. The artifact clashed with the monster's claws, producing a piercing sound. Everyone attack its weak points together, Ike shouted. His companions unleashed their magic and weapon attacks on the monster. Sullen fired ice arrows that struck the monster's legs, slowing its movements. Laura used fire magic to attack the monster's eyes, causing it to howl in pain. Under their combined efforts, the monster gradually weakened. Ike seized the opportunity and plunged the artifact deep into the monster's heart, causing it to crash to the ground. 4. Discovery of mysterious symbols after defeating the monster. They continued to explore the Forbidden Land. On a massive stone, they discovered some mysterious symbols. These symbols resembled the runes they had seen on the mysterious device earlier, but were different. These symbols might be the key to unlocking the secrets of the evil source, Ike said. He took out his notebook and carefully recorded the symbols. Just then, the ground began to shake violently, and the surrounding fog thickened, as if a powerful force was awakening. 5. The approach of unknown power. The tremors grew stronger, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the fog. It was a being several times more powerful than the previous monster, radiating dark light, as if it were the embodiment of darkness. It seems we've encountered a stronger enemy. Ike tightened his grip on the artifact, his eyes resolutely fixed on this unknown foe. The powerful being let out an angry roar, the sound ringing painfully in their ears. It reached out a gigantic arm, grabbing towards them. Ike and his companions quickly dodged and began to devise a counter-strategy. They knew this would be an unprecedented and challenging battle, and whether they could survive the attack from this unknown power and continue exploring the Forbidden Land was still uncertain. Chapter 96:1. Intense confrontation. The giant hand of the dark embodiment reached out, and Ike nimbly sidestepped while swinging the artifact, unleashing a brilliant light that slashed at the giant hand. The light collided with the darkness, erupting in a powerful energy wave. His companions also cast their skills, attacking the dark embodiment from different directions. Sullen summoned massive ice spikes that rained down on the dark embodiment. The ice spikes struck its body, but only caused ripples on the dark light, failing to inflict substantial damage. Laura focused and unleashed a blazing firestorm, but the dark power surrounding the dark embodiment acted like a barrier, swallowing the flames entirely. The dark embodiment let out a low growl and swung its arm back, sending a wave of powerful dark energy sweeping towards them. Ike hurriedly shielded his companions behind him, using the artifact to brace against the onslaught. The energy wave slammed into the artifact, and Ike felt an immense force pressing down on him, his feet digging deep into the ground. 2. Falling into predicament. Despite their desperate resistance, the power of the dark embodiment was too overwhelming. His companions gradually became fatigued, and their attacks grew weaker. Seizing the opportunity, the dark embodiment launched even fiercer attacks, shooting dark beams at them. They could only continue to dodge, struggling to mount an effective counterattack. This won't do. We need to come up with a way to find its weak point, Ike gasped for breath. But the dark embodiment was enveloped in dark power, making it difficult to identify its weakness. Every attack felt like hitting a mass of cotton, unable to inflict any fatal damage. 3. The appearance of a mysterious voice. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, a mysterious voice echoed in their minds. Brave warriors, do not panic. The core of that dark embodiment is located in its chest, protected by a layer of dark shield. You must gather your strength to break the shield in order to deliver a fatal blow. Ike looked around but saw no one who had spoken. However, he knew this might be their only chance. Did everyone hear that? We need to concentrate our attacks on the shield in its chest, Ike shouted. 4. Coordinated attack. His companions rallied, adjusting their attack strategy as per Ike's command. Sullen condensed a massive ice sphere, while Laura enveloped the surface of the ice sphere with flames, making it even more intense. Ike then maximized the energy output of the artifact, preparing to deliver the final blow. They launched their attack simultaneously, the ice and fire sphere hurtling towards the dark embodiment's chest shield. The shield cracked slightly under the impact of the ice and fire sphere. Ike seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and plunging the artifact into the crack. The artifact erupted with dazzling light, fiercely clashing with the dark shield. 5. Breaking the shield. With their combined efforts, the dark shield was finally shattered. The dark embodiment let out a pained howl, and the dark light emanating from its body began to flicker erratically. Ike once again increased the energy output of the artifact, driving it deep into the core of the dark embodiment. The dark embodiment began to disintegrate, its dark power gradually dissipating. The ground around them stopped shaking, and the fog slowly cleared. 6. New clues. After defeating the dark embodiment, they discovered a passage where it had vanished. At the entrance of the passage was a glowing disc, inscribed with new symbols and a map. It seems this is a new clue leading to the source of evil. Like said, they cautiously entered the passage, unaware of what awaited them at the end, but determined to continue their journey to save Sam Starr. Chapter 97:1. Unknown dangers in the passage. Ike and his companions stepped into the passage, which was filled with a damp and decaying odor. The walls flickered with an eerie green light, resembling some kind of mysterious luminescent moss. The passage was narrow and winding, and every step echoed their footsteps in the silence, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a stone loosened and fell from the top of the passage, nearly hitting Lola. Ek looked up alertly and realized that the structure of the passage was unstable, with more stones potentially falling at any moment. Everyone, watch your heads and move quickly, Ek warned. They quickened their pace, eyes constantly on the lookout for any movement around them. 2. Encounter with strange creatures. At a corner in the passage, they encountered a group of strange creatures. These creatures resembled spiders, but were enormous in size, each leg shimmering with sharp light. Their eyes emitted an eerie red glow, staring intently at Ek and the others. Be careful, these guys are tough to deal with, Ek said, taking up a fighting stance. The strange spiders launched the first attack, shooting out tough webs to entangle Ek and his group. Ek slashed through the webs with his magical weapon, while Saren used ice magic to freeze some of the spiders' movements. 3. Fierce battle. However, the strange spiders were numerous, continuously swarming from all directions. Lola cast fire magic, creating a wall of flames around them to temporarily block the spiders' assault. But the spiders were undeterred. Some jumped over the fire wall, others burrowed up from underground. Ek engaged in close combat with a giant spider, his magical weapon leaving scars on its body. But the spider's shell was exceptionally hard, making the attacks less effective. The companions fought fiercely on their own fronts against the spiders. 4. Discovering the weakness during the battle, Ek noticed that the spiders' abdomens were relatively soft. He shouted, "Attack their abdomens." Hearing this, the companions adjusted their attack focus. Saren's ice arrows hit the spiders' abdomens accurately, and Lola concentrated her flames there as well. Under their combined assault, one by one, the strange spiders fell. 5. The light deepened the passage. After a hard-fought battle, they finally broke free from the strange spiders' entanglement. Continuing down the passage, a bright light appeared ahead. The light grew stronger, and they quickened their pace, hearts filled with anticipation. Approaching the light, they found a spacious cave. In the center of the cave stood a huge platform with a mysterious device emitting a gentle glow, seemingly hiding important secrets about the source of evil. Chapter 98. The Legend of Sam Starr 48:1. Approaching the mysterious device, Ek and his companions slowly approached the mysterious device in the center of the cave. The device was circular, with exquisite carvings on its surface, patterns resembling ancient text or symbols, radiating a mysterious aura. A faint halo surrounded the device, gently fluctuating as they neared it. "Is this the clue we've been looking for?" Lola asked curiously. Ek said nothing, cautiously reaching out to touch the device. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, the device suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping them. 2. The ancient prophecy revealed within the light appeared a series of illusory images. The scene showed an ancient battlefield where the warriors of Sam Starr fought fiercely against evil forces. The evil leader wielded powerful dark magic, leaving devastation wherever he went. Then the scene shifted to a mysterious place where a sage-like figure spoke to a group. The sage held an object similar to the device before them, chanting, "When the stars align and darkness descends, a brave warrior will wield a sacred artifact to unlock 3 seals. Only then can evil be completely defeated and Sam Starr saved." This must be the ancient prophecy. Ek said, "We have already defeated the incarnation of darkness, which should mean the first seal has been broken." 3. Clues to the seals. The images continued, revealing clues to the second seal. The second seal was located atop a snow-covered mountain peak, hidden deep within a massive ice cave. To enter the cave, 3 special keys were needed. The 3 keys were hidden in different places, one in a mysterious forest inhabited by talking trees and dangerous traps, another in an ancient ruin filled with mechanisms and puzzles, and the last in an oasis within a desert, guarded by a powerful beast. 4. Formulating a plan. After watching the prophecy images, the light gradually faded. Ek and his companions began discussing their next steps. "We'll split into 3 teams to find the keys," Ek said. "Saren, you're skilled with ice magic. Go to the snowy forest to find the first key. Lola, your fire magic is strong. Head to the ancient ruins for the second key. I'll go to the desert oasis for the third key. Once we have the keys, we'll regroup at the foot of the snowy mountain." Everyone nodded in agreement with the plan. 5. Setting out after making simple preparations, they set off separately. Ek headed toward the desert, knowing the journey ahead would be full of challenges, but unafraid for the sake of saving Sam's star. Saren walked toward the icy forest, where the trees were covered in snow and resembled giant ice sculptures. Lola went to the ancient ruins, whose gates were tightly shut and covered with strange symbols, seemingly waiting for her to solve their mysteries. They each began their quest to find the keys, unaware of the dangers and challenges that awaited them. Chapter 99-1. Entering the desert, Ek ventured alone into the vast, boundless desert. The scorching sun burned the earth, and the sand beneath his feet was blistering hot, leaving deep footprints with every step. Fierce winds occasionally whipped up sandstorms, creating walls of sand that blocked his vision. Guided by the vague directions from the prophecy images, he headed toward the oasis deep in the desert. Along the way, he faced various dangers, such as quicksand traps. Once, his foot accidentally sank into quicksand, and his body began to sink rapidly. Ek quickly thrust his magical weapon into a firmer patch of sand nearby, and, using it for support, struggled to pull his foot free. 2. Attacked by sandworms as he continued forward, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Giant sandworms emerged from underground, each body over 10 meters long, with iron-hard skin and mouths full of sharp teeth. The sandworms lunged at Ek with gaping maws. Ek dodged nimbly and swung his magical weapon to attack. The weapon's light struck the worms, but only left shallow marks. The worms surrounded Ek, wrapping their bulky bodies tightly around him. Ek struggled to breathe, focusing his energy to boost his weapon's power to the maximum. With a strong pull, he broke free from the worm's grasp. 3. Finding clues to the oasis after escaping the sandworms, Ek noticed strange footprints on the sand ahead. These prints did not resemble those of ordinary creatures, but seemed more like a guide. Following the footprints, he finally spotted the distant oasis. The oasis was encircled by tall cacti, with a clear lake at its center. Various exotic plants grew around the lake, emitting a faint fragrance. 4. Facing the guardian beast, however, as Ek approached the oasis, a massive guardian beast appeared. It looked like a lion, but was covered entirely in golden scales. Its eyes gleamed fiercely as it roared, sending sand flying around. This must be the creature guarding the key, Ek thought, gripping his magical weapon and preparing for battle. The guardian beast struck first, leaping toward Ek. Ek dodged to the side and slashed at the beast's leg with his weapon. The beast howled in pain and swept its tail at Ek. Ek jumped away just in time, the tail brushing past his body. 5. Outsmarting the guardian beast, Ek realized that although the guardian beast was powerful, its movements were relatively slow. He began to take advantage of his speed, continuously circling around the guardian beast, looking for its weaknesses. During one attack, Ike discovered a spot on the guardian beast's neck that was not covered by scales. He seized the moment, charged at the guardian beast, and stabbed the artifact into its neck. The guardian beast let out a painful cry, and its body swayed. Ike took the opportunity to increase his attack intensity, and the guardian beast gradually could not withstand it, eventually falling to the ground. Chapter 6. Finding the key. After the guardian beast fell, a shining key appeared where it had originally stood. Ike stepped forward and picked up the key. The key was engraved with exquisite patterns and emitted a mysterious energy. Finally found it, Ike said. Next, I need to reunite with my companions to unlock the second seal. He carefully stored the key and set off on his journey to meet up with his friends at the snowy mountain peak. Chapter 100. Reunion. At the foot of the snowy mountain peak, Ike rushed toward the snowy mountain peak without stopping. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Saren and Lola were already waiting there. Saren had some frost marks on him, and Lola's hair smelled slightly burnt, indicating that they too had gone through a tough battle in their search for the key. Did you both manage to get the key? Ike asked eagerly. Saren and Lola simultaneously took out their keys, and the 3 keys emitted different glows in the cold air. Great. We finally gathered all 3 keys, Ike said, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 2. Climbing the snowy mountain peak. They began to climb the snowy mountain peak. The peak was covered with thick snow, making each step difficult. The howling wind nearly knocked them off their feet. Everyone be careful, watch your step, Ike shouted. During the climb, they encountered steep ice walls. Ike used the artifact to carve out footholds in the ice wall, leading his companions upwards. Saren reinforced their footholds with ice magic to prevent them from slipping. Chapter 3. The test. At the entrance of the ice cave. After much effort, they finally arrived at the entrance of the ice cave. The entrance was sealed by a thick layer of ice, inscribed with complex runes. This ice layer looks tricky, Lola said. Saren stepped forward and used ice magic to try to melt the ice layer, but the runes flickered, and the ice layer remained unmoved. Ike carefully observed the runes and realized they seemed to require the energy of the 3 keys to unlock. He inserted the 3 keys into the corresponding grooves on the ice layer one by one, and the keys emitted light, resonating with the runes. As a flash of light flickered, the ice layer slowly melted, revealing the entrance to the ice cave. Chapter 4. Danger. Deep inside the ice cave, they entered the ice cave, where the cold was bone-chilling, and the surrounding ice walls shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The ground of the ice cave was very smooth, and they had to tread carefully. Suddenly, a group of ice sprites emerged from the ice walls. The ice sprites were small in size, but extremely fast, shooting ice arrows at Ike and the others. Ike swung the artifact, deflecting the ice arrows one by one. Saren engaged the ice sprites in a magical duel, while Lola used fire magic to create a protective wall around them, blocking the approach of the ice sprites. Chapter 5. Discovering the second seal. As they fought the ice sprites, they continued deeper into the ice cave. Finally, at the deepest part of the cave, they saw the second seal. The seal was a massive block of ice, within which a dark force was sealed, constantly striking against the ice block and emitting a low, rumbling roar. It seems this is the second seal we need to unlock, Ike said. However, to break the seal, they still needed to find the right method. They began to search for clues around the ice cave, hoping to find the key to unlocking the seal. Chapter 6. Facing new challenges. Just as they were searching for clues, the ice cave began to shake violently, as if a more powerful force was about to awaken. They knew that the next challenge would be even more difficult, but in order to save Sam Star, they did not back down and prepared to face new challenges. Unlock the second seal, and continue their journey toward completely defeating evil. Chapter 102. The Legend of Sam Star 49. Chapter 1. The pressure of the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger looked down at Ike and the others. Dark energy swirling around him like a surging tide, shattering the ice crystals on the ice walls wherever he passed. Ike felt his breathing become heavy, as if every breath was being crushed by the dark power. Insignificant ants, today is your end, the Dark Messenger said in a deep voice, filled with endless mockery. Chapter 2. A difficult start to the battle. Ike was the first to charge forward, his artifact shining brilliantly in the darkness, trying to break through the Dark Messenger's defenses. However, the Dark Messenger flickered and easily dodged, striking back with a black shockwave that struck like lightning. Ike hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, but the shockwave grazed his body, causing him intense pain. Saren seized the opportunity, conjuring a massive ice spike and shooting it at the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger casually waved his hand, and the ice spike instantly turned to dust, while a dark ice arrow shot back at Saren. Saren quickly cast an ice shield to block it, but the shield cracked under the impact of the dark ice arrow. Lola flanked from the side, unleashing fiery flames in an attempt to burn the Dark Messenger. But the dark energy surrounding him formed a protective barrier, extinguishing the flames as they touched it. Chapter 3. Discovering weaknesses and adjusting strategies in the heat of battle. Ike gradually noticed that the Dark Messenger's left hand seemed to move somewhat sluggishly. After careful observation, he deduced that this might be the Dark Messenger's weakness. Everyone, pay attention. His left hand may be a weak point. Let's focus our attacks there, Ike shouted. The three adjusted their tactics, with Ike drawing the Dark Messenger's attention from the front, while Saren and Lola attacked his left hand from both sides. Fire and ice magic intertwined, continuously striking at the Dark Messenger's left hand. Chapter 4. A brief advantage in crisis. Under their combined attacks, the dark energy in the Dark Messenger's left hand began to fluctuate. Seizing the opportunity, Ike swung his sword with all his might toward the Dark Messenger's left hand. The artifact struck his arm, creating a wound, and dark energy leaked from it. However, the Dark Messenger was enraged and unleashed an even stronger dark power. The dark energy rampaged through the ice cave, forming swirling dark vortices that engulfed Ike and the others. They struggled within the vortices, their bodies being eroded by dark energy. Chapter 5. Assistance from mysterious powers. Just as they were feeling despair, a mysterious light emerged from the depths of the ice cave. The light drew closer, revealing an ancient elf. The elf radiated a sacred aura, and with a wave of his staff, he dispelled some of the dark energy. Children, I have been guarding this ice cave. Your courage and righteousness have compelled me to help you, the elf said. The elf taught them a technique of fusion magic, allowing the energy of the 3 keys to merge more perfectly. Following the elf's guidance, Ike and the others concentrated their energy and merged the 3 keys' powers once again. Chapter 6. The seal crisis reappears. The merged energy formed a powerful beam of light that surged toward the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger retreated under the impact of the light. Just as they thought they were about to defeat him, the seal in the ice cave suddenly began to stir. The runes on the seal flickered with eerie light, as if a stronger dark power was about to be unleashed. Not good, the seal is acting up again, Ike shouted. They had to temporarily set aside their battle with the Dark Messenger and turn to face the impending seal crisis. A new challenge lay before them. Chapter 103, Emergency Situation of the Seals, Anomaly 1. The group, including Ike, looked at the flickering strange runes on the seal with deep concern. The dark power about to be released was several times stronger than the previous Dark Messenger. The ice cave began to shake violently, and huge chunks of ice fell from the ceiling, as if the apocalypse was imminent. We must stabilize the seal first, otherwise, the entire Samstar will suffer, Ike said anxiously. 2. Attempting to stabilize the seal, Ike, Celine, and Lola quickly arrived in front of the seal, channeling the energy of 3 keys into it. However, their energy seemed trivial in the face of the seal's anomaly, and the runes continued to flicker faster. Just as they felt helpless, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the ice cave. It turned out to be a group of mechanical warriors they had encountered earlier on Samstar. They had learned of the crisis and came to help. 3. The arrival of new allies. The mechanical warriors possessed advanced technological weapons. They fired energy from laser cannons at the seal, attempting to stabilize it. The energy from the laser cannons complemented the energy Ike and the others injected, slightly slowing the flickering of the runes on the seal. Thank you for your help, Ike said gratefully to the mechanical warriors. Protecting Samstar is our shared responsibility, the mechanical leader replied. 4. The Dark Powers counterattack. As they worked to stabilize the seal, the Dark Messenger seized the opportunity to regain some power. It launched another attack, targeting Ike and the mechanical warriors. Dark energy surged like a black wave, surrounding them. Ike and the mechanical warriors quickly formed a defensive formation, using their powers to resist the Dark Messenger's attacks. However, the Dark Messenger's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and they gradually began to struggle. 5. Merging powers again. In this critical moment, Ike recalled the fusion magic techniques taught by the elves. He called on everyone to merge their energies together. Ike, Celine, Lola, and the mechanical warriors focused their minds and gathered their energy. After merging, they formed a giant energy sphere. The energy sphere emitted a dazzling light and charged toward the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger was pushed back by the impact of the energy sphere, falling into a momentary state of weakness. 6. Repairing the seal and facing new challenges. Taking advantage of the Dark Messenger's weakness, they refocused their attention on the seal. Ike and the mechanical warriors worked together to inject the merged energy into the seal. The runes on the seal gradually stabilized and eventually returned to normal. However, just as they thought the crisis had been averted, a low rumbling roar came from deep within the ice cave. A dark monster, even more powerful than the Dark Messenger, slowly emerged, emanating a terrifying aura. It seems our challenges are not over yet, Ike said, gripping the artifact in his hand firmly. Everyone prepared for battle to face the new challenge. Chapter 104, The Legend of Samstar 51. The terrifying appearance of the Dark Monster. The Dark Monster was enormous, towering 2 stories high, covered in black scales that glimmered with an evil light. Its eyes burned like flames, radiating endless hatred and a desire for destruction. With each step it took, the ground of the ice cave trembled, and ice chunks shattered. Is this the true terror hidden beneath the seal? Celine said in fear. No matter how powerful it is, we cannot back down, Ike said, gripping the artifact tightly with determination. 2. The difficulty of the first clash. Ike took the lead and launched an attack, leaping high and striking the Dark Monster with the artifact. The artifact struck the monster's scales, only producing a few sparks. The monster didn't even flinch. Then, it swung its massive arm and swatted Ike away like a fly. Celine quickly cast ice magic, sending a giant ice spear toward the monster. When the ice spear hit the monster, it only left white marks on its scales. The monster roared in anger, spewing a jet of black flame that instantly melted the ice wall. Lola unleashed intense flames to counter, but the black flames were extremely hot, quickly overpowering Lola's fire. The mechanical warriors opened fire, shooting laser beams like raindrops at the monster, but the scales formed a shield that reflected the beams back, nearly injuring the warriors themselves. 3. Searching for weaknesses. After the initial clash failed, Ike and the others calmed down and began to look for the monster's weaknesses. They noticed that the scales on its abdomen were relatively thin, and whenever it attacked, its abdomen would briefly expose itself. Everyone, pay attention, its abdomen is the weak point. Let's concentrate our attacks there, Ike shouted. Ike, Celine, and Lola coordinated again, with Ike attracting the monster's attention from the front, while Celine and Lola flanked from the sides, preparing to attack the monster's abdomen. 4. The emergence of mysterious clues. Just as they prepared to launch another attack, Glowing runes suddenly appeared on the walls of the ice cave. The runes flickered with a mysterious light, as if conveying some information. These runes might hold the key to uncovering the monster's weakness, the elf said. Everyone gathered around the runes to study them closely. After some interpretation, they discovered that the runes recorded the monster's origin and a fatal weakness. There was a special rune mark on the monster's heart. As long as they destroyed this mark, they could defeat it completely. 5. Renewed offensive. Understanding the monster's fatal weakness, Ike and the others restructured their battle plan. They first had the mechanical warriors use laser beams to attract the monster's attention while Ike, Celine, and Lola approached the monster. When the monster was enraged by the laser beams and attacked the mechanical warriors with full force, Ike seized the opportunity to climb up the monster's leg. Celine and Lola provided magical cover from below to prevent the monster from attacking him. Ike struggled to climb onto the monster's back and then crawled toward the heart along its back scales. When he got close to the heart, he indeed saw the special rune mark. 6. Crisis. At a critical moment, just as Ike was about to use the artifact to destroy the rune mark, the monster seemed to sense the danger. It shook its body violently, trying to throw Ike off. Ike clung tightly to the scales, swinging with the monster's movements. The monster swung its tail toward Ike, nearly hitting him. At this critical moment, Celine and Lola used magic to temporarily control the monster's movements, buying Ike some time. 7. The dawn of victory. Taking advantage of the moment, Ike plunged the artifact toward the rune mark. The instant the artifact touched the rune mark, it emitted a brilliant light. The rune mark began to flicker, and the monster let out a painful roar. As the rune mark was destroyed, the monster's body began to tremble, black scales falling off, and its power rapidly dissipating. Ultimately, the monster collapsed, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the air. We did it! Ike and the others cheered. However, they knew that the crisis on Sam Star might not be completely resolved, and new challenges could still await them. Chapter 105. Mysterious Changes in the Ice Cave 1. After defeating the dark monster, the atmosphere in the ice cave did not immediately relax. The ice walls that had been damaged by the monster began to slowly shift, making cracking sounds, as if reconstructing something. The light of the mysterious runes gradually dimmed, leaving a faint glowing pattern on the ground. Is this pattern guiding us? Lola curiously crouched down to examine it closely. It's very likely. It seems our adventure is far from over. Ike stood up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. 2. Interpreting the pattern. Everyone gathered around the pattern, trying to decipher its meaning. The elf studied it carefully for a long time and said, "This pattern seems to point to another mysterious area of Samstar, the Misty Forest. Legends say that a powerful force is hidden there, along with countless dangers. No matter how dangerous it is, we must go take a look. Perhaps it will make us stronger and better able to protect Samstar," Ike said firmly. Preparation for the journey to the Misty Forest. They decided to head to the Misty Forest. Before setting off, everyone made thorough preparations. The mechanical warriors provided them with advanced detection equipment to cope with the unknown situations in the Misty Forest. Celine prepared a large amount of ice magic materials, while Laura collected many flammable herbs to enhance her fire magic. Ike checked his artifact to ensure it was in optimal condition. The elves also reminded everyone to be cautious of various traps and magical creatures in the forest. Entering the Misty Forest. As they stepped into the Misty Forest, a thick fog enveloped them. The fog was so dense that they could hardly see their own hands, and they could only rely on the detection equipment to move forward slowly. The forest was filled with a damp and decaying smell, and they could occasionally hear strange sounds, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. "Everyone be careful. The atmosphere here is very strange," Ike whispered. Encountering the Forest Guardian. Not long after, they encountered the Forest Guardian, a giant treant. The treant had a sturdy body resembling a thick tree trunk, with branches waving like arms. Its eyes glowed with a green light, full of vigilance. "Why have you intruded into this forest?" The treant's deep voice echoed through the forest. Ike stepped forward and said, "We have come to seek the power that protects Samstar. We mean no offense." The treant scrutinized them and said, "There is indeed powerful force hidden in this forest, but not everyone is qualified to obtain it. You must pass my test." Content of the test. The treant's test was for them to find 3 magical fruits emitting a golden light hidden in various corners of the forest, each guarded by powerful magical traps. Ike and the others divided into 3 groups to search for the magical fruits. Ike and Celine in one group, Laura and the elf in another, and the mechanical warriors in the last group. The difficulties of finding the magical fruits. During their search, they encountered various difficulties. Ike and Celine came across a massive vine trap, with vines coiling around them like snakes, nearly trapping them. Celine used ice magic to freeze the vines, and Ike seized the opportunity to cut them. Laura and the elf encountered a group of invisible fairies who constantly disrupted them and caused them to lose their way. Laura used fire to illuminate the surroundings, while the elf cast magic to reveal the fairies, ultimately shaking off their entanglement. The mechanical warriors faced a magical vortex with a strong suction force that nearly pulled them in. The warriors used laser cannons to attack the vortex, gradually escaping its influence. Harvest and hope. After much effort, they finally found the 3 magical fruits. When they presented the fruits to the treant, it nodded in satisfaction. You have passed the test. These fruits will enhance your power. I hope you can use this power to protect Samstar, the treant said. After consuming the magical fruits, Ike and the others felt their bodies filled with strength. They knew that more challenges awaited them in the misty forest, but they were ready to continue their journey in search of the power to protect Samstar. Chapter 106. The Legend of Samstar 51. A strange space-time rift appears recently. The sky of Samstar has been flickering with strange lights. While monitoring at the base, Ike and his companions discovered an astonishing phenomenon. A massive space-time rift had appeared high in the sky of Samstar. Strange energy flows were continuously surging out of the rift, mixed with some mysterious fragments. How did this space-time rift appear? What impact will it have on Samstar? Ike frowned, filled with concern. The technicians analyzed. The energy fluctuations of this rift are very complex. It seems to connect to another time and space. Those fragments may come from a lost civilization. Formulating an exploration plan to uncover the truth behind the space-time rift, Ike called everyone for a meeting. He said firmly, "We must explore this space-time rift, find out the reason for its appearance, and prevent Samstar from suffering an unknown disaster." After discussion, they decided that Ike would lead a team consisting of Sullen, Laura, Mechanic Beta, and Archaeologist Lily for the exploration. Sullen's magic could deal with unknown energy. Laura's fire could provide offensive capabilities. Beta was skilled in mechanical and technological devices, and Lily had an in-depth understanding of ancient civilizations. Approaching the space-time rift, they boarded a specially designed aircraft and flew towards the space-time rift. As they got closer, the energy interference on the aircraft intensified. "This energy is too strong. The aircraft systems are fluctuating," Beta said nervously while operating the console. Ike remained calm and said, "Steady now. Let us approach carefully." As they neared the rift, mysterious fragments shot out from it like meteors. Ike reached out and grabbed one of the fragments. It emitted a cold aura and was inscribed with strange symbols. Entering the rift after ensuring that the aircraft could withstand the rift's energy, they piloted the aircraft through the rift. Inside the rift was a colorful space where the concepts of time and space seemed to blur. "The sights here are so peculiar. It feels like time has slowed down," Lily exclaimed. Suddenly, a group of energy-based creatures attacked them. These creatures took various forms, some resembling giant jellyfish and others like winged snakes. "Prepare for battle," Ike shouted, leading everyone to confront these energy beings. Battle with the energy creatures. Sullen cast magic, creating ice walls to block the energy creatures' attacks. Laura formed a shield of fire to protect the aircraft. Ike wielded his artifact, repelling the energy beings that approached. Beta utilized the weapon systems on the aircraft to fire energy beams at the distant creatures. Meanwhile, Lily analyzed the energy composition of these beings, trying to find their weaknesses. "I found that the core energy is located in their heads," Lily shouted. Upon hearing this, Ike focused his attacks on the heads of the energy creatures, and indeed, those struck in the head began to dissipate. Discovering the ruins of a lost civilization after the battle ended, they ventured deeper into the rift. Eventually, they discovered the ruins of an ancient city. The city was composed of enormous crystal structures that emitted a soft glow. "Is this the source of those fragments? There must be many secrets hidden here," Lily said excitedly. They landed in the city and began to explore. In a massive palace, they found a huge stone tablet covered in inscriptions and patterns. Interpreting the secrets of the stone tablet, Lily carefully studied the contents of the stone tablet. And after much effort, she finally deciphered part of the information. It turned out that this lost civilization once mastered the technology of time travel. But due to an experimental failure, they opened the space-time rift, leading to their civilization's destruction. "We cannot let their mistakes be borne by Samstar. We must find a way to close this rift," Ike said firmly. Finding a method to close the rift according to the hints on the stone tablet, they found a massive energy core at the center of the city. This core seemed to be the key to maintaining the space-time rift. "We need to destroy this core to close the rift," Beta said. However, a powerful energy shield surrounded the core, reflecting their attacks. "Let me try to break the shield with magic," Sullen said, concentrating and casting a spell. After much effort, a small crack finally appeared in the shield. 9. The final challenge. Just as they were preparing to attack the core, a massive energy guardian emerged from it. The guardian was enormous, wielding a giant energy sword and exuding a powerful aura. This was the final challenge. Everyone, let's go, Echo shouted. They engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian once again. After a tough fight, Echo seized the opportunity and struck the guardian's core with the artifact, causing the guardian to crash down. 10. Closing the time-space rift, they took the chance to attack the energy core, which finally exploded under their powerful assault. The time-space rift began to shrink slowly and eventually disappeared. They successfully closed the rift and returned to Samstar with the knowledge of the lost civilization. Echo knew that more challenges awaited them in the future, but he and his companions were ready. Chapter 1071. The emergence of the ancient prophecy, the Peace of Samstar, did not last long. One day, archaeologist Lily discovered a mysterious prophecy while studying ancient documents brought back from the time-space rift. The prophecy mentioned that when 3 blood-red meteors appeared in a line in the sky, a dark shadow force would descend upon Samstar, bringing endless disaster. Echo, look at this, Lily anxiously said as she found Echo with the document. After carefully reading it, Echo frowned. We must prepare in advance and not let the prophecy come true. 2. The warning of celestial anomalies. A few days later, 3 blood-red meteors indeed appeared in the sky, slowly aligning in a line and emitting an eerie glow. The entire Samstar was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. It seems the prophecy is starting to come true. We need to quickly find the source of this shadow force. Echo called a meeting with his companions. They began to analyze various possible clues, with some speculating that the shadow force might come from a hidden corner of Samstar, while others believed it could be related to the previous time-space rift. 3. The appearance of the shadow envoys. Just as they were discussing, a group of shadow envoys dressed in black robes appeared at the borders of Samstar. These envoys moved like phantoms, wielding black scythes, and wherever they went, plants withered, and the land became desolate. Are they the vanguard of the shadow force? Lola clenched her fists, her eyes filled with rage. Echo led everyone to the border to confront the shadow envoys. 4. The first clash with the shadow envoys. The shadow envoys launched the first attack, swinging their scythes and releasing waves of black energy. Echo and the others quickly dodged and counterattacked. Saren cast magic, summoning a whirlwind to disperse the black energy waves. Lola condensed flames into blades and charged at the shadow envoys. Echo fought up close with the shadow envoys using the power of the artifact. However, these shadow envoys were cunning, and their attacks were unpredictable, putting Echo and his companions in a difficult position. 5. Searching for a way to break the spell during the battle, Echo discovered that the bodies of the shadow envoys seemed to be composed of a special shadow energy, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict substantial damage on them. We need to find their weaknesses, Echo shouted. Lily observed the movement patterns of the shadow envoys and noticed that they experienced brief energy fluctuations when they attacked. When they attack, their energy concentrates on the sides. We can target their arms, Lily reminded loudly. 6. Victory through tactical adjustment. After hearing this, Echo and the others adjusted their tactics. They concentrated their attacks on the arms of the shadow envoys, and indeed, the envoy struck on the arm, dropped their scythe, and grew weak. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the first wave of shadow envoys. But Echo knew this was just the beginning. The true shadow force was yet to come. 7. The mysterious shadow base. To find the source of the shadow force, they began searching for clues. Guided by an ancient sage, they learned of a mysterious shadow base deep underground on Samstar. We must go underground and destroy this base, Echo said firmly. They prepared their equipment and set off on the journey to the underground base. 8. The dangers of the underground passage. The underground passage was filled with traps and monsters. There were huge rock traps that would suddenly fall from above, and ghostly monsters made of shadow energy that would appear and attack them. Everyone be careful and stay alert. Echo remained vigilant. Saren used magic to light up the passage, while Lola melted the boulders blocking their path with flames. Beta was responsible for disarming various mechanical traps. 9. The core of the shadow base. After a difficult trek, they finally reached the core of the shadow base. There was a giant shadow energy generator continuously releasing shadow energy. This is what is creating the shadow force, Echo said. But surrounding the base were even more powerful shadow guardians, stronger than the envoys they had faced before. 10. The final showdown. Echo and his companions engaged in a decisive battle with the shadow guardians once again. This time, they coordinated better. Saren used magic to control the movements of the shadow guardians, while Lola attacked their weaknesses with flames. Echo charged towards the energy generator, attempting to destroy it. Just as he approached the generator, a powerful shadow leader appeared. This leader was enormous, and the scythe in its hand shimmered with a purple light. Do you really think you can stop me? The Shadow Leader sneered. 11. Breaking through the predicament, the Shadow Leader's attacks were fierce. And Echo and his companions found it difficult to cope, but they did not give up, encouraging each other. At a critical moment, Echo suddenly comprehended the new power of the artifact. He merged the artifact with his own energy and unleashed a powerful beam of light energy. This beam dispelled the surrounding shadows, severely injuring the Shadow Leader. 12. Destroying the Shadow Energy Generator, taking advantage of the Shadow Leader's injury. Echo rushed toward the energy generator and struck it with all his might using the artifact. The energy generator exploded, and the shadow energy gradually dissipated. The Shadow Leader roared unwillingly, ultimately disappearing into the light. 13. The rebirth of Samstar. With the disappearance of the Shadow Force, Samstar gradually regained vitality. Plants began to grow again, and the land became fertile. Echo and his companions looked at the revitalized Samstar with relieved smiles. They knew that new challenges would come in the future, but they were already prepared to protect the peace and tranquility of Samstar. Chapter 108. The Legend of Samstar. 52-1. The strange time-space ripples. After experiencing the threat of the Shadow Force, Samstar thought it could welcome a long-lasting peace. However, beneath the calm surface, new crises lurked. One day, strange time-space ripples suddenly appeared in the sky, with twisted rays of light weaving and flickering like mysterious threads. Echo and his companions were discussing future development plans in the square when they saw this scene and couldn't help but stop. What is going on? Could it be that another time-space rift is about to appear? Lola asked nervously. Echo frowned, his eyes revealing concern. I'm not sure, but it definitely isn't a good thing. We need to investigate. 2. The allure of the mysterious signal. Just as they were preparing to take action, the base's alarm suddenly rang. It turned out that the detector had picked up a mysterious signal, which seemed to be coming from the direction where the time-space ripples appeared. This signal is unusual. It seems to be calling us, Lily said, looking at the data on the instrument. Echo made a quick decision. No matter what, we should go check it out. Perhaps we can find the cause of this time-space ripple. They boarded their ship and flew toward the source of the signal. 3. The discovery of the mysterious planet. After some time flying, they arrived at an unfamiliar planet. This planet was shrouded in a layer of purple mist, with faint outlines of ancient buildings visible. Is this the source of the signal? It feels so mysterious, Beta said curiously. Ike activated the spaceship's scanning system and discovered a special energy fluctuation on this planet, somewhat similar to the energy of time-space ripples. It seems we found the right place. Everyone be careful, this planet may be dangerous. Ike led everyone to put on protective suits and exited the spaceship. 4. Exploration of ancient architecture. They entered an ancient building, filled with dust and strange symbols. The murals on the walls depicted bizarre scenes, with enormous spaceships traversing through time-space tunnels and mysterious creatures manipulating energy. These murals seemed to tell a story, perhaps related to the civilization of this planet. Lily carefully observed the murals. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and mechanical monsters surged from all directions. These monsters had peculiar shapes, their eyes glowing red, wielding sharp weapons. Be careful, these monsters are going to attack us, Ike shouted. 5. Battle with mechanical monsters. Ike and the others quickly grabbed their weapons and engaged in battle with the mechanical monsters. Saren used magic to create shields, protecting everyone from attacks. Lola attacked the monsters with a flamethrower, while Beta used his mechanical arm to grab the monsters and throw them away. In the intense battle, Ike noticed that the movements of these mechanical monsters seemed to be directed by a central control system. We need to find that control system to completely deal with these monsters, Ike said. 6. Searching for the central control system while fighting. They searched the building for the central control system. After some effort, they finally found it in a basement. It was a massive circular device, flashing with lights of various colors. This is what controls those monsters, Ike said. But there was a powerful energy shield surrounding the device, and ordinary attacks could not break it. 7. Method to crack the shield. Lily carefully studied the structure of the device and discovered that the shield was controlled by a special combination lock. The numbers on the lock changed continuously, making it difficult to find a pattern. We need to find the code to open the shield, Lily said. They searched for clues around and found some engravings on the walls that seemed to be related to the numbers on the combination lock. After some contemplation, Lily finally cracked the code. The shield disappeared, and Ike quickly rushed to the device and destroyed it. 8. Release of mysterious energy. As the device was destroyed, a powerful mysterious energy surged from underground. This energy was identical to the energy of the time-space ripples. Is this energy the cause of the time-space ripples? Ike exclaimed. Suddenly, a gigantic figure emerged from the energy. It was a being made of energy, its body shimmering with colorful light. You should not have come here, the mysterious being said. 9. Conversation with the mysterious being. Ike and the others watched the mysterious being warily, but Ike mustered the courage to ask, "Who are you? Why are you creating time-space ripples?" The mysterious being slowly replied, "I am the guardian of this planet's civilization. Our civilization once mastered the technology of time travel. But due to a failed experiment, cracks appeared in time and space. To repair the cracks, we sealed a portion of our energy here. However, the seal has weakened, and the time-space ripples are a manifestation of the energy leak. How can we help you repair the cracks?" Ike asked. 10. Collaborating to repair the time-space crack. The mysterious being told them that to repair the time-space crack, they needed to collect 3 special energy crystals, located in 3 different places on the planet. "We will help you collect the crystals," Ike said. Guided by the mysterious being, they began to search for the crystals on the planet. Each location presented different challenges. Some areas had harsh weather, while others had powerful energy traps. 11. Difficulties in collecting the crystals. While collecting the first crystal, they encountered a massive storm. The howling winds and swirling sands made it difficult to see the path ahead. Saren created a wind wall with magic to protect everyone from the storm's onslaught. When collecting the second crystal, they fell into an energy trap. The energy in the trap relentlessly assaulted their bodies, causing them great pain. Beta used his mechanical arm to disable the trap's mechanism, allowing them to escape. 12. Successfully collecting the crystals. After much effort, they finally collected all 3 crystals. They returned to the mysterious being with the crystals. The mysterious being placed the crystals into a giant energy container, which began to emit dazzling light. As the light intensified, the time-space crack began to slowly heal. 13. Time-space restored to normal. The time-space ripples disappeared, and the sky returned to calm. The mysterious being gratefully said, "Thank you for your help. You have saved Samstar and our planet." Ike and the others returned to Samstar, knowing that although this crisis was resolved, more challenges awaited them in the future. They would continue to protect Samstar and explore the mysteries of the universe. Chapter 1091. Strange Dream first appears after experiencing the turmoil of the time-space ripples. Samstar seemed to return to calm on the surface. However, a strange phenomenon quietly spread among the residents. One morning, Ike and his companions woke up feeling exhausted, as if they had gone through a long and painful battle. "I had a strange dream last night. It felt particularly real," Lola said, rubbing her temples. The others nodded in agreement, sharing similar experiences. Ike furrowed his brow, realizing that this might not be just a simple dream, but perhaps concealed some kind of crisis. 2. Dream epidemic becomes a disaster. As time passed, more and more residents of Samstar were troubled by the strange dreams. Everyone seemed listless during the day, severely impacting their work and lives. The base continuously received pleas for help from residents, prompting Ike to initiate an investigation. They interviewed many residents and gathered a variety of dream information, but all shared a common theme. The dreams were filled with emotions of fear and despair. These strange dreams seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, Lily analyzed. 3. Mysterious energy fluctuation. Ike led the team to scan the entire planet using detection instruments, and finally discovered a mysterious energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was very weak, hidden within the planet's magnetic field, and would be difficult to detect without careful scanning. "This energy is different from what we encountered before. It seems to have some sort of mental influence," Saren said. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and found the source pointing to an ancient forest deep within Samstar. 4. Delving into the ancient forest. This forest had not been visited for a long time, shrouded in a mysterious mist. The trees were tall and twisted, as if hiding countless secrets. "Everyone be careful. There may be danger here," Ike warned. They cautiously entered the forest, and suddenly, the surroundings began to change. The once quiet forest became noisy, with various strange sounds echoing around them, including roars of beasts and human screams. "Is this the influence of the strange dreams?" Beta asked nervously. 5. Encountering the dream trap. Ike and the others soon found themselves trapped in a dream trap. They saw their worst fears manifest. Ike witnessed the destruction of Samstar, while Lola saw her loved ones dying before her. "Don't be deceived by the dreams. This is all fake," Ike shouted, trying hard to stay awake. He concentrated, using his abilities to attempt to break free from the trap of the dreams. The others followed suit, and under Ike's guidance, they gradually shook off the influence of the dreams. 6. Mysterious shadow appears. Just when they thought they had escaped danger, a mysterious shadow emerged from the woods. The shadow's form was indistinct, emanating an eerie aura. "You should not have come here," the shadow said coldly. Ike watched the dark shadow warily and asked, "Who are you? Why are you creating these illusions?" The shadow did not answer, but suddenly launched an attack. It extended black tentacles and struck at Eek and the others. 7. Intense battle begins. Eek and his companions quickly fought back. Saren used magic to create a shield that blocked the tentacle attacks. Lola attacked the shadow with her flame weapon. But the shadow seemed immune to fire, and the tentacles attacked even more fiercely. Beta rushed forward, grabbing a tentacle with his mechanical arm, trying to pull the shadow closer. But the shadow was very strong, and Beta was easily thrown aside. 8. Discovering the shadow's weakness during the fierce battle. Eek noticed a faint glowing spot at the center of the shadow's body. He guessed this might be its weak point. Everyone, focus your attacks on that glowing spot. Eek shouted. They adjusted their attack strategy and launched a joint assault on the spot. After some effort, the spot was finally hit, and the shadow's body began to tremble. 9. The truth of the shadow's body gradually dissipated, revealing a frail figure. It was an old man corrupted by dark energy. The old man weakly said, I was once a scientist. In pursuit of higher knowledge, I conducted a forbidden experiment. After the experiment failed, I was controlled by dark energy and created these illusions. Then how do we dispel the effects of these illusions? Eek asked. 10. Method to dispel the illusions. The old man told them that to dispel the illusions, they needed to find the core device he used in his experiment. This device was hidden in a cave deep within the forest. We will find the device and dispel the illusions, Eek said. Guided by the old man, they headed toward the cave. 11. Dangers in the cave. The cave was dark and damp, filled with various strange creatures. Some creatures shot poisonous spikes, others released corrosive liquids. They carefully avoided these dangers and continued forward. Suddenly, rocks began falling from the cave ceiling, triggered by a mechanism inside the cave. Saren used magic to raise a shield, protecting everyone from the falling stones. 12. Finding the core device. After a difficult exploration, they finally found the core device at the deepest part of the cave. It was a sphere emitting a flickering purple light, radiating powerful dark energy. This is what created the illusions, Eek said, but a strong energy shield surrounded the device, making it difficult to approach. 13. The challenge of breaking the shield. Lily carefully studied the device's structure and found that the shield was controlled by a special energy field. To break the shield, they needed to find and destroy 3 energy nodes. They searched the cave for the energy nodes. Each node was hidden in a different place and guarded by dangerous creatures. 14. Destroying the energy nodes. During battles with the guardian creatures, they made full use of their abilities. Saren used magic to attack. Lola burned the creatures with her flame weapon, and Beta grabbed the creatures with his mechanical arm. After much effort, they finally destroyed the 3 energy nodes. The shield disappeared, and Eek quickly grabbed the core device, preparing to destroy it. 15. Dispelling the illusions. With the destruction of the core device, a powerful light energy surged out. This energy rapidly spread across the planet, gradually dispelling the illusions. The residents of Sam Star woke from their illusions and felt a long-lost peace. Eek and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully resolved the crisis. We have protected Sam Star once again, Eek said with a smile. They returned to base with the joy of victory, ready to face any new challenges that might arise. Chapter 110. The Legend of Sam Star 53-1. Star Core Anomaly Alarm. Sam Star had just recovered from the illusion crisis when the base's alarm system suddenly blared sharply. Eek and his team rushed to the command center, where the big screen showed abnormal fluctuations in the core Star's data. How can the Star Core suddenly fluctuate? This is not a good sign, Lola said worriedly. Eek looked at the data with furrowed brows. We must find the cause quickly, or Sam Star may face great danger. 2. Preliminary investigation. They split into several groups to conduct a comprehensive scan of the energy field around the Star Core. Eek led a group underground, approaching the Star Core's location. The temperature there was extremely high, the energy chaotic, and instrument readings fluctuated constantly. The energy fluctuations are too strong. Our instruments can barely measure accurately, Beta said. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake, and cracks started spreading. 3. Encounter with an energy storm. A powerful energy storm attacked from the Star Core's direction. Eek and the others quickly sought shelter. The storm carried strange energy particles, which could cause disastrous effects if hit. The storm's intensity is beyond expectations. We must find a way to control it, Eek shouted. He tried to stabilize the surrounding energy with his abilities, but the effect was minimal. 4. Mysterious signal interference. At the same time, the base's communication system was disrupted by mysterious signals, causing intermittent contact with the teams. Lily worked hard to decode the interference, but progress was slow. This interference is complex, seemingly from an unknown civilization, Lily said anxiously. Underground. Eek and the others could not learn about the base's situation in time and had to rely on their own strength to face the crisis. 5. Appearance of void rifts. As the star core anomaly worsened, void rifts appeared around the core. These rifts emitted a cold, dark aura, as if the most terrifying abyss of the universe. These are void rifts. If the void energy leaks into Sam's star, the consequences will be unimaginable, Saren said fearfully. Eek realized the severity of the situation and decided to lead everyone to try sealing the void rifts first. 6. Attempt to seal the rifts. Eek and his team used various energy devices and magic to try to close the void rifts. Saren cast powerful magical barriers. Lola reinforced them with energy beams, but the rifts only temporarily shrank and soon expanded again. This won't work long term. We need to find the root cause of the star core anomaly, Eek said. They decided to delve deeper into the star core area to find the cause. 7. Encounter with void creatures. As they approached the star core, strange void creatures emerged from the rifts. These creatures had twisted forms, bodies made of void energy, exuding an evil aura. The void creatures attacked Eek and his group, their strikes corroding and devouring energy. Eek and the others fought hard, but the creatures kept pouring out from the rifts. 8. Guidance by mysterious power. During the intense battle, Eek suddenly felt a mysterious power guiding him. This power seemed to come from inside the star core, directing him towards a specific direction. Follow me. This power might help us solve the problem, Eek shouted. They temporarily escaped the void creatures and followed the mysterious power's guidance. 9. Secret. Deep inside the star core. Deep within the star core, they discovered a huge energy matrix. The matrix flickered with strange lights and seemed to hide the secret of the star core anomaly. This energy matrix doesn't look ordinary. It might be the key to the anomaly, Beta said. Eek carefully observed the matrix and found chaotic energy lines within it. 10. Repairing the energy matrix. Eek and his team began to repair the energy matrix. Using their knowledge and abilities, they adjusted the energy flow in the lines. Saren injected stable energy with magic, and Lola repaired damaged lines with tools. After much effort, the chaos in the energy matrix has been alleviated, but the abnormal movements of the star core have not completely stopped. Chapter 11:1. The arrival of the Void Lord. At this moment, a powerful Void Lord emerged from the largest rift in the void. The Void Lord was enormous, exuding a terrifying aura, and its appearance made the entire star core region tremble. Do you think you can stop me? Sam's star will become a part of the void, the Void Lord roared. 2. The final battle. Ike and the others knew this was a fight to the death. They united as one, each leveraging their strengths. Ike continuously traversed the battlefield, searching for the Void Lord's weaknesses. Selene unleashed powerful magical attacks against the Void Lord. Lola provided fire support with high-tech weapons. The Void Lord was not to be outdone, releasing powerful waves of void energy that knocked Ike and the others away. But Ike and his companions did not give up, getting back up time and again to continue fighting. 3. A breakthrough. At a critical moment. At a crucial moment in the battle, Ike suddenly realized a connection between the star core and the void. He discovered that the residual light energy within the star core could be used to combat the Void Lord. Everyone, focus your energy and channel the light energy from the star core, Ike shouted. They worked together, successfully channeling the light energy from the star core, forming a powerful torrent of energy that surged toward the Void Lord. 4. Defeating the Void Lord. Under the impact of the light energy, the Void Lord's body gradually disintegrated. It let out a desperate roar before being completely annihilated. With the disappearance of the Void Lord, the rift in the void began to close gradually, and the abnormal movements of the star core slowly subsided. 5. Peace returns to Sam's star. Sam's star finally escaped this crisis and returned to its former tranquility. Although Ike and the others were exhausted, they all wore grateful smiles. We have once again protected Sam's star, Ike said. They knew that more challenges might await them in the future, but they were ready. Chapter 1:11:1. Initial stabilization of the star core. After defeating the Void Lord and closing the rift, the abnormal movements of the star core were temporarily controlled, but its condition remained unstable. Ike and his companions dared not let their guard down. They returned to the base to analyze the data they had previously collected about the star core, trying to find a way to restore it to normalcy. Although the fluctuations of the star core aren't as severe now, its internal energy structure is still quite chaotic. Lola pointed at the data charts. We need to find a way to reorganize the energy pathways of the star core and restore it to a stable operating state, Ike said, frowning with determination. 2. Clue from ancient documents. In order to find a method to repair the star core, Lily began searching the ancient document repository at the base. These documents recorded the long history of Sam's star and various mysterious knowledge. After days and nights of searching, Lily finally discovered some ancient records about the star core. It mentioned that long ago, the star core of Samstar also experienced similar disturbances, and the people at that time repaired the star core through a special ritual. Excited, Lily ran to share the document with everyone. They gathered around to carefully read the contents. It turned out that the ritual required collecting 3 special energy crystals and had to be performed at specific nodes of the star core's energy fluctuations. 3. Searching for energy crystals according to the records. The 3 energy crystals were the light crystal, life crystal, and star crystal. The light crystal was said to grow deep within the oldest light forest of Samstar, filled with mysterious magical power and guarded by powerful guardians. The life crystal was hidden at the bottom of the lake of life, where the water contained strong life energy, but also harbored dangerous creatures. The star crystal was the most mysterious. It might appear in the high clouds of Samstar, only visible under specific celestial conditions. Ike decided to lead the group to search for these 3 crystals in 3 different teams. He himself would head to the light forest to find the light crystal, while Lola and Beta would go to the lake of life for the life crystal. Celine and Lily would search for the star crystal. 4. Challenges in the light forest. Ike entered the light forest alone. A faint glow enveloped the forest, with tall, dense trees and various strange magical plants and creatures everywhere. Ike proceeded cautiously when suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura coming from ahead. A giant unicorn appeared before him, radiating a sacred light, its horn shimmering with a sharp glow. "Why have you trespassed into this forest? This is the guardian realm of the light crystal," the unicorn spoke. Ike explained the crisis facing Samstar and hoped to obtain the light crystal. After hearing this, the unicorn decided to test Ike. It required him to pass a magical trial. Only by succeeding in the trial could he obtain the light crystal. Ike accepted the challenge, needing to use his wisdom and magical abilities to solve a series of magical puzzles and avoid various magical traps. After a difficult struggle, Ike finally passed the trial. The unicorn acknowledged him and handed him the light crystal. 5. Adventures at the Lake of Life. Lola and Beta arrived at the Lake of Life. The water was crystal clear, but the bottom concealed many unknown dangers. They donned special diving gear and descended to the lake's bottom. Various strange aquatic plants and corals thrived there, along with some gigantic fish-like creatures swimming about. They searched for a long time at the bottom of the lake and finally discovered traces of the life crystal. However, just as they were about to approach the crystal, a massive lake monster appeared. The lake monster was enormous, with sharp claws and teeth, and it attacked Lola and Beta. They quickly dodged, using the underwater terrain and their weapons to engage in a fierce battle with the lake monster. Beta shot at the monster with an energy gun, while Lola cast spells to disrupt its movements. After a hard-fought battle, they finally defeated the lake monster and successfully retrieved the life crystal. 6. Exploration of the high clouds. Celine and Lily arrived at the high clouds in their flying vehicle. They carefully observed the cloud layer according to the celestial conditions recorded in the documents. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, and the star crystal came into view. However, the star crystal was surrounded by powerful currents and storms, making it impossible for the flying vehicle to approach. Celine decided to use magic to create a stable passage so they could get closer to the crystal. Lily operated the flying vehicle, cautiously advancing along the passage. Just as they were about to reach the star crystal, the storm suddenly intensified, and the vehicle was hit by strong turbulence. Celine exerted all his strength to maintain the stability of the passage, while Lily struggled to control the vehicle. In the end, they successfully obtained the star crystal. 7. Returning to the base and preparing for the ritual, all 3 groups successfully found their respective crystals and returned to the base. They began preparing for the ritual to repair the star core. According to the ancient documents, the ritual would take place during the energy trough period of the star core in 3 days. During these 3 days, they practiced every step of the ritual repeatedly to ensure everything was perfect. At the same time, they set up powerful protective barriers around the base to prevent any external interference during the ritual. 8. Prophecy before the ritual. Just before the ritual, an ancient prophet from Samstar found Ike and the others. The prophet said solemnly, "Although you have found a way to repair the star core, this crisis is just the beginning. In the future, Samstar will face an even greater disaster, one that will come from the depths of the universe. Only by uniting all forces can you overcome this crisis." After hearing this, Ike and the others were filled with worry. But they also knew that the priority was to repair the star core first. 9. The ritual to repair the star core. 3 days later, the energy trough period of the star core arrived. Ike and his companions arrived at the area where the star core was located, carrying 3 types of energy crystals. Following the steps of the ritual, they placed the 3 crystals at specific points around the star core and began chanting ancient incantations. As the chants echoed, The three crystals started to release powerful energy, intertwining to form a massive torrent of energy that surged into the star core. The energy fluctuations of the star core gradually stabilized, and the internal chaotic energy began to be organized. After several hours of effort, the ritual was finally completed. The star core resumed normal operation, and the crisis on Samstar was temporarily averted. 10. A new challenge outlook. Although the star core was successfully repaired, Ike and his companions did not relax their vigilance. They knew the future disaster foretold by the prophet was imminent. They began to gather various tribes and forces on Samstar, preparing to unite and face the upcoming challenges together, no matter how terrifying the future disaster may be. We must protect Samstar, Ike said firmly. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. Chapter 112. Legend of Samstar 54. Amid the turbulent situation on Samstar, Ike stood at the crossroads of fate. The atmosphere in the rebel camp was as tense as a volcano on the verge of eruption. Ike was a talented young warrior in the rebellion, possessing keen insight and agile skills. Recently, the rebels received news that the dictator ruling Samstar was secretly planning a large-scale crackdown targeting their resistance forces. The camp leader convened a meeting with core members to discuss countermeasures. "We cannot sit and wait to die. We must take the initiative to strike," said an elder warrior. However, taking the initiative meant facing the enemy's strong firepower and tight defenses, which was highly risky. But our forces are not strong enough yet. Acting rashly might lead to total annihilation, another member said anxiously. Ike quietly listened to the debate, his mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled his family, all of whom had died under the dictator's atrocities, filling him with hatred for the enemy. Yet he understood he could not let hatred cloud his judgment. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the camp. A scout rushed in, reporting, "Enemy small units are approaching us." The atmosphere instantly froze. The leader decided swiftly, "Ike, lead a squad to intercept the enemy and buy us time to prepare our defenses." Ike accepted the mission without hesitation. He quickly selected several elite warriors, took up arms, and ran toward the enemy's approach. When they arrived, the enemy forces were already close. Ike surveyed the terrain and found a dense forest nearby that could serve as cover. He ordered his men to disperse and hide, waiting for the enemy to enter the ambush zone. The enemy drew nearer, completely unaware of the impending danger. Once they were within firing range, Ike gave the command, "Open fire." Instantly, gunfire and explosions shattered the silence. The enemy was caught off guard, falling one after another. However, they soon recovered and began organizing a counterattack. The battle reached a stalemate. The enemy's firepower was fierce, and Ike's men started suffering casualties. "This can't continue. We must find a way to break through their defenses," Ike thought. He noticed the enemy commander standing at the rear, directing the battle. A bold plan formed in his mind. He told his men, "You keep drawing the enemy's fire. I'll deal with their commander." Using the forest as cover, Ike stealthily circled behind the enemy. Carefully approaching the commander, he suddenly charged as the commander turned, pressing a dagger to his throat. "Order your men to cease fire," Ike shouted loudly. The enemy commander looked at Ike in terror and had no choice but to command a ceasefire. Ike successfully defused the crisis and led his men back to camp with the captive. Back at the camp, the leader praised Ike's performance. Yet the situation remained severe, and the debate over whether to take the initiative continued. Ike fell into deep thought, knowing every decision involved countless lives. He recalled the suffering people of Samstar, their eyes yearning for freedom and peace, which made him feel the weight of his responsibility. Finally, Ike stood up and said firmly, "We can't keep hiding. Although taking the initiative carries risks, it's our only chance for freedom. We must strike a fatal blow while the enemy is still unprepared." His words gained much support from the members, and the leader nodded, deciding to adopt Ike's proposal. A battle that would determine the fate of Samstar was about to begin. Ike and his comrades prepared to face the challenge bravely, fighting for freedom and justice. Chapter 113. After the rebels decided to take the initiative, the entire camp became busy. Ike threw himself wholeheartedly into the battle preparations. He and his comrades checked weapons and equipment, ensuring every gun and every bullet would function at critical moments. They also carefully studied the enemy's defensive deployments and troop distributions, formulating detailed combat plans. The day of departure finally arrived. Ike stood at the front of the formation, looking at his comrades with resolute hearts. Their eyes revealed a longing for freedom and hatred for the enemy, a force that made Ike confident they would achieve victory. The rebels quietly advanced toward the enemy base, cautiously avoiding patrols along the way. By the time they approached the base, night had fallen. Moonlight bathed the land, casting a silver glow over everything. Ike led the vanguard, using the cover of darkness to quietly infiltrate the outskirts of the base. They successfully dealt with several sentries, opening a path for the subsequent forces to enter. However, just as they prepared to advance further, alarms suddenly blared within the base. Their operation had been discovered. Danger! The enemy is on alert. Be careful, Ike shouted. Instantly, the base was brightly lit, and enemy soldiers rushed out of their barracks to attack the rebels. Fierce fighting erupted. Bullets whistled like rain, and explosions thundered. Ike calmly commanded his comrades in counterattacks, using the terrain advantage to find cover and evade enemy fire. Meanwhile, he continuously observed the enemy's movements, seeking a breakthrough point. During the battle, Ike noticed the enemy's firepower was mainly concentrated at the front. While the base's side defenses were relatively weak, he decided immediately to lead some men to flank from the side. They cautiously bypassed the enemy's front line and approached the flank. When near the side defenses, Ike gave the order, and the team launched a sudden attack. The enemy was caught off guard, and their defense line was torn open. Taking the opportunity, Ike led his men into the base. They engaged in fierce close-quarters combat, with blades flashing and enemies falling. However, the enemy did not give up easily. They quickly organized a counterattack, gathering more troops to encircle Ike and his team. The rebels found themselves in a difficult situation. Their numerical disadvantage made it hard to hold out. Just then, cheers erupted from the rear. The reinforcements had broken through the enemy's front line and arrived to support. With the reinforcements, the rebels' morale soared. They fought bravely, engaging the enemy in a final decisive battle. Amid the intense fighting, Ike fought valiantly, moving across the battlefield like a lightning bolt. After a hard-fought battle, the rebels finally achieved victory. The enemy's base was breached, and the dictator's power suffered a heavy blow. Ike stood on the ruins of the base, looking at everything before him, filled with emotions. This victory was hard-won, paid for with the blood and lives of countless comrades. However, the battle was not over. There were other enemy forces on Samstar that continued to threaten the freedom and safety of the people. Ike knew that their journey was still long, but he believed that as long as everyone united, they could completely overthrow the dictatorship and restore peace and freedom to Samstar. Next, Ike and the rebels would continue their fight for the future of Samstar and the happiness of the people. They would forge ahead and never back down. Chapter 114. The Legend of Samstar. The victory in the Battle of the Base greatly boosted the morale of the rebels, but Ike knew this was just the beginning. Although the dictator had suffered a heavy blow, there were still remnants of power operating in the shadows, and they were likely to plan even crazier retaliatory actions. While clearing the battlefield, Ike discovered some documents left behind by the enemy. The documents revealed an astonishing message. The dictator was secretly developing a powerful weapon, which, if completed, would plunge the entire Samstar into an irretrievable abyss. Ike immediately reported this news to the leader. The leader convened core members for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. We must stop them from developing this weapon. Otherwise, Samstar is finished, Ike said firmly. However, the enemy's development base was located in an extremely hidden place, surrounded by numerous traps and a powerful defense system. Sneaking in and destroying the base would not be easy. We need a detailed plan and to find the exact location of the base, a team member said. After some discussion, they decided to first send a reconnaissance team to locate the base, while Ike led a group of elite soldiers for targeted training to prepare for the upcoming operation. Ike devoted himself wholeheartedly to the training. He led the team in physical training, weapon usage training, and tactical drills. He did not overlook any detail, knowing that the success or failure of this mission would determine the fate of the entire Samstar. A few days later, the reconnaissance team brought back news that they had found the approximate location of the enemy's development base. However, they also discovered that the defenses around the base were even tighter than expected. It seems we need to find a way to bypass these defenses, Ike said. He carefully studied the intelligence brought back by the reconnaissance team and found that there was an abandoned underground passage that could serve as a breakthrough point. But this underground passage was also fraught with danger, possibly containing traps and surveillance devices set by the enemy. Ike decided to personally lead a small team to explore the passage. Under the cover of night, they quietly arrived at the entrance of the underground passage. A pungent odor filled the air, and the dim lights flickered uncertainly. Ike cautiously walked in front, with the team members closely following behind. Suddenly, a strange sound came from ahead. Ike signaled the team to stop and observe the surroundings warily. It turned out to be a mechanical mouse, seemingly equipped with surveillance devices. Ike quickly took action and destroyed the mechanical mouse. But he knew this was just a warning. The enemy had already detected their movement. Continuing forward, they encountered a huge trap. The trap was filled with spikes and mechanisms, and triggering it would have dire consequences. Everyone be careful, don't step on the trap, Ike whispered. He carefully observed the layout of the trap, searching for a way to pass through. After some thought, Ike came up with a solution. He instructed the team to build a simple bridge with ropes and branches, successfully crossing the trap. However, as they continued deeper into the passage, they found their way blocked by a sturdy iron gate. The gate had a complex combination lock, and opening it was no easy task. Ike closely examined the combination lock, trying to find a way to crack it. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. It was the enemy's patrol team that had discovered them. "Prepare for battle," Ike shouted. The team members quickly grabbed their weapons and engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. While fighting, Ike continued to try to crack the combination lock. Finally, at the critical moment, he successfully opened the iron gate. They quickly passed through the gate and continued deeper into the base. But by this time, the enemy had sounded the alarm, and the entire base had entered a state of alert. Ike knew they had little time left and had to quickly find the weapons development room and destroy it. They searched throughout the base and finally located the weapons development room. However, there were heavy guards at the door, making it very difficult to rush in. Ike calmed down again and thought of a countermeasure. He noticed that the enemy's guards were mainly concentrated at the entrance, and there was a ventilation duct nearby. He decided to lead the team through the ventilation duct into the development room. They cautiously crawled into the ventilation duct, struggling in the cramped space. Finally, they arrived above the development room. Ike gently opened the vent cover and observed the situation inside. Many scientists were busy working, and the weapon was already taking shape. "We must destroy it before it is completed," Ike said. He led the team to quietly infiltrate the development room. They quickly took out a few guards and then began searching for the weapon's critical components. Just as they were about to take action, the enemy discovered them. A fierce battle erupted in the development room. Ike and the team fought desperately against the enemy, while also being careful not to damage the weapon to avoid triggering an explosion. During the battle, Ike found the weapon's core device. He quickly installed explosives and then led the team to retreat. Just as they reached a safe area, the explosives detonated. The tremendous explosion shook the entire base, and the weapons development room was completely destroyed. Ike and the team successfully completed their mission, but they knew the enemy would not rest. Next, they would face more challenges, but Ike firmly believed that as long as everyone united, they could defeat the enemy and restore freedom to Samstar. Chapter 115. After destroying the weapons development base, the conflict between the rebels and the dictator escalated completely. The dictator, enraged and humiliated, gathered all his remaining elite troops to launch a large-scale attack on the rebel camp, attempting to wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this news, Ike immediately discussed counter-strategies with the leader and other core members. "We cannot sit back and wait. We must take the initiative to disrupt their deployment," Ike said. After intense discussion, they formulated a combat plan. A portion of the team would stay behind to strengthen defenses, while Ike would lead another elite force to set an ambush along the enemy's path. Ike led the team to the designated ambush location in advance. It was a valley with steep cliffs on both sides, an excellent ambush point for the enemy's march. They hid among the rocks and trees on both sides of the valley, quietly waiting for the enemy's arrival. Time passed slowly, and the air was thick with tension. Finally, the distant sound of thundering footsteps and the roar of machines could be heard. The enemy's troops appeared, marching in neat formation, heading towards the valley. As the enemy's main force entered the valley, Ike decisively issued the attack order. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from both sides of the valley, and bullets poured down on the enemy like rain. The enemy was caught off guard by this sudden attack, and their ranks fell into chaos. "Charge!" Ike shouted and led his team down the slopes from both sides, engaging in fierce close combat with the enemy. The battle was exceptionally intense, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Ike fought bravely among the crowd, his figure like a whirlwind, knocking down enemies wherever he went. However, the enemy outnumbered them significantly, and the resistance began to struggle. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from the enemy's rear. It turned out that the team left behind at the camp, following the plan, had dispatched a special unit to launch an attack from behind the enemy. Caught between the front and the back, the enemy was thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Ike led his team in a more vigorous assault, causing the enemy to start retreating in droves. In the chaos, Ike spotted a familiar figure, the dictator himself. He was sitting in a luxurious war chariot, commanding the battle. He must not escape, Ike thought to himself as he charged towards the dictator's chariot recklessly. The dictator noticed Ike and revealed a sinister smile, ordering the chariot to charge at Ike. The chariot, like a steel beast, crushed towards Ike with tremendous force. Ike skillfully dodged the chariot's attacks while looking for an opportunity to strike. He saw a ventilation opening on one side of the chariot and quickly jumped onto it. Squeezing inside the vehicle, the dictator was sitting in his seat, his face showing a look of terror. "Do you think you can defeat me?" The dictator said menacingly. Your reign is over. Ike replied angrily as he rushed towards the dictator, engaging him in a fierce struggle. In the confined space of the chariot, the two fought back and forth, refusing to give in. Although the dictator was tall, Ike gradually gained the upper hand with his agility and tenacious spirit. Ultimately, Ike seized an opportunity and knocked the dictator down with a punch. He quickly restrained the dictator and commanded through the vehicle's communication system for the enemy to cease resistance. Upon learning that the dictator had been captured, the enemy dropped their weapons. The battle ended with the resistance's victory. Ike led the dictator out of the chariot, and the members of the resistance cheered joyfully. They had finally defeated the dictator, bringing freedom and hope to the people of Samstar. However, Ike knew that this was just the beginning. Samstar had been devastated under the dictator's rule, and there was still much work to be done to rebuild their homeland and revitalize Samstar. But he believed that as long as everyone united, there would be no difficulty they could not overcome. Standing on the chariot, Ike looked at the cheering crowd, filled with anticipation for the future. He knew that his mission was far from over. He would continue to lead the people of Samstar towards a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 116. The Legend of Samstar. After defeating the dictator, the reconstruction of Samstar rapidly commenced. Ike became a revered hero of the resistance and the entire planet. But he did not bask in glory. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the rebuilding efforts. Ike organized personnel to clear the war ruins and repair the damaged infrastructure. He understood that only by restoring normalcy to people's lives could Samstar have a chance to rise again. During this process, he encountered various difficulties. Resource scarcity was the primary issue, as the prolonged war had depleted many resources on the planet. Ike led his team to search for usable resources while establishing trade relations with neighboring planets, hoping to acquire some necessary supplies from the outside. The reconstruction of the education system was also urgent. Due to the dictator's rule, education on Samstar had long been stagnant, and many young people lacked essential knowledge and skills. Ike invited some of the few remaining scholars on the planet to rewrite textbooks, establish new schools, and allow children to receive education again. In terms of social order, although the dictator had been overthrown, some residual forces were still operating in the shadows. They occasionally caused small-scale disturbances, attempting to sabotage the reconstruction efforts. Ike strengthened security management and formed a peacekeeping force specifically responsible for combating these remnants. However, just as the reconstruction of Samstar was proceeding smoothly, a new crisis quietly emerged. A mysterious spaceship appeared in the sky above Samstar. The ship's appearance was unlike any aircraft seen on Samstar, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Upon learning this news, Ike immediately convened the core members of the resistance to discuss countermeasures. We do not know the intentions of this spaceship. We cannot let our guard down easily. Ike said seriously. They decided to send a small reconnaissance ship to investigate the situation. When the reconnaissance ship approached the mysterious ship, it found no obvious signs of hostility. But there were also no communication signals being transmitted. When the reconnaissance ship attempted to establish contact with the mysterious ship, it was met with a powerful energy interference, making normal communication impossible. Just then, the mysterious ship suddenly released some small flying devices that headed towards the surface of Samstar. Ike quickly issued orders for the peacekeeping force to prepare for defense. These small flying devices landed in an open area on Samstar, and a group of peculiar-looking beings emerged from them. They were tall, with skin that shimmered like metal and eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. Ike cautiously led the members of the resistance closer to these beings. Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to our Samstar? Ike asked loudly. One of the beings stepped forward and spoke in a stiff language. We come from a distant galaxy, searching for habitable planets in the universe. Your planet has caught our attention. Ike watched them warily and replied, Samstar is our home. We will not easily give it to others. The being smiled and said, We do not wish to occupy your planet. We only hope to cooperate with you. We possess advanced technology and resources that can help you rebuild your planet faster. But we also need you to provide us with some things we require. Ike hesitated. He was unsure whether to trust these beings. On one hand, their technology and resources could indeed be a great help to the reconstruction of Samstar. On the other hand, he worried about what hidden agendas might lie behind it. We need time to consider, Ike said. The beings nodded and replied, We can give you time, but we hope you can make a decision soon. With that, they returned to their small flying devices and flew back to the mysterious ship. Ike and the members of the resistance fell into deep thought, unsure whether this cooperation proposal was an opportunity or a trap. In the coming days, Ike would face a difficult choice, one that would determine the future direction of Samstar. Chapter 117. After returning to the camp, Ike immediately gathered representatives from various fields across the planet to discuss whether to accept the cooperation proposal from the mysterious beings. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense as everyone expressed their opinions. Some believed this was an excellent opportunity. The mysterious beings had advanced technology and abundant resources that could make the reconstruction of Samstar much more efficient. We are facing many difficulties in rebuilding now. Their help could save us a lot of detours and speed up the recovery of the planet, said an engineer. However, many others held a skeptical attitude. They come from unknown origins. Who knows their true intentions? There may be a huge conspiracy behind this, and if we let our guard down, we could fall into an irretrievable situation, a veteran warrior said worriedly. Ike listened carefully to everyone's opinions, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He understood that this decision was crucial, and any misstep could bring disaster to Samstar. After a long discussion, Ike decided to make further contact with the mysterious beings to understand what they specifically needed from Samstar, while trying to ascertain their true intentions. Ike led a negotiation team back to the site where the mysterious beings had landed. The beings seemed to be well prepared and welcomed Ike and his team enthusiastically. "We are glad that you are willing to communicate further with us," the leading being said. Ike got straight to the point and asked, "You mentioned that you need us to provide something. What exactly is it?" The being explained, "We need a special energy mineral for our travels in the universe. And according to our scans, your Samstar has this mineral buried underground. We can exchange our technology and resources for these minerals." Ike felt a stir of interest. He knew this deal seemed fair, but there could be many underlying issues. "We need to assess your technology and resources to ensure that our contribution will yield appropriate returns," Ike said. The mysterious beings expressed understanding and agreed to let Samstar's technicians study some of the equipment they brought. In the following days, Samstar's technicians carefully analyzed the equipment of the mysterious beings. They found that the technology was indeed very advanced, far exceeding the current level of Samstar. If they could acquire this technology, Samstar's technological level would achieve a qualitative leap. However, during the research, the technicians discovered some strange phenomena. It seemed that some unknown programs were hidden within the equipment brought by the mysterious beings. The functions of these programs were unclear, but they did not appear to be for normal construction and development. Upon learning this news, Ike became more cautious. He realized that the cooperation proposal from the mysterious beings might not be as simple as it seemed. Meanwhile, the mysterious beings seemed to sense the vigilance of the Samstar people, and they began to exert pressure. "Our time is limited. If you cannot make a decision soon, we may have to leave," the leading being said. Ike found himself in a dilemma. Accepting cooperation might introduce unknown risks. Rejecting it would make the reconstruction of Samstar face tremendous difficulties. At this critical moment, Ike decided to secretly dispatch a reconnaissance team to the mysterious spaceship for further investigation in an attempt to uncover the secrets of those unknown programs. Under the cover of night, the reconnaissance team quietly boarded the mysterious spaceship. They carefully moved inside the ship and finally discovered some important information in a concealed room. It turned out that the so-called cooperation from the mysterious beings was just a facade. Their real purpose was to use Samstar's energy minerals to activate a powerful weapon that could help them conquer more planets. The hidden programs were designed to control this weapon. Upon learning the truth, Ike was filled with anger. He immediately returned to the camp, gathered the members of the resistance, and prepared to confront the impending crisis. Once the mysterious beings realized their plan had been uncovered, they would likely take military action. Tension once again enveloped Samstar, and Ike and his companions had to devise a strategy to protect the planet's safety while also finding a way to utilize the mysterious beings' technology to promote the planet's reconstruction. A new challenge was about to unfold, and whether Ike could lead the Samstar people through this crisis remained uncertain. Chapter 118. The Legend of Samstar 57. Ike quickly convened an emergency meeting with the senior members of the resistance to inform them of the intelligence gathered by the reconnaissance team. The meeting room erupted in chaos, with everyone expressing anger at the conspiracy of the mysterious beings and concerns about the imminent military threat. "They are despicable, using the guise of cooperation to carry out invasion," one general exclaimed angrily. "But we cannot act impulsively. Their technology is advanced, and their military power is surely formidable," another strategist calmly analyzed. Ike raised his hand to signal for silence. "What we need to do now is come up with a way to break the deadlock. On one hand, we must prevent them from obtaining the energy minerals to activate their weapon. On the other hand, we should try to extract as much technology as possible from them." After intense discussions, they devised a detailed plan. First, they would strengthen the defense of the energy mineral mining area to prevent the mysterious beings from forcibly seizing the minerals. Secondly, They arranged for technicians to pretend to cooperate, continuing to engage with the mysterious beings in order to extract more technical information from them. Meanwhile, the resistance began to secretly prepare for battle by manufacturing some simple but effective weapons. Ike personally led a team of elite soldiers to the energy mineral mining area. They set up numerous traps and defensive fortifications around the mining site, and also arranged hidden firepower points. The technicians continued to engage with the mysterious beings, deliberately showing a positive attitude toward cooperation and constantly asking the mysterious beings technical questions. The mysterious beings, eager for the Samstar people to agree to cooperate quickly, let down their guard and gradually revealed some technical details. During this process, the technicians discovered that the key energy source for the mysterious beings' weapons was a special crystal, and the energy supply of this crystal could be interfered with. Upon receiving this news, Ike immediately arranged for technicians to develop an interference device. At the same time, he was waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the mysterious beings. The mysterious beings, seeing that the Samstar people had not yet clearly agreed to cooperate, began to grow impatient. They decided to take a hardline approach and dispatched a small force to the mining area in an attempt to forcibly extract the minerals. When this force entered the mining area, they immediately triggered the traps set by the Samstar people. Explosions erupted, and the mysterious beings' forces fell into chaos. Ike led his soldiers out from hiding and engaged in fierce combat with the mysterious beings. Although the mysterious beings' weapons were advanced, the Samstar people were familiar with the terrain and had set traps and firepower points in advance, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. Meanwhile, the technicians accelerated the development of the interference device. After several days and nights of hard work, the interference device was finally completed. Ike decided to use the interference device when the mysterious beings launched another large-scale offensive. He closely monitored the movements of the mysterious beings, waiting for the best opportunity. The mysterious beings, unwilling to accept defeat, gathered more forces, preparing to launch a full-scale attack on Samstar. When their main force approached the mining area, Ike gave the order to activate the interference device. The interference device emitted powerful interference waves, instantly disrupting the energy supply of the special crystals in the mysterious beings' weapons. Their weapons malfunctioned, and their combat effectiveness was significantly reduced. The Samstar resistance seized this opportunity and launched a full counterattack. The soldiers fought bravely, pushing the mysterious beings' forces into retreat. Seeing the situation turn against them, the leader of the mysterious beings attempted to activate their spaceship to escape. However, Ike had anticipated this and led a team of elite soldiers onto the spaceship, engaging in a final showdown with the leader of the mysterious beings. In the fierce battle, Ike, relying on his courage and wisdom, ultimately defeated the leader of the mysterious beings. With their commander lost, the mysterious beings surrendered en masse. Samstar successfully repelled the invasion of the mysterious beings and seized a large amount of advanced technology and equipment. Ike led the Samstar people into a new opportunity for reconstruction, intending to use this technology to make Samstar more prosperous and powerful. Chapter 119. After Samstar suffered that devastating disaster, Ike led the remaining survivors in a difficult struggle for survival. Resources were extremely scarce. Diseases began to spread among the people, and external rescue was long overdue. A sense of despair pervaded the camp, and the faces of the people were filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Ike knew that as a leader, he could not let this negative emotion affect him. He mustered his spirits, called everyone to a meeting, and tried to boost morale. "We cannot give up." Ike stood on the makeshift podium and said loudly, "We have overcome countless difficulties before, and we can do it this time too. As long as we unite as one, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." However, the response from the crowd was not enthusiastic. An elderly man stood up and said, "Ike, it's easy for you to say. We don't even have basic food and medicine right now. How can we keep going?" Ike paused for a moment, knowing that the concerns of the people were valid. But he held on to a belief in his heart. There would surely be a way to solve these problems. "I have decided to lead an expedition team to search for new resources," Ike said. "I believe there are still things we need in other parts of Samstar." After some selection, Ike formed an expedition team of 10 brave warriors. They took the only weapons they had and a small amount of supplies, embarking on an unknown journey. The team followed an ancient map route that was said to lead to a resource-rich valley. But after the disaster, it was unknown whether this road was still passable. Along the way, they encountered various dangers, harsh weather, fierce beasts, and traps hidden among the ruins. But Ike and his team never backed down. During their journey, they discovered some strange signs. There were huge footprints on the ground that did not seem to belong to any known creatures. Furthermore, the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie. as if a pair of eyes were watching them from the shadows. Ike heightened his vigilance, instructing his team to maintain a tight formation, ready to respond to any potential danger. Finally, after several days and nights of arduous trekking, the expedition team arrived at the valley marked on the map. However, the sight before them was a great disappointment. The valley was desolate, with no signs of resources. The team began to complain, and some even suggested returning to camp. Ike looked at the dejected expressions of his team and felt a pang of disappointment himself. But he did not give up and decided to search the valley more carefully. Just as they were about to leave the valley, Ike discovered an entrance hidden in a cave. The entrance was partially blocked by a huge stone, but Ike's keen observation allowed him to spot it. Ike and his team pushed the stone aside and carefully entered the cave. It was pitch dark inside, and they turned on their flashlights to illuminate the path ahead. Deep within the cave, they found a massive underground warehouse filled with various supplies, food, medicine, weapons, and some advanced equipment. The team erupted in excited cheers. They had finally found hope. Ike immediately arranged for the team to transport the supplies out. However, just as they were moving the supplies, a deep growl suddenly echoed through the cave. A gigantic monster charged out of the darkness, its massive body covered in hard scales, eyes flashing with a fierce light. Ike and his team quickly grabbed their weapons and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The monster's attack power was extremely strong, and the team found themselves in a difficult situation. But Ike remained calm. He observed the monster's attack patterns, searching for its weaknesses. Finally, he discovered a relatively weak spot on the monster's abdomen. Ike commanded the team to concentrate their fire on the monster's abdomen. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in defeating the monster. The expedition team returned to camp with their haul of supplies. When the survivors saw the supplies, the light of hope reignited in their eyes. Ike knew that although they had temporarily solved the resource problem, the road ahead was still long. But he believed that as long as everyone united as one, they would be able to rebuild Samstar and bring it back to life. Chapter 120. The Legend of Samstar. After repelling the invasion of the mysterious creatures, Samstar welcomed a brief period of calm. Ike understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. To truly lead Samstar towards prosperity, the pace of reconstruction and development must be accelerated. Integration and innovation of technology. Ike organized a group of top scientists and technicians to study and analyze the captured technology from the mysterious creatures. They combined the advanced energy technology and material science of the mysterious creatures with Samstar's existing technological system, attempting to create more powerful and efficient technological achievements. In the field of energy, scientists successfully unlocked the energy secrets of the mysterious creatures' special crystals and applied them to Samstar's energy supply system. The new energy system not only provided a more stable and powerful energy source, but also significantly reduced dependence on traditional energy, fundamentally solving Samstar's energy problem. In the field of material science, researchers used the advanced materials from the mysterious creatures to create stronger and lighter building materials and weaponry. These new materials were widely used in urban construction and military defense, making Samstar's cities more magnificent and further enhancing its military strength. Social reconstruction and development. On the social front, Ike was dedicated to rebuilding the social order and cultural system of Samstar. He encouraged people to actively participate in the reconstruction of the city, providing equal employment opportunities and development space for everyone. In education, Ike increased investment in education, establishing more schools and training institutions. He invited outstanding teachers and experts from both domestic and international backgrounds to teach in Samstar, imparting advanced knowledge and skills. The new generation of Samstar inhabitants grew up in a good educational environment, laying a solid talent foundation for the future development of Samstar. In the cultural domain, Ike actively promoted the revival and development of local culture. He encouraged artists to create more works reflecting the history and culture of Samstar, organizing various cultural activities and exhibitions, allowing Samstar's culture to shine with unique charm in the universe. Diplomatic expansion and cooperation. Ike understood that in the vast family of the universe, isolation and helplessness could not sustain long-term development. Therefore, he actively engaged in diplomatic activities, establishing friendly cooperative relationships with surrounding planets. Samstar signed technology cooperation agreements with several technologically advanced planets, further enhancing its technological level through technological exchange and sharing. Meanwhile, Samstar also engaged in trade with resource-rich planets, ensuring a stable supply of resources. In military terms, Samstar formed a joint defense alliance with other planets to collectively address various threats from the universe. Through joint training and military exercises, The military of Samstar established good collaborative combat capabilities with the militaries of other planets. New challenges and opportunities, however, as Samstar continued to develop, new challenges arose. Some evil forces in the universe began to envy Samstar's prosperity, attempting to destroy and invade it. Ike led the people of Samstar to face severe tests once again. He strengthened military defenses and heightened the vigilance of the troops. At the same time, he actively communicated and coordinated with other members of the Joint Defense Alliance to formulate response strategies. In the process of facing challenges, Samstar also welcomed new opportunities. Some cosmic organizations began to pay attention to Samstar's development and invited it to join their ranks. These organizations provided Samstar with more resources and technical support, also offering a platform for enhancing its influence in the universe. Dawn of a new era. After years of effort, Samstar underwent earth-shattering changes under Ike's leadership. The planet that once suffered disaster had now become vibrant, technologically advanced, and socially harmonious. Samstar became a brilliant star in the universe, attracting attention from all directions. Ike also became the legendary hero of Samstar, and his name would be forever engraved in the annals of Samstar's history. On a sunny day, Ike stood at the highest point of the city, gazing at the bustling metropolis and the hopeful people. He knew that a new era for Samstar had arrived, and he would continue to lead the people of Samstar towards a better future. Chapter 121. Beneath the seemingly prosperous facade of Samstar, an undercurrent was quietly surging. Although Ike was leading the planet towards revival, there were always some forces in the universe dissatisfied with the rise of Samstar, and a new crisis was gradually approaching. The emergence of a mysterious signal. The cosmic monitoring station of Samstar received a mysterious signal. The source of the signal was unclear, and its frequency and encoding were unprecedented. After preliminary analysis, scientists discovered that the signal seemed to carry a warning and a threat. Upon learning of this, Ike immediately convened a team of experts for in-depth research. The team members worked day and night, attempting to decipher the content of the signal. However, the signal's high level of encryption made progress slow. Internal divisions. With the emergence of the mysterious signal, divisions began to appear within Samstar. Some believed it was merely an accidental interference signal and that there was no need for excessive worry. They should continue to focus on the planet's development. Others advocated for heightened vigilance and stronger military defenses, just in case. Ike found himself in a dilemma. He knew he could not underestimate the mysterious signal, but he also did not want to affect the normal development of Samstar due to excessive tension. He decided to strengthen military deployments while continuing to enhance research on the signal. Infiltration of spies. Just as Ike was trying to balance opinions, some strange phenomena began to occur within Samstar. Important research materials and military secrets started to disappear mysteriously, and some key personnel exhibited unusual behavior. After an investigation, Ike discovered that spies had infiltrated Samstar. These spies came from an unknown force, and their aim seemed to be to steal Samstar's technological achievements and military secrets for their masters. Ike immediately ordered a comprehensive inspection and strengthened surveillance of important locations and personnel. After a hard-fought search, most of the spies were apprehended. However, Ike knew that there might still be some lurking in the shadows. A mysterious visitor. As the situation grew increasingly tense, a mysterious visitor arrived at Samstar. He claimed to be a messenger from a distant galaxy, bringing important information regarding the mysterious signal. Ike was wary of this mysterious visitor, but hoped to obtain some useful leads from him. He personally met with the visitor. The visitor informed Ike that the mysterious signal originated from an evil organization known as the Dark Alliance. This organization had been plundering resources throughout the universe, disrupting the peace and development of other planets. They had set their sights on Samstar's technological achievements and rich resources, preparing to launch a large-scale attack. The visitor also revealed that the Dark Alliance possessed a powerful fleet, and their weaponry was highly advanced, making them a formidable force. Response strategy. Ike thanked the visitor for the warning and began discussions with military leaders and scientists about a response strategy. They decided to accelerate the deciphering of the mysterious signal to understand the specific action plans of the Dark Alliance, while also strengthening military defenses, developing new weapons, and enhancing the combat capabilities of the military. At the same time, Ike actively reached out to other members of the United Defense Alliance, seeking their support and assistance. He knew that it would be difficult for Samstar to face the Dark Alliance's attack alone. In this challenging moment, Ike understood that Samstar was once again on the brink of life and death. But he firmly believed that as long as the people of Samstar united as one, they would be able to overcome this crisis and protect the hard-won peace and prosperity. Chapter 122. The Legend of Samstar 59. In the face of the imminent threat from the Dark Alliance, all of Samstar swiftly sprang into action, launching a comprehensive preparation for war while Ike actively solidified and expanded the Interstellar Alliance. Technological breakthroughs and military upgrades. The scientists of Samstar worked tirelessly day and night. They continued to attempt to decipher the mysterious signal, hoping to gather more intelligence about the Dark Alliance, such as the scale of their fleet, attack routes, and potential tactics. At the same time, they devoted all their efforts to the development of new weapons and defense systems. In weapon development, scientists successfully improved Samstar's energy cannon by incorporating technology previously captured from mysterious creatures. The new energy cannon not only had a longer range and greater power, but also possessed automatic tracking and multi-target strike capabilities. Additionally, they developed a new type of missile that could automatically adjust its trajectory during flight to breach enemy defense shields. In terms of defense systems, scientists constructed a comprehensive energy shield network. This network could cover the entire planet and automatically adjust the strength of the shield based on different attack intensities. Furthermore, numerous anti-aircraft gun emplacements and anti-ship missile launchers were set up at critical locations on the planet, forming a multi-layered defense system. Military training and mobilization. The military was the core force defending Samstar, and Ike ordered comprehensive intensive training for the troops. Soldiers underwent high-intensity physical training, tactical drills, and combat simulations daily. They learned how to operate in complex environments, how to coordinate with new weaponry, and how to respond to various tactics that the Dark Alliance might employ. At the same time, Samstar began a nationwide mobilization. In addition to the active military, many experienced retired soldiers rejoined the ranks. Young people eagerly enlisted, receiving short-term military training before joining the ranks to defend the planet. The entire Samstar was filled with a tense yet passionate atmosphere of battle. Consolidation and expansion of the Alliance. Ike understood that it would be difficult to combat the Dark Alliance relying solely on Samstar's strength. So he actively communicated with other members of the United Defense Alliance. He detailed the threat posed by the Dark Alliance and emphasized the importance of joint defense. Some planets that had previously taken a wait-and-see approach expressed their willingness to strengthen cooperation with Samstar after learning about the evil nature of the Dark Alliance. They sent military advisors and technical experts to Samstar to share their experiences and technologies. Additionally, they promised to dispatch fleets to support Samstar in the event of war. Moreover, Ike sent envoys to friendly planets that had not yet joined the United Defense Alliance, inviting them to join the campaign against the Dark Alliance. These envoys showcased the atrocities of the Dark Alliance and Samstar's countermeasures, persuading many planets to decide to fight alongside Samstar. Intelligence gathering and analysis. To better understand the movements of the Dark Alliance, Samstar formed a specialized intelligence team. They collected intelligence about the Dark Alliance through various channels, including fleet deployments, weaponry status, and characteristics of commanders. The intelligence team organized and analyzed the collected information, creating a power distribution map and possible attack route map of the Dark Alliance. This intelligence provided important evidence for Samstar's military decision-making. Preparations before war. As time passed, the preparations for war in Samstar were nearly complete. The morale of the troops was high, weaponry had been greatly enhanced, and the Interstellar Alliance had been solidified and expanded. Ike stood in the command center, looking out at the busy scene outside, filled with both concern for the impending war and a firm determination to defend his homeland. He knew that a great battle was approaching, and the fate of Samstar would be tested in this war. But he believed that as long as all the people of Samstar united and cooperated with their allies, they would surely be able to defeat the Dark Alliance and safeguard the peace and prosperity of Samstar. Chapter 123. As the preparations for war were completed, Samstar entered a state of high alert, and the fleet of the Dark Alliance finally approached, marking the beginning of a fierce initial confrontation. Early warning and deployment. The cosmic monitoring system of Samstar was the first to detect the presence of the Dark Alliance fleet. They were like a black cloud rapidly advancing towards Samstar. Ike immediately activated the combat plan, and the various defense forces quickly took their positions. The support fleet of the Interstellar Alliance also positioned itself, forming a tight defensive line around Samstar. In the command center, Ike closely watched the large screen, which displayed the movements of the Dark Alliance fleet in real time. Based on the information provided by the intelligence team, he meticulously deployed the troops. The most advanced energy cannons and anti-aircraft turrets were concentrated in the direction of the enemy's possible main attack, while mobile forces were arranged to be ready to support each defense line at any time. Initial attack. The Dark Alliance fleet launched their attack after reaching a certain range from Samstar. Warships fired powerful energy beams towards Samstar's defensive shield. The energy beams struck the shield, erupting in dazzling light, causing the shield network to flicker as it bore immense pressure. The defense forces of Samstar immediately retaliated, firing energy cannons and missiles towards the Dark Alliance fleet. The firepower from both sides intertwined in space, creating a spectacular yet brutal scene. The battleships of the Dark Alliance relied on their advanced maneuverability to deftly evade the attacks from Samstar. However, the upgraded energy cannons and missiles of Samstar proved effective, hitting some slower response warships, with debris from the explosions scattering through space. Breakthrough and counterattack. At the moment of stalemate, an elite squad from the Dark Alliance exploited a brief gap in Samstar's defenses, breaking through the outer layer and approaching the planet's surface. This situation instantly heightened the tension in the command center. I quickly issued orders for the mobile forces to engage. The fighter jet formations from Samstar swooped down like agile eagles towards the elite squad of the Dark Alliance. The new weapons equipped on the aircraft demonstrated their power, unleashing concentrated fire to attack the enemy at close range. Although the elite squad of the Dark Alliance was powerful, they gradually found themselves in a predicament under the siege of Samstar's fighter jets. An intense aerial battle erupted at the edge of the planet's atmosphere, with the tails of the aircraft and the flames of explosions flickering continuously in the sky. Alliance support. Just as the battle between Samstar and the elite squad of the Dark Alliance was heating up, the support fleet of the United Defense Alliance launched an attack on the Dark Alliance fleet from the flank. These support fleets brought advanced weapons and tactics from different planets, causing significant disruptions to the Dark Alliance fleet. The Dark Alliance fleet had to split their forces to respond to the attacks from the Alliance support fleet, which weakened their offensive against Samstar. Seizing the opportunity, the defense forces of Samstar intensified their counterattacks, with the firepower of energy cannons and missiles becoming even more ferocious. Temporary calm. After a fierce exchange, the Dark Alliance fleet realized that it was difficult to quickly breach the defenses of Samstar under the current circumstances, and thus temporarily ceased their attacks and began to retreat. Samstar and the Alliance support fleet did not recklessly pursue, but instead consolidated their defenses and conducted emergency repairs on the damaged defensive facilities. Although the initial confrontation had come to a temporary halt, both sides understood that this was just the beginning of the war. The Dark Alliance would not easily give up its ambitions towards Samstar, and Samstar and the Interstellar Alliance were also prepared for more intense battles. Ike knew that the days ahead would be even more difficult, but he firmly believed that as long as they united as one, Samstar would surely achieve final victory in this war. Chapter 124. The Legend of Samstar 60. After the initial battle, on the surface, Samstar had temporarily stabilized the situation, but internally a series of crises were quietly brewing, while a turning point gradually emerged from the difficulties. Resource shortage crisis. Intense battles had consumed a significant amount of resources for Samstar, especially energy and ammunition. As the threat of a more intense attack from the Dark Alliance loomed, the issue of resource shortages became increasingly severe. Energy reserves plummeted during the ongoing defensive operations, causing the power of some defensive facilities to be reduced, which weakened the strength of the defensive shields. The stockpile of weapons and ammunition also dwindled, leaving frontline troops facing a shortage of supplies. The logistics department was overwhelmed, desperately searching for usable resources, even dismantling some abandoned facilities in an attempt to extract usable energy and materials from them. However, these efforts were merely a drop in the bucket and could not fundamentally resolve the issue of resource shortages. Internal conflicts emerge under the pressure of resource shortages. Internal conflicts in Samstar began to surface. Some citizens were dissatisfied with the prolonged war, complaining about the scarcity of living supplies and questioning the government's decision to allocate large amounts of resources to the war. Disagreements also arose within parts of the military, with some officers advocating for a more aggressive offensive strategy to strike back at the Dark Alliance and relieve defensive pressure, while others insisted on holding the line and waiting for a more favorable opportunity. This divergence in opinions somewhat affected the command and operational efficiency of the military. Meanwhile, some malicious forces began to spread rumors among the populace, creating panic and attempting to disrupt social order, posing greater challenges to the stability of Samstar. Turning point. Just as Samstar found itself in a predicament of internal and external troubles, a turning point appeared. A friendly fleet from a distant galaxy arrived at Samstar. This fleet brought abundant energy and material aid, including large quantities of fuel, weapons, ammunition, and daily necessities. It turned out that Samstar's previous acts of kindness in the interstellar community had been repaid. The planet of the friendly fleet had once faced disaster, and Samstar had extended a helping hand. Now, upon learning of Samstar's crisis, they rushed to offer support without hesitation. This batch of aid was like a timely rain, greatly alleviating the resource shortage issue at Samstar. With energy reserves replenished, defensive facilities resumed full power operation, and the defensive shields became unbreakable once again. The ample supply of weapons and ammunition boosted the morale of the frontline troops. Resolving conflicts in unity, Ike seized this opportunity to actively coordinate internal affairs. He organized a large-scale public assembly to showcase the aid materials brought by the friendly fleet and to explain the necessity of the war and the current situation in detail. The public began to see hope, and their dissatisfaction with the government gradually dissipated. Within the military, Ike convened officers for in-depth discussions, analyzing the pros and cons of offensive and defensive strategies. Ultimately, a consensus was reached to adopt a combined offensive and defensive strategy, consolidating the defenses while seeking opportunities for small-scale counterattacks against the Dark Alliance. With the internal conflicts resolved, Samstar united once again. The populace actively participated in resource allocation and logistical support, while the military sharpened its weapons, preparing for the next potential attack from the Dark Alliance. New plans. Ike engaged in in-depth discussions with the commander of the friendly fleet to formulate a new combat plan. They decided to utilize the advanced technology and intelligence brought by the friendly fleet for deeper reconnaissance of the Dark Alliance fleet, searching for weaknesses and vulnerabilities. At the same time, Samstar and the Alliance fleet would strengthen joint training to improve their collaborative combat capabilities. They believed that through unity and wisdom, they could achieve final victory in this war and safeguard the peace and stability of Samstar. Chapter 125. After receiving assistance from the friendly fleet and resolving internal conflicts, Samstar and the Alliance fleet actively prepared for further actions against the Dark Alliance, launching a crucial reconnaissance operation that led to unexpected intelligence breakthroughs. Reconnaissance operation preparation. In order to understand the specific deployment, weaponry, and combat strategies of the Dark Alliance fleet, Ike collaborated with the commander of the friendly fleet to formulate a detailed reconnaissance plan. They selected a group of elite reconnaissance personnel, including the best pilots from Samstar and intelligence experts from the friendly fleet. These reconnaissance personnel were divided into several small teams, each piloting specially modified stealth reconnaissance ships. These ships were equipped with advanced stealth technology and powerful reconnaissance equipment, capable of collecting intelligence without being detected by the enemy. Before departure, Ike conducted a final mobilization of the reconnaissance personnel, emphasizing the importance of the operation and urging everyone to be cautious in order to safely bring back valuable intelligence. Deep into enemy territory, the reconnaissance teams piloted their stealth ships carefully towards the Dark Alliance fleet's base. Along the way, they utilized advanced stealth technology to evade the Dark Alliance's patrol ships and monitoring systems. As they approached the enemy base, the reconnaissance teams split into different directions to conduct their reconnaissance. They used high-resolution detectors on their ships to scan the Dark Alliance's warships, defense facilities, and command centers in detail. One team of reconnaissance personnel discovered a secret weapon development base of the Dark Alliance. This base was hidden inside a small asteroid, surrounded by a tight defense system. The reconnaissance personnel obtained a rough structure of the base and some information on weapon development through remote scanning. Encountering a crisis, however, during the reconnaissance operation, one team of reconnaissance ships was detected by the Dark Alliance's advanced detection equipment. The enemy immediately dispatched fighter jets to pursue them. The reconnaissance ships, relying on their excellent maneuverability and stealth technology, engaged in a thrilling chase with the enemy. The enemy's fighter jets continuously fired energy beams in an attempt to shoot down the reconnaissance ships. The reconnaissance ships skillfully dodged the attacks while sending out distress signals to the other teams. Upon learning of the situation, the other reconnaissance teams quickly adjusted their flight paths to provide support. They used their firepower to distract the enemy, creating an opportunity for the pursued reconnaissance ship to escape. After a fierce struggle, the pursued reconnaissance ship finally evaded the enemy's pursuit and safely withdrew from enemy territory. Intelligence breakthrough. After successfully returning to Samstar, the reconnaissance teams consolidated and analyzed the collected intelligence. They discovered that the Dark Alliance was developing a new type of superweapon, which possessed tremendous destructive power and, if successfully developed, would pose a significant threat to Samstar and the Interstellar Alliance. Additionally, the intelligence indicated a weakness in the main deployment of the Dark Alliance fleet. They had concentrated most of their forces on the front line, while their defenses on the flanks were relatively weak. This intelligence breakthrough provided a crucial basis for Samstar and the Interstellar Alliance to formulate the next operational plan. Ike and the Alliance commanders decided to launch a surprise attack. exploiting the weakness in the Dark Alliance's troop deployment to disrupt the enemy's combat plans and destroy the secret weapon development base as much as possible. Operational preparation. After obtaining the crucial intelligence, Samstar and the Interstellar Alliance immediately began operational preparations. They mobilized elite troops and repeatedly simulated and optimized the operational plan. The military intensified training to improve combat skills and coordination capabilities. The logistics department worked hard to prepare supplies and equipment, ensuring that the troops had adequate support during the battle. A new battle was about to begin, and Samstar and the Interstellar Alliance aimed to gain a more favorable position in the war against the Dark Alliance based on this intelligence breakthrough. Chapter 126. The Legend of Samstar 61. In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a mysterious planet called Samstar. The creatures on this planet are bizarre, and its technological level far exceeds that of Earth. However, Samstar is facing an unprecedented crisis, as evil dark forces attempt to dominate the entire planet and plunge it into endless darkness. The protagonist, Ike, is an ordinary boy from Samstar. He is small in stature and not particularly outstanding among his peers, but he possesses a brave, kind, and curious heart. Ike lives in a small village on Samstar, where the people lead a peaceful and simple life. However, the invasion of dark forces disrupts this tranquility. One night, the Dark Army suddenly attacked the village where Ike lived. The villagers were powerless to resist, and the village was instantly engulfed in flames. Ike watched helplessly as his family and friends fell in the darkness, igniting a fire of vengeance within him. Just as he was in despair, a mysterious old man appeared before him. The old man told Ike that he was the chosen one, the only one who could save Samstar. The old man also gifted Ike a magical lightsaber, which possessed endless energy and could only be wielded by those with a just heart. With the lightsaber in hand, Ike embarked on a journey to save Samstar. He traversed dangerous deserts, defeated fierce monsters, and made friends with like-minded companions. Throughout the journey, Ike continued to grow, and his strength became more powerful. Eventually, Ike and his companions arrived at the headquarters of the Dark Forces. The place was heavily guarded, filled with soldiers of the Dark Army. Ike was undaunted. He brandished his lightsaber and charged into the enemy's ranks. A fierce battle ensued, with Ike and his companions fighting fiercely against the Dark Army. At a critical moment in the battle, Ike discovered the leader of the Dark Forces, the Dark Demon King. The Dark Demon King was incredibly powerful, and Ike found it difficult to cope. Just as he fell into despair, he recalled the old man's words. The power of justice is infinite, and as long as one has a just heart, one can defeat evil. Ike took a deep breath, focused his mind, and unleashed all the energy of the lightsaber. A dazzling light flashed, and Ike launched his final attack on the Dark Demon King. The Dark Demon King was struck by Ike's attack, and his body began to dissipate. With the disappearance of the Dark Demon King, the Dark Forces also crumbled. Samstar was once again greeted by light, and people cheered and celebrated their victory. Ike became a hero of Samstar, saving the entire planet with his courage and wisdom. From then on, the people of Samstar lived a happy and peaceful life. And Ike's legendary story spread throughout the universe, inspiring more people to bravely face difficulties and pursue justice. Chapter 127. In the distant Samstar 127. Everything here is strange and mysterious. The protagonist, Ike, is a small-statured guy full of whimsical ideas. He always wears a tattered purple jacket and a crooked yellow hat, resembling a comical clown. One day, Ike heard that deep within Samstar, a haunted castle hid a super manual that could instantly make him smart. This thrilled Ike, who thought that if he had this manual, he would become the most formidable person on Samstar. So, humming a tune, he swaggered towards the haunted castle. As he reached the castle door, a cold wind blew, and the eerie castle door creaked open by itself. Ike's heart skipped a beat, but he steeled his courage and walked in. Suddenly, a huge shadow flew above him, and Ike was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, muttering, "Oh my! What kind of monster is this? Is it here to eat me?" Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an oversized bat. Ike patted his chest and comforted himself, saying, "Hey, it's just a bat. You scared me. Just wait until I catch you as a pet." Continuing deeper into the castle, Ike arrived in a room filled with mirrors. Suddenly, distorted and terrifying faces appeared in the mirrors, some with long tongues and others with eyes bulging like light bulbs. However, Ike was not afraid. Instead, he started making funny faces at the mirrors, saying, "You ugly monsters, you are no match for me in the ugly department." The ghostly faces turned smoky with anger, but could do nothing to him. As he walked on, Ike heard a strange sound, like someone crying. He followed the sound and found a ghostly girl sobbing in the corner. Ike curiously approached and asked, "Hey, little girl, why are you crying?" The ghost girl said, "I've been trapped here for many years and want to get out." Ike patted his chest and said, "That's nothing. Leave it to me." He rummaged around the room and finally found a mysterious key that unlocked the magical shackles imprisoning the ghost girl. To thank Ike, the ghost girl told him that the super-secret manual was hidden in the secret chamber at the top floor of the ancient castle. Excited, Ike rushed to the top floor, but at the entrance to the secret chamber stood a gigantic skeleton guard. The skeleton guard swung a big bone and snarled, "If you want to pass, defeat me first." Ike had a clever idea. He took out a small horn from his pocket and blew a horribly unpleasant tune at the skeleton guard. The skeleton guard was tormented by the noise, covering its ears and retreating repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Ike dashed past the guard and obtained the super-secret manual. With the manual in hand, Ike triumphantly left the haunted castle. Although he encountered various terrifying events along the way, he used his optimism and wisdom to turn danger into safety. Returning to Sam's Star, Ike began studying the manual, preparing to start his legendary journey. Chapter 128. The legend of Sam's Star 62. In the far depths of the universe lies a mysterious planet called Sam's Star. This planet is filled with strange creatures and incredible technology. Every inch of land flows with magical colors. Ike is an ordinary boy on Sam's Star who harbors great dreams. He lives in a place called Illumina Village, where the houses are built from glowing crystals. At night, the entire village looks like a dreamy fairy tale world. However, peaceful life was shattered by a sudden disaster. An evil dark force descended from a cosmic rift onto Sam's Star. Wherever it went, light was swallowed, and the strange creatures fell into madness. Ike's village was hit first. The crystal lights of Illumina Village gradually dimmed, and the villagers panicked. At this critical moment, Ike accidentally discovered an ancient tome that recorded the secret of Sam's Star Legend 128. The legend says that whenever the planet faces a crisis, a chosen hero will arise, possessing 128 mysterious powers capable of saving the planet from destruction. Ike seemed to be that chosen one. Ike began his adventure. He crossed the Valley of Flames, where lava flowed like furious dragons ready to swallow him at any moment. But with courage and wisdom, Ike successfully found the first power, the ability to control flames. He could manipulate fire freely, making it his weapon. Next, he reached the peak of ice and snow. In the bone-chilling environment, he defeated the ice demon and gained the power to freeze with ice and snow. With these two powers, Ike grew stronger, but he knew it was far from enough. Throughout his continuous adventures, Ike obtained many powers such as the speed of wind and the shield of earth. When he gathered all 128 powers, he returned to his home, shrouded in darkness. Ike engaged in a thrilling battle against the dark forces. He wielded flames, froze the darkness, dodged attacks with the speed of wind, and defended with the shield of earth. For a moment, light radiated across heaven and earth, and the clash of energies was deafening. In the end, Ike defeated the dark forces with the powers of Sam's Star Legend 128. Light returned to Sam's Star. The crystals of Illumina Village shone brilliantly again, and the villagers cheered joyfully. Ike became the hero of Sam's Star. His name was passed down through generations, and his legendary story would forever inspire generations of Sam's Star people to bravely face difficulties and protect their homeland. Chapter 129. In the far depths of the universe lies the mysterious planet Sam's Star. Sam's Star's technology is highly advanced, but it also hides terrifying secrets unknown to many. Ike, the legend of Sam's Star, is the planet's top explorer, possessing fearless courage and extraordinary intelligence. Ike received a special mission to explore an abandoned planet shrouded in an ancient curse. It was said that this planet contained a terrifying power that could trap people in endless nightmares. Despite the great danger, Ike resolutely embarked on the journey. When his spaceship landed on the planet, a chilling aura washed over him. The terrain around was twisted and strange, with rocks writhing as if alive. Ike cautiously stepped out of the ship and began his exploration. Suddenly, he heard a deep roar, as if from the depths of hell. The sound grew closer, and a huge shadow emerged from the mist. It was a terrifying monster with a serpentine body and 6 strong arms covered with sharp claws. Its eyes emitted eerie red light, staring intently at Ike. Ike quickly drew his weapon and engaged in fierce combat with the monster. During the fight, he discovered that the monster's body seemed connected to the planet's cursed power. Every attack made the environment more terrifying. The ground cracked, spewing molten lava, and strange lightning flashed in the sky. Just as Ike felt overwhelmed, he found a mysterious device hidden in a cave. Using his intelligence, he guessed this device might be related to breaking the curse. So, he temporarily escaped the monster's attacks and ran toward the cave. However, the cave was not safe. Numerous tentacles suddenly stretched out from the walls, trying to grab him. Ike dodged agilely and finally reached the device. He began studying how to operate it. But the monster chased after him. The monster attacked frantically, trying to stop Ike. Ike resisted the attacks while working hard to crack the device. Finally, at the critical moment, he successfully activated the device. A dazzling light flashed, and the curse's power began to dissipate. The monster let out a desperate roar and gradually vanished. The surrounding environment returned to normal, no longer terrifying. Ike knew he had successfully lifted the curse on the planet. With the joy of victory, Ike boarded his spaceship and left the once terrifying planet. His name spread across Samstar, becoming a hero in people's hearts. He would continue embarking on new adventures to explore more unknown horrors and mysteries in the universe. Chapter 130. The Legend of Samstar 63. In the vast and boundless universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. It is like a brilliant gem embedded in the dark sky, shining with strange light. Various peculiar creatures live on Samstar, possessing unimaginable abilities. Among the planet's legendary history, Ike, numbered 130, became the brightest existence. Ike is a small-statured but intelligent being. His body is covered with silver scales that shimmer charmingly under the sunlight. His eyes resemble a deep, starry sky, containing endless mysteries. Since childhood, Ike has been curious about the universe, eager to explore unknown star systems and unveil the mysteries of the cosmos. One day, Samstar faced an unprecedented crisis. An evil dark force attacked from a distant star system, intending to conquer Samstar and plunder its resources. The leader of the dark forces was a powerful demon possessing the power to destroy everything. The residents of Samstar were thrown into panic, unsure how to respond to the crisis. At this critical moment, Ike stepped forward. He decided to lead the warriors of Samstar to fight a thrilling battle against the dark forces. Ike used his wisdom to invent a new type of weapon, the energy shield. This shield can withstand the attacks of dark forces and provide protection for the residents of Samstar. Ike leads the warriors, piloting the spaceship towards the fleet of dark forces. An intense battle unfolds in the universe. Ike and his companions bravely fight against powerful enemies. They use energy shields to repeatedly block the attacks of the dark forces. At the same time, they continuously launch counterattacks, inflicting significant losses on the dark forces. However, the leader of the dark forces is very cunning. He discovers the weakness of the energy shield and uses it to launch a deadly attack on the warriors of Samstar. Many warriors sacrifice themselves in this battle, and Ike is also seriously injured. But he does not give up. He firmly believes that he can defeat the dark forces. In the most critical moment, Ike suddenly remembers an ancient legend from Samstar. The legend speaks of a mysterious power that can overcome all evil. Ike decides to seek this mysterious power. Dragging his injured body, he traverses countless star systems and finally finds the legendary mysterious place. In this mysterious place, Ike receives enlightenment from the mysterious power. He learns a powerful magic called cosmic light. This magic can emit endless light, dispelling darkness. Ike, empowered by the cosmic light, returns to Samstar. Ike once again leads the warriors in a final showdown with the dark forces. He uses the power of the cosmic light to unleash a dazzling beam. This beam instantly dispels the darkness, and the leader of the dark forces is also destroyed by this power. Peace is finally restored to Samstar. Ike becomes the hero of Samstar. His name is celebrated throughout the universe, and his story inspires countless people to explore the unknown and bravely face challenges. The legend of Samstar also becomes even more profound because of Ike's existence. Chapter 131. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a strange planet called Samstar. This planet is covered with colorful crystal mountains, with rivers of glowing liquid metal flowing through them, and enormous jellyfish-like creatures floating in the sky, emitting a soft glow that lights up the entire planet. Samstar is inhabited by a group of intelligent beings who possess unique abilities to communicate with the natural elements of the planet. Among these beings is a young warrior named Ike, who is the guardian of the legendary 131 of Samstar. Ike has long blue hair and eyes that sparkle with golden light. The ancient bloodline of Samstar flows through his veins, granting him immense power. One day, the energy core of Samstar suddenly experiences abnormal fluctuations, causing the entire planet to tremble, and black cracks appear in the sky, as if some evil force is trying to invade. Ike realizes that this is an unprecedented crisis. He decides to embark on an adventure to find a solution. He takes his weapon, a sword made from special minerals from the Crystal Mountains, and a mysterious pendant that allows him to communicate with the beings of Samstar. Leaving his home, Ike first arrives at the source of the glowing river, where it is said that a mysterious power that can repair the energy core is hidden. At the river's source, he encounters a giant water monster. This monster has sharp teeth and a strong body, and it attacks Ike. Ike, undaunted, wields his sword and engages in a fierce battle with the monster. During the fight, Ike uses his ability to communicate with natural elements to summon the liquid metal from the river, trapping the monster and ultimately defeating it. Next, Ike traverses a mysterious forest. This forest is filled with various strange plants, some of which emit toxic gas, while others extend vines to attack passersby. Ike cautiously advances, using the pendant to communicate with the creatures of the forest, gaining their assistance to successfully pass through. After a challenging journey, Ike finally finds a way to repair the energy core. He returns to Samstar and uses the mysterious power to repair the energy core. The black cracks in the sky disappear, and the planet returns to its previous tranquility. Ike becomes the hero of Samstar, and his name spreads across the planet. His adventure story becomes a legend on Samstar, inspiring generations of young people to bravely face challenges and explore the unknown world. Chapter 132. The Legend of Samstar 64. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a fantastical planet called Samstar. On this planet, mountains flow with colorful light, and enormous jelly-like creatures often fly across the sky, emitting pleasant bell sounds. On this strange planet, there is a mysterious legend about the 132nd legend of Samstar. According to the legend, every 1,000 years, Samstar selects a warrior numbered 132, who bears the heavy responsibility of maintaining the balance of the planet. This generation's 132 is a boy named Ike. Ike is small in stature, but has large, expressive eyes that sparkle with curiosity about the unknown. One day, the tranquility of Samstar is shattered. An evil dark energy erupts from the core of the planet, causing the colorful lights to vanish and everything to turn gray and cold. Ike knows that his mission has come. He sets off on an adventure to find a solution to the crisis. Ike first arrives at the misty forest, where thick fog conceals various dangerous creatures. Deep in the forest, he encounters a talking tree spirit. The tree spirit tells Ike that to combat the dark energy, he must find 3 ancient keys, which are hidden in the Fire Valley, Ice Cave, and Sky Island. Without hesitation, Ike heads to the Fire Valley first. The valley is filled with bubbling magma, and the temperature is unbearable. However, with his courage and wisdom, Ike finds the first key. Next, he braves the danger of being engulfed by snow and delves into the ice cave to retrieve the second key. The final stop is Sky Island. Sky Island floats high in the sky, surrounded by powerful air currents. Ike uses a flying machine made from giant birds to carefully approach Sky Island. On the island, he encounters a giant mechanical beast guarding the key. Ike cleverly uses the magnetic devices on the island to defeat the mechanical beast and obtain the third key. When Ike returns to the core of Samstar with the 3 keys, he discovers that the dark energy has grown even stronger. Ike inserts the 3 keys into their corresponding slots, and suddenly, a dazzling light shoots out from the keys, forming a massive energy shield. Ike concentrates and guides the shield to confront the dark energy. In the intense clash of energies, Ike gradually masters the weakness of the dark energy and casts an ancient magic of Samstar to seal the dark energy away. Samstar regains its former brilliance, and Ike becomes the hero of the planet. His name spreads on Samstar, inspiring generations of young people to bravely face the unknown challenges and protect their own planet. The story of the 132nd legend of Samstar will forever shine in the universe. Chapter 133. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and strange planet called Samstar. This planet is completely different from Earth. It has a 7-colored sky, and the land is soft and elastic like giant jelly, with singing plants and fountains that spray rainbows growing on it. The residents of Samstar come in various forms, and among them is a resident numbered 133 named Ike. Ike resembles a giant purple jellyfish, with a ring of tentacles flashing blue light surrounding his body, and his head is a transparent sphere containing a constantly beating golden heart, which is the source of his wisdom and strength. Ike lives in the legendary area of Samstar, where many ancient and mysterious legends are passed down. One day, Ike discovered an ancient book in a glowing mushroom forest. The book shimmered with a strange light, and the text was in a long-lost language from Samstar. With his exceptional learning ability, Ike gradually understood the content of the book. It turned out that this book foretold a disaster that was about to befall Samstar. A dark energy from the depths of the universe would consume the entire planet. To save Samstar, Ike embarked on a journey to find a way to rescue it. He traversed a boiling river of lava, where the lava was colorful, extremely hot, but did not burn his body. He also climbed moving icebergs, which were made of a special energy material and moved at great speed. During his journey, Ike met many companions, including invisible fairies that helped him avoid danger, and an old sage who could manipulate time and provided Ike with valuable advice. After a long search, Ike finally found a mysterious energy source known as the core of life. The core of life was hidden in a massive crystal cave filled with various traps and mechanisms. With his wisdom and the help of his companions, Ike successfully obtained the core of life. However, just as Ike was returning to Samstar with the core of life, the dark energy had already begun to invade the planet. Ike immediately activated the core of life, which emitted a dazzling light and fiercely confronted the dark energy. In this intense battle, Ike and his companions worked together and ultimately succeeded in dispelling the dark energy, saving Samstar. From then on, Ike became a legendary hero of Samstar, and his story was passed down through generations, inspiring residents to bravely face challenges and protect their home. Chapter 134. The Legend of Samstar 65. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. On Samstar, there lives a group of beings with unique abilities, and their level of technology far exceeds that of Earth. In the historical archives of Samstar, the legendary story numbered 134 features Ike as the protagonist. Ike is a small but wise Samstar inhabitant. He has an extraordinary understanding of machinery and energy, a rare talent on Samstar. Although the Samstar people are technologically advanced, they have long been troubled by the problem of energy sustainability. Traditional energy sources are gradually depleting, and new energy sources have yet to be discovered. Ike has been determined to solve this problem since childhood. He often sneaks into abandoned energy factories to study discarded energy devices. One day, he stumbled upon a mysterious fluctuation that seemed to come from an unknown corner of the universe. Following this clue, he began his adventure. He piloted his modified small spaceship through countless star systems. Along the way, he encountered various strange creatures and dangerous environments. Once, he was targeted by a group of interstellar pirates. The pirates coveted the advanced equipment on his ship and attempted to capture him. Using his intelligence and the ship's defense system, Ike cleverly evaded the pirates' pursuit. Eventually, he arrived at a star system shrouded in darkness. A mysterious energy permeated the area, causing his detector to jump wildly. He cautiously approached and discovered a massive black crystal. After testing, he found that the crystal contained an inexhaustible source of energy and would not pollute the environment. However, when he prepared to collect the crystal, he triggered the star system's defense mechanism. Countless energy beams shot towards him, and Ike quickly activated the ship's shield, but the shield's energy was depleting rapidly. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly thought of a solution. He used the energy fluctuations emitted by the crystal to interfere with the signals of the defense mechanism and successfully collected a sample of the crystal. When Ike returned to Samstar with the crystal sample, the entire planet erupted in excitement. Scientists developed new energy devices based on the sample he brought back, and Samstar entered a new era of energy. Ike became a hero of Samstar, and his story was recorded as number 134 in the annals of Samstar. His name and legendary experiences have been passed down through generations, inspiring Samstar inhabitants to explore the unknown universe. Chapter 135. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a planet full of fantastic colors called Samstar. The creatures on Samstar are bizarre, and their level of technology far surpasses that of Earth. Among the legendary archives of this planet, numbered 135, Ike is a mysterious existence. Ike is an extremely rare energy being on Samstar. He has no fixed form and can transform into various shapes at will. His body is made up of special energy particles that contain immense power, capable of destroying a small planet when released. In the central library of Samstar, there is an ancient prophecy book that records a terrible disaster about to befall the planet. It is said that when three mysterious stars in the universe align, an evil dark energy will invade Samstar, turning the entire planet to ashes. Ike is prophesied to be the key figure in saving Samstar. Upon learning of this prophecy, Ike decided to embark on a journey to find a way to save the planet. He traversed the most dangerous flame canyon on Samstar, where the lava flowed like rivers, with temperatures high enough to melt everything. Using his ability to change forms, Ike transformed into a light breeze, skillfully avoiding the scalding lava. Next, he arrived at the cold crystal maze. The crystal spikes in the maze were sharp as blades, and a slight misstep would lead to being pierced. Ike transformed into a tiny insect, weaving through the gaps in the crystals. Deep within the maze, he encountered a mysterious guardian. The guardian told Ike that to save Samstar, he must find 3 mysterious keys, each hidden in different corners of the universe. Without hesitation, Ike set off. He piloted his spaceship made from energy particles, traversing the cosmos. On the first planet, he engaged in a fierce battle with a group of greedy interstellar pirates. Ike unleashed powerful energy waves, destroying the pirate ships one by one and successfully obtaining the first key. On the second planet, he fell into a time warp trap. Time fluctuated rapidly. But Ike, with his keen perception of energy, found the loophole in the trap and obtained the second key. When he arrived at the third planet, he found it shrouded in dark energy. The evil dark forces sensed Ike's presence and sent powerful dark messengers to intercept him. Ike engaged in a thrilling duel with the dark messengers. He constantly changed forms and unleashed various powerful energy skills, ultimately defeating the dark messengers and obtaining the third key. Just as the three mysterious stars were about to align, Ike returned to Sam's star. He inserted the three keys into specific positions in the prophecy book, and a dazzling light flashed, completely dispelling the dark energy and saving Sam's star. From then on, Ike became a legendary hero of Sam's star, and his story continues to be told throughout the universe. Chapter 136, The Legend of Sam's Star 66. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam's star. The creatures on this planet come in various forms, and its technology is beyond imagination, especially in its area number 136, known as the Land of Legends. Here, a legendary figure named Ike was born. When Ike was born, a strange light streaked across the sky of Sam's star, containing unknown energy. It is said that this light heralded the arrival of a person who would change the fate of the planet. From a young age, Ike displayed extraordinary talents, with an unparalleled understanding and creativity in technology. On the planet Sam's star, people's lives depend on a substance known as energy crystals. However, over time, the yield of energy crystals has gradually decreased, and the planet is facing an energy crisis. Ike decides to take action, leading a research team to explore the mysterious universe in search of new energy sources. They board a spaceship called the Star Explorer and traverse countless star systems. By chance, they discover a mysterious black hole surrounded by peculiar energy fluctuations. Utilizing his wisdom and courage, Ike decides to venture into the black hole to investigate further. Once the spaceship enters the black hole, they arrive in an entirely new dimension. Here, time and space are radically different from Sam's star. Filled with strange light and mysterious power, Ike discovers a substance called dark energy in this dimension, which is exponentially more powerful than energy crystals. However, obtaining dark energy is not an easy task. Powerful beings inhabit this dimension, guarding the dark energy and preventing outsiders from infringing upon it. Ike and his team engage in fierce battles with these beings. During the fight, Ike fully utilizes his technological prowess, cleverly defeating the enemies with the weapons and equipment on the ship. After much hard work, Ike successfully acquires the dark energy. They return to Sam's star and convert it into usable energy. The energy crisis on Sam's star is resolved, and life becomes better for its people. Ike becomes a hero on Sam's star, and his name spreads across the planet. A grand celebration is held in his honor, thanking him for his contributions to the planet. However, Ike does not become arrogant or complacent. He knows that many unknown mysteries in the universe await his exploration. Thus, Ike embarks on another interstellar journey, carrying the hopes and dreams of the Sam's star people as he continues to seek new wonders in the universe. His story becomes an eternal legend on Sam's star. Chapter 137. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a strange planet called Sam's star, surrounded by colorful nebulae. Sam's star is home to various forms of life, where technology intertwines with magic, and rules and logic are often broken. Everything is filled with whimsical colors. Ike is the legendary experiment number 137 of Sam's star. He was created by the greatest scientists of Sam's star, using mysterious cosmic energy and ancient magical crystals. Ike possesses extraordinary strength and speed, and his body can change shape according to the environment. Yet, his heart is like a newly born baby, full of curiosity about the world. One day, the sky of Sam's star is suddenly shrouded in a strange darkness as an evil dark sorcerer escapes from his seal, unleashing countless dark monsters that wreak havoc on the planet. Beautiful forests are burned, clear lakes become murky, and residents fall into endless panic. Upon hearing this news, Ike resolutely decides to embark on an adventure to save Sam's star. He crosses a volcanic region engulfed in purple flames, where he encounters a group of talking magma spirits. Moved by Ike's courage, the magma spirits gift him a magical sword that can control fire. Next, Ike arrives at a misty swamp. Dangerous creatures lurk in the mud, ready to devour anyone who ventures too close. Ike uses his shape-shifting ability to transform into a light bird, flying over this perilous area. At the end of the swamp, he meets a mysterious old man. The old man tells Ike that to defeat the Dark Sorcerer, he must find 3 mysterious keys to unlock the source of power hidden in the core of Samstar. Ike continues onward, finding the first key at the top of a cold glacier and the second key in a scorching metallic desert. The third key, it is said, is hidden in ancient underwater ruins. Ike transforms into a giant whale and dives into the deep sea. In the underwater ruins, he encounters a powerful sea monster. But Ike wields his magical sword and engages in a thrilling battle with the creature, ultimately successfully obtaining the third key. With the 3 keys in hand, Ike returns to the core of Samstar, inserting the keys into their corresponding slots. A dazzling light shoots out from the core, dispelling the darkness. Ike presses his advantage and faces off against the Dark Sorcerer in a final showdown. In the intense battle, Ike unleashes all his power and ultimately defeats the Dark Sorcerer, saving Samstar. From then on, Ike becomes a hero of Samstar, and his legendary story spreads throughout the universe, inspiring countless brave souls to embark on their own adventures. Chapter 138, The Legend of Sam Star 67. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and eerie planet called Samstar. This planet has experienced a series of unimaginable and terrifying events over the course of 138 years of cosmic history. There is a young explorer named Ike on the planet, known for his brave and fearless character and insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Ike hears of the ancient legends of Samstar, which say that in the core of the planet lies a mysterious power that grants eternal life but also brings endless curses. Driven by a desire for this mysterious power, Ike resolutely embarks on a perilous journey to the planet's core. As he delves deeper into the planet, the environment becomes increasingly bizarre. The originally dark passage suddenly flickers with eerie green light, as if countless eyes are watching him. Ike suppresses his inner fear and continues forward. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, and numerous long, slimy tentacles emerge from the cracks, covered in mucus and emitting a nauseating odor. Ike quickly dodges, drawing his laser sword to engage in a fierce battle with the tentacles. After finally escaping the tentacle assault, Ike arrives at a massive cavern. The cave is filled with thick mist, and vague silhouettes can be seen within the fog. Ike cautiously approaches, and the figures gradually become clearer, revealing themselves to be the terrifying ghost beasts that have long been extinct on Samstar. These ghost beasts are transparent, exuding a cold aura, and they emit sharp cries as they charge at Ike. He swings his laser sword, trying to fend off the ghost beasts' attacks, but their numbers are overwhelming, and he begins to struggle. Just as Ike feels despair creeping in, he suddenly notices strange symbols etched into the cave walls. Using his knowledge, Ike deciphers the secret of these symbols, realizing they are an ancient spell that can temporarily dispel the ghost beasts. Ike recites the spell, and indeed, the ghost beasts are driven away. Continuing deeper, Ike finally reaches the core of the planet. There, he finds a massive energy sphere radiating a powerful yet malevolent aura. As Ike approaches the energy sphere, he feels a strong mental force invade his mind, and horrific illusions flood his vision. Dismembered corpses, twisted monsters, and his worst fears. Ike struggles against this mental force, but his consciousness begins to blur. At that moment, the faces of his family and friends appear in his mind, and this belief revitalizes him. He focuses his spirit and uses his willpower to break through the illusions. However, the energy sphere detects his resistance and begins to unleash terrifying energy beams. Ike nimbly dodges and ultimately finds the energy sphere's weakness, using his laser sword to destroy it. As the energy sphere explodes, the entire planet begins to shake violently. Ike exerts all his strength to escape the planet's core, and at the last moment before the planet's destruction, he boards his spaceship and leaves Samstar. This terrifying adventure teaches Ike that some mysterious powers are not meant for humanity to touch lightly. Chapter 139. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. On Samstar, a variety of strange creatures live, possessing unimaginable abilities. Among the history of Samstar, there is a period known as Legend 139, in which the most outstanding being is Ike. Ike is a small creature with a clever gaze. His body can change shape like liquid, making him highly effective in executing tasks. During the Legend 139 period, Samstar faced an unprecedented crisis. An evil force emerged from the cosmic black hole, bringing darkness and chaos. Wherever this force went, the consciousness of the beings was eroded, and the energy balance of the planet was disrupted. Upon learning this news, Ike resolutely decided to embark on a journey to save Samstar. He traversed the dangerous Flame Canyon, where the flames were hot enough to melt any metal. He also swam across the cold quantum ocean, where quantum fluctuations interfered with his shape-shifting ability. Along the way, he met a group of like-minded companions, including an elder who could manipulate time and a girl who could communicate with the planet's energy. They followed the trail of the evil force and eventually arrived at the edge of the black hole. Here, they encountered the legendary warriors of Samstar, who were controlled by the evil force. These warriors were powerful, and Ike and his companions found themselves in a fierce battle. Ike utilized his shape-shifting ability, sometimes transforming into a giant shield to protect his companions, and at other times into a sharp blade to attack the enemy. During the intense battle, Ike discovered the weakness of the evil force. It relied on the negative emotional energy of the planet. Thus, Ike and his companions decided to launch a campaign to spread positive energy on Samstar. They used the Elder's time manipulation ability to make beautiful memories resurface in the minds of the beings. The girl used her ability to awaken the kindness and courage within them. As positive energy accumulated, the evil force began to weaken. However, the evil force was unwilling to accept defeat and concentrated its final power to launch a fatal attack on Ike and others. At a critical moment, Ike unleashed an unprecedented power. His body transformed into a giant energy shield, blocking the attack. At the same time, he guided his companions to gather the positive energy together, forming a powerful beam of light directed at the evil force. After the light dissipated, the evil force was completely eradicated. Samstar regained its vitality, and Ike became the hero of the planet. His name was inscribed on the historical monument of Samstar, and the story of Legend 139, Ike, spread throughout the universe, inspiring generations of beings to bravely face difficulties. Chapter 140. The legend of Samstar 68. In the distant depths of the universe lies a mysterious and strange planet, Samstar. This planet is home to various forms of extraordinary beings, and Ike is the protagonist recorded in Legend 140 of Samstar. Ike is a small creature with immense energy. His body resembles flowing liquid metal, capable of changing shape at will. His eyes shimmer with a blue glow, as if concealing the secrets of the entire universe. One day, the energy core of Samstar suddenly began to show abnormal fluctuations. The climate of the entire planet became chaotic, with strong winds howling, thunder and lightning flashing, and massive energy storms sweeping the land. The residents of the planet fell into panic, knowing that this was an unprecedented crisis. After learning this news, Ike decided to step forward. He embarked on a journey to find a solution to the crisis. Along the way, he encountered many strange creatures and mysterious places. He crossed a canyon engulfed in flames, where the flames were not ordinary fire, but formed from a mysterious energy capable of devouring all matter. Ike cleverly avoided the flames' attacks using his shape-shifting ability. Then he arrived at an ice field. The ice here was as transparent as glass, but incredibly hard. A group of ice monsters inhabited the ice field. Large and immensely powerful, Ike engaged the ice monsters in a fierce battle. Using his intelligence, he lured the ice monsters into a huge ice cave and sealed the entrance with energy, successfully escaping their clutches. After a difficult journey, Ike finally found an ancient interstellar tome. The tome recorded a secret about the energy core of Samstar. It turned out that the energy core was composed of a mysterious substance from a distant galaxy, which would produce unstable reactions at regular intervals. To solve this problem, a special energy crystal had to be found. Following the clues in the tome, Ike arrived at a mysterious interstellar ruin. This place was once the site of a highly developed civilization, but now it lay in ruins. Deep within the ruins, Ike discovered the energy crystal. However, just as he was about to take the crystal, a giant mechanical guardian suddenly appeared. This mechanical guardian possessed powerful firepower and defense capabilities, and Ike engaged it in a thrilling battle. Ultimately, Ike, through his courage and intelligence, defeated the mechanical guardian and obtained the energy crystal. He returned to Samstar with the crystal and placed it into the energy core. Instantly, the abnormal fluctuations of the energy core disappeared, and Samstar regained its former tranquility. Ike became the hero of Samstar, and his legendary story was forever recorded in Legend 140 of Samstar, inspiring generations of residents to bravely face difficulties and challenges. Chapter 141. In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a mysterious planet, Samstar. This planet is filled with all kinds of bizarre creatures and unimaginable landscapes. Samstar has a unique numbering system, where each number represents a legendary figure. And 141, Ike, is one of the most mysterious existences among them. Ike is a slender boy with bright eyes, seemingly containing endless energy within him. There is an ancient legend on Samstar. Deep within the planet lies a mysterious treasure vault, whose treasures can grant the holder the power to change the rules of the universe. Ike has heard this legend since childhood, igniting a flame of adventure in his heart. One day, Ike set off on a journey to find the mysterious treasure vault. He first arrived at the misty marsh, where an eerie atmosphere lingered. And giant mushrooms stood like houses, with six-eyed frogs occasionally jumping out of the mire. Ike proceeded cautiously, when suddenly the ground began to shake, and a giant mud monster emerged from underground. The mud monster opened its huge mouth and lunged at Ike. Ike nimbly dodged and discovered that the monster's weakness lay in the crystals on its body. He picked up a stone and threw it forcefully at the crystal, causing the mud monster to crash to the ground. Next, Ike arrived at the Flame Valley. The valley was filled with flowing lava, and the scorching heat was unbearable. Using his wits, Ike wove a pair of fireproof shoes from vines in the valley and carefully walked along the edge of the lava. Just as he was about to exit the valley, a fire phoenix flew out of the volcano, its wings flapping and bringing waves of heat. Ike did not back down. He created an ice shield from ice blocks in the valley to block the fire phoenix's attack. Then, seizing the opportunity, he climbed onto the back of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix carried him over the Flame Valley. After a long journey, Ike finally arrived at the location of the legendary mysterious treasure vault. The vault was blocked by a gigantic stone door, covered in strange runes. Ike carefully studied the runes and discovered that he needed to use his courage and wisdom to unlock the puzzle. He recalled the adventures he had experienced along the way. Feeling a surge of power within him, following the prompts of the runes, he made the correct gestures, and the stone door slowly opened. Upon entering the vault, it sparkled with colorful lights, and various treasures were dazzling. Ike was not deceived by these treasures. He understood that if these powers were misused, they would bring disaster to the universe. So, he took only a gem that could heal everything and decided to use it to help the creatures on Planet Sam. Ike returned to Planet Sam with the gem, healing the sick creatures and reviving the withered plants. From then on, Ike became a hero on Planet Sam, and his adventure story spread throughout the universe. Chapter 142. The Legend of Planet Sam 69. At the far end of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam. The technology on Planet Sam is highly advanced, but it also hides countless terrifying secrets. Experiment number 142, Ike, is a key part of this terrifying mystery. Ike was originally created by the scientists of Planet Sam to explore the secrets of immortality. He possesses intelligence and strength beyond ordinary humans, and his body can self-repair and evolve according to the environment. However, an accidental experimental accident caused Ike's consciousness to fall into chaos, and he began to develop a strong desire to destroy everything around him. One day, a team of explorers from Planet Sam received a mysterious mission to search for important scientific data in an abandoned laboratory deep within the planet. When they stepped into the eerie laboratory, a strong stench of decay assaulted them, and the walls around them flickered with strange lights. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the darkness, and the hearts of the team members instantly leaped to their throats. It was Ike. The captain shouted in terror. Ike slowly emerged from the shadows, his body twisted and deformed, his skin displaying a sickly dark blue color, and his eyes flashing with madness. Each of his steps made the ground tremble, producing a chilling sound. The team members raised their weapons and shot at Ike. However, the bullets hitting him felt like mere tickles, failing to stop his advance. Ike extended his massive arm and grabbed the closest team member, lifting him high into the air. The team member let out a desperate scream, echoing in the empty laboratory. At this critical moment, one of the team members discovered an ancient device in the corner of the laboratory. He guessed that this might be the key to controlling Ike. Without regard for his own safety, he rushed over and activated the device. A bright light flashed, and Ike's body began to tremble violently as he let out an angry roar, seemingly resisting something. However, the device did not fully control Ike. Instead, it triggered an even greater power within him. He broke free from the device's restraints and launched a more ferocious attack on the team members. The laboratory was thrown into chaos, with team members fleeing everywhere, as the shadow of death loomed over everyone. In this life and death moment, the captain suddenly remembered Ike's weakness. Though his consciousness was chaotic, there still remained a trace of kindness deep within. The captain decided to awaken him through emotion. He walked in front of Ike and shouted, "Ike, you once existed to protect Planet Sam. Do not let hatred and anger blind your eyes." Ike's body trembled slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the team members took the opportunity to activate the device again. This time, the device worked, and Ike's body gradually returned to normal, his eyes becoming clear again. In the end, the team members successfully obtained the scientific data and left that terrifying place. Ike, restored by the device, also found himself again. However, the terrifying secrets of Planet Sam still lurked in the darkness, waiting to be uncovered next time. Chapter 143. In the Central Plains martial arts world, there is a mysterious rumor that every 100 years, extraordinary beings from other planets will descend, bringing earth-shattering changes to the martial world. This year marks the centennial, and the martial world is in turmoil, with various forces stirring. Ike, from Planet Sam 143, is athletic and has an air of freedom and mystery in his eyes. He traveled through the stars to this unfamiliar, yet martial arts-filled world of the Central Plains. Ike possesses the unique energy weapon from Planet Sam 143, the Phantom Blade, which can instantly create numerous blade illusions, making it hard to defend against. Upon entering the martial world, Ike heard of the fame of the largest sect, the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect prides itself on justice, and its leader, Dearest Xianfeng, is a master of swordsmanship. However, Ike discovered that the internal affairs of the Lingxiao sect were not as righteous as they appeared. It turned out that Dearest Xianfeng, in pursuit of a higher level of martial arts, colluded with the demon sect, attempting to use its evil techniques to enhance his own power. Ike decided to expose the Lingxiao sect's conspiracy. Under the cover of night, he infiltrated the forbidden area of the Lingxiao sect, but was discovered by Daoist Suanfeng's disciples. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Ike wielded the Phantom Blade, and the flashing blade illusions made those disciples no match for him. When Dearest Xianfeng heard the news, he personally intervened. His swordsmanship was sharp, and his sword moves flowed like clouds and water toward Ike. Ike skillfully dodged, utilizing the technology of Planet Sam 143 to continuously release interference energy during the fight, causing Dearest Suanfeng's sword moves to deviate slightly. Just when Dearest Xianfeng was distracted, Ike launched a fatal strike, the Phantom Blade piercing straight toward Dearest Xianfeng. Dearest Xianfeng widened his eyes in horror, not expecting this youth from another planet to be so formidable. After Dearest Xianfeng was defeated, the conspiracy of the Lingxiao sect was revealed. The martial world was in an uproar, with various sects rising up against the Lingxiao sect. Ike became a hero in the martial world. But he did not become arrogant or complacent. He knew his mission was not yet complete. In the following days, Ike continued to wander the martial world. He encountered all kinds of extraordinary people and events and made many like-minded friends. Together, they punished evil and promoted good, maintaining peace in the martial world. Ike's story spread throughout the martial world, and people marveled at his extraordinary abilities and chivalrous spirit from another planet. In this martial arts-filled world, Ike found the meaning of his existence, using his power to write a legendary story belonging to Planet Sam 143. Chapter 144. The Legend of Planet Sam 70. In the depths of the vast universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam. Various peculiar creatures inhabit Planet Sam, possessing abilities beyond human imagination. In this strange world, a story about the legendary warrior number 144, Ike, is passed down. Ike is a child from an ordinary family on Planet Sam, but he displayed extraordinary talent from a young age. His body can absorb mysterious energy from the universe and transform it into his own power. In the warrior selection on Planet Sam, Ike stood out and became the legendary warrior number 144. However, the peaceful Planet Sam was about to face an unprecedented crisis. An evil dark force was approaching from the farthest reaches of the universe, destroying planets and devouring lives wherever they went. The leader of the dark force is a demon named Moro, who seeks to dominate the entire universe. Upon learning this news, Ike resolutely decided to lead the warriors of Planet Sam to fight against the dark forces. They traversed countless star systems, engaging in fierce battles against the dark forces. In the midst of the battles, Ike continuously grew stronger. Once, Ike and his companions arrived at a planet occupied by the dark forces. The residents of this planet were enslaved by the dark forces, living in dire conditions. Ike decided to rescue the inhabitants of this planet, leading the warriors to launch an attack on the dark forces' stronghold. In the fierce battle, Ike encountered Moro's capable assistant, the Shadow Assassin. The Shadow Assassin was incredibly fast, and his attacks were ghostly, making them hard to defend against. Ike and the Shadow Assassin engaged in a thrilling duel, their battle shaking the entire planet. Just when Ike found himself in a predicament, he suddenly remembered an ancient legend from Planet Sam. The legend stated that the warriors of Planet Sam once possessed a mysterious power that could defeat all evil. Ike closed his eyes, focused his mind, and tried to awaken this mysterious power. Through Ike's efforts, he finally awakened the mysterious power. His body radiated dazzling light, and his strength was elevated to an unprecedented level. Ike swung the weapon in his hand and launched a fierce attack on the Shadow Assassin. Under Ike's assault, The shadow assassin retreated step by step and was eventually defeated by Ek. Ek and his companions successfully saved the inhabitants of this planet. They continued their journey to fight against the dark forces. In the battles that followed, Ek and his companions kept winning victories, and their fame spread throughout the universe. Ultimately, Ek led the warriors of Sam Star to Moro's lair. A final decisive battle was about to unfold. Ek and Moro stood face to face, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. The battle began, and Ek and Moro engaged in a thrilling duel. Their powers collided, generating massive energy waves. In the intense fight, Ek gradually gained the upper hand. Using his wisdom and strength, he found Moro's weakness. Ek launched the final attack. His weapon stabbed fiercely into Moro's heart. Moro let out a miserable scream, and his body gradually dissipated. The dark forces were completely defeated, and peace was restored to the universe. Ek became a hero of the universe, his name forever engraved in the history of Sam Star. His legendary story would be passed down throughout the cosmos for eternity. Chapter 145. Deep in a distant universe, there is a strange planet called Sam Star. This planet is filled with all kinds of incredible creatures and mysterious energies. Every inch of land holds endless possibilities for adventure. Ek was an ordinary boy on Sam Star, but he possessed a heart yearning for adventure. In the Chronicles of Sam Star, there is a record of the mysterious Area 145, said to hide a mysterious power that can protect the planet from the impending cosmic storm. After hearing this legend, Ek resolutely decided to embark on an adventure to find Area 145. He packed a simple bag, took a lightsaber capable of releasing the unique energy of Sam Star, and ventured alone into the unknown wilderness. Along the way, he encountered talking flying mushrooms that warned him of the many dangers ahead, but Ek did not back down. When he ventured deep into a strange forest, suddenly a group of giant mechanical insects burrowed out from underground. These mechanical insects shimmered with metallic cold light. They lunged at Ek with gnashing jaws and claws. Ek quickly drew his lightsaber and engaged in a fierce battle with the mechanical insects. He moved nimbly among them, and wherever the lightsaber struck, the mechanical insects fell. After a hard-fought battle, Ek finally shook off the mechanical insects and continued forward, arriving at a towering mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Strange lights flickered faintly through the mist. Ek climbed the steep mountain path, and halfway up, he discovered a mysterious cave. Inside the cave, a pungent smell filled the air, and the walls glowed with eerie green light. Ek cautiously entered the cave when suddenly a group of ghost-like creatures emerged from the darkness. These creatures emitted sharp cries and launched attacks on Ek. Ek swung his lightsaber, trying to dispel them, but the ghostly creatures kept increasing in number. Just as Ek felt despair, he suddenly remembered a special button on his lightsaber. He pressed it, and the lightsaber emitted a powerful beam of light that instantly dispersed the ghost creatures. Ek continued deeper into the cave and finally found the legendary Area 145 of Sam Star. There, he discovered a huge energy crystal. The crystal radiated a gentle glow, seemingly containing infinite power. As Ek approached, the crystal emitted a buzzing sound, and then a message entered his mind. It turned out that if he could activate the crystal, he could use its power to form a protective shield to safeguard Sam Star from the cosmic storm. Following the instructions in the message, Ek activated the crystal. A massive energy wave surged from the crystal, quickly enveloping the entire Sam Star. Ek successfully saved his planet and became a hero of Sam Star. His adventure story spread across Sam Star, inspiring more youths to bravely pursue their dreams. Chapter 146. Sam Star Legend 71. Deep in the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam Star. On Sam Star live a group of intelligent beings with superpowers, whose technological level far surpasses Earth's. Ek, the Sam Star legend, is the most legendary figure on this planet. Ek is a time-space traveler who can freely traverse different time-space dimensions. One day, Ek received an urgent mission to prevent a time-space disaster about to occur on Earth. It was said that this disaster was triggered by an evil time-space pirate organization, which sought to gain enormous energy by disrupting Earth's time-space order. Ek piloted his time-space spaceship, crossing countless galaxies, and finally arrived on Earth. However, upon arrival, he found the situation far more complicated than he had imagined. Earth had plunged into chaos, with time-space rifts everywhere, and various strange creatures emerging from the rifts attacking humans. Ek began searching for traces of the time-space pirate organization. By chance, he met a girl named Lena, a genius scientist on Earth who had been studying the time-space rift problem. Ek and Lena quickly formed a team and began jointly fighting against the time-space pirates. During the investigation, Ek discovered that the leader of the time-space pirates was none other than Zerl, an old acquaintance from Sam Star. Zerl had once been an excellent time-space traveler, but later turned evil due to greed and ambition. He sought to use the power of the time-space rifts to rule the entire universe. Ek and Lena decided to infiltrate the pirates' base and destroy their time-space device. Inside the base, they encountered many difficulties and dangers, but relying on Ek's superpowers and Lena's intelligence, they repeatedly escaped peril. Finally, they found Zerl's hideout. A fierce battle ensued. Ek and Zerl fought desperately within a vortex of time and space, their superpowers clashing with dazzling light. At a critical moment, Lena used her scientific knowledge to decode the time-space device's password and successfully destroyed it. With the destruction of the time-space device, the time-space rifts gradually closed, and Earth returned to its former peace. Ek and Lena became heroes of Earth. However, Ek knew this was only the beginning. In the vast universe, countless unknowns awaited his exploration, and many more evil forces needed his confrontation. Ek bid farewell to Lena, piloted his time-space spaceship, and embarked on a new journey. He knew his mission was not over, and that he would continue to write his own legendary story in the long river of time and space, the legend of Sam Star. Chapter 147. Deep in the distant universe, there is a strange planet called Sam Star. This planet is filled with all kinds of unimaginable creatures and landscapes, and Ek, the Sam Star Legend 147, is the most legendary existence on this planet. Ek is a small but energetic creature with a pair of large eyes shining with wisdom and a pair of antennae that can extend and retract at will. His mission is to guard the mysterious energy source on Sam Star, which is the foundation of Sam Star's prosperity. One day, Sam Star's sky was suddenly covered by a strange black cloud. Mysterious dark forces invaded the planet. The dark forces intended to seize the mysterious energy source and turn Sam Star into their dark domain. Ek knew that an unprecedented adventure was about to begin. He set out on the journey to save Sam Star, accompanied by his magical companion, a talking flying squirrel. They first arrived at the misty forest of Sam Star, where thick fog enveloped the area, hiding various dangerous traps and fierce monsters. With his wisdom and courage, Ike cleverly avoided the traps and defeated the monsters. Deep in the forest, they found an ancient sage. The sage told Ike that to defeat the dark forces, he must find 3 mysterious keys, each hidden in 3 mysterious places on Sam Star. Ike and the flying squirrel continued on their journey and arrived at the Flame Desert. The temperature here was extremely high, with boiling lava flowing on the ground. Ike put on a special fireproof suit and struggled to find the first key in the desert. Suddenly, a giant fire lizard sprang out of the lava and attacked them. Ike, unafraid, used his antennae to release a powerful electric current, driving the fire lizard back. Eventually, they found the first key in an ancient pyramid. Next, they arrived at the snowy mountains. The temperature here was very low, with howling winds and swirling snowflakes. Ike and the flying squirrel struggled through the icy landscape and finally found the second key in a mysterious cave. However, just as they were about to leave the cave, they were blocked by a group of ice monsters. Ike and the flying squirrel engaged in an intense battle with the ice monsters and ultimately succeeded in breaking free from their entanglement. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious underwater world. Here, there were various marine creatures, beautiful yet dangerous. Ike and the flying squirrel searched for the third key at the bottom of the sea when suddenly a giant octopus monster attacked them. Ike used his wisdom to cleverly evade the octopus monster's attacks and ultimately found the third key in an underwater palace. With all 3 keys gathered, Ike returned to the location of the mysterious energy source. He used the 3 keys to unlock the seal of the energy source, releasing a powerful energy. Under the illumination of this energy, the dark forces were completely eradicated, and Sam Star regained its former vitality. Ike became the hero of Sam Star, and his legendary story was passed down through generations, inspiring the people of Sam Star to bravely face challenges and protect their homeland. Chapter 148. The Legend of Sam Star. In the depths of a distant universe, there exists a mysterious planet called Sam Star. This planet is home to countless strange creatures and breathtaking sights. Among the history of Sam Star, there is a legendary story numbered 148, with the protagonist being a boy named Ike. Ike was born in a remote village on Sam Star, and he possessed a unique ability to resonate with the energy fluctuations of the planet. This ability was regarded as a symbol of communication with the divine, but it also drew jealousy and fear from some people. One day, the sky of Sam Star was suddenly shrouded in a strange black shadow. Mysterious dark forces descended from the depths of the universe, bringing death wherever they went, turning the once beautiful mountains and rivers into desolation. The leader of the dark forces was an evil being named Moro, who sought to turn Sam Star into his dark domain. Ike realized he had to step forward to save his homeland. He embarked on a journey to find a way to combat the dark forces. Along the way, he met a group of like-minded companions, the brave warrior Kana, the healing fairy Lily, and the gnome craftsman Bach, who was skilled in machinery. They fought through thorns and brambles, crossed the flame canyon, evaded quicksand traps, and battled various strange creatures. Eventually, they learned of an ancient temple hidden deep within Samstar that contained mysterious powers to combat the dark forces. When they arrived at the temple, they found it guarded by numerous traps. Ike, using his resonance with the energy fluctuations, deciphered one trap after another, leading his companions into the temple's core. There, they discovered a sword shining with golden light, the Sword of Light. This sword was a weapon left by the creator god of Samstar, possessing the power to counter darkness. However, just as they were about to leave with the Sword of Light, Moro's minions discovered them. An intense battle broke out, and Ike wielded the Sword of Light, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemies. With the help of his companions, they successfully repelled the enemies and returned to the village with the Sword of Light. Back in the village, Ike led the villagers to form a resistance army. In the final battle against the dark forces, Ike, wielding the Sword of Light, charged towards Moro. The light emitted by the Sword of Light clashed violently with the evil powers of the dark forces, illuminating the entire battlefield. After a hard-fought battle, Ike finally pierced Moro's heart with the Sword of Light, completely defeating the dark forces. Samstar regained its vitality, and Ike became the hero of the planet. His legendary story, The Legend of Samstar 148, has been passed down through generations, inspiring people to bravely face difficulties and protect their homeland. Chapter 149. In the depths of a distant universe, there exists a mysterious and strange Samstar. The passage of time on this planet is completely different from that of Earth, where every moment can be twisted into an endless nightmare. The legend of Samstar 149, codenamed Ike, is the most mysterious existence on this planet. Ike possesses unimaginably powerful abilities, capable of traversing the folds of space at will, as if they were his own passageways. However, his existence is shrouded in an ancient and evil curse. Every time he uses his abilities, it triggers terrifying mutations on the planet. One day, a brave Earth explorer named John accidentally arrived on Samstar. His spaceship encountered interference from mysterious energy while traversing a wormhole, forcing it to land on this unknown planet. As John stepped out of his spaceship, the sight before him sent chills down his spine. The sky flickered with eerie purple light, the ground flowed with a black liquid emitting a foul odor, and the distant mountains resembled twisted monsters, clawing at the sky. Just as John was at a loss, he heard a deep growl approaching. The sound grew closer, and a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Ike. Ike's body seemed to be composed of countless twisted lines, and his eyes sparkled with an eerie green light, as if he could see through John's soul. John stepped back in terror, but his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Ike approached step by step, a powerful aura emanating from his body, making it difficult for John to breathe. Suddenly, Ike extended a massive arm and grabbed John. John struggled desperately, but his strength seemed insignificant before Ike. Ike brought John to a mysterious cave. The cave was filled with a pungent odor, and the walls flickered with strange runes. Ike threw John to the ground and began to chant an ancient incantation. As the incantation was spoken, the cave began to shake violently, and the surrounding runes emitted dazzling light. John watched in terror, not knowing what he was about to face. Suddenly, a horde of terrifying monsters surged from the depths of the cave. These monsters varied in shape. Some had huge wings, while others were covered in spikes. They lunged at John with chilling cries. John fought back with all his might, but his weapon was ineffective against these monsters. Just as he felt despair, Ike suddenly stopped chanting. The monsters also halted, obediently retreating back into the depths of the cave. Ike looked at John and spoke in a deep, raspy voice. "You are the first Earthling to arrive here. I am bound by a curse and need your help to break it. If you are willing to help me, I can let you leave here." John hesitated for a moment, but he knew he had no other choice. He nodded. Ike led John to the innermost part of the cave, where there was a massive crystal ball. Ike told John that as long as he could drip his own blood onto the crystal ball, the curse would be lifted. Although John was filled with fear, he mustered up the courage and let his blood drip onto the crystal ball. As the blood fell, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light, and Ike's body began to change. His body gradually returned to normal, and the curse was finally lifted. Gratefully, Ike looked at John and opened a wormhole back to Earth. John walked through the wormhole without hesitation and returned to Earth. However, he knew that this terrifying experience would be forever etched in his memory. As for Ike, He finally broke free from the curse's shackles and began a new life. Chapter 150, The Legend of Sam Star. Part 73. In the depths of the distant universe lies a mysterious planet called Sam Star. This planet is full of strange creatures and unknown dangers. And the story of Sam Star Legend 150, Ike, begins here. Ike is a young and brave explorer on Sam Star, possessing extraordinary curiosity and fearless courage. According to ancient Sam Star legends, there is a cursed ruin said to hide a power capable of changing the planet's fate, but it is guarded by terrifying phantoms. Upon hearing this legend, Ike resolutely set off on a quest to find the ruin. He traversed jungles filled with gigantic tentacle plants that would suddenly lash out to grab him as he approached. Ike nimbly dodged and used his specially made energy blade to cut through many tentacles trying to block his path. Next, he reached a scorching volcanic zone with molten lava ready to erupt at any moment, and the ground constantly shaking. Carefully, he proceeded along the narrow rocky path, sweat soaking his clothes. Finally, he found the cursed ruin. Strange runes covered the door, glowing with a ghostly green light. As Ike approached, the door automatically opened, and a chilling aura rushed out. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. Inside, it was dim with only occasional flickers of eerie firelight on the walls. Suddenly, a group of phantoms emerged from the darkness, their forms shifting and emitting bone-chilling screams. Ike quickly drew his energy gun and fired at the phantoms. However, the phantoms seemed able to pass through the energy bullets and soon surrounded him. Just as Ike felt despair, he noticed the phantoms seemed wary of certain runes on the ruinous walls. Dodging their attacks, he searched for a way to counter them. Eventually, he found a special rune stone slab, whose patterns appeared to be the key to unlocking some power. Following the slab's instructions, Ike activated an ancient device in the ruin. A strong light flashed, temporarily repelling the phantoms. Seizing the opportunity, he ventured deeper and discovered a massive energy core, the legendary power that could change the planet's fate. However, as he prepared to take the core, a giant phantom leader appeared, emanating powerful dark energy. Ike engaged in a thrilling battle with the leader, cleverly using the ruin's terrain and energy devices to continuously attack. After an intense fight, Ike defeated the phantom leader and left the ruin with the energy core. When he returned to the city on Sam Star, the people cheered wildly. Using the energy core, Ike brought new vitality to the planet, ushering in a new era for Sam Star, and his legendary story spread throughout the universe. Chapter 151. On the ancient land of Daxia, the martial arts world was rife with conflicts, bloodshed, and chaos. Yet no one expected a strange storm from the distant Sam Star would soon disrupt the seemingly traditional martial arts world. Ike, the time-space traveler from Sam Star, arrived in this world filled with swords and chivalry due to an accidental time-space jump. Wearing strange metallic armor and wielding an energy blade that shimmered with mysterious light, he stood out sharply from the world's swords and blades. Upon landing, Ike was immediately targeted by a group of bandits, mistaking his peculiar outfit for wealth. They swarmed him. Ike smiled faintly and activated the energy shield on his armor. Their blades bounced off. Then, wielding his energy blade, he moved through the bandits like lightning. Each slash carried a powerful energy wave, and the bandits screamed as they were swiftly defeated. News of this spread quickly, and major martial arts sects grew curious and wary of the mysterious outsider. The Shaolin sect took the lead, sending several high monks to investigate. They tried to persuade Ike with Buddhist teachings to lay down his evil weapon and return to the righteous path. Ike smiled and explained he came from the distant Sam Star and was no evil man. However, the monks refused to believe him, and the two sides clashed. Ike activated his time-space rewind skill, skillfully dodging the monks' attacks. Using his armor's analysis system, he found flaws in their moves and cleverly countered their assaults. Unable to win, the monks temporarily withdrew. Meanwhile, an evil force appeared in the martial arts world, burning, killing, and plundering everywhere. Upon learning this, Ike decided to stand up. He tracked down the evil force's lair, and a thrilling battle was about to begin. The evil leader was a powerful villain wielding a massive dark blade that radiated a sinister aura. Ike and the villain fought fiercely, evenly matched. The villain's moves were fierce, each strike carrying tremendous force. Ike, however, relied on time-space rewind and his energy blade to parry and counter. During the intense battle, Ike searched for the villain's weakness. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he rewound time a few seconds and then charged faster, stabbing the villain's chest with his energy blade. The villain screamed and fell dead. Ike's heroic deeds spread throughout the martial arts world, making him a legendary figure. Though from the distant Sam Star, he left a brilliant chapter in this Wuxia world, and his story was told for generations. Chapter 152, The Legend of Samstar. Part 74. In the distant depths of the universe lies a mysterious planet called Samstar. On Samstar exists a special energy that grants its creatures unimaginable abilities. Within this strange world, terrifying legends about the Samstar legend circulate. Originally, Ike was an ordinary creature on Samstar, but an accident exposed him to the forbidden energy at the planet's core. Since then, his body began to change oddly. His eyes burned like flames. Eerie green light often surrounded him, and the ground moaned painfully with each step he took. At the edge of Samstar is an ancient tomb sealed for thousands of years. Legend says the tomb contains an ancient evil force. If released, the entire planet would fall into endless darkness. For some unknown reason, Ike was drawn to this evil force and came before the tomb. As he neared the seal, the runes on it flickered and emitted sharp alarm sounds. Yet Ike seemed deaf to them, extending his green glowing hand to touch the seal. In an instant, the tomb's heavy door slowly opened, releasing a stench of decay. Ike entered the tomb, which was dark and terrifying, with murals on the walls coming alive to tell tales of past horrors. Suddenly, ghostly creatures surged from the darkness, screaming as they lunged at Ike. Calmly, Ike's energy burst forth, repelling the ghosts one by one. Deeper into the tomb, Ike reached the innermost chamber. Here, he saw a huge black sphere surrounded by twisted spacetime. As Ike approached the sphere, his consciousness began to blur, and terrifying illusions flooded his mind. He saw Samstar shrouded in darkness, its creatures struggling in pain, and the culprit of it all was actually himself. Just as Ike was trapped in the illusions, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. Do you think you can control this power? This evil force will consume you, and then destroy the entire Samstar. Ike struggled to break free from the illusions, realizing he must stop all of this from happening. He concentrated, using the power he gained from the forbidden energy to engage in a fierce confrontation with the black sphere. In an instant, the tomb was filled with flickering light and overflowing energy. After a hard-fought battle, Ike successfully sealed the black sphere once again. When he walked out of the tomb, the sky of Samstar regained its former brightness. But Ike knew that the changes within him could not be erased. He would carry this special power to continue protecting Samstar, preventing similar horrific events from happening again. The legend of Samstar would forever be passed down on Samstar. Chapter 153. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and incredible sights, and the story of the Samstar legend begins here. Ike is a small but vibrant Samstarian. He has large eyes that sparkle with curiosity and a pair of nimble antennae on his head that can sense subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Ike lives in a small village on Samstar, where the people lead peaceful and happy lives. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. One day, a wave of evil dark energy suddenly descended upon Samstar, engulfing everything in darkness and instilling fear in all creatures. According to legend, only by finding the mysterious power hidden deep within Samstar can this dark energy be dispelled. Ike decided to step forward and embark on an adventure to find this mysterious power. He traversed the vast flaming desert, where the sand burned like fire, and each step brought immense heat. But Ike, with his tenacious will and special antennae, repeatedly avoided the dangerous traps hidden beneath the sand. Next, he arrived at the misty forest. The forest was shrouded in thick fog, making it easy to lose one's way. Ike used his antennae to sense the surrounding aura and cautiously advanced. Suddenly, a group of giant flying monsters attacked him, their wings creating fierce winds. Ike skillfully dodged the monsters' attacks, cleverly using the trees in the forest for cover, and ultimately managed to escape their pursuit. After a long journey, Ike finally reached the mysterious valley at the deepest part of Samstar. The valley shimmered with strange light, and following the glow, Ike discovered an ancient cave. Inside the cave lay a crystal ball exuding a mysterious aura, the legendary mysterious power. Just as Ike reached out to touch the crystal ball, a messenger of dark energy appeared. It was a massive shadow, emitting an evil laugh, trying to stop Ike from obtaining the mysterious power. Ike was undaunted. He concentrated, using the wisdom and courage he had gained from his adventures to engage in a fierce battle with the dark messenger. In the end, Ike, with his unwavering faith and tenacious fighting spirit, successfully defeated the dark messenger. He picked up the crystal ball, releasing a powerful light that dispelled the dark energy engulfing Samstar. Samstar returned to its former peace and vitality, and the people held a grand celebration for Ike. He became the hero of Samstar, and his adventure story was forever passed down, inspiring generations of Samstarians to face difficulties and challenges courageously. Chapter 154 The Legend of Samstar 75 In the distant end of the universe, there is a mysterious and eerie planet called Samstar. Time on Samstar twists like a distorted thread, and space often becomes chaotic, inhabited by all sorts of bizarre and unimaginable creatures. The legend of Samstar is the most chilling existence on this planet. Young explorer Jack, having heard the legend of Samstar, embarked on a journey into the vast universe in his old yet powerful spaceship, filled with endless curiosity and fearless courage. As his spaceship slowly landed on the land of Samstar, a cold, damp, and foul smell rushed towards him, surrounded by eerie purple mist with extremely low visibility. Jack cautiously stepped out of the spaceship, tightly gripping his energy gun. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and a giant tentacle emerged from beneath, covered in flickering eyes. Rushing toward Jack, Jack nimbly dodged, but fear filled his heart. At that moment, a tall, slender figure appeared in his line of sight. It was the legend of Samstar. Ike's body seemed to be made of black smoke and metal fragments, his eyes burning like flames, radiating a chilling light. He emitted a sharp, piercing sound, as if it were a curse from hell. Jack looked at him in terror, trying to attack with his energy gun, but Ike easily dodged, extending an energy-formed hand to grab Jack. Jack felt his body bound by a powerful force, unable to move. Ike brought him into a massive cave, where strange lights flickered, and the walls were etched with mysterious runes. Ike threw Jack to the ground and began to tell his story. It turned out that Ike was the product of an evil experiment on Samstar, endowed with powers beyond reason, but consequently lost his humanity, becoming a monster filled with hatred and anger. He wanted to drag the entire universe into the depths of darkness, and Jack was just a minor subplot in his plan. Just as Ike was about to strike Jack, Jack suddenly discovered the secret of the runes on the cave walls. Using his wisdom, he activated the power of the runes, sending a powerful energy shockwave toward Ike. Ike was hit by this force, causing his body to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Jack broke free from his restraints and desperately ran toward the spaceship. Ike chased closely behind, and just as he was about to catch Jack, Jack boarded the spaceship and started the engine. The spaceship burst through the atmosphere of Samstar like a lightning bolt, leaving this terrifying planet behind. Jack looked back, watching as Samstar gradually disappeared into the darkness of the universe, but Ike's terrifying figure remained forever etched in his memory, becoming an inescapable nightmare in his heart. Chapter 155 In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with bizarre creatures and unimaginable technology, and our story revolves around a Samstarian boy named Ike. Ike lives in a small town on the edge of Samstar, where he is naturally endowed with a special ability to resonate with the energy sources on the planet. This ability is extremely rare on Samstar, making Ike an outlier in the eyes of others. One day, the Central Academy of Samstar issued an urgent notice. The core energy source of Samstar showed signs of instability, and if not addressed promptly, the entire planet would face the danger of destruction. Upon hearing this news, Ike felt a strong sense of mission arise within him. He decided to head to the Central Academy to help the scientists resolve the crisis with his abilities. Ike embarked on his journey to the Central Academy. Along the way, he encountered various difficulties and challenges. While traversing a mysterious jungle, he was attacked by a group of fierce energy beasts. These energy beasts were composed entirely of pure energy and had immense attacking power. With his unique ability to resonate with the energy source, Ike skillfully defused the attacks of the energy beasts and established a brief peace with them. Finally, Ike arrived at the Central Academy of Sciences. The scientists were greatly amazed by Ike's abilities and decided to involve him in the project to resolve the energy source crisis. After extensive research, the scientists discovered that the instability of the energy source was caused by a mysterious force from the depths of the universe interfering with it. To eliminate this interference, Ike and the scientists devised a bold plan. They would use Ike's abilities to create a powerful energy shield that would isolate the energy source from external disturbances. During the implementation of the plan, Ike faced unprecedented challenges. The mysterious force continuously tried to disrupt the energy shield, and Ike had to constantly adjust his powers to maintain the shield's stability. At the most critical moment, Ike felt the support of all living beings on Samstar. Their faith and strength converged and infused into Ike's body. Ike then unleashed unprecedented energy, successfully creating an indestructible energy shield. With the activation of the energy shield, the core energy source of Samstar gradually stabilized. The entire planet rejoiced, and Ike became a hero of Samstar. From then on, Ike's name spread throughout the planet. With his courage and abilities, he saved the entire planet and wrote his own legendary saga, The Legend of Samstar. his story would be passed down forever throughout the universe. Chapter 156. Legend of Sam Star 76 in the distant and mysterious martial world of the East. There is a little-known legend. It is said that every 156 years on Sam Star, deep in the vast universe, a messenger endowed with strange powers named Ike is born. This messenger travels through time and space to the martial world, bringing about a revolutionary change. This year marked the 156th year of Sam Star. Suddenly, the martial world experienced turbulent changes. Strange lights appeared in the sky, as if foretelling an extraordinary event. While everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a mysterious youth descended from the sky, landing atop Mount Hua in the core territory of the Central Plains martial world. This youth was Ike from Sam Star. He wore exotic clothing, radiated a mysterious aura, and his eyes gleamed with agility and unrestrained spirit. Ike's arrival instantly attracted the attention of major martial sections. Some regarded him as an outsider to be eliminated. Others saw him as the hope of the martial world, able to lead everyone toward new glory. The leader of the Mount Hua sect took the initiative and led disciples to attack Ike. Ike smiled slightly, his figure flashing as he easily dodged their attacks. He stretched out his hands, and a strange energy surged from his fingertips, forming rays of light that trapped the Mount Hua disciples inside. The disciples were terrified but unable to break free. At that moment, Lin Wan-er, a heroine of the Ime sect, stepped forward. Seeing that Ike bore no ill intent, she advised, "Young hero, you come from distant Sam Star and have no ties to our Central Plains martial world. Why make enemies of the major sects?" Hearing this, Ike withdrew his energy and sincerely said, "I mean no hostility toward you. I am here on behalf of Sam Star to find a treasure that can save both our worlds." It turned out that Sam Star was facing a great disaster, and only by finding the legendary Kinkin Divine Pearl of the Central Plains martial world could the crisis be averted. Though skeptical, the major sects decided to temporarily set aside their prejudices and join Ike in the search for the Divine Pearl. During their quest, Ike and the others forged deep bonds. They endured countless hardships and defeated the evil demonic cult forces. Finally, in an ancient ruin, they found the Kinkin Divine Pearl. However, just as Ike was about to return to Sam Star with the pearl, the demonic cult leader suddenly appeared. He attempted to seize the pearl and dominate both worlds. Ike and his allies fought side by side, using Sam Star's strange powers and the Central Plains martial arts to ultimately defeat the cult leader. Ike took the Divine Pearl and bid farewell to everyone. He promised that once Sam Star's crisis was resolved, he would return to the Central Plains martial world to celebrate together. With a flash of light, Ike vanished from sight. But his legendary story in the Central Plains martial world lived on forever. Chapter 157. Deep in the distant universe lies a mysterious planet called Sam Star. This planet harbors a magical energy called illusory energy, capable of making unimaginable things happen. The residents of Sam Star all possess special abilities, and their lives are filled with fantastical colors. In Zone 157 of Sam Star lies a boy named Ike, born with extraordinary talent for illusory energy. His abilities had been sealed, making him seem ordinary among peers. Ike longed to break the seal and unleash his true power. One day, Sam Star suddenly faced an unprecedented crisis. An evil alien force invaded, aiming to plunder the illusory energy and enslave Sam Star. The alien leader, a powerful being known as the Dark Demon Lord, wielded terrifying power, and wherever he went, the residents of Sam Star fell. Watching his home destroyed, Ike's anger ignited. He decided to embark on a journey to find a way to break his seal and save his planet. Along the way, Ike met like-minded companions, Wind Spirit, who controlled elements, Iron Arm, skilled in mechanical technology, and Spirit Mind, adept at telepathy. Together, they crossed the most dangerous place on Sam Star, the illusory abyss. Filled with strange creatures and powerful illusory energy fluctuations, one misstep could mean being swallowed whole. In the abyss, Ike felt the seal inside him loosen, as he grew closer to unlocking his power. Finally, they found the legendary seal hall. There, Ike met an ancient sage who told him that to break his seal, he needed to gather 3 illusory energy keys, each hidden in one of 3 mysterious locations on Sam Star. Ike and his companions began the adventure to find the keys. After many hardships, they collected all 3. When Ike inserted the keys into the lock of his seal, a dazzling light flashed, and the seal was finally broken. Ike released his true power, his body bathed in illusory energy light, leading his companions back to Sam Star's main city. He engaged in a thrilling battle with the Dark Demon Lord. Using his powerful illusory energy and tight teamwork, Ike gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, Ike unleashed his strongest strike, completely defeating the Dark Demon Lord. Peace returned to Sam Star, and Ike became a hero. With courage and strength, he wrote a glorious chapter in the Legend of Sam Star 157. Chapter 158. Legend of Sam Star 77. Deep in the distant universe lies a mysterious planet called Sam Star. It seems like a forgotten treasure in the cosmos, radiating strange and enchanting light. Time on Sam Star differs greatly from Earth. One day there equals one Earth year, and every 158 Sam Star days. An event occurs that can change the planet's destiny. This is the legend of Sam Star 158. Earth explorer Jack, having heard the legend of Sam Star, driven by a thirst for the unknown and dedication to science, piloted his old yet powerful spaceship, the Explorer, through countless galaxies and finally reached Sam Star's orbit. Wearing a specially designed spacesuit, Jack carefully landed on Sam Star's surface. The terrain was incredibly peculiar. Massive crystal mountains shimmered with colorful light, and rivers of liquid metal surged through the canyons. However, Jack soon discovered that Sam Star was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. As the legendary Day 158 approached, strange phenomena began to occur on Sam Star. Mysterious beams of light occasionally streaked across the sky, and the crystal mountains on the ground started to emit a low rumbling sound. Jack decided to delve deeper to uncover the truth behind these phenomena. He followed the liquid metal river and arrived at the entrance of an ancient cave. A mysterious aura permeated the cave, and Jack cautiously stepped inside. Deep within the cave, he found a massive mural depicting the origin of Sam Star and the stories of each legendary Day 158. It turned out that every Day 158, Sam Star would connect with another mysterious dimension, releasing tremendous energy. If this energy went uncontrolled, it could trigger a disaster capable of destroying the entire planet. Jack realized he had to find a way to control this energy. Guided by the mural, he arrived at an ancient temple hidden within the Crystal Mountains. Inside the temple was a massive crystal ball, which was the key to controlling the energy. However, just as Jack approached the crystal ball, a group of mysterious creatures suddenly appeared. They resembled giant octopuses, with eyes that flickered with purple light. These creatures seemed to be guarding the crystal ball, preventing anyone from coming close. Jack engaged in a fierce battle with these mysterious beings. Using his intelligence and courage, he cleverly dodged their attacks and found their weaknesses. In the end, Jack successfully defeated the mysterious creatures and obtained the crystal ball. The moment of legendary Day 158 finally arrived, and a gigantic black hole appeared in the sky, with energy surging like a tide. Jack placed the crystal ball in a specific position within the temple, and it emitted a dazzling light, resonating with the black hole. Through Jack's efforts, the energy was successfully guided and controlled, and Sam Star avoided a disaster. Jack completed his mission, leaving Sam Star with a sense of awe and an infinite curiosity about the universe, piloting the Explorer away. However, the story of Sam Star's legendary Day 158 would forever be passed down in the universe. Chapter 159. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam Star. Its surface is covered by a colorful ocean of liquid metal. Towering crystal mountains shimmer with strange light, and enormous energy vortices float in the sky, resembling a dreamlike realm. Ike is a young and brave explorer on Sam Star. He has long purple hair and eyes that sparkle like the deep starry sky. In the culture of Sam Star, the number 159 is regarded as a symbol of luck and mission, and Ike's exploration number is indeed the legendary 159 of Sam Star. One day, Ike discovered a shocking secret in ancient texts. Deep within the core of Sam Star lies a mysterious power that can reshape the order of the universe. Legend has it that this power was left behind since the birth of the universe, and possessing it would grant control over time and space. Ike decided to embark on a journey to find this mysterious power. He piloted his small interstellar spaceship through a dangerous energy storm zone. The currents in the storm raged like dragons, constantly battering the ship's shields. Ike gripped the control stick tightly, and, with his exceptional piloting skills, narrowly escaped disaster time and again. Finally, he arrived at the entrance to the core of Sam Star. It was blocked by a powerful energy barrier, and only by solving an ancient riddle could he gain entry. Drawing on his deep understanding of Sam Star's history and culture, Ike pondered intensely and successfully solved the riddle. Entering the core area. Deep within the core, Ike saw a massive energy sphere radiating a soft, yet powerful light. However, just as he was about to approach it, a mysterious mechanical guardian appeared. This guardian was enormous, shimmering with metallic luster, and it attacked Ike. Ike quickly dodged while counterattacking with his energy weapon. After an intense battle, Ike cleverly found the guardian's weakness and defeated it. When he finally touched the energy sphere, a powerful consciousness surged into his mind. It turned out that this mysterious power had been sealed here by the cosmic guardians to prevent chaos in the universe. The guardian told Ike that only those with a just heart and the ability to maintain peace in the universe could possess this power. Ike firmly stated that he would use this power to protect Sam Star and the entire universe. The guardian acknowledged his determination and bestowed the power upon him. Ike returned to Sam Star with this powerful force, using it to restore the damaged ecological environment of the planet and help people lead better lives. From then on, Ike became a legendary hero of Sam Star, and his story spread throughout the universe, inspiring countless individuals to bravely pursue justice and peace. Chapter 160: The Legend of Sam Star 78. At the far end of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam Star. This planet is home to various strange creatures and supernatural phenomena. The history of Sam Star is divided into legendary eras. And now we have arrived at the legendary era 160, where the protagonist is a young explorer named Ike. Ike has blue hair and eyes that sparkle with curiosity. He heard that within the ancient caves of Sam Star lies a mysterious power that can grant eternal life, and disregarding the warnings of others. He resolutely embarked on his adventure. As Ike ventured deeper into the cave, the temperature suddenly dropped, and it felt as if countless eyes were watching him from the darkness. Suddenly, a massive tentacle stretched out from the stone wall, reaching for him. Ike quickly dodged, and the tentacle slammed into the ground with a dull thud. His heart raced, but he still gripped his energy sword tightly and continued to explore. Deep in the cave, Ike discovered a door radiating an eerie glow. The door was covered in runes he had never seen before, seemingly telling an ancient curse. When he pushed open the door, a pungent odor hit him, revealing a vast room with a transparent sphere floating in the center, containing a blurry figure. "You shouldn't be here, young man," a deep voice echoed in the room, as if it came from another world. Ike cautiously looked around and asked, "Who are you? Is this the legendary power of eternal life?" The voice sneered, "Eternal life? It's merely a bait to lure the greedy into endless terror." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the walls of the room began to shift, forming a maze. Countless ghosts floated out from the walls, shrieking as they rushed toward Ike. Ike swung his energy sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the ghosts. Each time the blade sliced through a ghost, a piercing scream echoed, but the ghosts kept coming. Just as Ike felt utterly exhausted, he suddenly noticed that the figure within the sphere seemed to be conveying some kind of message to him. He concentrated, trying to decipher the information. It turned out that to escape this terrifying place, he had to destroy the sphere, but that also meant breaking the ancient seal and releasing a more powerful evil force. Ike hesitated, but he knew that if he didn't do it, he would be trapped there forever. Gritting his teeth, he raised his energy sword and thrust it toward the sphere. At the moment the sphere shattered, a blinding light flashed, and a massive demon appeared before him. The demon roared, its enormous body bearing down on him. Ike did not back down. He unleashed the maximum energy of his sword and faced the demon in a final showdown. In the fierce battle, Ike, using his courage and wisdom, finally defeated the demon. The cave began to collapse, and Ike quickly escaped from the scene. When he returned to the surface of Sam Star once again, sunlight poured over him. He knew that this terrifying adventure would become an unforgettable memory of his life. And the legendary era 160 of Sam Star would become even more mysterious because of his experience. Chapter 161: In the distant eastern continent, there is a mysterious martial arts world. Here, sects abound and masters are numerous, with thrilling stories unfolding every day. However, no one expected that a storm from an alien planet was about to sweep through this seemingly peaceful martial world. Sam Star, a planet with highly advanced technology. In Area 161 of Sam Star, there lived a boy named Ike. Ike possessed extraordinary technological talent and invented a device capable of traversing time and space. During an accidental experiment, Ike was transported to this ancient martial arts world, dressed in strange clothing and wielding a technological weapon that shimmered with blue light. Ike appeared in a remote small town. His arrival aroused both curiosity and fear among the people, who regarded him as a monster. At that moment, a group of bandits stormed into the town, committing arson, theft, and murder without mercy. Ike could not tolerate their behavior and decided to intervene. He swung his technological weapon, emitting dazzling rays of light. The bandits were frightened by this strange attack and fell one by one. The townspeople's attitude toward Ike changed. They began to accept this boy from another star. News of this quickly reached the major sects in the martial world, and some with ulterior motives set their sights on Ike's technological weapon. Among them, the leader of the evil Black Wind stronghold was the most greedy. He led his henchmen to the town, aiming to seize Ike's weapon. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Facing numerous enemies, Ike showed no fear. He skillfully used the power of his technological weapon to engage in intense combat with the people of Black Wind Stronghold, just as Ike gradually gained the upper hand. The leader of Black Wind Stronghold resorted to a despicable trick and launched a sneak attack. Ike was injured and fell to the ground, and his weapon was stolen. While the leader of Black Wind Stronghold was gloating, the townspeople stood up one after another. They took up their weapons and fought desperately against the bandits. It turned out that during this time, Ike had earned the trust and friendship of the townspeople. Seeing everyone else's help, Ike was deeply moved. He endured the pain, stood up again, and activated the hidden power of his weapon. A powerful light flashed, and all the people of Black Wind Stronghold were repelled. After this battle, Ike realized that although this martial arts world lacked the technology of his hometown, it possessed deep emotions and a spirit of chivalry. He decided to stay temporarily in this world, using his technological power and chivalrous heart to protect the peace of this martial world. From then on, a legendary story spread throughout the martial world about Ike, a boy from Area 161 of Samstar. His name became a symbol of justice and courage. Chapter 162 Samstar Legend 79 In the depths of the distant universe lies a mysterious and fantastical planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with whimsical creatures and landscapes, multicolored rivers flowing with glowing liquid, giant mushrooms towering like skyscrapers, and talking clouds drifting in the sky. In Area 162 of Samstar lived a young explorer named Ike. Ike had a pair of lively big eyes and hair as vibrant as flickering flames of orange. His dream was to uncover all the hidden secrets of Samstar. One day, Ike discovered a legend in ancient documents. The legend said that deep within Samstar, there was a forgotten mysterious palace that housed a magical power capable of making the planet eternally prosperous. Excited, Ike immediately set off on an adventure to find the mysterious palace. He passed through a forest of cacti covered with sharp thorns. These cacti suddenly emitted colorful smoke, trying to block his path, but Ike skillfully dodged them. Then he arrived at a field of moving sand dunes, which rolled like giant monsters. Using his wisdom, Ike built a simple flying device to fly over this dangerous area. Along the way, Ike met a small elf named Gilu. Gilu had a transparent body and sparkling wings. It told Ike that it was also searching for the mysterious palace, hoping to use the palace's power to cure its sick family. So, Ike and Gilu journeyed together. They followed a singing stream whose melody seemed to guide them. Finally, they came before a towering mountain covered with strange runes. Ike carefully studied the runes and found a hidden passage. The passage was eerie and frightening, with ghost-like creatures drifting by from time to time. Ike and Gilu clung to each other and pressed on. When they finally emerged from the passage, a magnificent palace appeared before their eyes. The palace shone with golden light, as if telling an ancient story. However, the palace gates were sealed by a powerful magical spell. Ike and Gilu searched everywhere for a way to break the seal. They found an ancient stone tablet inscribed with a mysterious incantation. Ike recited the incantation, and the gates slowly opened. Inside the palace, they saw a huge crystal ball glowing with magical light. Ike knew this was the legendary magical power. He carefully held the crystal ball, but suddenly the palace began to shake. The guardian dragon had been awakened. The dragon spewed blazing fire and lunged at them. Ike and Gilu did not retreat. They used the power of the crystal ball and engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon. In the end, they defeated the dragon and returned to Area 162 of Samstar with the crystal ball. Ike used the power of the crystal ball to cure Gilu's family's illness and made Samstar more prosperous. From then on, Ike became a hero of Samstar, and his adventure story was passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 163 In the depths of the distant universe lies a mysterious planet named Samstar. Samstar is home to strange creatures and unimaginable technology. In the historical archives of this planet, the legendary figure Ike from Area 163 is caught up in a whimsical and suspenseful incident. Ike is a prodigious scientist on Samstar, with long blue hair and deep purple eyes, always bursting with astonishing creativity unexpectedly. One day, the energy core of Samstar suddenly showed abnormal fluctuations, putting the entire planet's technological systems at risk of collapse. Ike was urgently commissioned to investigate this mysterious event. During preliminary tests of the energy core, Ike discovered a strange string of code. The source of the code seemed to point to an ancient legend of Samstar. According to the legend, an evil interstellar ghost appears when the planet's energy is unstable, devouring the planet's energy. Ike was half believing, half doubting. But he knew this code was the key to unraveling the mystery. As the investigation deepened, Ike arrived at the forbidden Ghost Valley of Samstar. The place was filled with eerie atmosphere, and various strange creatures peeked at him from the darkness. Deep within Ghost Valley, Ike encountered a mysterious figure who claimed to be a traveler from another dimension, knowing the truth about the energy core anomaly. The traveler told Ike that this was all an interstellar conspiracy. An evil organization was attempting to destroy Samstar's energy core to trigger chaos in the universe, thereby achieving their goal of ruling the cosmos. The strange code was a signal they had left behind. Ike decided to cooperate with the traveler to stop this evil organization's plot. Following the clues in the code, they tracked down a mysterious spaceship hidden deep in the universe. When they boarded the ship, they found it deserted. But all kinds of strange instruments and devices made them realize this was the origin of the conspiracy. In the center of the spaceship, there was a massive energy matrix, flickering with eerie lights. Ike and the traveler cautiously approached the matrix, trying to figure out how to shut it down. Just then, the spaceship suddenly activated and began to accelerate towards Samstar. It turned out they had fallen into the enemy's trap. The spaceship was set to automatically fly to Samstar and detonate the energy matrix, completely destroying the planet as soon as someone approached the matrix. In a critical moment, Ike unleashed his creativity. He used materials from the spaceship to temporarily assemble an energy disruptor, successfully interfering with the operation of the energy matrix. With a violent tremor, the spaceship was destroyed and the energy matrix ceased to function. Samstar returned to its former tranquility, and Ike became the hero of the planet. The mysterious traveler also vanished into the universe after completing the mission. Ike knew that countless mysteries awaited him to unravel in the universe, but he was ready to face the challenges. Chapter 163, The Legend of Samstar. In the distant depths of the universe, there lies a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is colorful, with enormous crystal islands floating in the sky, and strange creatures weaving through rivers of flowing fluorescent liquid. In the long history of Samstar, the region numbered 163 is known for a legendary story about Ike. Ike is a small but determined Samstar inhabitant. He lived in a small village on the edge of Area 163, which often suffered from mysterious energy storms originating from the depths of the universe. The villagers were in despair, their homes destroyed, and crops unable to grow. Ike vowed from a young age to find a solution to the storms. One night, Ike received a mysterious guidance in a dream, directing him to the ancient ruins in Area 163. Thus, he embarked on a journey full of unknowns. Along the way, he encountered various strange creatures. There were giant winged spiders whose silk could corrode metal, and jellyfish-like beings that could become invisible and release a sleep-inducing gas. But with his wisdom and courage, Ike repeatedly turned peril into safety. Finally, he arrived at the ancient ruins. A mysterious aura filled the ruins, with enormous stone pillars covered in strange symbols. Deep within the ruins, Ike discovered an ancient book radiating a blue light. When he opened the book, a bright light flashed, and a holographic image appeared before him. The elder in the image told Ike that the mysterious energy storms were caused by an evil energy entity in the universe, and only by finding 3 ancient energy keys could it be sealed. Following the clues in the ancient book, Ike began searching for the 3 keys. The first key was hidden inside a moving volcano. The volcano erupted with scorching lava, and Ike donned a special heat-resistant suit, risking his life to venture deep into the volcano. At the core of the volcano, he found the first key, shining with a golden light. The second key was located in a forest formed by twisted time. In this forest, the flow of time was different from the outside world. Every step Ike took could mean a day or even a year had passed. With tenacity, he found the second key amidst the chaotic time. The last key was on a satellite of Samstar. Ike piloted his homemade spaceship through a dangerous asteroid belt and finally landed on the satellite. In the icy caves of the satellite, he located the final key. Ike returned to Area 163 with the 3 keys. At the center of the raging mysterious energy storm, he inserted the 3 keys into specific positions. A massive beam of energy shot into the sky, successfully sealing the evil energy entity. From then on, Area 163 regained its former peace and prosperity, and Ike became the hero of Samstar, with his legendary story spreading throughout the universe. Chapter 164. In the vast depths of the universe, there exists a mysterious planet called Samstar. On Samstar, there are strange creatures and mysterious energy. And the legend of Samstar tells of an existence chosen by an ancient prophecy. Ike is a small but determined boy who lives in a village on the edge of Samstar. The village is often plagued by terrifying creatures from the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm is a forbidden place on Samstar, said to be sealed with ancient evil powers. Once a creature intrudes, it will be consumed by endless fear. One night, the seal of the Shadow Realm suddenly loosened, and a group of ghostly shadow creatures surged through the cracks, causing the villagers to fall into endless panic. Ike's parents also tragically lost their lives in this disaster. Heartbroken, Ike decided to embark on a journey to the Shadow Realm to eliminate this threat once and for all. Guided by a reclusive sage, Ike obtained an energy sword that shone with a mysterious light. This sword was an artifact left by the ancient gods of Samstar, said to be wielded only by those with pure courage. As Ike stepped into the Shadow Realm, a chill enveloped him instantly. The surrounding space twisted and contorted, and terrifying illusions flashed before his eyes. Huge shadow monsters lunged from the darkness, and Ike swung the energy sword, its light illuminating the dark. With each swing, he shattered some shadows, but new ones kept emerging. Deep within the Shadow Realm, Ike encountered a massive Shadow King. Its body resembled a black vortex, exuding a suffocating aura of evil. The Shadow King let out a piercing roar, attempting to destroy Ike's will with a powerful mental attack. Ike gripped the energy sword tightly. Recalling the smiles of his parents and the hopeful gazes of the villagers, courage burned fiercely in his heart. He focused his energy and launched a fierce attack on the Shadow King. The energy sword clashed violently with the Shadow King's dark power, light and darkness intertwining. After a thrilling battle, Ike finally discovered the Shadow King's weakness. Using all his strength, he plunged the energy sword into the core of the Shadow King. The Shadow King let out a terrible scream and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. With the disappearance of the Shadow King, the cracks in the Shadow Realm began to heal, and the released shadow creatures vanished. Ike returned to the village with the joy of victory, and the villagers cheered with delight, holding a grand celebration in Ike's honor. From then on, Samstar returned to its former tranquility, and Ike became a legendary hero on Samstar, his story resonating across the stars, inspiring generations to bravely face their fears. Chapter 165. The Legend of Samstar. In the distant depths of the universe, there lies a mysterious planet called Samstar. It shines like a gem radiating strange light, filled with the unknown and danger. Jack, an explorer from Earth, is a young man curious about the universe. He stumbled upon an ancient star map that vaguely pointed to Samstar. Jack decided to embark on this unknown journey, piloting his modified small spaceship through countless star systems until he finally arrived near Samstar. When he landed on Samstar, the sight before him left him in awe. The sky was purple, and enormous mushroom-like plants grew on the ground, emitting a faint blue glow. Jack cautiously explored forward when suddenly, he heard a strange sound, like the roar of some creature. Following the sound, Jack discovered a massive cave. The cave flickered with eerie light, and he mustered his courage to step inside. Deep in the cave, he saw a gigantic crystal ball, in which strange images constantly appeared. Just then, a transparent being emerged, its eyes like two burning stars. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" The transparent creature spoke in a strange language, and to Jack's surprise, he understood its words perfectly. Jack explained his purpose for coming, and the transparent creature told Jack that this was the energy core of Samstar, and the images he saw in the crystal ball were the past and future of Samstar. In the history of Samstar, there had been a great disaster that plunged it into chaos. Now, Samstar was facing a new crisis as an evil force was approaching, which would destroy the entire planet. The transparent creature told Jack that only by finding the legendary Samstar artifact 165 could the planet be saved. Without hesitation, Jack agreed. And under the guidance of the transparent creature, he began his journey to find the Samstar artifact 165. He traversed dangerous swamps and climbed towering peaks, finally discovering the Samstar artifact 165 in an ancient ruin. It was a sword that shone with a golden light, with a huge gem embedded in the hilt. When Jack returned to the energy core with the sword, the evil force had already descended. It was a group of dark creatures that exuded a terrifying aura. Jack wielded the sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the dark creatures. During the fight, the sword constantly released powerful energy, and in the end, Jack successfully repelled the evil force and saved Samstar. The transparent creature looked at Jack with gratitude and told him that he could take the sword back to Earth. Jack piloted his spaceship away from Samstar, and his adventure became a legendary story in the universe. Chapter 166. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a fantastical planet called Samstar. On this planet, strange creatures roam, and mysterious energy abounds, with whimsical adventure stories unfolding every day. In the historical archives of Samstar, the protagonist of the legendary stories is the brave and fearless Ike. Ike is a small, slender boy with resolute eyes, living in a small village on the edge of Samstar. The village is often troubled by monsters called shadow beasts, which can turn invisible in the dark and launch sudden attacks, causing great suffering to the villagers. One night, the shadow beasts attacked again, plunging the entire village into chaos. Seeing the terrified faces of the villagers ignited a fighting spirit within Ike. He picked up a makeshift weapon and resolutely charged towards the shadow beasts. Just as he was engaged in a fierce battle with them, a mysterious light shot out from an ancient ruin in the village, enveloping him. When the light dissipated, Ike found himself in a mysterious space filled with floating strange runes and energy crystals. An ancient and authoritative voice resounded. "Young man, you have the courage to fight evil. I will grant you special powers." After saying this, a surge of energy flowed into Ike's body, filling him with unprecedented strength. Ike returned to the village, where the shadow beasts were wreaking havoc even more furiously. He shouted loudly, releasing the mysterious power within him, and a brilliant light instantly illuminated the darkness. Exposing the shadow beasts, Ike wielded his weapon and easily defeated the shadow beasts, and the villagers cheered with joy. However, Ike knew this was just the beginning. He had heard that in the center of Samstar, an evil force was awakening, which could bring disaster to the entire planet. Thus, he embarked on an adventure journey to the center of Samstar. Along the way, Ike faced various challenges. He crossed the fiery canyon, where the lava could swallow him at any moment. He traversed the snowy mountains, where the cold winds nearly froze him. But with his tenacity and mysterious powers, Ike overcame one danger after another. Finally, he arrived at the center of Samstar, where he encountered the source of the evil force, a gigantic dark dragon. The dark dragon spewed dark flames that obliterated everything around it. Ike was undaunted. He concentrated and unleashed all his power, engaging in a thrilling battle with the dark dragon. After an intense fight, Ike finally defeated the dark dragon and saved Samstar. He became the hero of Samstar, and his legendary story, the Samstar legend, was passed down through generations on the planet, inspiring countless young people to bravely pursue justice and embark on their own adventures. Chapter 167, The Samstar Legend 82. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. The timeline of this planet is vastly different from that of Earth, divided into countless legendary eras, with the 167th era being one filled with miracles and adventures. Ike is a child from an ordinary family on Samstar. He is small in stature, but has bright, curious eyes. The sky of Samstar often sparkles with strange lights, and the ground is covered with dancing plants and rivers that spew flames. In this whimsical world, Ike dreamed of becoming an interstellar explorer since he was young. One day, while playing in his backyard, Ike accidentally discovered a mysterious cave. The cave emitted a soft blue light, as if calling to him. Filled with excitement and trepidation, Ike entered the cave, where he found a huge machine adorned with mysterious runes. As he approached the machine, a beam of light flashed, and he was transported to an unknown star system. In this star system, there was a planet shrouded in enormous crystals. The crystals refracted colorful lights, breathtakingly beautiful. However, when Ike tried to approach, a group of mechanical guardians appeared. These mechanical guardians had peculiar shapes. Some resembled giant crabs, while others looked like winged lizards. Using some tricks he had learned on Samstar, Ike cleverly evaded the attacks of the mechanical guardians. During his exploration, he encountered a mysterious creature. This creature was completely transparent and could read his thoughts. It told Ike that this crystal planet was the remnant of an ancient civilization, containing energy that could save countless planets. However, to obtain this energy, he must pass 3 trials. The first trial was to navigate through a maze made of phantoms. The phantoms manifested Ike's deepest fears, but with unwavering faith, he successfully found his way out of the maze. The second trial was to battle a giant energy monster. Ike used the surrounding environment to find the monster's weakness and ultimately defeated it. When he arrived at the third trial, he discovered it was a mechanism that required solving a puzzle. Ike used his wisdom to solve the puzzle and successfully obtained the mysterious energy. Just then, he was transported back to Samstar by a beam of light. Upon returning to Samstar, Ike found the planet facing a massive crisis. A gigantic meteor was heading towards it. Without hesitation, he used the mysterious energy to create a massive shield, successfully blocking the meteor. From that day on, Ike became the hero of Samstar, and the 167th era of the Samstar legend was forever remembered because of his story. Chapter 168. In the vast rivers and lakes of the Central Plains, various sects are in constant conflict. But a strange event from beyond the heavens has disrupted the original tranquility of the martial world. Samstar, a distant and mysterious planet. In its 168th region lies a warrior named Ike. Ike is born with the ability to manipulate strange energy, which is considered taboo on Samstar, leading to his exclusion. However, Ike did not succumb to fate. He yearned to prove himself, so he piloted a strange spacecraft, traversing the endless universe to arrive in the Central Plains. Ike's spacecraft landed in a remote valley, and as soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a group of mysterious men in black. These men were subordinates of an evil organization in the martial world called the Dark Moon Sect, who believed Ike was a master come to steal their treasure. Ike did not understand their intentions, and both sides quickly engaged in combat. Ike waved his hands, and strange energy gathered in his palms, forming beams of light that shot towards the man in black. The man in black was pushed back repeatedly by this unprecedented technique. Upon learning of the situation, the Dark Moon Sect dispatched their top experts to deal with Ike. This expert wielded a sharp longsword, with extremely fierce sword techniques. Although Ike was unfamiliar with the martial arts of the Central Plains, his unusual energy allowed him to remain competitive in the battle. Just as both sides were in a stalemate, disciples from the famous chivalrous sect, the Qingfeng Pavilion, passed by the area. Seeing the Dark Moon Sect overwhelming Ike with numbers, the disciples stepped in to help. Ike fought alongside the disciples of the Qingfeng Pavilion, gradually gaining the upper hand. The Dark Moon Sect's expert, sensing the unfavorable situation, attempted to flee. Ike unleashed his strange energy, trapping him in a massive energy beam. After this battle, Ike made friends with the disciples of the Qingfeng Pavilion. They were very curious about Ike's strange abilities, and Ike also developed a strong interest in the martial arts of the Central Plains. He followed the disciples of the Qingfeng Pavilion back to their sect and began learning the martial arts of the Central Plains. He combined his strange energy with the martial arts of the Central Plains to create a unique set of techniques. However, the Dark Moon Sect did not give up easily. They colluded with other evil forces in the martial world, preparing to unite and attack the Qingfeng Pavilion. After learning of this news, Ike decided to step forward. In the battle, Ike showcased his unique techniques, with strange energy complementing his fierce martial arts. He moved through the enemy ranks like a war god, defeating each enemy one by one. Ultimately, Ike and the disciples of the Qingfeng Pavilion successfully repelled the evil forces, defending the Qingfeng Pavilion. Ike also left behind his own legendary story in the martial world of the Central Plains, and his mysterious identity from Samstar 168 became a topic of conversation among people in the martial world. Chapter 169, The Legend of Samstar. In the depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and distant planet called Samstar. Samstar has strange ecology and unique civilization, and in the historical records of this planet, there is a terrifying story known as the Legend of Samstar 163. With a young explorer named Ike as the protagonist. Ike is a person full of curiosity and adventurous spirit. Hearing that there is an ancient forbidden relic on Samstar, said to hide secrets capable of overturning the understanding of the universe, he resolutely embarked on the journey to the relic, despite warnings from those around him about the unknown terrors that awaited. When Ike arrived at the entrance of the relic, a chilling aura rushed toward him, and the surrounding stones seemed to emit a low, mournful wail. He cautiously stepped into the relic, the stone slabs beneath his feet creaking ominously in the silence. Suddenly, the ancient runes on the walls began to flicker with eerie red light, causing Ike's heart to race. As he ventured deeper into the relic, Ike discovered a massive hall, with a mysterious statue standing in the center. The statue's face was twisted, as if enduring endless suffering. Just as he approached the statue, its eyes suddenly opened, shooting out two beams of cold light, and countless ghosts rose from the ground, shrieking and lunging at Ike. Terrified, Ike swung his weapon, but the ghosts passed through his body, sending a bone-chilling coldness through him. Just when Ike thought he would perish there, he discovered a hidden passage in the corner. He dashed into it without a second thought, the passage filled with a pungent odor, with strange creatures occasionally crawling along the walls. Ike ran through the passage, and suddenly, he entered a room filled with various strange instruments. In the center of the instruments was a massive screen displaying the image of a mysterious figure. The mysterious figure told Ike that this was the experimental site of an ancient civilization of Samstar, where they had conducted a forbidden experiment in an attempt to control the power of life and death, but the experiment had failed, leading to the terrifying disaster that now enveloped the relic. Ike's arrival had triggered the defense mechanism of the relic. The mysterious figure also said that only by finding 3 ancient keys could the defense system of the relic be shut down. Guided by the mysterious figure, Ike searched for the keys in various corners of the relic. Each key's search was filled with terror and challenges. He encountered soul-devouring monsters and traps that could manipulate time. Finally, Ike gathered all 3 keys. When he inserted the keys into their corresponding slots, the relic began to shake violently, the ghosts gradually dissipated, and the terrifying scenes slowly vanished. Ike successfully escaped the relic, but this terrifying experience would be forever etched in his heart. And the story of the legend of Sam Star spread throughout the universe, becoming a chilling legend. Chapter 170. On a morning when sunlight filled the campus, sophomore Lin Xiao was troubled by the upcoming physics competition. He was an ordinary boy, with average grades, and inconspicuous among his peers. However, as he lay on his desk sighing, a strange beam of light suddenly shot into the classroom from outside, followed by a small creature radiating blue light appearing on his desk. "Hello, Earthling, my name is Ike, from the legend of Sam Star 170. The small creature said in a clear voice. Lin Xiao was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw, while his classmates seemed completely oblivious to Ike's presence. Ike informed Lin Xiao that Sam Star was facing an unprecedented crisis, with evil dark forces attempting to invade their planet. He was sent to find the key power to save the planet, and during his travels in the universe, he accidentally arrived on Earth and chose Lin Xiao. "Why me?" Lin Xiao asked, bewildered. "Because you possess a special energy fluctuation that resonates with the key power to save Sam Star," Ike explained. From that moment on, Lin Xiao's life changed completely. During the day, he attended classes and faced various exams as usual. At night, Ike would take him into a mysterious training space, teaching him to control the mysterious energy of Sam Star. At first, Lin Xiao was clumsy, often releasing the energy chaotically, but under Ike's patient guidance, he gradually mastered the skills. As time passed, Lin Xiao's abilities grew stronger. However, just when he thought he was ready, the dark forces detected Ike's whereabouts and sent minions to Earth. One day on his way home from school, several strange men in black suddenly appeared before Lin Xiao, their eyes fierce, exuding an aura of fear. "Hand over Ike, or the Earth will fall into eternal damnation," the leader of the men in black said coldly. Lin Xiao tightly protected Ike and shouted, "I want to let you succeed." A fierce battle ensued. Lin Xiao summoned the energy of Sam Star within him, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the men in black. Initially, he struggled, but recalling the crisis on Sam Star and Ike's trust in him, he unleashed unprecedented power. In the end, he successfully repelled the men in black. After this battle, Lin Xiao became more confident, and his academic performance soared. He realized that everyone has infinite potential, as long as they bravely explore it. The story of him and Ike continued, as they faced more challenges together, writing a whimsical legendary tale of youth. Chapter 171. The Legend of Sam Star 84. In the ancient Middle-earth continent, the martial world was ever-changing, with various sects competing for prominence. However, a strange celestial phenomenon broke the tranquility of this martial world. One night, a colorful light suddenly streaked across the sky, landing on the misty Piao Miao Peak. Curious individuals from the martial world rushed there to investigate and discovered a peculiar metal box inscribed with unrecognizable symbols. Just as everyone was puzzled, the box suddenly opened, and a person radiating strange light emerged from within, introducing himself as Ike, from the legend of Sam Star 171. Eik stands tall, with a mysterious aura in his eyes. He speaks a peculiar language that no one can understand, but he can communicate with everyone through telepathy. He tells them that his spaceship encountered a time-space turbulence while traversing the stars, forcing him to land on this unfamiliar land. Ike's arrival attracts the attention of various forces in the martial arts world. Some unscrupulous individuals attempt to gain the mysterious power he possesses, while some righteous people wish to protect him and help him find a way back home. Lin Yu, a young disciple of the Huashan sect, is a boy full of justice. He steps forward to escort Eik in search of clues to return home. As they journey on, they encounter all sorts of strange events. In an ancient forest, they meet a talking giant python. The python tells them that to help Eik return home, they must find 3 ancient divine weapons: the Star Sword, the Moonlight Knife, and the Gale Dagger. To find these 3 weapons, Lin Yu and Eik embark on a perilous journey. They first arrive at the eerie Ghost Cry Valley, where it is said the Star Sword is hidden in an ancient tomb within the valley. The valley is shrouded in thick fog, and eerie cries can be heard from time to time. They proceed cautiously but encounter traps and ghosts guarding the tomb. Eik uses his mysterious powers from Sam Star to defuse one crisis after another and ultimately finds the Star Sword. Next, they arrive at the vast cold pool, where the Moonlight Knife lies at the bottom. Lin Yu, using his superb martial arts, dives to the bottom but is attacked by a water monster. Eik uses his technological weapons to help Lin Yu defeat the monster and retrieves the Moonlight Knife. Finally, they arrive at a howling desert where the Gale Dagger is guarded by a group of mysterious assassins. In an intense battle, Lin Yu and Eik work seamlessly together and finally seize the Gale Dagger. With all 3 divine weapons gathered, a mysterious light rises into the sky. opening a time-space portal back to Samstar. Eik gratefully looks at Lin Yu, bids him farewell, and steps into the portal. Lin Yu watches Ike's departing figure, filled with emotion. This extraordinary experience with the visitor from Samstar becomes a legendary tale passed down through the martial arts world for generations. Chapter 172. In a sun-drenched campus, Lin Xiao and his friends are excitedly preparing for their upcoming graduation trip. They plan to go camping by the sea. But a sudden strange storm changes everything. After the storm, Lin Xiao finds himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The sky around him is a dreamy purple, and the ground is covered with colorful, oddly shaped plants. Just as he feels anxious, a mysterious voice rings out. "Welcome to Samstar, Earthling." Lin Xiao looks in the direction of the voice and sees a small creature less than a meter tall, with a head as round as a light bulb and large, bright eyes. It introduces itself as Eik, a resident of Samstar. Eik tells Lin Xiao that this storm has created a time-space rift, bringing him here. Eik takes Lin Xiao on a tour of Samstar. They arrive at a floating crystal city, where the buildings are made of transparent crystal, shimmering in the sunlight. On the streets, various oddly shaped flying vehicles whiz by. Eik explains that the Samstar people rely on cosmic energy to power everything, and their technology far surpasses that of Earth. However, the peaceful life does not last long. The evil forces of Samstar learn of Lin Xiao's arrival and believe he possesses a special power that could disrupt the balance of Samstar, plotting to capture him to fulfill their ambitions. Eik decides to join forces with Lin Xiao to resist the evil forces. They embark on an exciting adventure. During an intense battle, Lin Xiao discovers that the physics knowledge he learned on Earth has unexpected effects in the unique environment of Samstar. He uses the principles of levers and energy conversion to help Eik solve many problems. As the battles progress, the friendship between Lin Xiao and Eik deepens. They face countless dangers and challenges together, gradually uncovering the plans of the evil forces. Ultimately, in a decisive battle, Lin Xiao and Eik, relying on their wisdom and courage, successfully defeat the evil forces and save Samstar. Just when Lin Xiao thinks he will stay on Samstar forever, the time-space rift reappears. Eik tells Lin Xiao that this is his chance to return to Earth. Lin Xiao feels reluctant, but knows that his home is on Earth. As they part, Eik gives Lin Xiao a small energy crystal, saying it can protect him in critical moments. Lin Xiao crosses the time-space rift and returns to his familiar campus. When he reunites with his friends, he knows that this fantastical experience on Samstar will become the most precious memory of his youth. The small energy crystal in his pocket also glimmers with a faint light, as if telling the tale of that whimsical interstellar adventure. Chapter 173. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is enveloped by a strange energy shield, and the creatures and scenery within it are beyond imagination. Samstar has a special numbering system, where 173 represents a legendary being named Ik. Eik is an anomaly on Samstar, possessing the ability to manipulate time. According to ancient legends on Samstar, only beings with pure hearts and strong wills can master this ability. Ike's origins have always been a mystery. He suddenly appeared in an ancient ruin on Samstar and was discovered and raised by a wise elder. One day, a crack suddenly appears in Samstar's energy shield, and an evil dark energy begins to seep in. Wherever this energy goes, the consciousness of living beings is distorted and beautiful scenes turn desolate. The rulers of Samstar summon all capable warriors, hoping they can find a way to resolve the crisis, but all return empty-handed. Upon learning this news, Eik decides to embark on a quest to find a solution. He traverses the most dangerous misty forest on Samstar, where trees extend vines to attack intruders. He also crosses a boiling lava river, where the scorching lava could swallow him at any moment. During his journey, Eik encounters a mysterious little sprite. The sprite tells him that at the end of the universe, there is a tower of time, inside which lies a sacred artifact that can repair the energy shield. However, the tower of time is surrounded by a time vortex, and only those who can manipulate time can enter. Using his time manipulation abilities, Eik successfully crosses the time vortex and arrives at the Tower of Time. However, it is not smooth sailing inside the tower. A massive mechanical guardian blocks his path, and the guardian's attack speed is incredibly fast, making it difficult for Eik to defend himself. Just as he is about to give in, he suddenly comprehends the true essence of time. Time can not only be manipulated, but also be stopped. He uses his ability to freeze the guardian's movements and successfully finds the sacred artifact. When Eik returns to Samstar with the artifact, the dark energy has already corroded most of the planet. He immediately activates the artifact and the light emitted by the artifact fiercely battles the dark energy. After a thrilling struggle, the light from the artifact gradually gains the upper hand, the energy shield is repaired, and Samstar regains its former vitality. Eik becomes the hero of Samstar, and his name is engraved on the honor wall of Samstar. His legendary story spreads throughout the universe, inspiring countless brave explorers to pursue the unknown mysteries. Chapter 174. In the depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with fantastical creatures and strange landscapes, and the area numbered 174 is known as the Land of Legends. For it is here that a legendary figure named Eik was born. When Eik was born, a colorful meteor streaked across the sky of the 174th region of Samstar, which the local elders regarded as a special omen. From a young age, Eik displayed extraordinary abilities. He could communicate with the mysterious energy beings that guarded Samstar, typically hidden among the mountains and rivers. As he grew older, Eik discovered that Samstar was facing a tremendous crisis. Dark forces from a distant galaxy learned of the immense energy contained within Samstar and sought to plunder it. These dark forces dispatched an army of mechanical monsters that severely damaged the planet's ecology wherever they went. Eik decided to stand up against them and embarked on a journey to find ways to combat the dark forces. Along the way, he met a group of like-minded companions, including Toby, a robot skilled in creating high-tech weapons, Luna, a fairy girl who could manipulate natural elements, and Brew, a giant of immense strength. They first arrived at the source of energy, the Lake of Life, where the water contained powerful healing and defensive energy. After communicating with the guardian of the Lake of Life, Eik obtained the Water of Life, which could temporarily enhance the abilities of his companions. Next, they reached the temporary base of the dark forces. The mechanical monsters sensed their arrival and sprang into action. Eik commanded his companions. Toby used his weapons to attack the monsters' weaknesses, Luna manipulated the wind elements to blow the monsters off balance, and Brew charged into the crowd of monsters, taking them down one by one. However, the leader of the dark forces, the mechanical overlord, appeared. It was enormous and exuded an evil aura, easily withstanding their attacks. Just when everyone was in a predicament, Eik suddenly felt a resonance with the energy beings of Samstar within him. He summoned the mysterious power hidden within himself, and a dazzling light erupted from him. Using this power, Eik created a massive energy shield that rebounded the mechanical overlord's attacks. At the same time, he condensed an energy sword and charged at the mechanical overlord. After a fierce battle, Eik finally pierced the core of the mechanical overlord with the energy sword, causing the Dark Forces army to disintegrate in an instant. Peace returned to Samstar, and Eik became the hero of Samstar. His legendary story spread throughout the planet, inspiring generations of Samstar inhabitants to bravely face challenges and protect their home. The story of Samstar's Legend 174, Eik, also became an eternal tale in the universe. Chapter 175. The Legend of Samstar 86. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is shrouded in a strange purple halo, and legends say it hides countless terrifying secrets. In the annals of Samstar's history, the year 175 is particularly special. In this year, the fate of a boy named Eik is closely intertwined with the planet's terrifying crisis. Eik is a child from an ordinary family on Samstar, but he possesses an extraordinary curiosity. One day, he discovered an ancient book emitting a ghostly glow in the ancient ruins at the edge of the planet. The words on the book flickered erratically, and as soon as Eik touched it, a powerful force pulled him into a strange space. When Eik opened his eyes again, he found himself in a sinister underground maze. The walls flickered with eerie green flames, and chilling sounds echoed. Filled with fear, Eik gathered his courage and pressed on, driven by a strong desire to survive. Deep within the maze, Eik encountered a translucent ghost. The ghost told him that this was the prison of the evil power sealed on Samstar, and his arrival had broken the seal, releasing a terrifying dark force. This force was devouring the life energy of Samstar, and only by finding 3 mysterious keys and wresting the evil could the planet be saved. Eik set out on a quest to find the keys. The first key was hidden on a snow-covered peak. When he reached the summit, a giant ice monster suddenly appeared. The ice monster exuded a bone-chilling cold, and it lunged at Eik with its massive icy claws. Eik deftly dodged the monster's attacks with his agility and wits, ultimately finding the first key hidden in an ice cave. The second key was in a fog-filled swamp. The swamp was permeated with a foul odor, and massive tentacles occasionally emerged from the mud. Eik proceeded cautiously, but suddenly, a huge swamp monster erupted from the muck beneath him. The monster opened its gaping maw, intending to swallow Ike whole. Thinking quickly, Ike used vines and stones from the swamp to successfully defeat the monster and obtain the second key. By the time Ike found the third key, the dark force had already engulfed much of Samstar. He quickly returned to the underground maze and inserted the 3 keys into the ancient sealing device. Just then, the dark force transformed into a massive demon that appeared before him. The demon let out a deafening roar and launched a fierce attack on Ike. Unafraid, Ike focused his mind, awakening the mysterious power within him, and engaged in a thrilling battle with the demon. After a fierce struggle, Ike successfully led the demon, and peace returned to Samstar. Ike became the hero of Samstar, and his legendary story was passed down through generations on the planet, warning future generations to respect the terrifying powers that had been sealed. Chapter 176. In the depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with fantastical colors, strange creatures, mountains shining with rainbow hues, and rivers flowing with luminous liquid. In the historical archives of Samstar, the legendary figure Ike, numbered 176, is experiencing a thrilling adventure. Ike is a small-framed boy with a determined look in his eyes. He lives in a small village on the edge of Samstar, but his peaceful life is shattered by a group of raiders from the dark galaxy. These raiders pilot enormous black spaceships, and wherever they go, the resources of Samstar are frantically plundered, and the villagers suffer persecution. Watching his home being destroyed ignited a fire of rage in Ike's heart. He heard that a mysterious power hidden in the ancient ruins of Samstar was enough to combat the raiders from the dark galaxy. Therefore, he resolutely set off on an adventure to find the mysterious power. Along the way, Ike encountered various strange creatures. In the misty forest, he met a talking tree spirit. The tree spirit told him that to enter the ancient ruins, he must first pass the trial of the Fire Valley. Ike did not back down. He bravely walked into the Fire Valley. In the valley, fierce flames rushed towards him, and every step was fraught with danger. But with his tenacious will, Ike successfully passed the trial. When he arrived at the ancient ruins, he found that they were shrouded in a powerful magical barrier. Just as he was at a loss, a flying little unicorn appeared. The little unicorn told Ike that he must find 3 mysterious keys to unlock the magical barrier. Ike set off again, facing countless hardships, and finally found the 3 keys. He unlocked the magical barrier and entered the ancient ruins. Deep within the ruins, he discovered a massive crystal ball. The moment he touched the crystal ball, a powerful force surged into his body. He gained the ability to control elements and became the guardian of Samstar. Ike returned to the village with this mysterious power. At that moment, the raiders from the dark galaxy attacked again. Ike stood before the villagers, waved his hands, and flames erupted from the ground, surrounding the raider's spaceship. Then, he summoned a fierce wind that caused the spaceship to sway precariously. The raiders were intimidated by Ike's immense power and fled in panic. Peace returned to Samstar, and Ike became a legend among the people. His story was passed down from generation to generation on Samstar, inspiring countless young people to bravely pursue justice and protect their homeland. And Ike knew that more adventures awaited him in the future, but he was already prepared. Chapter 176. Legend of Samstar 87. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious and brilliant planet called Samstar. In the 176th era of Samstar, technology was highly advanced, and interstellar travel was as common as daily life. Yet people's longing for true love remained unchanged. Ike was a young and brave interstellar explorer on Samstar. He had deep blue eyes as vast as the universe and short golden hair that shimmered in the sunlight. Ike's dream was to explore every corner of the universe and discover unknown mysteries. By chance, during an interstellar voyage, Ike encountered a rare space-time storm. The storm swept his spaceship into a mysterious wormhole. When he regained consciousness from the chaos, he found himself on an unfamiliar planet. This planet was home to strange creatures and beautiful natural scenery. Colorful flowers emitted enchanting fragrances, and clear streams sparkled like silver under the sunlight. On this planet, Ike met a girl named Leah. Leah had long, shiny black hair and kind, gentle eyes. She was the planet's guardian, responsible for protecting its ecological balance. Ike was attracted by Leah's beauty and kindness, and Leah was curious about this explorer from afar. As time passed, Ike and Leah gradually fell in love. They strolled together across the planet, admiring the beautiful landscapes. They explored mysterious caves, searching for ancient treasures. Ike told Leah stories of Samstar, while Leah introduced Ike to the unique culture of her planet. Their love shone like stars in the night sky, bright and warm. However, happiness was always fleeting. Ike's spaceship was repaired, and he had to return to Samstar. Ike was torn by a painful choice, reluctant to leave Leah, yet unable to abandon his mission. Leah saw his conflict and encouraged Ike to return to his own planet and fulfill his dreams. At the moment of parting, Ike and Leah embraced tightly, tears welling in their eyes. Ike vowed he would return to find Leah. Back on Samstar, Ike missed Leah day and night. He studied space-time travel technology diligently, hoping to return to that planet. After countless days and nights of effort, Ike finally succeeded. He piloted his spaceship through the wormhole and returned to Leah's side. When Ike appeared before Leah again, she was moved to tears. They embraced tightly as if time had stopped. From then on, Ike and Leah lived happily on that beautiful planet, and their love story became a legend on Samstar. Chapter 177. In a youthful campus bathed in sunlight along every street and alley, countless strange and amusing stories unfold every day. This time, the protagonist was Lin Xiao, a high school sophomore full of wild ideas. Lin Xiao had a secret base, actually the basement of his house, filled with old things. One day, he found a mysterious dusty box in the corner, with strange characters engraved on it. Legend of Samstar 177. Driven by strong curiosity, Lin Xiao opened the box, and a strange blue light flashed. A tiny figure appeared before him. This little figure called himself Ike, from the distant Samstar. Ike had a round body, antenna-like ears on his head, eyes like two bright gems, and a mouth chattering nonstop. Wow, is this Earth? It's completely different from our Samstar. Lin Xiao was both surprised and delighted, and from then on, he and Ike became inseparable friends. Campus life was already colorful, but with Ike's arrival, it became even livelier. During breaks, Lin Xiao would secretly hide Ike in his pocket and bring him to class. Once, while the teacher was writing on the blackboard, Ike suddenly popped his head out of Lin Xiao's pocket, curiously looking around. Unfortunately, the mischievous Wang Chong in the back row saw him and shouted, "Lin Xiao, you have a monster in your pocket." The whole class turned their eyes to Lin Xiao. The teacher angrily approached. "Lin Xiao, what are you doing?" Lin Xiao blushed deeply, not knowing how to explain. At that moment, Ike used a little magic to make the chalk fly around the classroom automatically. The students were fascinated by this magical scene and forgot what had just happened, leaving the teacher both amused and helpless. After school, Lin Xiao and Ike would go to the playground together. Ike showed off a flying skateboard from Samstar, carrying Lin Xiao as they flew through the air above the playground. They looked like two free little birds, drawing cheers from the classmates. However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day, a group of mysterious men in black came to the school, seemingly aware of Ike's presence. They cornered Lin Xiao and Ike in a playground corner. Lin Xiao tightly protected Ike, fearlessly saying, "Don't think about hurting Ike." Ike also gathered courage and used the mysterious powers of Samstar to fight fiercely against the men in black. In the end, they successfully drove them away. After this ordeal, Lin Xiao and Ike's friendship grew even deeper. They continued to create lively and humorous youthful legends on campus. And the story of Legend of Samstar 177, Ike, spread throughout the school, becoming a favorite topic among everyone during breaks. Chapter 177, Legend of Samstar 88. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar, surrounded by purple nebulae. This planet is home to strange creatures and unimaginably advanced technology. In the long history of this planet, the year 177 was a legendary era, with the protagonist being a boy named Ike. Ike was born into an ordinary family on Samstar, but possessed extraordinary abilities. He could resonate with the planet's mysterious energy source called the Phantom Crystal. The Phantom Crystal was the core energy of Samstar and the key to connecting the planet with other dimensions of the universe. When Ike was 12, Samstar faced an unprecedented crisis. A group of marauders from a dark galaxy invaded the planet, aiming to seize the Phantom Crystal and turn Samstar into their energy reserve. The entire planet fell into panic, and people took up arms to fight the invaders to the death. Understanding his mission, Ike decided to stand up and save his planet. Guided by an ancient sage, Ike embarked on a journey to find the hidden powers of the Phantom Crystal. He crossed dangerous Flame Canyon, where lava flowed like the tentacles of a demon ready to engulf him at any moment. He also ventured deep into the icy snow maze, filled with deadly traps and monsters. During a fierce clash with the marauders, Ike unexpectedly discovered a deeper connection between himself and the Phantom Crystal. He could telepathically control the Phantom Crystal to release powerful energy. Using this power, he repeatedly repelled the marauders' attacks. As the battles escalated, Ike gradually uncovered the secret of the Phantom Crystal. It was a gift left by the universe's creator God, containing dual powers of creation and destruction. Only those with pure hearts and firm faith could truly master it. In the final battle, Ike faced the marauders' leader, a powerful and evil dark sorcerer. The dark sorcerer tried to exploit Ike's control over the phantom crystal to unleash its destructive power and destroy the entire Samstar. Ike was fearless. He concentrated deeply and established an even deeper resonance with the phantom crystal. He exerted the crystal's creative power to its fullest, building an indestructible energy shield before the dark sorcerer. At the same time, he used the crystal's power to create countless energy blades and launched a fierce attack on the dark sorcerer. After a fierce battle, Ike finally defeated the dark sorcerer and saved Samstar. He became the hero of the planet, and the people held a grand celebration in his honor. Ike also understood that his mission was not yet over. He would continue to protect Samstar, explore the deeper mysteries of the Phantom Crystal, and write his own legend. Chapter 178. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. Samstar has a peculiar ecosystem, where strange creatures thrive and reproduce. The legend numbered 178 on Samstar is the most legendary existence on this planet. Ike is a small-statured yet wise creature. He has large eyes that sparkle with curiosity and is covered with a layer of purple scales which emit a mysterious glow under the planet's unique light. One day, Ike was exploring the ancient forest of Samstar. This forest was rumored to be terrifying, said to hide dark monsters that could devour souls. However, Ike was full of curiosity and wanted to uncover the secrets deep within the forest. As night fell, the forest was shrouded in an eerie mist. Suddenly, a low growl came from beside Ike, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. His heartbeat quickened, and the glowing detector in his hand trembled slightly. Suddenly, a huge black shadow leapt out from behind a tree. It was a terrifying creature with massive claws, each like a sharp blade, covered with black spikes, and eyes burning with green flames. Ike stepped back in horror but did not flee. His curiosity overcame his fear. The monster lunged at Ike, who nimbly dodged behind a big tree. He quickly pulled out a homemade energy shield from his pocket, developed using Samstar's special energy. The shield emitted a bright light, temporarily blocking the monster's attack. Just when Ike thought he could temporarily escape the monster, the surrounding trees began to twist and deform, branches reaching out like tentacles. Ike realized the forest seemed to have its own consciousness, helping the monster trap him. In the chaos, Ike found an ancient cave and rushed inside without hesitation. The cave was filled with a pungent smell, and strange runes flickered on the walls. Ike walked deeper into the cave and discovered a huge crystal. A soul was sealed inside the crystal, the evil power said to be sealed within the forest. Ike knew that only by breaking this seal could the terrifying threat in the forest be completely eliminated. Using his wisdom, he deciphered the runes on the crystal. At the moment the seal was broken, a strong light flashed, releasing the evil power. But Ike was prepared. He used the crystal's energy to reseal the evil power into a specially made container. When Ike emerged from the cave with the container, the forest returned to calm, and the terrifying monster disappeared. Samstar regained its former peace, and Ike's name became an eternal legend on Samstar. Chapter 179. Legend 179 of Samstar. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. It is filled with strange creatures and unimaginable technology, with every inch of land flowing with whimsical stories. Among the long history of this planet, Ike, the legendary figure numbered 179, became the brightest star. Ike was born in a remote village on Samstar. From a young age, he was curious about the universe. On Samstar, people had mastered time-space travel technology, but only for traveling through different historical periods on the planet. Ike had greater ambitions. He dreamed of crossing star systems and exploring the edge of the universe. To realize this dream, Ike began long and arduous research. In a rundown laboratory, he tinkered with various strange instruments, trying to combine Samstar's time-space travel technology with interstellar navigation technology. After countless failures, Ike finally built a spaceship capable of interstellar travel, named Dreamer. One day, Ike piloted Dreamer and left Samstar. He traveled through countless star systems, encountering all kinds of alien beings. Some were friendly and hospitable, sharing the mysteries of the universe. Others were hostile, attempting to attack his ship. But Ike used his wisdom and courage to turn danger into safety time and again. By chance, Ike arrived at a mysterious star system. The planets were all shrouded by a mysterious energy shield, preventing close approach. Ike decided to investigate and discovered a huge secret hidden in the system, a mysterious power capable of altering the rules of the universe. However, when Ike tried to obtain this power, he was obstructed by an evil force that sought to use the power to rule the entire universe. Ike did not back down and engaged in a thrilling battle with the evil force. During the fight, Ike fully utilized his creativity and intelligence, using Dreamer's special functions. He broke through the enemy's defense system. Ultimately, Ike succeeded in acquiring the mysterious power and sealed it away, preventing a cosmic disaster. Ike returned to Sam's star with the joy of victory. His deeds spread throughout the planet, becoming a legend told by all. The people of Sam's star held a grand celebration for him, and Ike became the hero of Sam's star. But Ike was not satisfied. He knew there were more mysteries in the universe waiting to be explored. So, he once again piloted Dreamer, heading into the vast depths of space to continue writing his legendary story. Chapter 180 in the vast depths of the universe. There is a planet full of fantasy colors called Sam's star. This planet is inhabited by all kinds of strange creatures with unimaginable abilities. Among the legendary stories of this planet, Ike, numbered 180, is the most legendary figure. Ike is a small but energetic elf with a pair of transparent wings, able to dart through the sky like lightning. His eyes sparkle like brilliant stars, shining with curiosity and bravery. On Sam's star, there is an ancient legend. Deep within the planet lies a mysterious treasure maze containing a magical power that can make the entire planet more prosperous. From a young age, Ike yearned to uncover the secret of the treasure maze. Finally, on a sunny day, Ike set off on an adventure to find the treasure maze. He flew over towering crystal mountains, where crystals shimmered in multicolored light under the sun. He crossed raging lava rivers, with the burning lava emitting a pungent smell. He passed through a gloomy and terrifying ghost forest, where eerie sounds occasionally echoed. During the journey, Ike faced various challenges and difficulties. Once, he was blocked by a group of fierce rock monsters. These rock monsters were tall and immensely strong, swinging huge fists at Ike. Ike was not afraid. He used his agility to weave between the rock monsters while firing beams of light from his magic wand to drive them back. After a long journey, Ike finally arrived at the entrance of the treasure maze. The maze was filled with all kinds of mechanisms and traps. Ike proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapsed, and he fell into a dark abyss. In the abyss, Ike discovered a mysterious rune. Using his wisdom, he deciphered the rune's secret and found the path to the treasure. When Ike finally reached the treasure, he found that the so-called treasure was not gold or silver, but a crystal ball emitting a soft glow. The crystal ball contains a magical power that can purify the pollution on the planet, making all living beings healthier and happier. Ike returned to Sam's star with the crystal ball, unleashing its power, causing a tremendous transformation across the entire planet. From then on, Ike became a hero on Sam's star, with his name forever etched in the planet's history. His adventure story continues to be passed down from generation to generation on Sam's star, inspiring more beings to bravely pursue their dreams. Chapter 181. The Legend of Sam's star. In the depths of the distant universe, there exists a strange planet called Sam's star. This planet is colorful and has bizarre landscapes, with enormous mushroom-shaped peaks occasionally rising abruptly from the ground, and rivers flowing with luminous liquid appearing out of nowhere. Various peculiar creatures inhabit Sam's star, each with unique forms and unimaginable abilities. In the legendary stories of Sam's star, Ike, designated as number 181, is a special being. Ike is small in stature but possesses large eyes that sparkle with wisdom. His body can change color according to the surrounding environment, resembling an invisible sprite. Ike lives in the luminous forest of Sam's star, where the tall trees shimmer with a soft glow, making it seem like a dreamy fairy tale world. One day, Sam's star was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious dark force. The originally colorful sky turned pitch black, and the strange creatures became restless. Ike realized that a great crisis was approaching. He decided to embark on an adventure to find a way to dispel the dark power. Ike followed the luminous river, facing many difficulties and challenges along the way. In Flame Valley, the scalding lava threatened to engulf him at any moment. But he cleverly used his agility and wit to escape danger time and again. In the ice maze, he lost his way, and the biting cold wind nearly froze him. Just when he was about to despair, he discovered a talking snow fox. The snow fox told Ike that only by finding the legendary light crystal could the dark power be dispelled. Ike continued his journey to find the light crystal. He traversed Storm Canyon, dodging attacks from giant flying insects, and finally arrived at the mysterious crystal cave. The cave was filled with strange energy, with various oddly shaped crystals emitting different glows. Ike carefully explored the cave when suddenly, he heard a low growl. It turned out to be a giant stone beast guarding the light crystal. The stone beast was enormous and incredibly strong, lunging at Ike with its massive jaws. Ike did not back down. He cleverly used the crystals in the cave to create a brilliant light that temporarily blinded the stone beast. Seizing the opportunity, Ike rushed toward the light crystal and grasped it tightly in his hand. At the moment he held the crystal, a powerful light burst forth from it, instantly dispelling the darkness that had shrouded Sam's star. Sam's star regained its vitality, and the strange creatures cheered with joy. Ike became a hero of Sam's star, and his adventure story was passed down through generations, inspiring more beings to bravely face the unknown challenges. Chapter 182. In the depths of the distant universe, there lies a mysterious planet called Sam's star. The civilization on Sam's star is highly advanced, with astonishing technological achievements, but it also harbors countless unknown secrets. Ike is an intelligent life form from the Legend of Sam's Star Series 182. He possesses extraordinary wisdom and powerful abilities, with a body made of a special energy alloy that glimmers with a mysterious blue light. Ike's mission is to explore various mysteries in the universe. One day, Ike received a mysterious signal from a distant galaxy. The signal contained strange symbols and faint distress messages. Without hesitation, Ike activated the interstellar navigation system and sped toward the signal source. After a long interstellar journey, Ike arrived at a galaxy shrouded in darkness. The stars here seemed to have lost their light, and the planets were lifeless. Ike cautiously approached the planet where the signal source was located and found it filled with ancient ruins and mysterious energy fluctuations. As Ike ventured deeper into the ruins, he suddenly encountered a group of mysterious creatures. These creatures were enormous, covered in black scales, with eerie red lights flashing in their eyes. They launched fierce attacks on Ike, but he easily repelled them with his agility and powerful weapons. Continuing deeper into the ruins, Ike finally found the source of the signal. It was a massive energy core surrounded by complex runes and circuits. Next to the energy core lay a dying alien being. Ike used his medical equipment to treat it. It turned out that this alien being came from an ancient civilization that discovered an evil power capable of destroying the universe. To prevent this power from awakening, they sealed it in this galaxy. However, the seal had begun to weaken, and the evil power was about to resurface. The alien being sent the signal in hopes of finding a powerful force to help them reseal the evil power. Ike decided to help them. He utilized his wisdom and abilities to analyze the operation mechanism of the energy core and found a way to reseal the evil power. Together with the alien being, they initiated the sealing ritual. However, the evil power was too strong, and they faced continuous energy shocks during the sealing process. Ike gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to maintain the stability of the seal. At a crucial moment, the special energy of the legendary Series 182 within him was activated, releasing a powerful light. The light enveloped the entire galaxy, resealing the evil power within the energy altar. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam's star. This planet is home to strange creatures and unimaginable technology, and within its long history lies a legendary story about 182, Ike. Ike is an ordinary boy on Sam's star, but within him lies an astonishing secret. Strange images often appear in his mind, depicting unfamiliar planets, mysterious symbols, and powerful energy fluctuations. Initially, Ike thought these were merely his fantasies, but as time passed, these images became more frequent and clearer. One day, a mysterious force suddenly appeared on Sam's star, engulfing everything around it like a black vortex. The residents of the planet fell into panic, and scientists were at a loss. Just when everyone was in despair, Ike saw an image in his mind that showed a way to break the mysterious power. The image revealed that deep in the distant starry sky, there was a forgotten ruin containing a divine artifact capable of countering this evil force. Ike decided to embark on a journey to find the artifact. He piloted a worn but technologically advanced spaceship into the unknown depths of the universe. Along the way, he encountered various dangers, including laser-firing meteors and interstellar pirates hiding in the darkness. However, Ike used his wisdom and courage to escape danger time and again. After a long flight, Ike finally arrived at the forgotten ruins. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped the area, with huge stone pillars covered in strange runes. Ike cautiously entered the ruins when suddenly, a group of mechanical guardians emerged from the ground. These mechanical guardians were massive and had incredible attack power. Ike utilized the knowledge that surfaced in his mind to find the weaknesses of the mechanical guardians and successfully defeated them. Deep within the ruins, Ike finally found the divine artifact, a crystal ball radiating blue light. The moment he touched the crystal ball, a powerful energy surged into his body, and he suddenly gained a clear understanding of how to combat the mysterious power. Ike returned to Sam's star with the artifact. He stood at the center of the planet and activated the crystal ball. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the crystal ball, colliding fiercely with the mysterious black force. After a thrilling battle, EIK finally dispelled the evil force with the power of the artifact. Samstar regained its former peace and tranquility, and EIK became a hero on the planet. People passed down his story as the legend of Samstar 182 AK. And this tale became one of the most glorious chapters in the history of Samstar. Chapter 183. The Legend of Samstar 91. At the distant end of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and incredible landscapes, and the story of the legend of Samstar 183 unfolds here. EIK is a small but energetic being with blue skin and big eyes, and he has a pair of flexible antennae on his head. EIK lives in a small village on Samstar, where the people lead a peaceful yet peculiar life. However, a sudden disaster shattered this tranquility. One day, the sky over Samstar suddenly darkened, and an evil force surged from deep within the planet. Wherever the evil force went, flowers withered, houses collapsed, and people fell into panic, watching everything unfold before him. EIK felt a surge of determination and decided to embark on an adventure to find a way to save Samstar. EIK heard that at the southernmost tip of Samstar, there was a mysterious temple that housed an artifact capable of combating the evil force. So, he bid farewell to his family and friends and set off alone on a perilous journey. Along the way, EIK faced various challenges. He crossed a scorching volcanic region where lava from eruptions could swallow him at any moment. He also passed through a vast swamp, where monsters occasionally reached out with massive claws to attack him. But with his wisdom and courage, EIK repeatedly turned danger into safety. Finally, EIK arrived at the mysterious temple. The temple's door was tightly shut, covered in strange runes. EIK carefully examined the runes and discovered that he had to unravel their secrets to open the door. After much thought and experimentation, EIK successfully solved the riddle of the runes, and the door slowly opened. Upon entering the temple, EIK saw a massive hall, with a glowing sword placed in the center. This sword was the legendary artifact, the Star-Shining Sword. Just as EIK was about to take the Star-Shining Sword, a gigantic monster charged out from the darkness. This monster was sent by the evil force to guard the artifact, possessing sharp teeth and a powerful body. EIK showed no fear. He wielded the Star-Shining Sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The light emitted by the Star-Shining Sword illuminated the entire hall, and each of Ike's attacks carried immense power. After a grueling fight, EIK finally defeated the monster and successfully obtained the Star-Shining Sword. With the Star-Shining Sword in hand, EIK returned to his hometown. He used the sword's power to dispel the evil force, and Samstar regained its former vitality. EIK became the hero of Samstar, his name forever remembered on the planet, and his adventure story became a lasting legend in people's hearts. Chapter 184. In a seemingly ordinary martial world, there lurked a mysterious power from another realm. Samstar, a distant and mysterious planet, at an unknown moment, intersected wonderfully with this martial arts world. EIK, originally a warrior skilled in high-tech combat techniques on Samstar, accidentally crossed through a time-space rift during an interstellar adventure, arriving in this world filled with blades and swords. Upon his arrival, EIK was immediately ambushed by a group of mountain bandits. He looked at these armed individuals, filled with confusion. But the bandits didn't care about his thoughts and charged at him. EIK instinctively activated the hidden energy shield on his body, and the bandits' blades struck the shield, creating sparks but failing to harm him. The bandits were stunned, thinking they had encountered a deity, and they all knelt down to beg for mercy. This incident spread, causing a sensation in the martial world. Some sects deemed him a demon and sought to eliminate him, while others, curious about his abilities, wanted to befriend him. At this time, a mysterious organization appeared in the martial world, robbing martial arts manuals everywhere, attempting to dominate the realm. The leader of this organization, having heard of Ike's exploits, sent subordinates to test him. EIK fought against the subordinates of the mysterious organization and found their martial arts techniques strange and unique, completely different from the combat methods he was familiar with. However, by relying on Samstar's high-tech equipment, he easily countered their attacks. By chance, EIK met a reclusive martial arts master. The master saw that EIK was not a villain and imparted his martial arts insights to him. EIK combined the technology of Samstar with the internal martial arts principles, creating an entirely new combat style. Upon learning of Ike's growing strength, the mysterious organization decided to mobilize all their forces for a final showdown. On the day of the battle, dark clouds gathered as both sides faced off in a valley. The leader of the mysterious organization launched the first attack, his moves incredibly fierce, tearing the surrounding air apart. EIK remained calm. He used his newly created combat style, moving unpredictably while releasing powerful energy waves. As the battle heated up, AK gradually gained the upper hand. He seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive blow, defeating the leader of the mysterious organization. The organization crumbled, and the martial world returned to its former peace. In this martial world, EIK, with his wisdom and courage, became a legendary figure. Yet, in his heart, he still harbored the dream of returning to Samstar, knowing that this experience in the martial world would forever be etched in his memory. Chapter 184. The Legend of Samstar 92. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and unknown energies, with every inch of land hiding secrets yet to be discovered. In the long history of Samstar, the year 184 is forever remembered because of a legendary figure named EIK. EIK was an ordinary boy from Samstar, but within him flowed blood that resonated with cosmic energy. Samstar was long threatened by a mysterious black hole, which periodically released powerful gravitational waves, consuming all life and resources on the planet. When EIK turned 18, the black hole was about to enter a new cycle of eruption, plunging the entire Samstar into unprecedented panic. By chance, EIK discovered a mysterious ancient book in an old ruin, which recorded a mysterious energy called star-shining power that could resist the gravitational waves of the black hole. Legend had it that this power was hidden deep within the core of Samstar, but to obtain it, one had to traverse the perilous Death Canyon, cross the boiling sea of lava, and defeat the ancient divine beast guarding the core. Ignoring the warnings of others, EIK resolutely embarked on the journey to find the star-shining power. He first arrived at the Death Canyon, where lethal toxic gas filled the air, and flames occasionally erupted from the ground. Utilizing his keen perception and agile movements, EIK carefully avoided one danger after another. Next, he came to the Sea of Lava. The surging lava resembled fire dragons, ready to engulf him at any moment. EIK used his ability to resonate with cosmic energy to summon a massive floating stone, painstakingly making his way to the other side. Finally, EIK arrived at the core of Samstar. Here, he encountered the ancient divine beast, the Flame Dragon. The flames spewed by the Flame Dragon could melt anything, but EK showed no fear. He focused his mind and generated a faint resonance with the star-shining power. In the fierce battle, Ike continuously tapped into his potential, ultimately succeeding in defeating the Flame Dragon and gaining the power of the starshine. When the gravitational waves of the black hole struck again, Ike unleashed the power of the starshine, forming a massive shield that protected the entire Samstar. The gravitational waves relentlessly crashed against the shield, but could never break through. The crisis of Samstar was averted, and Ike became the hero of the planet. From then on, Ike's name spread throughout the universe, and his story became an everlasting legend on Samstar, inspiring generations of Samstar people to bravely face the unknown challenges. Chapter 185. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a peculiar planet called Samstar. The sky here is a colorful vortex, the land is covered with gigantic mushroom forests, and rivers flow with sparkling fluorescent liquid. In this fantastical world, there is a thrilling adventure story about the legend of Samstar 185. Ike is a child from an ordinary family on Samstar, but he possesses a heart that refuses to be ordinary. In the ancient legends of Samstar, there is a mysterious treasure hidden, said to grant whoever finds it the power to change the fate of the planet. Upon hearing this legend, Ike resolutely decided to embark on a journey to seek the treasure. His first stop was the eerie Ghost Canyon. A strange mist filled the canyon, and bizarre howling sounds echoed intermittently. Suddenly, a swarm of ghost bats flew out of the mist, charging towards Ike. Unafraid, Ike pulled out his specially made electromagnetic net from his pocket and swung it forcefully, instantly unfolding the net and trapping the ghost bats. The ghost bats angrily crashed against the electromagnetic net, but could not escape. Taking advantage of the moment, Ike passed through the canyon and continued on his way. After leaving Ghost Canyon, Ike arrived at the fire volcano. Scorching magma erupted from the volcano's mouth, and the ground was extremely hot. Ike donned a heat-resistant suit and carefully searched for clues within the volcano. Just when he was about to lose hope, he discovered an ancient stone tablet inscribed with a series of mysterious symbols. Using his intellect, Ike deciphered the puzzle of the symbols and learned that the treasure was hidden at the bottom of the Crystal Lake. The Crystal Lake is located at the peak of a towering mountain. After enduring countless hardships, Ike finally reached the lake's edge. The water was clear and transparent, but it was unfathomably deep. Strange lights flickered at the bottom of the lake, seemingly calling to him. Ike took a deep breath and jumped into the lake. The world at the bottom of the lake was breathtaking, with various bizarre creatures swimming by. Ike found a massive stone door at the lake's bottom, adorned with the emblem of the legend of Sam, star 185. He pushed the door open with all his strength and discovered a huge treasure chest hidden inside. The moment he opened the chest, a dazzling light burst forth, revealing the legendary energy gem. However, just as Ike was about to leave with the gem, the evil Dark Wizard appeared. The Dark Wizard had long coveted the power of the energy gem and launched an attack on Ike. Without flinching, Ike utilized the power of the energy gem and engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Wizard. In the end, Ike, with his courage and wisdom, defeated the Dark Wizard. Ike returned to Samstar with the energy gem and used its power to restore the planet's ecological environment, making Samstar even more beautiful. From then on, Ike became the hero of Samstar, and his adventure story was passed down through generations on the planet. Chapter 186: The Legend of Sam, Star 93. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a mysterious planet called Samstar. On this planet, strange creatures roam freely, and technology and magic collide and intertwine, with rules of time and space vastly different from those on Earth. The legend of Sam, Star 186 is the most dazzling existence in this fantastical world. Ike is a small but wise being, with purple skin and a pair of lively long ears. He lives in the misty forest of Samstar, a place that hides countless unknown secrets. One day, the misty forest was suddenly shrouded in a layer of eerie black mist, causing the creatures within to become frenzied, and the once peaceful streams began to flow backward. Ike realized that this was no ordinary occurrence. He decided to embark on a journey to uncover the truth. His first stop was the ancient Tower of Wisdom, where it was said that a sage who knew the secrets of everything resided. When he arrived, he found that the sage had been imprisoned by a mysterious force. Using his wit and courage, Ike unlocked the magical shackles binding the sage. The sage told Ike that the source of all this chaos was an evil energy from the depths of the universe, which sought to pollute Samstar to open the gates to various dimensions. To stop this, 3 mysterious keys must be found, hidden in 3 dangerous places on Samstar: the fire volcano, the ice abyss, and the mirage desert. Without hesitation, Ike first went to the fire volcano. Here, the lava raged, and the temperature was high enough to melt metal instantly. However, Ike successfully crossed the fiery sea using his invented heat-resistant device and found the first key. Next, he proceeded to the ice abyss, where he encountered a giant ice monster. Ike cleverly exploited the ice monster's weaknesses, defeated it, and obtained the second key. The final stop was the mirage desert, filled with illusions and traps. Ike lost his way in the desert, and just when he was nearly in despair, he discovered a hidden passage. At the end of the passage was the third key. After gathering all 3 keys, Ike returned to the misty forest. In the center of the forest, he used the keys to open a mysterious portal, entering a secret space. Here, he engaged in a thrilling showdown with the evil energy. Using his wisdom and courage, Ike ultimately succeeded in sealing the evil energy, and Samstar returned to its former tranquility. Ike became the hero of Samstar, and his legendary story spread across the planet, inspiring generations of Samstar people to bravely face unknown challenges. His adventure also became the most brilliant chapter in the history of Samstar. Chapter 187: In a deep corner of the universe, there is a peculiar planet called Samstar. This planet has a sky filled with vibrant colors, sometimes flowing with golden liquid clouds, and sometimes blooming with purple lightning flowers. In the long history of Samstar, the year 187 is forever remembered, for it was the year the legendary figure Ike was born. Ike was born in a remote tribe on Samstar, and he naturally possessed a pair of eyes that could see through the mysteries of the universe. As a child, he often gazed at the sky alone, imagining what other planets in the universe looked like. His tribe members thought he was a strange child, but he did not care. His desire for exploration burned like a fierce flame. When Ike turned 10, Samstar faced an unprecedented disaster. A massive meteor was hurtling towards the planet, and if it struck, Samstar would be obliterated. The entire planet was engulfed in panic, with people fleeing everywhere, unable to find any solution. At that moment, Ike stepped forward, drawing on his unique understanding of the universe. He proposed a fanciful plan to use a special energy mineral found on Samstar to build a spaceship capable of traversing time and space, going back to the time before the meteor formed and altering its trajectory. Although the tribe members thought the plan was too crazy, in their despair, they had no choice but to pin their hopes on it. Thus, Ike led a group of brave tribesmen to begin the urgent task of building the spaceship. They worked day and night, mining energy minerals and studying the structure of the spaceship. Throughout this process, Ike demonstrated incredible intelligence and leadership, always coming up with solutions at critical moments. After countless days and nights of effort, the spaceship was finally completed. Ike piloted the spaceship, traversing the tunnel of time and space, arriving at the moment the meteor was forming. In the darkness of the universe, Ike controlled the spaceship, unleashing the powerful energy of the energy ore, successfully altering the trajectory of the meteor. When Ike returned to Samstar, people cheered and hailed him as the hero who saved the planet. But Ike was not satisfied. He knew countless mysteries awaited exploration in the cosmos. Afterward, Ike continued piloting his spaceship, traveling through the universe. He encountered all kinds of strange creatures. Some resembled gigantic jellyfish drifting among the stars. Others looked like tiny elves living in the planet's core. He also discovered many mysterious planets, some with rivers of flowing metal, others with talking plants growing on them. Ike's legendary story was passed down through generations on Samstar, inspiring young people to bravely pursue their dreams and explore the endless universe. The legend of Samstar 187 became an eternal tale throughout the cosmos. Chapter 188. The legend of Samstar 94. In the depths of the distant universe lies a mysterious and peculiar planet called Samstar. It shines like a dazzling gem in the cosmos, its surface glowing with colorful brilliance. Everything here is beyond imagination. Ike was an ordinary yet extraordinary resident of Samstar. He had hair that changed color with his mood. When excited, it turned a brilliant purple. When deep in thought, it became a profound blue. Ike lived in District 188 of Samstar, where technology and fantasy intertwined. One day, as usual, Ike was harvesting energy fruits, emitting a strange fragrance in his energy garden. Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky, and a huge, unidentified object crashed straight into a nearby valley. Driven by curiosity, Ike drove his flying car, resembling a giant beetle, racing toward the valley. Upon arrival, he found an alien creature emitting a ghostly green glow trapped in the wreckage of a spacecraft. Carefully approaching, Ike saw the alien looked very weak. Out of kindness, he decided to help. Using advanced repair technology from Samstar, he successfully restored the alien's spacecraft. Grateful, the alien told Ike it came from the distant Omega star system, searching for a mysterious energy capable of saving their planet. Hearing this, a surge of adventurous spirit rose within Ike, and he decided to join the alien on the quest to find this mysterious energy. They traversed canyons filled with giant crystals that emitted powerful disruptive energy. They flew over rivers flowing with liquid metal that instantly corroded anything nearby. Throughout the journey, Ike used Samstar's technology and wisdom to overcome dangers repeatedly. Finally, they found the mysterious energy's location, an ancient temple hidden in the mist. The temple was full of strange runes and mechanisms. A single misstep could trigger deadly traps. Relying on his courage and intelligence, Ike solved puzzle after puzzle and ultimately found the mysterious energy. However, as they prepared to leave with the energy, a group of evil alien marauders appeared, attempting to seize the energy for their own gain. A fierce battle broke out. Fighting side by side, Ike and the alien used advanced Samstar weaponry and alien superpowers to successfully repel the marauders. With the mysterious energy in hand, Ike and the alien returned to the Omega star system. The alien's planet was saved, and Ike became a legendary hero between the two star systems. His story spread throughout District 188 of Samstar and across the universe. Chapter 189. In the deep reaches of the distant universe lies a fantastical planet called Samstar. On this planet, exotic plants grow wildly, giant creatures roam unchecked, and mysterious energies flow freely. Among many legendary tales, Ike's adventures are especially captivating. Ike was a brave and curious young explorer. In the 189th year of Samstar's chronology, an ancient legend spread across the stars. Hidden in the most mysterious forbidden place of Samstar, the Mist Abyss, was an artifact granting its holder the power to control time. Upon hearing this, Ike resolutely decided to embark on a journey to find the artifact. Equipped with his custom gear, including a protective suit resistant to harsh environments, a detector analyzing unknown substances, and a laser sword capable of emitting powerful energy waves, Ike set off toward the Mist Abyss. As he neared the Mist Abyss, a mysterious and powerful force struck him. The surrounding air thickened, as if countless invisible hands were pulling at him. Strange sounds echoed through the mist, roars of giant beasts, whispers of ghosts. Suddenly, a massive flying beast dove from the mist. Its wings spanned dozens of meters, and its sharp claws gleamed coldly. Ike reacted swiftly. Activating his laser sword, a dazzling light sliced through the air as he engaged in fierce combat with the beast. After a thrilling struggle, Ike successfully repelled the beast. Deeper into the abyss, Ike discovered an ancient cave glowing with strange light. its walls covered in mysterious runes. Using his detector to analyze the runes, he found they seemed to guide his path forward. Following the runes, Ike arrived at a vast underground palace. At its center floated a sphere radiating multicolored light. That was the legendary artifact. Just as he prepared to approach it, a group of mechanical guards rose from the ground. Their eyes glowed with cold red light as they attacked Ike. Ike deftly dodged their attacks, using his laser sword and intelligence to decipher and counter each guard's attack pattern. After a grueling battle, he broke through the guards' defenses and reached the artifact. The moment he touched the artifact, a powerful energy surged into his body. He felt the flow of time itself, as if the mysteries of the entire universe unfolded before his eyes. Ike successfully gained the ability to manipulate time, becoming a legendary hero of Samstar. With the artifact and his newfound power, Ike returned to the city of Samstar. He used this power to help people solve many problems, making Samstar a better place. His adventure in the Mist Abyss became a classic legend passed down through generations on Samstar. Chapter 190. The legend of Samstar 95. In the distant depths of the universe lies a mysterious planet called Samstar. This planet is filled with strange creatures and unknown dangers. The story of Samstar Legend 190 begins here. Ike was an ordinary youth on Samstar, but possessed a brave and curious heart. One day, he discovered an ancient tome glowing with eerie light in old ruins. The words on the tome flickered as if alive. The moment Ike touched it, a powerful force swept him into a dark vortex. When Ike opened his eyes again, he found himself in a sinister forest. The trees twisted their branches like claws reaching for the sky. The air was thick with a foul stench, making him cover his mouth and nose. Suddenly, a giant spider descended from a tree. Its body was taller than a person, and its 8 eyes glowed with eerie red light. Frightened, Ike turned to run, but the spider pursued relentlessly. During his escape, Ike discovered an ancient castle. The castle gate stood open, dark and seemingly hiding countless secrets. Without hesitation, Ike dashed inside. The castle was eerie and terrifying. The walls were adorned with strange paintings, whose subjects appeared to be watching him. Ike carefully walked forward when suddenly, a melodious sound of music came to his ears. He followed the direction of the sound and discovered a grand hall with a gigantic crystal ball emitting a blue glow. The music was coming from there. Just as Ike approached the crystal ball, a ghostly figure emerged from within it. The figure was dressed in a long white robe, its face as pale as paper, and its eyes devoid of any life. The ghost coldly said, "You shouldn't be here. You will be trapped in this terrifying world forever." Ike stepped back in fear, trying to find an escape route, but he found that the walls around him were slowly closing in. Just as he felt despair, he suddenly remembered a phrase from an ancient text. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and recited the phrase. In an instant, a beam of light flashed, and Ike found himself back in the ancient ruins of Samstar. The ancient text had vanished without a trace. From that day on, Ike became a legendary figure on Samstar. His story spread across the planet, and people marveled at his courage and wisdom. Ike also understood that there were countless unknowns in the universe waiting for him to explore, but he was no longer afraid. For he had already endured the most terrifying trial, and he believed he had the strength to face everything in the future. Chapter 191. In the distant depths of the universe lies a fantastical planet, Samstar. Its sky sparkles with 7 colors year-round, rivers that sing flow across the land, and mountains are made of gigantic crystals, refracting vibrant light. Ike is an ordinary boy on Samstar, yet he harbors extraordinary dreams. He lives in a place called Illumination Village, where the people make a living by cultivating luminous plants. Ike often gazes dreamily at the mysterious nebulae in the sky, yearning for the day he can leave Samstar to explore the mysteries of the universe. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived in Illumination Village. He wore a robe shimmering with strange light and claimed to come from a distant interstellar alliance. He informed the villagers that Samstar was facing an unprecedented crisis. It turned out that the evil Dark Empire had learned about a mysterious substance, the star crystal, on Samstar that could provide their warships with infinite energy. Upon hearing this news, Ike felt a strong sense of determination ignite within him. He decided to step forward to protect his homeland. Thus, he embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the star crystal. Deep within Samstar lies an ancient temple long forgotten. According to legend, it conceals all the secrets of the star crystal. Ike encountered numerous difficulties in the temple, including mechanical beasts that spewed flames and mists that could induce illusions. However, he overcame these challenges with his intelligence and courage. Finally, Ike found an ancient scroll at the deepest part of the temple. It recorded the power and usage of the star crystal. Just as he was about to leave the temple, the fleet of the Dark Empire descended upon Samstar. Ike quickly returned to Illumination Village and shared the secrets from the scroll with the villagers. Together, they utilized the power of the star crystal to create a powerful shield that protected the entire Samstar. The warships of the Dark Empire repeatedly crashed against the shield, but to no avail. As they prepared to launch a more powerful attack, Ike devised a bold plan. He used the star crystal to construct a super battleship and piloted it alone towards the fleet of the Dark Empire. In the fierce battle, Ike displayed astonishing combat skills. He skillfully dodged the enemy's attacks while launching counterattacks. Ultimately, he successfully destroyed the flagship of the Dark Empire, causing the remaining warships to flee. Samstar was saved, and Ike became a hero. His name spread throughout Samstar, and his story became a legend, inspiring generations of Samstar inhabitants to bravely face challenges and explore the unknown universe. Chapter 192. In the year 96 of the Samstar legend, a strange world intertwined with technology and magic unfolded. Yet within this seemingly ultramodern world lay a mysterious story related to ancient martial arts. Ike was an ordinary mechanical repairman on Samstar. He was thin and spent his days dealing with all sorts of bizarre mechanical parts. However, Ike harbored an unspoken dream of becoming a martial arts hero, often daydreaming in his spare time about being a great hero, wandering the world, and upholding justice. One night, Ike, as usual, was lost in a dream of the martial arts world. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed, and he found himself transported to a strange planet filled with martial arts essence. There were towering mountains, dense forests, and ancient towns. Looking down, Ike realized he was dressed in ancient clothing with a long sword at his waist. As he stepped into a small town, he heard a cry for help. A group of bullies was bullying a girl who was performing. Ike's sense of justice ignited instantly, and he shouted as he rushed over. The bullies, seeing a thin boy, didn't take him seriously at all. Ike drew his sword and executed the sword techniques he had imagined in his dreams. In a flash of sword light, the bullies fell to the ground, and the girl was saved. The girl's name was Linger, and she was extremely grateful for Ike's rescue, deciding to accompany him on his journey. Along the way, they heard a legend. Deep within this planet lay a mysterious sword tomb that concealed a divine sword capable of granting its wielder endless power. However, the sword tomb was surrounded by various traps and powerful guardians. Ike and Linger decided to explore the sword tomb in search of the divine sword. They faced countless hardships and finally reached the entrance of the sword tomb. As soon as they entered, they triggered a trap, and countless hidden weapons shot towards them. Using his agile movements, Ike dodged and weaved with Linger. Next, they encountered a giant guardian beast. The beast was ferocious, and Ike wielded his sword to engage in a fierce battle with it. With Linger's assistance, they finally defeated the beast. However, when they found the divine sword, they discovered it was sealed by an evil force. This evil force belonged to a villain who sought to dominate the planet. Ike and Linger joined forces, using their righteous spirit to break the seal. With the divine sword in hand, Ike faced off against the villain in a final showdown. The divine sword emitted dazzling light, and Ike unleashed his formidable sword techniques, ultimately defeating the villain and saving the martial arts planet. Suddenly, a burst of intense light flashed, and Ike returned to Samstar in the year 192. Though he was back in reality, his martial arts dream had grown even stronger. He knew that the wondrous journey through martial arts would forever be etched in his heart. Chapter 193. In the year 193 of Samstar, the world was shrouded in strange shadows. Ike, a young man who grew up in a remote town on Samstar, possessed eyes that could see through the supernatural. His life was originally mundane until one day, a mysterious visitor disrupted the tranquility of the town. One night, as the wind howled, a figure cloaked in black arrived at Ike's home. The figure removed its hood, revealing a face as pale as paper. He claimed to come from an ancient family of Samstar and knew the secret of Ike's special abilities. He informed Ike that Samstar was facing an unprecedented, terrifying crisis, and only Ike could save the planet. It turned out that deep within the core of Samstar was sealed an evil, vengeful spirit. Every 100 years, the spirit's power would increase, attempting to break free from its seal. Now, the seal was on the verge of breaking, and if the spirit escaped, Samstar would plunge into endless darkness. Ike's special abilities were the key to unraveling this crisis. At first, Ike did not believe the words of the man in the black robe. But when he saw the strange magic demonstrated by the man, he decided to embark on this adventure to save the planet. He followed the man through the wilderness of Samstar, where there were talking stones and trees that spewed flames. Everything was filled with whimsical elements. They arrived at an ancient castle that emanated a sinister aura. Upon entering the castle, they encountered various terrifying monsters, including giant snakes with multiple heads, each capable of spitting venom, and invisible ghosts that occasionally emitted eerie laughter around them. In the deepest part of the castle, Ike finally found the place where the vengeful spirit was sealed. However, the spirit's power was even greater than they had imagined. It conjured various horrifying visions in an attempt to scare Ike away. Ike closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to decipher the sealing spell using his special abilities. Just as the spell was about to be completed, the vengeful spirit suddenly launched an attack. It extended its massive tentacles, wrapping tightly around Ike. Ike felt his strength draining away, but he did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he continued to recite the spell. Finally, at the last moment, the spell was completed. The seal was reinforced, and the vengeful spirit was suppressed once again. Ike and the man in the black robe successfully saved Samstar. When they returned to the small town, they were warmly welcomed by the people. Ike also realized that his special ability was not a burden, but rather a weapon for saving the world. From then on, Samstar returned to its former peace, but Ike knew that more adventures awaited him in the future. Chapter 194. The Legend of Samstar 98. In the year 3050, Earth had been overdeveloped, and resources were nearly depleted. Humanity turned its gaze toward distant star systems. Samstar, a mysterious planet 2,000 light-years away from Earth, became the new target for human exploration. The Samstar Legend 194 spaceship was about to embark on a whimsical interstellar journey. The Samstar Legend 194 was a spaceship that embodied humanity's top technology. Constructed from the strongest nanomaterials, equipped with a super lightspeed engine and an AI assistant named Shaolin, Captain Ike was a brave and adventurous young man, leading an elite team of scientists, engineers, and astronauts on an unknown journey. After a long voyage, the Samstar Legend 194 finally arrived at Samstar. However, this planet was completely different from what they had imagined. The sky of Samstar was purple, and giant crystal plants grew on the ground, shimmering with colorful lights, as if it were the entrance to a dream world. When they exited the spaceship, a group of oddly shaped creatures appeared before them. These creatures had transparent bodies and could change shape at will. They were known as the Illusory Spirit Clan. The Illusory Spirit Clan welcomed the arrival of humans and invited them to visit their city. In the city of the Illusory Spirit Clan, Ike and his team saw many incredible sights. The city's buildings were made of energy light walls, and the people communicated through telepathy. The Illusory Spirit Clan also showed them a magical energy crystal that could provide endless energy and heal various diseases. However, just as Ike and his team were immersed in surprise, danger quietly approached. A group of raiders from the Dark Galaxy learned about the secrets of Samstar and attempted to seize the energy crystals of the Illusory Spirit Clan. The raiders dispatched a powerful fleet to attack Samstar. Ike and his team decided to help the Illusory Spirit Clan resist the raiders. They used the weapons and technology on the spaceship, fighting side by side with the Illusory Spirit Clan. In the fierce battle, Lin Yu discovered the raiders' weakness. Their ships relied on a special energy core, and destroying this core would incapacitate their fleet. Ike and his team piloted the spaceship, breaking through the raiders' defenses and successfully destroying the energy core. The raiders' fleet instantly lost power and was ultimately defeated. After the battle, the Illusory Spirit Clan, to thank Ike and his team for their help, decided to share the technology of the energy crystals with humanity. From then on, a friendly cooperative relationship was established between humans and the Illusory Spirit Clan, jointly exploring the mysteries of the universe. The Samstar Legend 194 set off on the journey back to Earth with precious knowledge and friendship, and this whimsical interstellar adventure became a legendary chapter in human history. Chapter 195. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a planet full of fantastical colors called Samstar. The sky here sparkles with colorful lights all year round, and strange creatures weave through dense jungles and deep canyons. In this legendary world, a boy named Ike is about to embark on a whimsical adventure. Ike lives in a small village on Samstar, where he is naturally curious about the unknown, often running to the edge of the village alone, staring blankly into the mysterious distance. One day, the village was suddenly enveloped by a strange dark force, and the villagers fell into a deep sleep one after another. Unable to wake up, Ike was anxious and knew that only by finding the legendary light sacred object could he save everyone. Thus, Ike set off on a journey to find the light sacred object. He first arrived at the misty swamp, where a pungent smell filled the air, and giant slime monsters rolled in the mud. Ike carefully navigated around them, but suddenly, a massive tentacle shot out from the mud, tightly wrapping around him. Ike struggled desperately, remembering the techniques his grandfather had taught him. He focused his mind and used a small knife to cut through the tentacle. The monster, in pain, released him, and Ike seized the opportunity to escape the swamp. Next, he arrived at the Flame Mountains. Fiery lava flowed down from the mountain peak, and the surrounding air was scorching hot. Ike created an ice shield with magic to withstand the heat waves. Deep in the mountains, he encountered a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix told him that the light sacred object was sealed in the ice and snow castle, and only by passing its test could he obtain the map to the castle. Ike accepted the test, which required him to endure in the flames of the fire phoenix for 10 minutes. The flames blazed fiercely, and Ike felt as if his skin was being scorched. But he gritted his teeth and held on with unwavering determination. The fire phoenix was moved by his courage and gave him the map. Following the map's guidance, Ike arrived at the ice and snow castle. The castle was bone-chillingly cold, with ice sculptures patrolling the corridors. Ike cleverly avoided them and found the sealed light sacred object. However, just as he was about to take the object, the Dark Demon King appeared. The Dark Demon King was the instigator of this disaster, wanting to stop Ike from saving the village. A fierce battle began. Ike wielded his weapon and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Dark Demon King. He used the surrounding ice pillars and magic to continuously attack the Dark Demon King. In the end, with courage and wisdom, Ike defeated the Dark Demon King and obtained the light sacred object. Ike returned to the village with the light sacred object, raising it high, and its light instantly illuminated the entire village. The villagers awakened one after another, cheering and celebrating this victory. Ike became the hero of the village, and his name spread across Sam Star, becoming a legend. Chapter 196. The Legend of Sam Star 99. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a mysterious planet called Sam Star. It resembles a peculiar gem embedded in the dark sky, radiating colorful brilliance. Everything here is beyond imagination. With enormous mushroom-shaped buildings soaring into the clouds, liquid metal rivers winding through the landscape, and flying fish freely traversing the air. Ike is an ordinary boy on Sam Star, yet he harbors great dreams. He lives in a small village made of crystals, surrounded by glowing vines. Since childhood, Ike has been filled with curiosity about the universe, always gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, imagining what the outside world might be like. In the historical records of Sam Star, the year 196 is a special one. It is said that every time this year arrives, a mysterious space-time tunnel appears in the universe, connecting different dimensions and galaxies. Ike firmly believes this is a great opportunity for him to explore the universe. One day, Ike discovers a mysterious ancient book in an old cave outside the village. The book contains detailed information about the space-time tunnel and how to open it. However, opening the tunnel requires gathering 3 mysterious energy sources: the Stardust Core, the Moonlight Crystal, and the Solar Flare Fragment. To find these energy sources, Ike embarks on a journey filled with danger and challenges. He first arrives at the Death Desert of Sam Star, where fierce winds howl and the sand flies like bullets. Deep in the desert, Ike finds the Stardust Core, which emits a faint glow as if it contains the mysteries of the entire universe. Next, Ike travels to the cold polar mountains. There, he encounters a giant ice monster. But through his wisdom and courage, he successfully defeats the monster and obtains the Moonlight Crystal. The last energy source, the Solar Flare Fragment, is located in the volcanic region of Sam Star. The volcanoes erupt frequently, and lava flows like red rivers. Ike risks his life and ventures deep into the volcano, finally finding the Solar Flare Fragment. Once Ike has gathered the 3 energy sources, he follows the method in the ancient book and arrives at the entrance of the space-time tunnel. He places the energy sources into a specific device, and a dazzling light flashes as the space-time tunnel slowly opens. With excitement, Ike steps into the tunnel. Inside, he sees countless strange sights, twisted space-time, flickering nebulae, and mysterious creatures. Ultimately, he arrives at an unfamiliar galaxy. The planets here have peculiar shapes, and the creatures are bizarre. Ike embarks on a new adventure in this galaxy, making many new friends and encountering some enemies. But he never forgets his hometown, Sam Star. After a series of adventures, Ike returns to Sam Star through the space-time tunnel, armed with the knowledge and wisdom he gained from the new galaxy. Ike's return brings about significant changes to Sam Star. He brings back new technology and culture, making Sam Star more prosperous and powerful. His story also becomes a legendary tale that is eternally passed down on Sam Star. Chapter 197. In the year 197, Sam Star is a planet shrouded in mysterious dark clouds in the universe. The sky here is perpetually a strange dark green, and massive stone pillars rise from the ground like ancient giant spears. Ike, a young adventurer with a strong physique and determined eyes, steps onto this land filled with unknowns and terrors. Hearing that a mysterious power hidden deep within Sam Star has the potential to change the cosmic landscape, he disregards the dangers to seek the truth. Shortly after entering this land, he encounters strange transparent fog-like creatures that silently approach, chilling the air wherever they pass. Ike quickly draws his energy sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light. He swings the sword and fiercely battles the fog creatures. With each swipe of the blade, the creatures emit sharp cries, as if piercing the soul. After a tough fight, Ike manages to fend off the creatures and continues deeper into Sam Star. He arrives at a vast ruin that once was a bustling city, now reduced to crumbling walls. Suddenly, a deep roar echoes from the ruins. Sounding like a call from hell, Ike cautiously approaches and discovers that the source of the sound is a massive mechanical beast. Its body is pieced together from various metal parts, its eyes glowing red, and it spews flames from its mouth. Ike knows that this will be a fierce battle. He powers up his energy sword and activates his protective shield. The mechanical beast roars and charges at Ike, its massive claws slamming down on him. Ike dodges skillfully, looking for the creature's weak point. Just as the beast attacks again, Ike seizes the moment, leaps up, and thrusts the energy sword deep into the creature's core. The beast lets out a furious roar, trembles violently, and finally collapses. However, the danger is not over. As Ike continues deeper into the ruins, he discovers a mysterious teleportation portal. Driven by curiosity, he steps into the portal, only to find himself in a twisted space. Here, time and space become chaotic, with various strange sights flashing before him. Suddenly, a group of ghostly figures appears around him, reaching out with icy hands, trying to grab Ike. Ike focuses his mind and uses his mental power to fight against the ghosts. He continuously releases energy waves to push them back. After a grueling battle, Ike finally finds the source of the mysterious power, a gem emitting an unusual glow. Just as he is about to pick up the gem, it suddenly emits a strong light, and a giant phantom appears before him. The phantom warns him that if this power is taken out of Sam Star, it will bring catastrophic disaster to the universe. Ike hesitates, but ultimately chooses to leave the gem in place, departing from this terrifying yet legendary planet with a sense of awe for Sam Star. Although Ike's adventure comes to an end, the legendary stories of Sam Star continue to circulate in the universe, waiting for the next brave explorer to uncover more secrets.